This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Inner Gate Assessment. The afterglow of the setting sun. The bloody dusk. Just like Ji Chongqing's bad mood at this time. He felt that he was like the setting sun. And it was about to end. The damn demon sect sent me, a gifted demon cultivator, to the first sect of the righteous path, Xuandu Temple, as an undercover. Can you be an undercover if you want to? As the first immortal sect of the righteous path in this world. Xuandu Temple is a real and upright sect. It starts to rely on the chi of merit to improve in the chi refining period. And he, a gifted demon cultivator, has already entered the magic path through the bloody chi. As for switching to the chi of merit, he wants to. But his major is not suitable. Xuandu Temple is about to start the Inner Gate Disciple Assessment. And the focus of the assessment is the amount of merit chi. As long as the disciples do good deeds and reap good results. The chi of merit is rich. During the assessment, Xuandu Temple will use the chi-inducing formation to help those outstanding disciples condense the foundation of merit. And even help those disciples directly enter the foundation building stage. This is also the benefit that Xuandu Temple, as the first immortal sect of the righteous path, gives to outstanding disciples. Ji Chongqing has already entered the chi refining stage. And is at the peak of chi refining. But he has no merit chi at all. Only the bloody evil chi that will make the high-level officials of Xuandu Temple kill him immediately after seeing it. Thinking of this, Ji Chongqing felt that he was really unlucky. At first, he thought he had traveled through an ancient feudal world. He was still thinking about whether he should be with a rich woman or take the imperial examination. As a result, he turned around and found that this world could cultivate immortals. Then he began to plan how to enter the immortal gate. Just when he had a plan, the town he traveled through was slaughtered by the disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Because he had a talent for cultivation, he was forcibly abducted and joined the heavenly demon sect. Since you are here, you should make the best of it. Although Ji Chongqing is a peace-loving good man in his bones, he must follow the local customs when he arrives at the demon sect. So Ji Chongqing spent half a year to kill all the disciples of the heavenly demon sect who slaughtered his town. Successfully condensed the bloody evil spirit, entered the chi refining period, and thus entered the sight of the high-level leaders of the heavenly demon sect. Ji Chongqing thought that his road to becoming a giant of the magic way would officially start from now on. Then the damned heavenly demon sect high-level sent him to Xuandu Temple as an undercover. Ji Chongqing looked at the thick bloody evil spirit around him, and the curses of several senior brothers of the heavenly demon sect echoed in his ears. And he sighed helplessly. The external special effects are so obvious that he can't cheat. Damn heavenly demon sect. Didn't I just kill the son of an outer sect elder? I have forgiven that guy. But he actually repays kindness with grievance. Ji Chongqing was very angry. Chongqing, come quickly. There will be something exciting to watch. The sound transmission note on Ji Chongqing's waist flashed with a bright light. He immediately walked out of the room and went to find Li Daoyan, his best friend in Xuandu Temple. Li Daoyan was born in the Li family, a cultivation family. He had poor talent and low IQ and EQ. But he had a stunning aunt, Li Chongqi, who was one of the 8 Veins masters of Xuandu Temple. She was in a high position and had great influence. Since meeting Li Chongqi, Li Daoyan became his best friend in Xuandu Temple. As the first immortal sect in this world, Xuandu Temple's first position was naturally won through fighting. Moreover, Xuandu Temple possesses the world's first defensive treasure, Xinhuang Merit Tower. For countless years, no matter how arrogant and domineering the demon sects were, they could never break through the defense of Xinhuang Merit Tower. It is for this reason that all the major demon sects have tried to infiltrate Xuandu Temple, attempting to break Xuandu Temple from the inside. This time, the excitement also came from this. As soon as Ji Chongqing walked to the outer gate square of Xuandu Temple, he saw a guy in brocade clothes waving at him. It was his chief nephew Li Daoyan. Chongqing. Here. Ji Chongqing walked quickly to Li Daoyan, and saw a pool of blood in the center of the square at a glance. What happened? Ji Chongqing asked. Li Daoyan was beaming with joy. Chongqing, you really have a sharp eye. You are right. Bing Zipping is really an undercover agent from the demon sect. After I told my aunt, she quickly sent someone to find out his details. He is from the heavenly demon sect. Chongqing, how did you know that Bing Zipping was wrong? Ji Chongqing told the truth. When we lived together before, I heard him talking in his sleep, saying something like "Don't kill me." Undercovers cannot talk in their sleep. For Ji Changsheng, who has watched countless spy movies, this is a basic quality. But Bing Zipping obviously has not been influenced by spy movies, and his business ability is not proficient enough. So he revealed a flaw. When fellow villagers meet, they shoot each other in the back. So Ji Changsheng decisively sold Bing Zipping out. As a righteous man who is in the demon sect but has a heart for the righteous, Ji Changsheng has no psychological pressure on this. Besides, Bing Zipping was discovered by himself, and the heavenly demon sect did not inform him. The task given to him by the demonic cult was to perform well, gain a foothold in Xuandu Temple, and work hard to climb up. And Ji Changsheng readily followed their advice. It's just right to use Bing Zipping as a token of my surrender. And by the way, test Xuandu Temple's attitude towards the undercover of the heavenly demon sect. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng asked, "Where is Bing Zipping?" "He's dead. His soul is scattered, and only the pool of blood is left," Li Dalian said casually. Ji Changsheng, don't you try to enlighten him? Maybe he will turn back from his wrong path and turn over a new leaf. Li Dalian smiled. Changsheng, you are good in everything, but you are too naive. How can the demon cubs of the heavenly demon sect turn back from their wrong path? Especially the demon cubs who have condensed the bloody aura, all of whom have been killed by their subordinates, and more than one. If you meet them, just kill them directly. Being kind to them is cruel to yourself. Ji Changsheng's heart sank. By the way, Maya told me that through searching Bing Zipping's soul, she found that the heavenly demon cult had sent other undercovers in our class. I don't know the specific candidates, but they will definitely be exposed during the inner door assessment. Changsheng, you must be careful of the devil cubs during this period. Maybe some of them will retaliate against you because you reported them. Ji Changsheng's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, I will be careful. The demon cult stirs up trouble. It's damnable. Absolutely true words. The demon cult is really damnable. So we need to eliminate demons and defend the way. I don't have much hope. My talent is too poor. Changsheng, you should work hard. This time you reported Bing Zipping, and you have such a good talent and bone structure. Plus our relationship. Mayat asked me to tell you that after you pass the inner door assessment, you can directly worship her. She admires you very much. Changsheng, this is a chance to reach the sky in one step. And I will hold your big thick leg in the future. Ji Changsheng swore that he really wanted to give his nephew a chance to cling to his thighs. Ji Changsheng felt even more depressed when he returned to the room. He had known for a long time that the heavenly demon sect was unreliable. But the heavenly demon sect could control the life and death of their undercover agents. So it was difficult for them to defect and surrender. And the current situation was that even if he wanted to surrender, Xuandu Temple would not want him. How to break the situation? Don't panic. Don't panic. There must be a way. Ji Changsheng's brain was spinning rapidly. Then, a voice rang in the ears of all the outer disciples. The master of the temple took the throne yesterday. Today he is free. He personally presided over the qi-inducing formation and opened the inner sect assessment. Outer disciples, come to the square for the assessment. Ji Changsheng. Uncontrolled displacement. The next moment, he appeared in a formation. Chapter 2. The Vision of Merit. The qi-refining method of Xuandu Temple is the qi-inducing technique. It is to induce the qi of merit in the dark. When Xuandu Temple recruits disciples, it looks at talent, physique, and origin, but the most important thing is merit. Xuandu Temple believes that those who have the qi of merit are the disciples who truly meet the requirements of Xuandu Temple. Merit represents character, and also represents the past and most likely future of the disciples. Those who are chivalrous, help the weak, and save the people are naturally meritorious. For such disciples, there is no need to worry about their character, and Xuandu Temple can cultivate them with confidence. Ji Changsheng has never dared to practice the qi-inducing technique. He knows that he can only attract the bloody qi. He originally planned to find a suitable reason to give up the assessment before the inner door assessment if he could not find a way to hide it. But before he could find an excuse, Xuandu Temple came to a surprise attack. His plan was completely shattered. Looking at the qi-inducing formation that had already started, Ji Changsheng sat cross-legged, his brain working rapidly, thinking about the good deeds he had done in the past. Before he could think of anything, the qi-inducing formation was declared activated. The assessment of inner disciples had officially begun. Outside the qi-inducing formation, the outer elder of Xuandu Temple respectfully saluted the master, and then asked in confusion, Master, Wasn't the assessment of inner disciples originally scheduled for 3 days later? The master smiled and said, "It just so happens that I have time now. So let's do the assessment in advance. The assessment of inner disciples is a trivial matter. Why do you need to do it yourself? If the assessment of true disciples was presided over by the master, he could understand it. The assessment of inner disciples really shouldn't have this weight. The master of Xuandu Temple can cause a huge earthquake by stomping his feet in this world. Such a big man rarely pays attention to the outer disciples." The master said, "I am in a good mood and just want to see the new generation of seeds of our Xuandu Temple. Senior sister Ling Long handed Xuandu Temple to me, so I must do my best and not neglect it." The outer elders suddenly realized. The master of Linglong Temple is invincible in the world, and has brought Xuandu Temple to the status of the first immortal sect. The predecessor did too well, and the current one is under great pressure. If you can't win in terms of strength, then you must show your attitude. The master just took the position of the master of Xuandu Temple yesterday, and today, he personally presided over the assessment of outer disciples. His ability cannot be seen for the time being, but his attitude is shown. The outer elder stopped talking, and at this time, because the master came in person, the 8 Veins masters of Xuandu Temple also received the news, and came to the outer square on the first floor, and saluted the master one after another. Li Daoyan's and Li Chongxi was among them. After greeting each other, the 8 Meridian masters all looked at the chi-attracting formation. "Master, are there any seeds of merit that will surprise you this time?" The master said with a smile, "Don't worry. The chi-attracting formation has just started to operate. Let the chi of merit fly for a while, and you will see it soon. Most of the outer disciples have just entered the chi refining stage, and are no more than 30 years old. It is very rare to be able to induce the chi of merit in such a short time in life experience. Don't hold too high hopes. What senior brother you said is that the requirements for recruiting disciples in our Xuandu Temple are too harsh. Other sects only look at talent and character. But we have to go beyond that, and let disciples under the age of 30 induce the chi of merit during the chi refining stage. In this way, 99% of the cultivation seeds in the world are rejected. Disciples are more valuable in terms of quality than quantity. Xuandu Temple never wins by numbers. Among all the major immortal sects, our Xuandu Temple has always had the fewest people. But we are still the best in the world. I'm afraid that if the requirements are too harsh, the inheritance will be cut off. Just do good things and don't worry about the future." That being said, it is really difficult to attract the chi of merit under the age of 30, and before the chi refining stage. Only 13 people passed the last inner disciple assessment. The quality of the disciples this time is not as good as last time. I am worried that the whole army will be wiped out. Huh? Am I seeing things? Shit. Is that a lotus petal of the golden lotus of merit? 1 lotus petal at least represents that he has saved 100,000 lives. This boy is destined to be with my Shinshio lineage. Haha. Old woman is really good at lying. This is obviously the genius of our Yinxiao lineage. You two are also the leaders of the same lineage. Can you be a little more promising? Just a lotus petal. Is it necessary for you to fight so much? Damn. Human merit. Xian Wang infusion. This boy is destined to be with my Kuinua lineage. Speaking of which, the top leaders of Xuandu Temple will definitely not believe it. Ji Changsheng is now confused. He was originally thinking about how to run away. As a result, the merit energy fell from the sky, covered by golden light. The whole body was fragrant, and a faint lotus petal appeared above Ji Changsheng's head, attracting all the light. Then, another acquired merit energy fell from the sky, triggering the Xian Wang Merit Tower, the first treasure of Xuandu Temple, to be backflowed with Xian Wang energy. This means that the Xian Wang Merit Tower recognized Ji Changsheng and confirmed that Ji Changsheng had indeed saved at least 100,000 acquired creatures. The chi-inducing array could make mistakes, but the Xian Wang Merit Tower, as the world's #1 artifact, could not make mistakes. The master of the temple was overjoyed. He had just taken over Xuandu Temple, and a disciple recognized by the artifact Xian Wang Merit Tower appeared. This represented the destiny of heaven, and it represented that Xuandu Temple had the hope of making further progress under his rule. This represented auspiciousness. Ji Changsheng was his living auspiciousness. The master of the temple laughed out loud, and looked at Ji Changsheng with extremely loving eyes. Is this boy the reincarnation of a great man? And he is a great man of my righteous way. Otherwise, how could he have such merits at such a young age? In the world of cultivating immortals, Death is not the end of everything, and the soul must be scattered and die thoroughly. The reincarnation of a great man is not common. However, as the first immortal gate, Xuandu Temple is knowledgeable and has a deep background. It is not particularly surprising that a true immortal reincarnated in Xuandu Temple. It has occasionally appeared once or twice before, and no matter which time, the reincarnated person is definitely a big shot. And it is also very likely to be a true immortal from the upper world. After realizing this, the big men of Xuandu Temple were naturally a little excited. Only Li Chongqi said, not necessarily. Everyone looked at Li Chongqi. Li Chongqi said calmly, this boy is called Ji Changsheng. He was born in the secular fiefdom of my Li family, and was protected by my Li family. His background is very ordinary. But not long ago, he asked my nephew to report to me privately about an undercover agent of the heavenly demon sect. The master of the temple was not aware of this. But the elder of the precept suddenly said, no wonder you executed an outer disciple before. But reporting an undercover agent of the heavenly demon sect will not make Ji Changsheng gain so much merit. Right? Li Chongqi's tone was a little strange. Normally, it won't happen. But that undercover agent is different. Does he have a background? Li Chongqi's tone became more and more strange. His origin is very unusual. He is the illegitimate son of the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Everyone was instantly moved. Then they all looked at Ji Changsheng, who was still surrounded by the aura of merit. Good fellow. This boy has become a mortal enemy of the strongest demon in the world before he has established his foundation. Yu Lao Mo of the heavenly demon sect. That is the demon who competed with senior sister Ling Long. This little guy is under a lot of pressure. It is destined to be with my Xuandu Temple. Yu Lao Mo's illegitimate son? This is interesting. Yu Lao Mo married the saint of the Hahuan sect, but gave birth to a useless person with no talent for cultivation. The dead illegitimate son should be the real successor of Yu Lao Mo. If nothing unexpected happens, the illegitimate son will become a giant of the magic path in the future and commit endless murders. How dare Yu Lao Mo send his illegitimate son to our Xuandu Temple? Is he sure he can pass our assessment? Li Chongqi explained. He is really sure. After my investigation, I found that Yu Lao Mo specially sent people to slaughter 100,000 lives for this illegitimate son, and then beat the slaughterer to the last breath, and then left the last knife for his illegitimate son. If it weren't for Ji Changsheng's report, these meritorious phenomena today might be that illegitimate son, and the consequences would be disastrous. Hearing Li Chongqi's words, everyone else took a breath. People in the magic world are unscrupulous, but there are still a few who are unscrupulous to this extent. If Yu Lao Mo hadn't paved the way for his own son, he wouldn't have gone to such great lengths. Under normal circumstances, the big guys of the magic world would not let their direct bloodline take such risks. After all, once they are discovered by Xuandu Temple, they will immediately send their children away. But the situation of Yu Lao Mo of Tianma sect is different. If this illegitimate child stays in Tianma sect, the leader's wife may not tolerate him. Hahuan sect is a big sect with the same reputation as Tianma sect, and Hahuan saint is not a useless person who can be controlled by Yu Lao Mo. If this illegitimate child appears in Tianma sect, Hahuan saint will kill him directly, and Hahuan sect will support her. It's just an illegitimate child, and his death will be in vain. That's why Yu Lao Mo took so much effort to pave the way for his own son. Let your illegitimate child worship in Xuandu Temple. If there are more meritorious phenomena, the illegitimate child may really be cultivated by our Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple is the first immortal sect of the righteous way, and Tianma sect is the first leader of the demon way. With the support of Yu Lao Mo behind the scenes, the illegitimate child's future is indeed limitless. It is not impossible for him to be in charge of our Xuandu Temple in the future. The master of the temple was also a little shocked when he said this, although it is a deduction. It is not impossible. How did Ji Changsheng find out? Li Chongqi smiled slightly. Ji Changsheng's answer still made her feel a little funny now. Ji Changsheng heard the illegitimate child talking in his sleep. Master of the temple. Others. Many people laughed out loud after being shocked. A huge hidden danger in the future of Xuandu Temple was actually resolved in this way, which really made them laugh and cry. Li Chongqi continued. So I judge that Ji Changsheng may not be the reincarnation of a true immortal from the upper world. It is possible that he just accidentally destroyed Yu Lao Mo's plan and snatched the opportunity that Yu Lao Mo created for his son. Chapter 3 Meeting the Master. The Master said solemnly, whether Ji Changsheng is the reincarnation of a true immortal or he accidentally resolved a conspiracy for our Xuandu Temple, he is a seed of merit that our Xuandu temple needs to support vigorously. Even if Ji Changsheng is not the reincarnation of a true immortal, we must cultivate him more carefully. Other vain masters nodded in agreement. Giving face to the master is one aspect. And on the other hand, the reincarnation of a true immortal has its own origin. But if Ji Changsheng is a blank slate, then it is obvious that he will have a stronger sense of belonging to Xuandu Temple. Moreover, Xuandu Temple is the right path after all. At a young age, Ji Changsheng has become a mortal enemy of the heavenly demon sect leader. If Xuandu Temple does not protect Ji Changsheng, how can it talk about eliminating demons and defending the way? I think Ji Changsheng can become my disciple. The master was interrupted by Li Changxi before he finished speaking. Master, I have promised Ji Changsheng before. He has made great contributions in reporting the undercover of the demon sect. As long as he can pass the inner disciple assessment, he can become my disciple. The master and other vain masters changed their faces. They were even more terrified than when they heard Yu Laomo's calculations just now. The master subconsciously said, absolutely not. Li Changxi's face darkened instantly, and she said dissatisfiedly, Master, do you think I can't be a good master like others? Master, how can I save her face? The master was very embarrassed. The other leaders of the sects were not embarrassed. A big man with a curly beard said directly, you have accepted 8 disciples, and 8 of them died. Ji Changsheng is a good boy. Give him a chance to live. Li Changxi's tone was calm and calm. The world is a dream. Why bother about life and death? The splendor of life does not lie in its length, but in its breadth. Studying under me for 10 years is better than living 100 years in vain. Besides, cultivating immortals is against the will of heaven, and life and death are common. The previous 8 disciples were not strong enough, so they could not break the illusion of life and death. Ji Changsheng is different. He can condense merit petals in the qi refining stage. I am very optimistic that he will inherit my mantle and break the illusion and ascend to become a true immortal. The bearded man sighed to the sky. It's bad. She actually thinks she has survived to this day by her own strength. It seems that I didn't take the medicine today, and I'm sick again. Li Changxi sneered. A mere fusion cultivator wants to ruin my Tao heart. I am normal. It's you who are sick. Sinking into the illusion without knowing it. Forget it. Summer insects can't talk about ice. Cicadas don't know spring and autumn. Some things you don't understand even if I tell you. In short, only I can teach Ji Changsheng's merit seeds. Giving it to you is a waste of good talents. Everyone laughed. The master of the temple coughed lightly, and made a decision directly. Let Ji Changsheng choose for himself. While the master of the temple was talking to other vain masters, Ji Changsheng already felt that he was about to lose control of his cultivation, and would be able to successfully build a foundation soon. Building a foundation is the second threshold of cultivating immortals. And it is also the most important threshold to distinguish the talents of immortals in the early stage. Qi refining is used to exclude those who have no talent for cultivating immortals, while foundation building will screen out those who have talent for cultivating immortals, but not many. Generally, the elimination ratio of this stage is 10-1. Since the foundation building pill came out of nowhere, foundation building has become relatively easier, but it has only increased the ratio of foundation building to 8-1. In the Qi induction formation, Ji Changsheng hesitated for a moment. As an undercover, would it be bad to be too high profile? After a moment, Ji Changsheng decisively stepped into the foundation building stage. Undercover? What undercover? I am the first new inner disciple of Xuandu Temple, the candidate for the future master of Xuandu Temple, and the hope star of the righteous immortal gate. What am I afraid of? Besides, a seed of merit like me, even if I want to be low-key, my strength does not allow it. When he was in the heavenly demon sect, he was very low-key. So he was sent to Xuandu Temple by a mere outer sect elder to die. And no one from the heavenly demon sect's top leaders protected him. He learned from his mistakes, and became an unshakable genius in the eyes of the top leaders of Xuandu Temple. After making up his mind, Ji Changsheng had already become a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. At the same time, he clearly felt that the blood evil energy in his body also increased instantly, and his physique was more than 10 times stronger than that of the Qi refining stage in an instant. The merit energy and the blood evil energy can be cultivated together. Ji Changsheng confirmed this, and became more determined to be righteous. Ji Changsheng's breakthrough naturally attracted the attention of the temple master. Ji Changsheng's merit energy can directly promote him to the peak of the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. and his physique is far superior to that of normal cultivators. Hey, why is there still blood evil energy in his body? The temple master's eyes were like torches. Although Ji Changsheng tried his best to hide his blood evil energy, the temple master still found some clues. Li Changxi quickly offered help, after discovering that Bing Zipping was an undercover agent of the Heavenly Demon sect. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably keep to himself to avoid trouble. But Ji Changsheng decisively reported the information to me, which shows that this boy is decisive, and is not the kind of ordinary cultivator who has good intentions but no means. With his temperament, he must have really killed demons and exorcised monsters in the past. So it is not surprising that he has a bit of blood and evil spirit. The master pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. It makes sense. In fact, whether it makes sense or not is entirely up to the master. But Ji Changsheng reported the illegitimate son of the leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, and he showed enough talent himself, plus Li Changxi's help. So the master naturally thought it was reasonable. When it is 50 to 50, your own weight and your background and connections will determine the direction of things. If Ji Changsheng was found to have the bloody aura before the inter-sect assessment, he would definitely be investigated. But now, Ji Changsheng needs to consider which vain master to worship. Seeing that Ji Changsheng has successfully built his foundation, and has a tendency to continue to improve his cultivation, the temple master, in order to prevent Ji Changsheng from blindly improving his foundation, stretched out his hand and grabbed Ji Changsheng out of the qi-inducing formation. Before Ji Changsheng could react, the outer sect elder immediately took the initiative to speak. This is the temple master himself, and the vein master of the 8 veins of my Xuandu temple. Why don't you salute? Ji Changsheng's heart tightened, and he quickly saluted. The temple master smiled and said, "No need to be polite. Ji Changsheng, I heard from Vein Master Li that you reported an undercover of the Heavenly Demon sect before." "Yes." The temple master looked at Ji Changsheng, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. After all, he was a human-shaped auspicious sign, the first peerless genius after he became the temple master. But no matter how much he liked him, he couldn't help but feel mischievous. "Do you know the identity of that undercover?" Ji Changsheng was stunned. Really stunned. Without any acting, what other identity can the undercover of the demon sect have? It should be an ordinary disciple of the demon sect. Right? Unfortunately, you are lucky and met a special undercover. Ji Changsheng? The master of the temple chuckled. "You reported the illegitimate son of Yu Lao Mo." Ji Changsheng was still confused at this time. Who is Yu Lao Mo? When he was in the demon sect, he was very low-key, and he didn't care about the changes in the outside world. He practiced hard to seek revenge on those disciples of the demon sect who slaughtered his town. So he didn't know much about this world. This is also in line with the perception of the world by an ordinary small town child. After coming to Xuandu Temple, he also behaved very modestly and never asked about things that he shouldn't ask about. So the temple master said that he really didn't know Yu Lao Mo. Then, "I forgot that you were born as an ordinary child. And Yu Lao Mo is the leader of the Tianma sect, the strongest demon in the world." Ji Changsheng's brain buzzed, and the whole person felt like he was falling into an ice cave. Damn it. I just reported an undercover agent casually, and his origin is so great? This is the level of the illegitimate son of the leader of the fucking demon sect? Is the leader of the Tianma sect sick? Sending his own son to the tomb of Xuandu Temple to dance? Becoming a mortal enemy with the strongest demon in the world at the beginning? I am an undercover of the Tianma sect, and I killed the son of the leader of the Tianma sect? Ji Changsheng regretted it at this moment, and he should be more merciful to his colleagues. The temple master and other vein masters all understood Ji Changsheng's confused and scared reaction. A young cultivator in the foundation building stage killed the illegitimate son of the most powerful demon in the world. Everyone would be afraid. However, the master of the temple still loves talents, and quickly said, "Don't worry too much. Since you have joined Xuandu Temple, Xuandu Temple will protect you. Although Yu Lao Mo is strong, he can't do anything to our Xuandu Temple. No one can touch the people who Xuandu Temple wants to protect." At the end, the master's domineering and arrogance were not concealed at all. Ji Changsheng's mood did not ease much because of this. He smiled bitterly and said, "There is only 1,000 days of thieves. How can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days? If the leader of the Tianma sect wants to kill me, there are too many ways. He is an undercover agent of the Tianma sect. God knows if there are other undercover agents in Xuandu Temple." Ji Changsheng has no sense of security at all. The temple master understood Ji Chongqing's thoughts and comforted him. Don't worry. The world of cultivation has its own rules. With Yu Laomo's status and position, he is not allowed to attack you. Otherwise our Xuandu temple will definitely retaliate equally or even double. Ji Chongqing, you have now officially joined the inner sect of Xuandu temple. If there are masters of the demon sect who bully the weak and touch a hair on your body, Xuandu temple will kill all 10 of their true disciples. Ji Chongqing took a deep breath and took the initiative to thank the master. Thank you for your protection. He believed that the master was telling the truth, and Xuandu temple was also capable of doing this. But it was useless. Yu Laomo had lost his son. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. In the face of such hatred, it is completely ostrich behavior to expect Yu Laomo to follow the rules. You can't expect a big devil who sends his son to his death to follow the rules. That's too naive. Li Chongqi suddenly said, your report on Bing zipping has not been spread. Yu Laomo should not know about it. Ji Chongqing's eyes lit up. Yes. He only told Li Daoyan. And then Li Daoyan told Li Chongqi. And Li Chongqi told the top leaders of Xuandu temple. As long as these people don't spread it, Yu Laomo should not know about it. The master also responded and nodded, saying, I will ask all those who know about it to swear a heavenly oath and not to spread the news. Since you are a disciple of Xuandu temple, Xuandu temple will naturally protect you. Thank you, Master. And Masterly. Ji Chongqing was not completely relieved, but it was a comfort to some extent. Okay. I called you here this time to let you choose a master. We all see your talent and merits. I am willing to accept you as a disciple. Are you willing? The master took the initiative to extend an olive branch. Ji Chongqing was willing. The master was naturally the strongest branch, and this was the thickest thigh. And the master's appreciation for him was not concealed. And he saw it all. If he became a disciple of the master, his future should be bright in theory. But the threat of Yu Laomo was like a thorn in his back. Even if the master said that he would ask all those who knew about it to swear a heavenly oath, Ji Chongqing did not dare to be completely relieved. In the world of immortal cultivation, even the dead cannot keep secrets completely. It is difficult for him to feel safe. So Ji Chongqing hesitated for a moment, but still spoke boldly, Disciple, I dare to ask who is stronger, the master of the temple or Yu Laomo? Master. Ji Chongqing was very disappointed. The silence of the master of the temple was deafening. He looked at the other vain masters, but no one spoke. Ji Chongqing's heart was even colder. It seems that he can't worship a master stronger than Yu Laomo. At this moment, Li Chongqi stepped forward and said with a smile, Yu Laomo is the strongest demon in the world. Even in our Xuandu temple, there is only one person who can really suppress Yu Laomo. And he is also recognized as the #1 in the world. Fairy Linglong. Unfortunately, Fairy Linglong is now focusing all her attention on transcending the tribulation and ascending to heaven. And she will definitely not accept you as a disciple. Without waiting for Ji Chongqing to be disappointed, Li Chongqi continued, Fairy Linglong is my mother. Ji Chongqing bowed his head without saying a word. Meet Master. Chapter 4 There is something wrong with my master. Ji Chongqing became his disciple because Fairy Linglong was the best in the world. It was mainly because he thought Li Chongqi looked kind. Li Chongqi thought so too and nodded with satisfaction. You have a good eye. You can tell at a glance that I am the best teacher. Let's go. We value the quality of our disciples over the number of disciples. This time I will only accept you. And you can enjoy the treatment of a true disciple as soon as you enter the sect. Ji Chongqing was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. You and I don't have to be polite between master and disciple. As if she thought of something happy, Li Chongqi couldn't help laughing. But after looking at the gloomy faces of the others, Li Chongqi waved her sleeves and disappeared with Ji Chongqing. After Li Chongqi left, the master rubbed his head and said in a very unhappy tone, Just now Chongqi set up a soundproof barrier next to Ji Chongqing, which is simply nonsense. In order to recruit disciples into the Yoguang lineage, Chongqi has begun to cheat. The bearded man on the side smiled bitterly. It's normal. If it weren't for cheating, the Yoguang lineage would have had no disciples for 3 years. And Chongqi couldn't even find a disciple to run errands. I don't object to Chongqi recruiting disciples. But Ji Chongqing, it's a pity to give it to her. Moreover, senior sister Linglong is her mother-in-law, not her biological mother. And Chongqi's Taoist partner has passed away. Ji Chongqing wanted to seek protection from senior sister Linglong. but with his appearance and talent, and living with senior sister Linglong's widowed daughter-in-law day and night, Changxi is really a deadly pitfall. That's fine. The key is that Changxi's cultivation method is too unreliable. She can succeed, but all the 8 disciples she accepted before were ruined by her. I am very worried that Ji Chansheng will be the next one. It's too late to say these things now. Ji Chansheng performed the apprenticeship ceremony, and it was his own choice. There is no reason for us to stop him. Well, wish Ji Chansheng good luck. You are worried about Ji Chansheng. I am worried about Changxi. Did she take medicine today? Ji Chansheng didn't know that the master and other vain masters were wishing him good luck. He was still immersed in the happiness of hugging a thigh. Although this is a world of immortal cultivation, Ji Changxing's mind after 2 lives as a human tells him that no matter what world it is, background is more important than ability in 99% of cases. Before his strength can't compete with Yu Lao Mo. Li Changxi's big and thick leg is his most important amulet. He must maintain a good relationship with Li Changxi. It would be best if they are close relatives. Linglong Fairy is Li Changxi's mother. If he marries Li Changxi, then Linglong Fairy will become his mother. For Ji Chansheng, it is a bit difficult to recognize a foster father, but there is no psychological pressure to recognize a foster mother. How to conquer the beautiful master? At this moment, Ji Chansheng even started to learn to copy the Return of the Condor heroes. While Ji Chansheng was thinking about conquering his master, Li Changxi had already opened the door of a room with him. From the outside, Xuandu Temple looked like an ordinary Taoist temple. But after entering Xuandu Temple, you will find a different world. Li Changxi obviously just opened the door of a room. But in Ji Changxing's cognition, it was as if she opened a world. The world after opening made Ji Changxing feel like he was in a fairyland. There was no desk, no bed, but there was the fairy spirit that came to his face. The beautiful fairy palace, and the hazy moonlight that almost made Ji Changxing sink. Before, Ji Changxing was at the outer gate of Xuandu Temple, experiencing the feeling of an ordinary Taoist temple. It was not until here that Ji Changxing truly stepped into the core of Xuandu Temple and experienced the foundation of Xuandu Temple, the world's first immortal sect. Master, what is this place? Li Changxi casually asked, what do you think this place looks like? Ji Changxing looked at the hazy moonlight, the laurel that reaches the sky, and the ethereal palace not far away, and guessed, it looks like the Moon Palace. Li Changxi's eyes flashed with a smile. Ruzi is teachable. This is indeed the Moon Palace. And it is also the palace of the master. Of course, it will also be where you live in the future. Ji Changxing was very pleased. It seems that this will be the wedding room for him and Li Changxi in the future. He is very satisfied. It is much more comfortable than the 110 square meter 3-bedroom and 1 living room in his previous life. The real Moon Palace is in the fairyland. And this is an illusion. Yoguang Luohuan can transform into what you want. I want to live in the Moon Palace. So this place has become the Moon Palace. Our Yoguang lineage is unique in illusion. When you reach the realm of your master, it is not vain to practice the false and make it true. So you can treat it as the real Moon Palace. Ji Changxing immediately flattered him. Master is awesome. It doesn't matter if it is an illusion or not. As long as this Moon Palace looks like a Moon Palace and lives like a Moon Palace, it is a Moon Palace. Master prefers this style. If you have other preferences, you can also transform into other residences. Later, Master will open some illusion permissions to you, and you can do whatever you like. Thank you, Master. I also like this style. It seems that my aesthetics are highly consistent with yours. Li Changxi nodded and said, yes. You really have a good eye. Among the 8 veins of Xuandu, Yoguang is the first. You must not let down the reputation of our Yoguang lineage in the future. Ji Changxing said seriously, Master, rest assured. I will work hard to cultivate and bring glory to you and the Yoguang lineage. Very good. You are worthy of being the only disciple I have recruited in 3 years. Li Changxi's smile became more and more satisfied. Ji Changxing was also a little moved. I didn't expect that the master had not recruited any disciples in 3 years, but made an exception for himself. A man will die for his friend. I have decided that after I marry my master, I will devote myself to her until my death. When Ji Changxing was ready to devote himself to his master until his death, Li Changxi flicked her sleeves again, and the next moment, she and Ji Changxing appeared in the Moon Palace at the same time. The huge Moon Palace was cold and lonely. There was also a hazy moonlight in the palace, looming over Li Changxi. who was sitting on a high seat. Ji Changsheng felt the extreme beauty of coldness at this moment. It was as if his beautiful master had lived alone in this palace for tens of thousands of years. The moonlight was cool. She was drinking alone, isolated from the world, lonely and desolate. Ji Changsheng thought he was not an LSP. But at this moment, he wanted to hug his beautiful master and comfort her loneliness. At this moment, Li Changqi's words made Ji Changsheng shudder instantly. All his ambitions were swept away, and all that was left was fear. How many memories of your past life do you still remember? Ji Changsheng. Don't pretend. I know you are not from this world. But don't be afraid. I am too. Ji Changsheng? A fellow time traveler? Do you want to exchange secret codes? Ji Changsheng hesitated for a moment, but chose to continue pretending to be dead. You can hide it from the temple master, but you can't hide it from me, because we are the same kind of people. Let's get to know each other formally. I am Taiyin Xingjuan. Who are you in the fairy world? Ji Changsheng's eyes twitched, looking at the serious Li Changqi. He vaguely guessed a glimmer of the truth. Is there something wrong with my beautiful master's brain? Ji Changsheng thought about it, and tentatively answered, I am the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Li Changqi's eyes lit up. No wonder I felt like I had seen you before when I first saw you. It turns out that you are one of the 6 emperors. Yu Qingzhen Wang. You are a believer. You said that you and I will meet again in reincarnation. It turns out that it is now. Ji Changsheng. Sure enough. There is something wrong with my beautiful master's brain. Chapter 5 Mental Patients are more joyful. Originally, Ji Changsheng was worried that Li Changqi was a fellow time traveler. But after listening to Li Changqi's words, he would rather Li Changqi was a fellow time traveler. Because if Li Changqi was not a time traveler, combined with Li Changqi's words and performance, Ji Changsheng could basically draw a bold conclusion. Li Changqi is mentally ill. He originally thought that he had embraced a big fat leg. Now it seems that he has embraced a mental patient. Although the strength and status of this mental patient should be real, it is really difficult for him to feel safe if his brain is not working well. Li Changqi had no idea of Ji Changsheng's thoughts. Seeing that Ji Changsheng admitted his identity, Li Changqi was refreshed, and her attitude towards Ji Changsheng immediately became enthusiastic and equal. Without any condescending appreciation, she really believed Ji Changsheng's lies. Since Dao Yu is one of the 6 emperors, you are naturally qualified to discuss Taoism with me. Please take a seat. As Li Changqi's voice fell, a dragon chair appeared beside her, surrounded by real dragons, noble and magnificent. With the sound of thunder, Ji Changsheng's eyes twitched again. If I remember correctly, folk legend says that the great emperor of the South Pole Changsheng is also known as the Jade Pure True King. He incarnated as the 9 heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Universal Heavenly Venerable in the 9 heavens realm, lived in the Jade Pivot Palace and ruled the Thunder Department. He was the ancestor of thunder, and the source of the Thunder God. Li Changqi's acting was very good. He didn't dare to offend a mentally ill man with strong strength and background. He could only grit his teeth and continue to act with Li Changqi. When did you awaken your true spirit? Li Changqi asked. Ji Changsheng answered carefully, about a year ago. But I didn't expect that Taiyin Star Lord also awakened his true spirit. Li Changqi said proudly, I am the ruler of Taiyin Star. In ancient times, I was as powerful as the demon emperor Dong Wang. It's just an illusion. Even if it was created by a saint, how could I sink into it? Ji Changsheng. This mentally ill person has a very strict worldview. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary person. In his previous life, he was also a distinguished senior VIP reader of Qigyan Chinese Network. He would not lose to a mentally ill person in terms of chapters. What Xingjuan said is very true. Although the saints are strong, we are also the masters of one side in the fairy world. Even if we can't break this illusion directly, it is not difficult to stay awake. True King. This is wrong. Li Changqi shook her head and said, staying awake is not difficult for you. But other creatures in this world do not have a strong foundation like you and me. They have sunk into the illusion without knowing it. Alas, it's sad and lamentable. Ji Changsheng. You are strong. And everything you say is right. Why did Xingjuan fall into the illusion? Ji Changsheng asked. Although Ji Changsheng had no experience dealing with mental patients, he had a lot of experience dealing with normal people. When he couldn't beat this mental patient, Ji Changsheng decided to treat her as a normal person. This is better for his own safety. Li Changqi sighed. This is a long story, involving the change of eras and the handover of overlords. I am the king of the old days, and there is no ship to carry me in the new era. Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changqi's face and resisted his desire to complain. Although she is confident, she is indeed not ordinary. In fact, the true king and I have a deep friendship, but now the memory has not been fully recovered. Otherwise, I don't need to explain too much. Ji Changsheng's heart shuddered. It seems that I have to make up something according to Li Changqi's words. Otherwise there will be a flaw. What? Trying to correct Li Changqi's fantasy? What a joke. The right thing to do is to make the thigh happy. Is mental illness so easy to cure? Ji Changsheng began to speak. Xingjuan is right. And my memory has also recovered. Xingjuan is in charge of Taiyin Star. Taiyin Star reflects the sky, and is the main star on par with the sun. Xingjuan, as the king of the old days, has such authority, which will naturally make the overlord of the new era feel uneasy. Li Changqi nodded. True king's words make sense. And my ability is too strong, which is also one of the reasons. Xingjuan and I are actually in the same boat. As one of the 6 emperors of the heaven, the true king is nominally on an equal footing with Haotian. But the power cake is so big, and Haotian Ziwei, who clings to power, will definitely not tolerate the true king. Ji Changsheng felt that Li Changqi was getting more and more outrageous, but he had no intention of correcting himself, and continued to follow Li Changqi's words. Xingjuan is very smart, and what he said is absolutely correct. After the conferred God War, I ascended the throne of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor, in charge of life and death, reward and punishment for good and evil, control the clouds and rain, slay demons and monsters, and command thunder, illuminate the great way of the heart of heaven above, and save the suffering of the netherworld below. With too much power, I have made enemies everywhere. This time I enter the illusion, and to be ashamed, I still don't know who my opponent is. Li Changqi speculated. Haotian's strength is not as good as you and me. After entering the heaven, with the blessing of luck, his strength is at most 1 level higher than you and me. But he will never let us fall into the dream without any resistance. I guess it should be the Western sect Juandi Saint who secretly formed an alliance with Haotian, and we fell into the Juandi Saint's fantasy world. In addition, we may have more than one opponent. Ji Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The worldview of the mentally ill is complete. The logic is meticulous and impeccable. If it is the Saint Juandi who made the move, it may not be easy for you and me to break the illusion. Ji Changsheng sighed. Li Changqi waved her hand and said domineeringly, the true king does not need to worry too much. The conferred God War has broken the myth of the immortality of the saints. The saints can be poisoned and killed. Although Dong Wang, Dijuan, and the 12 ancestral witches failed before, it only shows that they are not strong enough. I would like to try to counterattack the saints and replace them. Ji Changsheng was so excited. It is true that the bigger the disease, the more dare to think. I am really inferior to the time traveler. But he quickly began to learn, and agreed earnestly, Star Lord is ambitious. I am not as good as him. When 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. I want to learn a lot from Star Lord. Li Changqi nodded calmly, and instructed in the tone of a senior. True king is not bad. He realized that he would be in danger early, so he made friends with me in advance and made many preparations. Now you and I meet again here. Breaking the illusion is just around the corner. Ji Changsheng realized the danger early? Prepared in advance? Why does Li Changqi sound more and more like this? I didn't dare to agree with him anymore. I suddenly felt a little scared. So I took the initiative to change the subject. I was just about to ask Xingjuan, how can I break this illusion? Li Changqi said, it's not difficult. Ascending to the immortal world is a rule set by the heaven. As long as you ascend to immortality in the illusion, you can escape from this illusion and return to the immortal world. Jin Wang is a heavenly emperor. Although he became a god after me, you and I are both Daluo, and I can't humiliate Jin Wang for no reason. So, I will report to the temple master later, and Jin Wang will call me senior sister in the future. I will accept a disciple on behalf of the master, and we can treat each other as equals. How about it? Ji Changsheng actually didn't care whether it was his senior sister or his master. What he cared about was that this mental patient was very strong. Just follow what my senior sister said. This is not important. It is indeed not important. It is just that the status of the true king is here. I must respect it. The true king helped me a lot in the past. Now that I am in the illusion, it is only right for me to return the favor. In that case, thank you, Star Lord. Ji Changsheng focused on a cooperation. While the two were talking, a rabbit with long ears, round eyes, and a fat mouth suddenly ran in, holding a medicine jar in his hand, and shouted while running, "Oh no! Master, you didn't take medicine today." Li Chongqi laughed. "This is a rabbit demon I enlightened. It helped me deal with some sundries in the Moon Palace. You can call it the Rabbit Manager. Unfortunately, its spirituality is far worse than the Jade Rabbit in Guanghan Palace. It has not been able to see through the illusion until now. I am sorry to make the true king laugh." Ji Changsheng nodded. "It's okay, Master. Those who know me think I am worried. Those who do not know me think I am asking for anything." Li Chongqi clapped her hands and praised. "True king is true king. Looking at the world. Only when I discuss with you can I really speak my mind. Master, you should take the medicine quickly. This is what Ling Long Fairy told me." Li Chongqi shook her head helplessly and said to Ji Changsheng, "It's just an illusion. I can't stand it. So I just follow their wishes. True king, don't think I am really sick." "Of course." Ji Changsheng nodded seriously. Mental patients are most afraid of others saying that they are sick. Ji Changsheng understands. 1 minute later, after taking the medicine, Li Chongqi looked at Ji Changsheng and was a little confused. "What are you doing sitting opposite me?" Ji Changsheng. I lied to you. True king, don't worry. I am not sick. You and I will join forces to break this illusion in no time." Rabbit Manager sighed to the sky. "It's bad. The master's illness is getting worse." Chapter 6 Yoguang Luo 1. Half an hour later, outside the Moon Palace, Steward Rabbit took Ji Changsheng to where he lived. At this time, Li Chongqi had already passed on the inheritance of the Yaoguang lineage below the golden core to him. She also gave him a black card, saying that it was the access card of the Moon Palace, which could be used to enter and exit the Moon Palace and open the illusion of the Moon Palace for cultivation. Ji Changsheng had no time to digest these inheritances. After leaving the Moon Palace, he immediately asked, "Standard Rabbit?" "Master." Steward Rabbit knew what Ji Changsheng wanted to ask, and said directly, "There is something wrong with her practice. The illusion of the Yaoguang lineage is unique in the world, and the master's talent for practicing illusion is also the best in the world. Her attainments in illusion far exceed her realm, causing her to think that the whole world is an illusion, and only she can see through the truth." Ji Changsheng. "This is difficult to comment. Can it be cured?" Rabbit Manager said, "It has been cured. But the master's cultivation is getting higher and higher, and the condition is getting worse. Is there any way to help master? If possible." Ji Changsheng still wants to cure his thigh. Rabbit Manager thought for a while and said, "If you can find a woman who is more beautiful than the master one day, bring her to see the master. Maybe you can cure her." "Why?" Rabbit Manager said, "The reason why the master firmly believes that she is the Tiny Star Lord is because she has never seen a woman more beautiful than herself. So she firmly believes that she is the most beautiful woman in the fairy world." Ji Changsheng was speechless. Ji Changsheng was really the first person to be so confident in his appearance. "By the way, why does the master call you the true king?" Butler Rabbit thought of the previous conversation between Ji Changsheng and his master, and felt a little strange. Ji Changsheng coughed lightly and explained, "I am the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole, also known as the Jade Pure True King." Butler Rabbit turned around, looked at Ji Changsheng strangely, and then complained, "The master is a lunatic pretending to be a normal person, and you are a normal person pretending to be crazy. No wonder you were accepted as a disciple by the master. With your ability to respond, you may live longer than the previous 8 unlucky guys." Ji Changsheng's heart sank, and he immediately asked, "Live longer than the previous 8 unlucky guys? What does it mean?" Butler Rabbit said, "You don't think you are the first inner disciple of the Yaoguang lineage? Of course not. But you are the only disciple of the Yaoguang lineage now." "I am not a disciple. I am just a pet and butler." Ji Changsheng was a little panicked. "Butler Rabbit is saying that the disciples who came in before me are all dead?" "Yes." Butler Rabbit's answer was very certain. "How did she die?" "The master believes that this world is an illusion. So the master never cares about danger when practicing, and never cares whether the disciples will encounter danger. The main thing is to be brave and diligent, and to survive 9 deaths. The one who survives is the master, and the one who dies 9 deaths is the disciple. Her practice method is too dangerous, and it is only suitable for peerless geniuses like her." Ordinary geniuses will die after practicing. In addition, the master has mental problems, so she often takes disciples to do dangerous things. Ji Changsheng. I wish you good luck. And I hope you can live past the age of 30. Ji Changsheng's heart was overshadowed by a huge shadow. The answer of the rabbit chief steward was full of ominousness. To Chief Steward. What will happen if the master's condition continues to deteriorate? Butler Rabbit thought for a moment. And then his eyes showed fear. The worsening of the master's condition means that the master's cultivation will become higher and higher. When the master's cultivation is unparalleled in the world, then she is a normal person. And we are crazy. This world will be completely true and false by her. And everything she said may become a reality. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. Butler Rabbit was full of fear about this future. But Ji Changsheng thought about his cooperation with Li Changxi. And it seemed that, perhaps, probably, this future was actually acceptable. After all, he is the great emperor of longevity in the South Pole. Tian Xingjuan personally certified it. It seems that there is no need to pursue the cure of Li Changxi blindly. Maybe helping Li Changxi to improve her cultivation is also an option. Ji Changsheng's eyes flickered, as if thinking about something. 1 minute later, Butler Rabbit took Ji Changsheng to push open the door of a palace. The master has given you the authority. You can transform this palace into whatever you want. And you can also start practicing in the illusion. In addition, without your consent, the master and I cannot enter this palace. Nor can we know what is happening inside. Ji Changsheng once again discovered the benefits of mental patience. Generosity. It is difficult for a normal master to be so generous to a new inner disciple. Thank you for the reward, Master. And thank you for the guidance of General Manager Rabbit. General Manager Rabbit looked at Ji Changsheng again, nodded, and reminded, for cultivation, you can ask the leaders of other branches or senior brothers. Don't listen to the master. I don't want to build a new tomb in the Moon Palace. As General Manager Rabbit finished speaking, a gust of cold wind blew, and the roar of the resentful souls faintly came from the wind, which made Ji Changsheng shudder instantly. What's going on? Is there really a grave here? Before Ji Changsheng asked, the figure of Rabbit General Manager had disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, outside the Moon Palace, gray fog began to cover everything. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Ji Changsheng did not dare to investigate at all. He immediately entered his palace, closed the palace door, and completely isolated all ominous things from outside. Afterwards, he took out a black card the size of a personal business card given to him by Li Changxi. According to Li Changxi, refining this black card can open the illusion for cultivation. Ji Changsheng did not expect that this world realized the metaverse earlier than Blue Star. Li Changxi said that there would be surprises in refining the black card. And Ji Changsheng chose to believe the mental patient. After a while, Ji Changsheng successfully refined the black card, and then probed his consciousness into the black card. The next moment, he found a magnificent and spectacular gate with dragons and phoenixes in front of him. Ji Changsheng opened the door and found himself in midair. On the ground below, an endless tide of monsters was attacking the city, and someone was fighting bloody battles on the top of the city. When sensing Ji Changsheng's appearance, a white-browed tiger with wings on its back flew directly into the air, with blood in its mouth, trying to swallow Ji Changsheng in one gulp. Ji Changsheng was shocked. This illusion was a bit too realistic. But illusions are illusions after all. And Ji Changsheng was not panicked. When he was in the demon sect, he had successfully condensed the blood evil energy and entered the chi refining stage. With the help of the disciples of the demon sect who slaughtered his town, he gathered the blood evil energy into a blade and practiced the blood knife. As long as the blood evil energy is enough, the blood knife can continue to upgrade. And there is no upper limit in theory. But after coming to Xuandu Temple, Ji Changsheng did not dare to use it at all. In the illusion, there is naturally no such restraint. Although the flying tiger in front of him surprised him a little, Ji Changsheng's hands were filled with blood and energy, and he gathered the energy into a blade and swung it directly at the white-browed tiger with wings and hanging eyes. The next moment, the white-browed tiger with wings and hanging eyes fell from the air. When it fell to the ground, only the tiger's skin was left. At the same time, the blood knife in Ji Changsheng's hand became more condensed, and the bloody aura surrounding his body became thicker. Ji Changsheng was not happy because he found that he had poked a hornet's nest. He was surrounded by a tide of monsters. Most of these monsters could actually fly. And Ji Changsheng looked around and saw that there were endless monsters and bloody aura all around. It was simply a holy place for practicing the magic sex skills. It's a pity that this is just an illusion. I was wrong. But fortunately, this is just an illusion. But no matter whether it is a magic skill or a righteous skill, it is a good skill if it can be chivalrous. There were illusions on both sides. And Ji Changsheng chose to continue practicing and hone his skills in killing enemies. Bloody shadows. Sword energy soared into the sky, with the bloody energy as a guide. Ji Changsheng's breath was rapidly getting stronger. The magic skills were originally fast-paced in the early stages. In the nourishment of endless evil energy, Ji Changsheng's strength was simply advancing by leaps and bounds. 3 hours later, Ji Changsheng looked at the strange vision of the blood river sweeping across the ground after his blood knife swung, and then looked at the corpses and bloodless monster skeletons. And the whole person was a little numb. The blood river vision represented that at least tens of thousands of lives were slaughtered. If this was not an illusion, he would be killed on the spot when he returned to Xuandu Temple with this blood river vision. Fortunately, at this time, the monster tide had been killed by him, and Ji Changsheng was too lazy to stay in the illusion and decisively ended this illusion practice. Then, Ji Changsheng returned to reality, and his body began to gradually stiffen, because the bloody evil spirit in his body was running wild. With a wave of his hand, the blood river rolled back. Fuck. Can the strength cultivated in the illusion be brought out? Wait. How come the merits have increased? Saving people in the illusion is meritorious. Ji Changsheng was surprised and happy. What kind of illusion is this? Li Changshi, this psychopath, is very wrong. And his progress in magic cultivation is far greater than the progress in the cultivation of Xuandu Temple skills. No. I have to quickly practice the core skill of the Yaoguang lineage. Yaoguang Luohuan. Taught by Li Changshi. Chapter 7 High EQ and Low EQ. The next day, early morning, Ji Changsheng was still practicing. At this time, he had successfully mastered the core practice of the Yaoguang lineage. Yaoguang Luohuan. A bright light flashed across the sound transmission node. Chasheng. Come to the Sutra Transmission Hall. An elder will give us the first lesson for the inner disciples. Ji Changsheng opened his eyes and listened to the familiar voice. Very confused. This was Li Dalian's voice. But his chief nephew didn't have any talent for cultivation. Yesterday, he didn't draw any merit in the Qi induction array. How did he become an inner disciple? Ji Changsheng thought his nephew had returned to the Li family. With this doubt in mind, Ji Changsheng quickly tidied up his clothes and rushed to the Sutra Transmission Hall. As soon as he arrived at the door of the Sutra Transmission Hall, Ji Changsheng saw Li Dalian greeting him. Chasheng. Here. Ji Changsheng walked to Li Dalian and asked his doubts. Did you activate the Qi of merit yesterday? Li Dalian shook his head. No. Ji Changsheng became more and more confused. Do you have any hidden physique or spiritual roots? Li Dalian continued to shake his head. You know my talent for cultivation. It can be said to be very bad. Then how did you enter the inner gate? Li Dalian explained. I am different from you. You entered the inner gate through orthodox assessments. I am a special student and have a special field of expertise. Ji Changsheng stood in awe. What are you good at? Li Dalian said seriously. I am good at reincarnation. Ji Changsheng. Yes. Li Changshi is Li Dalian's aunt. Ji Changsheng was suddenly very moved. Li Dalian could obviously enter Xuandu Temple directly, but he was still willing to accompany them to go through the motions. He really is. I cried to death. While being touched by his good nephew's approachability, Ji Changsheng also discovered one thing. He and Li Dalian became the target of everyone's attention. He was very used to this. After all, he couldn't keep a low profile with his face. But the eyes looking at Li Dalian were not much less than his. This made him a little strange. Why are they looking at us like this? Ji Changsheng asked. Li Dalian guessed. It should be because we are both handsome. The female disciples are in love with us, and the male disciples feel inferior. Puff. A female disciple next to him laughed out loud. When she found Ji Changsheng looking at her, she immediately explained, Uncle Ji, don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at Li Dalian. Ji Changsheng didn't take it seriously. He just asked, do you know me? The female disciple nodded and said, of course. You are the first in our inner disciple assessment. And Li Dalian is the last in this inner disciple assessment. So if you two walk together, it will attract more attention from others. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. No wonder others looked at him, and Li Dalian with strange eyes. The first and the last walking together are indeed a very eye-catching combination. Theoretically, it doesn't fit his identity as an undercover of the Tianma sect. But thinking of the field that Li Daoyan is good at, Ji Changsheng stood firmly in place. It doesn't matter whether he is from the Li family or not. The main thing is that he really treats Li Daoyan as his nephew. Ing Hongye. What do you mean? Li Daoyan was very dissatisfied. Ing Hongye directly used his magic power to condense a water mirror in front of Li Daoyan. And the meaning was self-evident. Ji Changsheng saw it. You know each other. Ing Hongye took the initiative to explain. He is from the Li family. And I am from the Ing family. So we know each other. But we are not familiar with each other. My mother does not allow me to play with idiots. You? Before Li Daoyan got angry, the door of the Sutra Hall opened. And the voice of the Sutra elder came from inside the door. Come in. Everyone immediately muted and walked into the Sutra Hall. After Ji Changsheng entered the Sutra Hall, the first thing he saw was a middle-aged beautiful woman. But what attracted Ji Changsheng was not the charm of this beautiful woman, but her empty right arm. This is a one-armed female cultivator. Ji Changsheng did not dare to look at it more, so as not to offend the other party's taboo. He then lowered his eyebrows and looked at the cushions placed in the Sutra Hall. He realized that this was prepared for them. So he found a cushion and sat down. After he chose the cushion, Li Daoyan and Ing Hongye sat on his left and right. Ji Changsheng thought of what Ing Hongye said about her surname being Ing and Li Daoyan being Li. They knew each other since childhood. It was estimated that both of them should be from a great family of cultivators. And the Li and Ing families should be famous in the world. But it was a pity that he had never heard of them. Looking at the two people like this, they both wanted to make friends with him. He wanted to hug Li Changqi's thighs. And Li Daoyan and Ing Hongye wanted to hug his thighs if nothing unexpected happened. It made sense. As a leg-hugging expert, Ji Changsheng naturally did not refuse others to get close to him. After Ing Hongye sat down, he whispered to Ji Changsheng. The elder who preached the scriptures was once the leader of the Yanxia vein of the previous generation. 20 years ago, he met with Yu Laoma Daozuo of the Tianma sect, but was defeated by Yu Laoma. Yu Laoma used the crushing technique to cut off one of his arms from the concept. Unless he was promoted to the true fairyland, he could never recover. Since then, she has resigned as the leader of the Yanxia vein and became the elder who preached the scriptures. What she hates most is that others look at her broken arm. Senior brother Ji, you must pay attention. Ji Changsheng's heart trembled. The Yanxiao lineage is one of the 8 lines of Xuandu. The last generation of the Yanxiao lineage master seems to be older than Li Changqi. One arm was cut off by Yu Laomo. The leader of the Tianma sect is indeed a demon with raging demonic flames. Ji Changsheng is under a lot of pressure. At the same time, Ji Changsheng felt the eyes of the elder who preached the scriptures fell on him. And he couldn't help but be more dignified. Are you Ji Changsheng? The voice of the elder who preached the scripture sounded. And everyone looked at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng stood up, performed the disciple salute first, and then replied respectfully, Disciple Ji Changsheng. A smile appeared on the face of the elder who preached the scriptures. I heard that you are the first in this year's inner disciple assessment. Not bad. If you don't understand anything, you can come to ask me privately in the future. After that, a jade talisman surrounded by smoke and haze appeared in front of Ji Changsheng. This is my token. With this, you can go freely in the Sutra Hall and Yanxia Peak. Ji Changsheng was startled. Then thank you, elder. He guessed that the Sutra elder had already known about his report on Yu Laomo's illegitimate child. So he treated him differently. Sure enough, after he accepted the jade talisman, the voice of the Sutra elder also rang in his ears. Little guy, don't think too much. Yu Laomo and I have a broken arm grudge. I know about your affairs, but I have made a heavenly oath that I will not spread this matter. Ji Changsheng saluted the Sutra elder again, and then sat down in the envious eyes of everyone. The Sutra elder did not chat with Ji Changsheng privately again, and said loudly, You don't have to envy Ji Changsheng. The first place will always have special treatment. If you win the first place in the next inner door competition, it will naturally be your good fortune. Others hurriedly agreed. No matter what they thought, only fools would not be convinced in front of the elder who preached the scriptures. The elder who preached the scriptures naturally knew that others would not be convinced, and continued, although Ji Changsheng ranked first in this inner sect assessment, he has joined the Yogwang lineage, and it is highly likely that he will not be able to continue to win the inner sect disciple competition next time. Moreover, Since he has joined the Yogwang lineage, his life will naturally be short. There are not many disciples in Xuandu Temple. I hope everyone can support each other instead of being jealous of a dying person. Ji Changsheng? What's the situation? Why did I join the Yogwang lineage? And my life will be short? And why can't I win the intersect disciple competition next time? What do you mean? Before he could figure it out, he saw that the eyes of others looking at him were full of sympathy. Even Li Daoyan and Ying Hongya looked at him with some pity. It seemed that they all agreed with the words of the elder who preached the scriptures. Ji Changsheng was a little panicked and took the initiative to ask, "Disciple, I dare to ask what the elder means by this." The elder who passed on the scriptures looked at him with pity. Ji Changsheng, you are very talented. I was very optimistic about you. But you joined the Yogwang lineage. Yogwang. Alas, everyone knows that the Yogwang lineage is the shame of Xuandu. If Li Changxi can't recruit disciples, the Yogwang lineage will be expelled from Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng was a little dazed. This is different from what Li Changxi said. Master said that among the 8 lines of Xuandu, Yogwang is the first. After Ji Changsheng finished speaking, many people laughed out loud and looked at Ji Changsheng with more sympathy. The elder who passed on the scriptures considered, "You should listen to your master's words selectively. She speaks a little unreliable. In front of all the disciples, she didn't make her words too clear, and still saved face for Li Changxi." But seeing Ji Changsheng so absent-minded, the elder who preached the scriptures couldn't bear it. "Since you have entered the inner sect of Xuandu Temple, cultivation is naturally the first priority, in order to prevent everyone from going astray. Today I will talk to you about the way of cultivation, which also contains the reasons for the decline of the Yogwang lineage. The orthodox way of cultivation is extremely important. There is a saying in Ingwa that a tall building rises from the ground, and every brick and tile is the foundation." Ji Changsheng's heart moved, and he looked at Ying Hongya beside him. Ingwa? It was the first time he heard of this country. Sure enough, he had to quickly deepen his understanding of this world. But at this time, the way of cultivation described by the elder who preached the scriptures was the most important. Since you have entered Xuandu Temple, the 8 veins of Xuandu have their own inheritance, and you will definitely not lack cultivation methods. But the biggest difference between our Xuandu Temple and other immortal sects is that we have shortcuts in Xuandu Temple. We can quickly improve our realm by taking shortcuts. Ji Changsheng immediately thought of 2 words, merit. He guessed right. The elder who preached the scriptures did not hide it, and continued, "Everyone knows that Xuandu Temple is the sect that attaches the most importance to merit. In our Xuandu Temple, the person who ranks first in merit will be more respected than the one who ranks first in strength. And merit has infinite uses. It can protect us from the invasion of extraterritorial demons, increase our chances of winning by 30% or even 50% when we cross the heavenly tribulation, and make our Tao heart clear and move forward courageously. Merit also has a very important role. When we reach the threshold of cultivation and need to break through the realm, we consume a certain amount of merit and use the special secret method of our Xuandu Temple to break through the realm directly." Ji Changsheng was surprised and delighted. There is such a good thing? Yes. No wonder he was promoted to the foundation building stage directly in the qi-inducing formation. He has a golden lotus of merit. So as long as he earns more merit, he has the hope of reaching the nascent soul in 1 year, the Mahayana in 3 years, and the ascension in 5 years. Yu Lao Imo is nothing. Give me 5 years. Let alone killing his son. Would he dare to fart about stealing his wife? At this moment, Ji Changsheng was ambitious and saw his bright future. However, the elder who preached the scriptures was obviously going to pour cold water on him, because our Xuandu Temple has this method of doing things at your convenience. Those who are not firm in their hearts and minds are used to seeking help from merit once they encounter a threshold in their practice. When these people have taken a shortcut, it will be difficult for them to practice hard again. And they will also lose their indomitable heart of the Tao. And from then on they will become passers-by on the long road, and will no longer achieve anything. Besides, the road is infinite, and merit is limited. Relying on one's own practice, one can practice until the end of time, relying on merit to practice. Once the merit is used up, those who rely on merit will no longer be able to make any progress. Do you understand? The disciples nodded in agreement. Ji Changsheng did not nod. He felt that the elder who preached the scriptures had a narrow mind. Merit is limited? Why don't I believe it? I can get merit by killing monsters in the Moon Palace illusion, as long as the mind does not slip. There are always more solutions than problems. The elder who preached the scriptures noticed that Ji Changsheng did not nod, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "There is another huge disadvantage of using merit to break through the realm. The strength will be obviously weaker than the existence of the same realm. Take the Yoguang lineage leader Li as an example. Li started to practice with merit from breaking through the Jindan realm, and has been the weakest existence of the same level ever since. The disciples she taught before were the same as her. Once they encountered danger, they would die. So to this day, the Yoguang lineage has no successors. You should take this as a lesson and don't go astray." All the disciples still agreed. Ji Changsheng frowned. He was not shocked by what the elder said, but he smelled the fragrance of Li Changxi. Although Li Changxi did not show up in the sutra hall, Ji Changsheng can guarantee that Li Changxi is definitely here. As for why Ji Changsheng could smell the fragrance of Li Changxi and confirm that it was Li Changxi, it was nothing but experience. Isn't it a basic operation for a good man to know a woman by her scent? If you make a mistake, you may be in danger of being chopped by a hatchet. Since Li Changxi is here, he naturally cannot agree with the elder, and he must fight for Li Changxi's reputation. He is the only disciple of the Yoguang lineage, Li Changxi's future Taoist partner, and the only candidate son-in-law of Fairy Linglong. His performance today will be seen by Li Changxi, and it may also be heard by Fairy Linglong, so he must not stab Li Changxi in the back. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng took a deep breath, stood up and said in a deep voice, "I don't agree with what the elder said. Since I have joined the Yoguang lineage, I can't sit idly by and watch others insult my master." The elder who preached the scripture smiled indifferently and said, "It is not an insult to state the facts." Ji Changsheng did not retreat a step and said loudly, "I think the elder's words are biased." The elder who preached the scriptures looked at Ji Changsheng with interest. "What do you mean?" Ji Changsheng felt that another admiring gaze fell on him. It was probably Li Changxi. Very good. This is the opportunity to win Li Changxi's heart, and it must be seized. Disciple dares to ask the elder, "How old is my master this year?" The elder who preached the scriptures was silent for a moment, but finally said, 35. Ji Changsheng was slightly surprised. Li Changxi was younger than he expected. Not many were older than him. When he traveled through time, he was almost 30. Disciple dares to ask the elder again, "How old are the other 7 vain masters this year?" The elder who preached the scriptures was silent for a longer time this time, but finally gave an answer. "The current vain master of the Yinxia vein is the youngest, just over 100 years old." Ji Changsheng laughed, and his laughter was full of worship and admiration for his master. "My master, at the age of 30, has already become one of the 8 vain masters of the most powerful immortal sect in the world, and is on par with the peerless masters who have been famous for more than 100 years. This is clearly the #1 prodigy in Xuandu Temple, and even the #1 prodigy in the world. Where is the shame?" Everyone was silent. Only Ji Changsheng's voice with worship and admiration, with the blessing of a vain master named Li, who did not want to reveal his name, spread throughout Xuandu Temple, and will spread throughout the world later. Li Changxi's clear laughter was heard from the Yoguang lineage, and it lingered for a long time. Chapter 8: A good teacher produces a good student. Well said. Moon Palace. Li Changxi looked at her junior brother, and the more she looked, the happier she became. Although I don't mind the opinions of these mediocre people, I am still pleased that my junior brother can speak up for me. But you and I are the masters of the fairy world, and we can't focus on these mortals. Remember? Don't do this in the future," Li Changxi said. At this time, Ji Changsheng had already left the lecture hall. After returning to the Moon Palace, he saw Li Changxi before he could show his merits. Hearing Li Changxi say this, Ji Changsheng said seriously, "Senior sister, you are a great power who has achieved enlightenment in ancient times. So naturally you don't mind the opinions of these mortals. I have been practicing for a short time, and I can't be like senior sister who is not happy with things or sad with myself. If someone disrespects senior sister again, I will still stand up for her. You can insult me, but you can't insult you. Oh, you? This is unnecessary. Really unnecessary." Li Changxi waved her hands repeatedly. Ji Changsheng was motionless and firm. Experienced men know that when a woman says no, you must listen selectively. If you really can't do it, then you are completely not good enough. Ji Changsheng is very good. Forget it. It's up to you. Li Changxi seemed to see that she couldn't convince her junior brother, so she gave up trying to persuade him easily. True king. It seems that you approve of my way of cultivation? Of course. Ji Chanshan approved too much. It's not all because of Li Changxi's identity and background. He also really thinks that it is amazing that Li Changxi can achieve such an achievement at this age. Let alone the origin of my senior sister. There is no need to care whether the foundation is solid. In terms of the way of cultivation alone, I never think that you have to be perfect in a certain realm. Maybe rapid progress will lead to an unstable foundation. But as long as I advance fast enough, everything will not be a problem. The opponent in the Jindan realm that I couldn't beat in the Jindan realm, I can still kill him in seconds when I am in the Yuaning realm. By the time he seeks revenge on me in the Yuaning realm, I may have already become a god. I think that the reason why senior sister's cultivation method is not because of unstable foundation, but because many people cannot advance quickly. In theory, as long as you can continue to advance quickly, you will always be invincible. Well said. Li Changxi slapped her thigh, and had an urge to practice with Ji Changshan on the spot. This man spoke as if he had specially rehearsed for her, and every word touched her heart, making her happy. The only immortal method in the world is fast. As long as I practice fast enough, the unstable foundation and the weakest among the same level are all clouds. Those who accuse Gongda of being too weak are all wastes, who are not sure of rapid advancement. The 8 disciples I accepted before did not understand my painstaking efforts. Only you, the true king, are worthy of sitting and discussing with me, and can understand my true ambition and talent. Come, the true king, please take a seat. Ji Chanshan took a seat calmly. Although Li Changxi is a mental patient, he really thinks that there is nothing wrong with Li Changxi's words in theory. The only small hidden danger is that Gongda is difficult to deal with. But Ji Chanshan had discovered that illusions can earn merit. Li Changxi must have a way to have such strength at this age. He asked humbly. Li Changxi did not hide it. The core of our Youguang lineage's rapid progress in cultivation is only one merit. Merit! Merit! But unlike the elder who preaches the scriptures, I think merit is easy to accumulate. Please give me some advice. Senior sister. Li Changxi waved her hand and switched from the ethereal mental illness to the mode of worrying about the country and the people. True king. You don't understand. There are too many injustices in this world, and there are countless merits waiting for us to pick up. You go to the mortal world. As long as you can really speak out when you are wronged, you will be full of merits when you return. Unfortunately, only I can do it. Others would rather deceive themselves and close their eyes to praise the peaceful and prosperous times, rather than be chivalrous and pick up merits for nothing. Ji Chanshan blinked. I understand a little bit. There are too many tigers in this world that cannot be beaten. No one else dares to fight. But Li Changxi has a #1 person in the world as her backer. And she is a mental patient. So of course everyone present is rubbish. So Li Changxi bravely Then she survived with the help of Fairy Linglong. Others may not be without warriors, but they lack the support of the #1 person in the world and a mentally ill brain. The truth is probably like this. Ji Chanshan was not disappointed after sorting out the situation, because he felt that he could also follow Li Changxi's path. After all, although the #1 person in the world is not his biological mother, she can be his mother-in-law. Sister, I actually understand, Ji Chanshan said seriously. Li Changxi shook her head. You have just awakened your true spirit, and you don't know enough about this world. You don't know many things. Ji Chanshan sighed deeply and began to worry about the country and the people. After all, I am the great emperor of the South Pole. I have seen countless dynasties rise and fall in the fairy world, so I can naturally understand what you mean. When the dynasty rises, the people suffer. When the dynasty perishes, the people suffer. Li Changxi glanced at Ji Chanshan, then nodded slowly. The true king is worthy of being the true king. Only you and I are in the same realm under the heavens. You are too kind, senior sister. Li Changxi said, No. There are some things that are only useful when I say them to you. My 8 disciples before had too low a comprehension of this world. Only you understand me, and only I understand you. True king. Fortunately you are here. Ji Chanshan felt that his progress in eating gigolos was silently +1. Since you, true king, understand everything, there is no need for me to tell you more about some things. However, you cannot accumulate much merit in Xuandu Temple. Don't go to the Sutra Hall in the future. I will teach you carefully for 3 days. And then you, true king, can go down the mountain to accumulate merit, Li Changxi said. Ji Chanshan, sister, Can't I earn merit in the illusion inside Yogwang Lua 1? Yes, but it's not as fast as going down the mountain. After all, it's an illusion, and there's not as much as in the real world. Sister, I don't understand. Why can't I earn merit in an illusion? Li Changqi said seriously, junior brother. Do you believe it? In fact, it's not just an illusion. It's also a real world. I am the Tying Star Lord. Once I fall, all the worlds I have suppressed will usher in the doomsday disaster. You can get merit by saving the doomsday. Ji Changsheng. I'm just kidding. Junior brother. You don't really believe it. Do you? Ji Changsheng didn't want to talk, because he really believed it a little. If an illusion can both practice and earn merit, then what is the difference between an illusion and the real world? From what the elder who preached the scriptures and others said, it was difficult for them to earn merit. So there is definitely no way to earn merit in this illusion. Based on this, could this really be Li Changqi's little private secret? But Li Changqi's mental state is here. Maybe she herself doesn't know it. Ji Changsheng suppressed his doubts in his heart and asked again, Senior sister, am I going down the mountain so easily? Li Changqi nodded, as a matter of course. You and I are both powerful in the fairy world. These instructions and learning in Xuandu Temple are actually meaningless. It is the kingly way to seize the time to do chivalrous deeds and accumulate merits. Ji Changsheng was completely speechless. He knew how the 8 senior brothers before him were gone. Li Changqi's way of teaching disciples is mainly a free-range plus death. Except for him, the reincarnation of the South Pole Changsheng Emperor. Ordinary people really can't stand it. Li Changqi is a man of action. She said she would guide Ji Changsheng to practice for 3 days. And she really started to guide him. Her efficiency is very high. True king. Your realm in the early stage of foundation building is not stable yet. After Li Changqi finished speaking, she continued, but it's okay. As long as you advance to the middle stage of foundation building. It doesn't matter whether the foundation in the early stage of foundation building is stable or not. Ji Changsheng. Senior sister. What you said makes sense. The 8 senior brothers died unjustly. He can see that Li Changqi's practice method focuses on moving forward courageously. With your background, true king, you don't have to care about the stability of your foundation. Just break through. Ji Changsheng was a little embarrassed. Senior sister. I just advanced to the foundation building stage for 1 day. Li Changqi waved her hand. You and I are both at the level of Dalyu in real life. And the practice in the illusion is just for show. Do you really have to start all over again? True king. I will help you practice. Ji Changsheng soon saw Li Changqi's practice method. She took out a bag of spirit stones. All of them were top grade. This bag of top grade spirit stones, if left outside, could easily be a casual cultivator's lifetime income. Under Ji Changsheng's gaze, Li Changqi directly broke all the top grade spirit stones into broken mist, covering Ji Changsheng. Then Ji Changsheng heard Li Changqi say, You are the first in this year's inner disciple assessment. And your monthly allowance is 10 top-grade spirit stones. However, there are only you and me in the Yabhuang lineage now. And you can use the spiritual energy of the entire Yabhuang illusion at will, with a geographical advantage and spiritual energy for breakthrough. The rest depends on merit. Junior brother, you haven't used up all the merit you accumulated before. Ji Changsheng couldn't deny it. It is true that it has not been used up. When in the qi-inducing formation, Ji Changsheng was obviously able to continue to break through. But the master of the temple was worried that he would break through rashly and his foundation would be unstable. So he forcibly took him out of the qi-inducing formation. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng is now a disciple of Li Changqi. Li Changqi is not worried about the foundation at all. Use it. Li Changqi said decisively. Goodness is something that will not be used up until the old one goes away and the new one comes. There is no need to hide it. Junior brother. Use your flying speed of practice to shock these mediocre people in Xuandu Temple. Facing Li Changqi's gaze, Ji Changsheng found it difficult to refuse. Once you have created a character, you have to bite the bullet and continue to act. Otherwise, once the character collapses, he will not be able to bear the consequences of the backlash. To deal with a mental illness like Li Changqi, he must make Li Changqi believe that he is really the reincarnation of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. So Ji Changsheng gritted his teeth, became ruthless, and said to himself in his heart, Give me some merit. Ji Changsheng released his suppression of the merit energy. But when the merit energy went out of control, something unexpected happened to Ji Changsheng. The blood evil energy also went out of control instantly. Then, The blood river phenomenon swept across the Moon Palace. Ji Changsheng was stunned instantly. Fuck. How to make up for this? Before, Bing Zipping was killed by Li Changxi just because he condensed the blood evil energy. This is no longer a problem of blood evil energy. He directly gathered the energy into a river, and the blood river rolled back. Ji Changsheng never expected that his undercover identity would be exposed at this time. What to do? Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changxi. Then his heart moved. Li Changxi seemed to have only doubts in her eyes. Huh? The blood river is rolling back. Li Changxi was indeed a little confused. The bloody evil energy condensed into a river, which means that junior brother has killed at least tens of thousands of lives. Oh, that's right. Junior brother is the longevity emperor of the South Pole after all, who controls life and death, rewards and punishes good and evil, slays demons and monsters, commands thunder, and has countless resentful souls under his command. Which makes sense. Li Changxi's logical loop successfully convinced herself. Then he said, Junior brother, don't panic. You are the great emperor of the South Pole. So you are born with endless blood debts. This is normal. Ji Changsheng, senior sister, you are really sharp-eyed and can see through everything. If it were someone else in the temple, they would probably misunderstand me as an undercover agent of the demon cult. Li Changxi laughed. Junior brother, you are really a joker. But those mediocre people do lack vision and may misunderstand. Forget it. Let's not talk about them. Junior brother, hurry up and break through. Ji Changsheng saw that Li Changxi suppressed her blood river vision in the Moon Palace and had successfully convinced herself, and finally put his mind at ease and began to concentrate on breaking through. Then he realized that using merit to brush the realm is really a supreme weapon. He noticed the threshold of the middle stage of foundation building. Normally, this threshold should be difficult to cross, like a tight door that cannot be pushed open even with all your strength. But for him, it was like a thin film. He just poked forward with a little force. The next moment, he had already advanced to the middle stage of foundation building. The blood river vision and the aura of merit were finally controlled by him again, which made Ji Changsheng breathe a sigh of relief. Li Changxi was very calm and nodded naturally. My judgment is correct. Junior brother, you and I are quasi-saints at the Daliao level, and breaking through these mundane realms is as easy as eating and drinking. Since you are already in the middle stage of foundation building, junior brother, you should take a rest for a while, and I will help you break through to the late stage of foundation building later. Ji Changsheng's body was a little stiff. Sister, I may not have enough merit. Merit is really useful for realms, but it is also used up really quickly. Ji Changsheng can feel that his merit has not been used up, but it should not be enough for him to break through another small realm. Li Changxi said proudly, Junior brother, merit is a good thing that ordinary people cannot transfer, and can only rely on their own practice. But I am the reincarnation of Tian Star Lord, naturally the leader of Class 2, so I have studied the method of transferring merit. The closer the relationship, the more you can transfer. Since you recognize me as your sister, I will naturally help you practice. Junior brother, you take a rest for a while, then let go of your body. I will help you practice. Ji Changsheng. After a while, in Ji Changsheng's surprised eyes, Li Changxi infused her merit into his body. This is equivalent to the immortal version of passing on power. If Li Changxi herself is not careful, there is a risk of serious injury and backlash. She is really helping Ji Changsheng practice seriously. But Ji Changsheng was not moved at all, only despair, because Li Changxi was concentrating on transmitting merits to help him improve his cultivation. She did not deliberately suppress his blood river vision. Then, the damned skills of the heavenly demon sect, with their own special effects, once again shined brightly. And this time, without Li Changxi's suppression, Ji Changsheng also lost control of his body. The Moon Palace could not cover up the vision of Ji Changsheng. So, the blood river rolled back. The resentful souls howled. The evil spirits soared to the sky. For the first time in 100 years, the Xuandu Temple, the leader of the righteous path, was filled with evil spirits. The Xianhuang Merit Tower, the first treasure of Xuandu Temple, trembled slightly. Countless reclusive elders were startled and looked at the Moon Palace. Blood river phenomenon? Someone is practicing magic in Xuandu Temple. So brave. It seems that the bloody aura came from Yoguang Fantasy. Li Changxi? No. It's impossible. Could it be? Ji Changsheng felt his cultivation level was improving by leaps and bounds. and his scalp was numb. What should I do if the identity of the demon cult undercover is exposed? Waiting online. Very urgent. Chapter 9: The Value of the Thigh. Junior brother. Congratulations. You have been promoted from the early stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building within 1 day. It's a pity that at least half of the merits of transfer will be wasted. Otherwise, I really want to push your cultivation to the Jinden stage in one go. Li Changqi's tone was a little regretful. Ji Changsheng hurriedly said, Senior sister. You don't have to be so polite. I can practice on my own later. But there may be some small troubles now. What troubles? Li Changqi asked. Ji Changsheng spoke carefully. Sister. You also know my origins. Along the way, I can't avoid mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Li Changqi nodded. This is natural. The conferred God War swept the fairy world. The saints personally participated in the wrestling. Countless powerful people from the human race, the demon race, and the witch race all participated in it, competing for 365 god positions. The final winners were 360 true gods, and the 5 strongest emperors. Junior brother is one of the 5 emperors. Junior brother killed all the way to the emperor in such a fierce catastrophe of heaven and earth. It would be strange if there were no mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole was one of the 6 emperors of the heavenly court who was promoted after the conferred God War. Ji Changsheng found that he really liked to communicate with mental patients. Li Changqi's worldview was too complete and her logic was impeccable. If only the master of the temple and other powerful people were also mental patients like Li Changqi. Alas, it's all because they are too normal. Ji Changsheng said helplessly, Sister, you know my origins, so you can trust me. But the other people in Xuandu Temple are mediocre people who have not seen through the illusion after all, and they may not understand my origins. It is rumored that there are other undercovers from the demon sect among this class of disciples. I am very worried that someone will take advantage of this, and may mistake me for an undercover from the demon sect. Li Changqi laughed out loud. How is it possible? Junior brother. You think too much. You must be a good person in Xuandu Temple. Even an idiot would not think that you are an undercover of the heavenly demon sect. Ji Changsheng was a little numb when the blood river phenomenon was exposed just now, so his brain was working a little slowly. Now when he heard Li Changqi say this, Ji Changsheng suddenly reacted. Yes, he was the one who reported the illegitimate son of the leader of the heavenly demon sect. Suspecting that he was an undercover of the heavenly demon sect was equivalent to praising Yu Lao Emo as a saint who sacrificed his son for the collective. This is unreasonable. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. But he did not relax completely. Even with Bing zipping as a token of surrender, his blood river phenomenon might not be easy to cover up. There must be an explanation. Before he could figure out how to quibble, the voice of the temple master came from outside. Changshi, open the gate of the Moon Palace. Ji Changsheng's heart sank. Sure enough, the blood river phenomenon just now must have alarmed the top leaders of Xuandu Temple. He might have to go through a 3-court trial. Li Changqi also reacted quickly. She glanced at Ji Changsheng. Her tone still calm. Junior brother. Don't worry. I'm here. You and I are invincible in the fairy world. Let alone a mere illusion. It won't matter. That's what you said. Ji Changsheng gradually calmed down. It's a blessing. Not a disaster. And it's a disaster that can't be avoided. Fortunately, he did kill Yu Lao Mo's son. He got on Li Changqi's thigh again. The situation is not yet out of control. Don't panic. I have the advantage. Ji Changsheng regained his composure and waited for the upcoming questioning. A moment later, the master of the temple led a group of people into the Moon Palace. Almost everyone's eyes fell on Ji Changsheng at the first moment. Then, it's the late stage of foundation building. Sure enough, Changshi led him astray. The blood evil entered his body, and the blood river rolled back. The blood evil energy just now really came from this boy. Ji Changsheng didn't hide it deliberately. After all, he had been exposed just now, and no one would think that it was Li Changqi who made such a big fuss. So he didn't do anything in vain. The temple master and others naturally saw through Ji Changsheng's background. However, Ji Changsheng's back was straight, like a green bamboo biting a green mountain. His eyes were firm and fearless, without the slightest guilt. The master of the temple also looked at Ji Changsheng deeply, and then slowly said, Tell me, what happened to the blood river just now? Li Changqi said impatiently, My junior brother killed a lot of people. Is there a problem? The master of the temple frowned. Junior brother? Yes. I found that my junior brother is the reincarnation of the Southern Changsheng Emperor of the upper world. So I accepted him as a disciple on behalf of the master and treated him as an equal. Now is the right time to inform you. Ji Changsheng gave Li Changxi a thumbs up in his heart. Apart from anything else, this impatience and domineering fully demonstrated Li Changxi's strength. Ji Changsheng absolutely believed that Li Changxi did not live to this day by relying on the face of Linglong Fairy, but all by relying on her own strength. The expressions of others were hard to describe. The great emperor of the South Pole? Is he another madman? The top beam is not straight. The bottom beam is crooked. Alas, I used to be optimistic about this little guy Ji Changsheng. Who knows if he is really crazy, or just pretending to be crazy? I think he is an undercover sent by the heavenly demon cult. Except for a psychopath, like Li Changxi, who would directly believe that he is the reincarnation of the great emperor of the South Pole. Normal people obviously would not believe it. The master of the temple is a normal person. So he still looked at Ji Changsheng, ignored Li Changxi's words, and continued, Ji Changsheng, do you have any explanation? Ji Changsheng saluted the master of the temple seriously, and then said something shocking, Master, I suggest that the guy who just said that I was sent by the heavenly demon sect to be dragged out and beheaded. Everyone, including the master of the temple, took a breath of cold air. Elder Bai was even more furious. Boy, say it again. Ji Changsheng followed suit. I suggest that this idiot who spread rumors and deceived the public be dragged out and beheaded. Keeping him will only lower the average level of Xuandu Temple. A pig knows that I will never be an undercover of the heavenly demon sect. Elder Bai became more and more angry. Boy, do you know who I am? Ji Changsheng really didn't know. But he remembered the appearance of this guy. With his cultivation speed, it won't take long to kill this guy. From the moment he entered the door, the look in this guy's eyes was full of undisguised murderous intent. Ji Changsheng didn't know how he got mad at this guy. But it didn't matter. Why bother about a dead person? Ji Changsheng just said calmly, he's just an idiot who's worse than a pig or a dog. Everyone took a deep breath again. The master couldn't help but remind him, be careful with your words. This is Elder Bai. The master emphasized the word Bai on purpose. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng was an ordinary child, and had never heard of this guy. So Ji Changsheng didn't care at all. It doesn't matter if he's Elder Bai or Elder He. An idiot is an idiot. No matter how mentally ill Li Changxi was. Her strength was there. And this guy was obviously looking for trouble with him. So Ji Changsheng is not afraid at all. The more guilty he is, the more he has to be tough to the end. Master, he doesn't even dare to say that about the Bai family. This little guy is really brave. Elder Bai laughed in anger. Good boy. I'll let you know how powerful I am. Before he finished speaking, Elder Bai had already taken action. Then, a flash of moonlight passed by. Blood drifted away. Elder Bai's head instantly appeared at Ji Changsheng's feet. Li Changxi slowly retracted her crescent blade, her tone becoming more and more impatient. That's almost enough. My junior brother is one of the 6 emperors of the heavenly court. What are your identities? You are not qualified to interrogate him. Get out of here. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Is this the gold content of the thigh? Love it. Ji Changsheng didn't expect Li Changxi to take action suddenly. But this is normal. If the behavior of a mentally ill person is predictable by ordinary people, then mental illness is not mental illness. Ji Changsheng thought that Li Changxi's sudden killing would definitely cause hostility from others. But he keenly discovered that there was a hint of smile in the eyes of the temple master. And he did not hide it at all. Half of the others were gloating. This made Ji Changsheng quickly determine one thing. Xuandu Temple is not so peaceful. This first immortal gate of the righteous way has a deep water. Dying here may be in vain. Just as he expected, for Li Changxi's sudden killing and bad attitude to drive away guests. The temple master just shook his head helplessly and sighed, Changxi, you make it difficult for me to do this. Although your situation is special, and Fairy Linglong gave you immunity from killing. You killed Elder Bai after all. Ji Changsheng's mind was now full of only one sentence. I can't repay your kindness. I can only repay you with my body. Listen to what the master said just now. Fairy Linglong gave Li Changxi immunity from killing. What is a big thigh? This moment is clearly revealed. Ji Changsheng was very moved. As long as he married Li Changxi, maybe even if his undercover identity of the demon sect was exposed, it would be fine. Li Changxi didn't know what Ji Changsheng was thinking. And her dark eyebrows were getting tighter and tighter. So what if I killed someone with the surname Bai? No one in the Bai family is clean. Master, don't pretend. Laugh if you want to. I killed this guy. And you will be the happiest. The master's smile was a little stiff. What truth are you telling? This guy should have died. And you guys are just looking for trouble. Do you really believe that my junior brother is an undercover of the heavenly demon sect? Li Chongqi said disdainfully. You just want to take the opportunity to suppress my junior brother. And it would be best to drive him down from the position of the first inner disciple of this session, so that you can help your people to take over. Am I right? Ji Chansheng blinked. There is such a thing? He thought that these people really came to ask for punishment. It turns out that these people don't actually believe that he is an undercover of the heavenly demon sect. Is he planning to frame someone? The master of the temple couldn't listen anymore. Coughed lightly and explained, Chongqi, be careful with your words. I have always believed in immortality. I just need a passable explanation to convince other disciples in the temple. Li Chongqi sneered. Why should my junior brother explain his actions to others? Even if one day my junior brother goes to a sea of blood. He killed people who deserved to be killed. What is there to investigate? It's nothing more than a struggle for power and profit. There are only 2 of us in the Yodwan lineage now. If anyone touches my junior brother, I will kill his entire family. You? An elder couldn't listen anymore. But Li Chongqi's eyes were full of murderous intent. Mental illness is so amazing. Playing with a mental illness? The master coughed again. Chongqi, the process still needs to be followed. The Bai family will definitely go to the discipline hall to accuse you of killing without reason. During this period of time, you should not go out and stay in the Moon Palace. Li Chongqi was too lazy to pay attention. The master didn't care either. He said a few more words and left with everyone. Ji Chansheng tasted it carefully. The master didn't seem to be aggressive this time. When he was humiliated and left, he was actually quite happy. Junior brother, are you curious about the master's attitude towards me? Li Chongqi guessed Ji Changsheng's doubts. Ji Changsheng thought that Li Chongqi's IQ was sometimes sick and sometimes normal, and he couldn't control it at all. He nodded honestly. Li Chongqi explained, the master is an old silver coin, but he has no ill will towards us. He does not doubt you. He was just here for the sake of formality. The one who really has ill will towards you is the one surnamed Bai. Ji Changsheng's heart moved and asked, I don't know him at all. Li Chongqi glanced at Ji Chansheng, and then realized, don't you know Bai Guanlin? Who is Bai Guanlin? Ji Chansheng heard this name for the first time. Li Chongqi seemed to think of something happy and became happy instantly. Nothing. Just a useless playboy of the Bai family. Before you appeared, Bai Guanlin had already booked the first place in this inner disciple assessment. But you suddenly appeared and stole all his limelight. And more importantly, resources. Ji Chansheng suddenly understood. So that's it. Ji Chansheng doesn't care about the limelight. But he can't give up resources. The reason why he broke through so quickly just now, in addition to relying on merit, is also half because of spiritual stones. And the resources that the first inner disciple can get are twice that of the second. No one dislikes that they have too many resources. The same is true for disciples of cultivation families. What's more, the development of the first and second place is also very different. It seems that I blocked the way of the Bai family. Ji Chansheng said, Senior sister. Is this Bai family very powerful? Li Chongqi said disdainfully. It's not worth mentioning. It's just holding the thigh of my mother. The real strength is far worse than that of the Li family. Don't worry. Ji Chansheng nodded. That's good. Bai family. Bai Guanlin. I remember. Ji Chansheng always thinks that he is a good person who treats others kindly. But he brought a knife. There is good wine when friends come. This Bai family obviously wants to be his enemy. Then he can only show the magic knife. Ji Chansheng lowered his eyes and asked softly, Sister, will you get into trouble if you kill Elder Bai? Li Chongqi said casually, No. I killed someone. And the master will find a reason for him to die. It's just a formality. In a few days, the master will produce evidence that he deserves to be killed. I see. It seems that the rules of Xuandu Temple vary from person to person. Of course, as long as you are strong enough. The rules of heaven are just waste paper. Not to mention the rules and regulations of Xuandu Temple. Li Chongqi said casually, Junior brother. These things are actually quite boring. There is no such thing as the righteous way or the evil way. It's nothing more than the strong being respected. Sister is right. Junior brother. I have learned from you. Ji Changsheng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. And he asked the last question, Sister. Is the relationship between the master and the Bai family not very good? You can see it too. Li Chongqi nodded and said, before the master took the throne. The Bai family voted against it. If it weren't for my mother's arbitrary decision to designate the master to take the throne, the master of Xuandu Temple might be a member of the Bai family now. Ji Chongqing's smile finally appeared on his face. Xuandu Temple is the first immortal gate in this world. The master of Xuandu Temple, in the previous life of Blue Star, has the same status as the president of Eagle Sauce. The Bai family voted against the master in this matter. This kind of hatred, in Ji Chongqing's view, is more serious than the hatred of killing his son. Very good. You can kill. From the performance of the master today, even if he was caught on the spot for attempted murder, the master might help him cover it up. Main peak. The master returned to his territory and laughed out loud. Brother, control yourself. Zhong Hua, the head of the Xinqiu lineage, reminded, if the Bai family knows you are so happy, it will be a lot of trouble. The master of the temple restrained his smile and said in a deep voice, what is the Bai family? If it weren't for senior sister Linglong, I would have destroyed them long ago. Zhong Hua said helplessly, but who let the Bai family be senior sister Linglong's husband's family? With senior sister Linglong around, no one dares to touch the Bai family. That Bai Guanlin is senior sister Linglong's youngest son, and the next generation of heirs that the Bai family strongly supports. With him around, Ji Changsheng will be in danger. Many people will frame Ji Changsheng in order to support Bai Guanlin. Today is just the beginning. The master of the temple also sighed to the sky when he heard this. At this time, Ji Changsheng was sharpening his knife. Target. Bai family. Bai Guanlin. Chapter 10. The truth is not important. Standing in the right line is important. The people in Xuandu Temple don't know Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng is a very insecure person, because he has never been very successful. In his previous life, he established his heart for the world, established his life for the people, inherited the unique knowledge of the past saints, and brought peace to the world. In human terms, he was admitted to the end of the universe. He had just worked for 2 years, because he was good at dealing with things and good looking. He was about to become the son-in-law of the deputy city lord of a city. But he suddenly wore it. Ji Changsheng relied on his super adaptability. In this situation, he did not collapse. He was still trying to think about whether he came to this world to be a son-in-law with a rich woman or to take the imperial examination. As a result, there was another snap. And the heavenly demon sect came. He was captured by the demon sect. Ji Changsheng spent nearly a year killing those enemies and successfully established himself in the heavenly demon sect. Then, he was sent to Xuandu Temple. Although Ji Changsheng is less than 30 years old this year, he has a rich life experience. Life always gives him hope. But soon after he gets hope, it ruins everything for him. In the face of these bloody lessons in the past, it is difficult for Ji Changsheng to feel safe, especially now that he is in danger of being exposed in Xuandu Temple. And his senior sister Li Chongqi has mental problems. And the Bai family has shown hostility towards him. Even if I want to let the Bai family go, the Bai family will not let me go. The life of Bai Guanlin has obviously been arranged by the Bai family. I, an ordinary person with no background, blocked Bai Guanlin's way. The Bai family will definitely try their best to eliminate me and clear the obstacles for Bai Guanlin. So I can only be forced to take the initiative. Ji Changsheng thought his logic was flawless. It was not easy for him to live until today. Whoever wanted to kill him, he had to kill him. So Ji Changsheng quickly entered the execution mode. Killing people in Xuandu Temple was far less convenient than in Tianma sect. After all, Xuandu Temple was a righteous sect. And in most cases, disciples were strictly prohibited from fighting privately in the sect, let alone killing people. But he still decided to do it. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Ji Changsheng refused Li Chongqi's continued guidance and walked out of the Moon Palace. Not long after he went out, Ji Changsheng saw a group of people coming towards him. Li Daoyan and Ying Hongye quickly came to his side. And Li Daoyan whispered, Changsheng, be careful. The one in white is Bai Guanlin. He might come to trouble you. Ying Hongye also said, don't have a head-on conflict with him. Ji Changsheng realized that what happened just now had spread throughout Xuandu Temple. There really is no secret. This is not surprising. Ji Changsheng glanced at Bai Guanlin, who was in the lead, and remembered his figure and appearance deeply. He also remembered the group of people surrounding Bai Guanlin. Unlike Li Daoyan's guess, Bai Guanlin didn't come here to cause trouble. but to apologize. Uncle Master, there were some misunderstandings just now. I was tossing and turning after I found out. So I came to apologize to you. Your merits have been recognized by the Xian Wang Merit Tower. You are definitely not a member of the demon sect. My cousin misunderstood. Bai Guanlin took the initiative to speak. And before Ji Changsheng could speak, Bai Guanlin bowed to the ground, showing his sincerity. Ji Changsheng felt a little nervous. If Bai Guanlin was here to cause trouble for him, he would be more relaxed. He actually came to apologize. A biting dog doesn't bark. This dog must be killed as soon as possible. Otherwise it may become a big deal in the future. Ji Changsheng didn't say anything, but just looked at Bai Guanlin, who was saluting, his eyes gradually becoming serious. At this time, Bai Guanlin's followers all spoke up. Mr. Bai is really too polite. Ji Changsheng. Mr. Bai has apologized. Why don't you accept the apology? Mr. Bai Chong is dead, and Mr. Bai has come to apologize. Alas, the Youguang lineage is really arrogant and domineering. Ji Changsheng looked sarcastic, but felt a little relieved. Very good. If these followers didn't agree, he would be more worried. With these people agreeing, the threat of Bai Guanlin and these followers would be much reduced. A dog that bites people is actually not a big threat. What made Ji Changsheng more relaxed was the voice transmission he heard afterwards. Ji Changsheng, you have offended our Bai family. You will not be able to take a single step in Xuandu Temple in the future. And Li Chengxi will not be able to protect you. At this time, Bai Guanlin looked up and looked at Ji Changsheng. There is a knife in his eyes, a sword in his mouth, and hatred in his heart. Ji Changsheng smiled. After all, he is still too young. He can't really swallow his anger and integrate himself with the play. Let me teach you what a real movie emperor is. In Bai Guanlin's shocked eyes, Ji Changsheng suddenly vomited blood. His face was like gold paper, and the whole person flew backwards. His breath was extremely weak. At the same time, Ji Changsheng's shocked and angry voice spread all around. Bai Guanlin, is this how you apologize? Bai Guanlin was stunned. As the most talented heir of this generation of the Bai family, and most importantly, as the youngest son of Fairy Linglong, Bai Guanlin has been a child of destiny in the clouds since he was a child. Everyone praised him. On the surface, he was impeccable and had everyone under control. This made Bai Guanlin believe that the world revolved around him. But Ji Changsheng taught him a vivid lesson. After living for more than 20 years, Bai Guanlin had never seen such a scene, looking at his hands in a trance. And then at Ji Changsheng, who was staggering and spitting blood. Bai Guanlin finally reacted and was extremely angry. It wasn't me. No one believed it. Even the followers Bai Guanlin brought didn't believe it. Li Daoyan sneered directly. Bai Guanlin, a real man, dare to do but not to take responsibility. It really fits the style of a hypocrite like you. Ing Hongya also sneered. One thing on the surface, another behind the scenes. Bai Guanlin, it's a pity that you don't go down the mountain to act. Bai Guanlin laughed in anger. It really wasn't me. It was Ji Changsheng who pretended. Li Daoyan laughed out loud. Bai Guanlin, do you think I'm stupid? How could Changsheng beat himself? Bai Guanlin, he hated it. The followers looked at each other, and they were speechless in the face of this situation, because they also thought it was Bai Guanlin who did it. If it wasn't Bai Guanlin, then it was the protectors around Bai Guanlin who did it. After all, Bai Guanlin has a special identity, and there must be protectors of the Bai family around him to protect his safety. Ing Hongya thought so too. Seeing that Bai Guanlin was not acting, Ing Hongya frowned and said, Bai Guanlin, you actually let the protectors take action on your behalf to bully the weak. This breaks the rules of Xuandu Temple. Do you want to go to the discipline hall to receive punishment? Bai Guanlin was furious, and felt that he couldn't get clean even if he jumped into the immortal river. He shouted angrily, Ing Hongya, what crazy talk are you talking about? Xuandu Temple does not allow guardians to go up the mountain. This is an iron rule. How could I break the rules? Ing Hongya was half believing and half doubting. Xuandu Temple did not allow disciples to have guardians to stay on the mountain. As the first immortal sect in this world, the spiritual energy of Xuandu Temple is the most concentrated in this world, and the conditions for cultivation are naturally the best. These conveniences are only open to Xuandu Temple's own people, and will never be given to outsiders for nothing. Moreover, the rules of Xuandu Temple have always been that conflicts between people of the same generation should be resolved internally, and Xuandu Temple will never allow the big to bully the small. Ing Hongya had a guardian before, but due to the rules of Xuandu Temple, She joined Xuandu Temple alone. On the surface, Bai Guanlin should be the same. But Bai Guanlin is the youngest son of Fairy Ling Long after all. Can the rules of Xuandu Temple restrain them? Can they restrain Bai Guanlin? Ing Hongye doubted this. The same goes for others. Bai Guanlin sensed this suspicion and became even more furious. You don't believe me? I'm telling the truth. Li Daoyan sneered. You can't judge a person by his appearance. I think you are a hypocrite who deceives the world and steals fame. Fortunately, Chansheng is strong. If it were me, I would have been killed by your sneak attack. Bai Guanlin, who was so angry that he blurted out, Li Daoyan, you are looking for death. Li Daoyan was startled and immediately took out a defensive talisman. Everyone saw that Bai Guanlin was threatening me. If anything happened to me, it must be Bai Guanlin's fault. You? Bai Guanlin's eyes were red. But he forced himself to control his anger. This made Ji Changsheng think a little more highly of him. Young people have never encountered such things. It is normal for them to lose control of their emotions and not handle them well. However, if they can manage their emotions in time, it means that this person has great potential to become an old silver coin. He really can't stay. Bai Guanlin didn't know that Ji Changsheng had deepened his idea of killing him. He took a deep breath and said calmly, forget it. Since everyone has their own opinions, let's report to the discipline hall and ask the discipline elder to preside over justice. Hearing Bai Guanlin say this, Ing Hongye's pupil shrank slightly, and he glanced at Ji Changsheng in the distance, and finally confirmed that Bai Guanlin might really have been tricked this time. Before Li Daoyan could react, he blurted out, everyone knows your origins. Will the discipline hall enforce the law impartially? Ing Hongye raised his leg and kicked Li Daoyan, and whispered, be careful with your words. Li Daoyan curled his lips. That's right. It's obviously Bai Guanlin who did it. Bai Guanlin was too lazy to continue to care about Li Daoyan. He just looked at Ji Changsheng with hatred, and then nodded to a male follower beside him. Go and ask the discipline hall law enforcement elder. Ji Changsheng, with a face as pale as gold paper and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, struggled to walk over from a distance, and then asked Ing Hongye in a voice transmission, whose people are the discipline hall law enforcement elders? Ing Hongye's expression remained unchanged, and he also transmitted in a voice transmission, the master's people. But the discipline hall law enforcement elders have always enforced the law impartially. Ji Changsheng felt a little relieved. He directly ignored Ing Hongye's last sentence. The master's people are fine. Ing Hongye should have seen the truth. But it doesn't matter. The law enforcement elder of the discipline hall could naturally see the truth. But it was not important. What was important was that the master of the temple and the Bai family had an irreconcilable hatred. And he was definitely on the side of the master of the temple. This was not gambling. It was the truth he realized after working at the end of the universe for 2 years in his previous life. Soon, the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall arrived at the scene. On the way here, he already knew what had happened. After arriving at the scene, he looked at Ji Changsheng the first time. Then his eyes twitched. The truth was clear at a glance. Because Ji Changsheng used illusion, he was even reluctant to really hurt himself. With Ji Changsheng's current cultivation level of the late foundation building, it was normal for illusions to deceive the disciples present. But it was impossible to escape the eyes of the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. Seeing the law enforcement elder appear, Bai Guanlin was overjoyed. He took the initiative to salute and quickly said, Elder, please do justice for me. The law enforcement elder looked at Ji Changsheng deeply again. And then his face turned cold. It's just nonsense. Ji Changsheng's face remained unchanged. Bai Guanlin showed joy. As a result, the law enforcement elder's next words immediately made Bai Guanlin feel the darkness and complexity of the real world. I enforce the law impartially, and do not show favoritism. Before I came, someone asked me to let you go. But if I don't punish you lightly and warn you severely, how can I know if you will make a big mistake in the future? Bai Guanlin, from now on, you will retreat and reflect on yourself in the cave for 3 days to set an example. If you commit the same offense again, you will be severely punished. Bai Guanlin was stunned. Elder, I was wronged. The law enforcement elder's face sank, and his tone was unfriendly. How dare you? Ji Changsheng's injuries are clear. Are you questioning me and slandering you? Bai Guanlin was not afraid of the law enforcement elder. After all, he was the youngest son of Fairy Linlong. Even though the law enforcement elder had expressed his opinion, Bai Guanlin just raised his neck and said angrily, I don't accept it. The law enforcement elder didn't waste time talking to him. and directly took Bai Guanlin back to Yanxia Peak with a flick of his sleeves, and sealed him in the cave. Bai Guanlin's followers naturally scattered in disgrace. Li Dalian was beaming. The law enforcement elder is very perceptive and fair. I will give him a banner later. Ing Hongya. She looked at Ji Changsheng in shock, feeling that she had learned a lot. Little master, can you help me solve my doubts? Ji Changsheng said calmly. I understood one thing a long time ago. The truth is not important, but standing in line is important. Chapter 11 Total Annihilation. Xuandu Temple is the first immortal sect in this world, and the sect rules are actually very strict. But Ji Changsheng had a stable job for 2 years in his previous life. 2 years is enough for him to understand and learn a lot of things. Previously, Li Changshi killed the Bai family in front of the master of the temple, and the master was not angry but happy, which made Ji Changsheng understand the master's position. So he naturally stood on the side of the master of the temple. Not to mention, he was the first seat of merit after the master of the temple ascended the throne, and he had a special meaning to the master of the temple. Ji Changsheng expressed his hostility towards the Bai family again. He did not believe that the master of the temple would refuse his approach. Facts have proved that the master of the temple would not refuse. A truly smart person knows everything. Rules are set by people. The master of the temple has the final right of interpretation. The master of the temple hopes that someone will deal with the Bai family. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to be this person. Therefore, the master of the temple will definitely protect Ji Changsheng. This is a tacit understanding of running towards each other. However, this kind of tacit understanding requires a thorough understanding of human relationships and the world, including giving up some principles and bottom lines to understand. Bai Guanlin is still too young, and is not at the same level as Ji Changsheng, who has been working in the system for 2 years. But he is good at reincarnation. So Ji Changsheng still dare not take it lightly. Missing. Before Ji Changsheng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ing Hongya. If you don't mind, just call me Hongya. Ji Changsheng followed suit. Okay. Then you can call me by my name in the future. No need to call me Junior Master. We can talk about our own things. Hongya. I see that you and Bai Guanlin seem to have some problems. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reminded him just now. This time, Ing Hongya didn't need to speak. Li Dalian laughed first. They don't get along with each other. The Ying family and the Bai family have a blood feud. And in this inner disciple assessment, you, Cha Sheng, are the first. Bai Guanlin is the second. And Ing Hongya is the third. It's strange that they can deal with each other. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. It is indeed unlikely that the first and second place can coexist peacefully. But it is also difficult for the third and second place. And the third place must want to kill the second place. Very good. Talents can be used. I want to trouble Hongya for something. Ing Hongya said straightforwardly. You said? I will do it within my ability. Can Hongya give me a list of the people who came with Bai Guanlin just now? Ing Hongya asked curiously. This is not difficult. What do you want this for? Ji Changsheng smiled innocently. See if we can turn enemies into friends with them. Today, these people and Bai Guanlin lost face together. Who knows if there are any people who hold a grudge against him? In the world of immortal cultivation, every step is thrilling. And Ji Changsheng dare not have the slightest fluke mentality. Therefore, this group of people are also on his elimination list. Only the dead can really make him feel at ease. Ing Hongya naturally didn't know that Ji Changsheng had now come up with the idea of killing people to silence them. She just reminded him, those people are not difficult to deal with. Most of them are outer disciples. And only 4 are inner disciples. Their cultivation has just been established. Most of them are from families down the mountain, who have been attached to the Bai family, and came to the mountain to hug Bai Guanlin's thighs. It is difficult for you to make friends with these people. Cha Sheng, you must be aware of this. Don't expect them to have any good attitude towards you. The contradictions between you and them are basically unresolvable. Ji Changsheng nodded. Okay. One more reason to kill him. Ji Changsheng was right about Ing Hongya. Although they were both from big families, Li Dalian was obviously a waste of money, while Ing Hongya was a real elite from aristocratic families with strong mobility. Half an hour later, Ji Changsheng got the list, and even noted the lineages to which these people belonged and the families behind them. After reading the list, Ji Changsheng thanked Ing Hongya seriously. Hongya, I owe you a favor. Ing Hongya chuckled and said, it's just a little effort. Do you need me to contact them for you? They still have to give me face. I should be able to call them together, and let them have fun with you in public. Ji Changsheng shook his head. No. That would be too much trouble for you. I'll do it myself. Okay. Ing Hongya didn't want to interfere. If there is nothing else, I will go to practice first. Okay. After Ing Hongya left, Ji Changsheng took out a sound transmission talisman and played with it in his hand. This is not his sound transmission talisman. It is Bai Guanlin's. Bai Guanlin is on the orthodox path of cultivation, and has just stabilized his realm in the early stage of foundation building. And Ji Changsheng has already raised his cultivation to the late stage of foundation building by brushing merit. Although at a one-on-one PK, if Bai Guanlin has any trump cards, Ji Changsheng may not be his opponent. But that is only a life and death battle. In other aspects, the higher realm directly crushes. For example, illusion and some small tricks. Before, when Bai Guanlin was not paying attention, Ji Changsheng secretly replaced his sound transmission talisman. And now, Bai Guanlin's sound transmission talisman is blank. The sound transmission talisman in this world is a bit like the WeChat account of Blue Star, which can have a fixed contact. Ji Changsheng opened Bai Guanlin's sound transmission talisman and took a look. The people on Ing Hongya's list were basically in the sound transmission talisman. Then Ji Changsheng took out a jade talisman with mist and haze. This was a token given to him by the elder who transmitted the scriptures. With this token, he could travel freely in the Sutra Transmission Hall and Yinxia Peak. Bai Guanlin was a disciple of Yinxia Peak. Not only Bai Guanlin, but Li Daoyan was also a disciple of Yinxia Peak. And even most of the people in this sound transmission talisman were from Yinxia Peak. Is Yinxia Peak the private territory of the children of the aristocratic families? Ji Changsheng had some guesses, but he didn't go into it. This didn't affect his plan. Just as Ji Changsheng was playing with the token given to him by the elder who transmitted the scriptures, a light suddenly flashed on his body. A smile appeared on Ji Changsheng's face. Very good. Bai Guanlin has come down the mountain, so I have to start to act. As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, he had turned into Bai Guanlin. Yabwang Luohuan, according to legend, can make Daoyuo indulge in illusion without knowing it when cultivated to the extreme. Li Chengxi is bragging a lot, but the illusion of Yabwang is indeed the best in the world. Of course, Ji Changsheng's current illusion can't be hidden from those top masters, but Ji Changsheng doesn't need to deal with him. His target is Bai Guanlin's group of followers. First hit the fly, then the tiger. 10 minutes ago, Bai Guanlin's room. Bai Guanlin looked at the note in front of him and got tangled. What happened today had already made him furious. But Bai Guanlin didn't expect that when he returned to the room, he found a sudden turn of events. He found a small note on his body. The content on the note made him hesitate. I am a disciple of the Tianma cult undercover in Xuandu Temple. I want to turn from darkness to light. But I am worried that Xuandu Temple will not tolerate me. If Mr. Bai is willing to give me shelter, I can help Mr. Bai frame Ji Changsheng as an undercover of the Tianma cult. And I have evidence of the secret collusion between the temple master and the Tianma cult's high-level officials. If Mr. Bai is sincere, he can go down the mountain to Qi Feng for a chat. Tonight at midnight. No more waiting. Remember? Come alone. Otherwise I will never show up. Bai Guanlin was half believing and half doubting the content of the note. He knew that there must be an undercover of the Tianma cult in Xuandu Temple. But he was not sure whether this note was put there by the other party. And he was now being punished for confinement. Once someone found him at the foot of the mountain, the punishment would definitely be doubled. But thinking of this, Bai Guanlin suddenly became ruthless. Shit, confinement. He was wronged. Can this shitty sect rule really restrict him? If it was really a message sent to him by an undercover agent of the Heavenly Demon sect, there would be no more shops after this village. And if it was true, the Bai family could take a huge initiative, and even have the hope of overthrowing the temple master. Not to mention that annoying Ji Changsheng. Even if it was fake, he had protectors at the foot of the mountain, and he was safe. Bai Guanlin finally made a decision. Go down the mountain. 5 minutes after Bai Guanlin walked out of the room, Bai Guanlin returned to the room again. Then, he activated the sound transmission note and sent a message to the group of followers, asking them to gather at Bai Guanlin's residence. It's too troublesome to go to your house one by one. It's better to kill them all together. After Ji Changsheng sent the message, someone quickly replied, Brother Bai, aren't you in solitary confinement? It's against the sect rules for us to go to your place. Ji Changsheng recalled Bai Guanlin's voice, and then said, What are the sect rules? Can they bind me? Although Ji Changsheng didn't know the relationship between Bai Guanlin and Linglong Fairy, he knew that the Bai family's status in Xuandu Temple must be good because they dared to be enemies with the master of the temple. It was almost the same as he thought. After he replied, no one questioned it, and the followers immediately set out to gather here. As for why he could imitate Bai Guanlin's voice so vividly, it was not difficult to do this based on magic power and some small tricks. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Changsheng had seen all the extras who appeared during the day. It can be seen that this group of people are really following Bai Guanlin wholeheartedly. As soon as Bai Guanlin called, this group of people didn't even care about breaking the sect rules and came here. Ji Changsheng reevaluated the threat of the Bai family. It seems to be stronger than he expected. The more so, Bai Guanlin and this group of people can't stay. After all, it was impossible for him to give up his position to Bai Guanlin. Not to mention that he had offended Bai Guanlin to death. Brother Bai, how did you break the restrictions set by the elder of the precepts? The one who took the initiative to speak was a female disciple. The eyes looking at Bai Guanlin were full of affection. Ji Changsheng thought of the information of this woman. Tu Xiujiao. According to the information marked by Ying Hongye, the Tu family at the foot of the mountain is a vassal family of the Bai family. Tu Xiaojiao grew up with Bai Guanlin since childhood, and they can be called childhood sweethearts. The two have already made an engagement. After Bai Guanlin's real wedding, Tu Xiujiao will marry into the Bai family and become Bai Guanlin's concubine. Yes, concubine. The second generation of immortals is so awesome. Immortal path, marriage, magic weapon, promotion route, many things have been arranged after Bai Guanlin was born. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng's heart was even more murderous. He is definitely an accident in Bai Guanlin's life. The Bai family will not allow such an accident to happen. So, he can only let the Bai family have an accident first. Ji Changsheng answered casually, I naturally have the magic weapon given by the family. Brother Bai is really amazing. Tu Xiujiao's eyes were full of admiration and worship. And then her tone turned to disgust. It's all Ji Changsheng's fault. He dared to set up a trap to frame you. He deserves to die. Brother Bai, don't worry. Ji Changsheng will not stay on the mountain all the time. When Ji Changsheng comes down the mountain, I will let the family's worshipper kill him. Ji Changsheng looked at Tu Xiujiao deeply and remembered the Tu family. Then he nodded slowly. This time, we called everyone here to discuss Ji Changsheng's affairs. This guy is very scheming. And he has Li Changqi and the temple master behind him. Now he dares to set a trap to frame me. In a few years, I don't know what he can do. We must strike first. Brother Bai, don't worry. It's not easy to do it on the mountain. Once we get off the mountain, Ji Changsheng can't make any waves. That's right. There are rules on the mountain. At most, we can only wipe out Ji Changsheng's face, but can't damage his foundation. Brother Bai, I suggest you ask the elders to issue some tasks after going down the mountain. As long as Ji Changsheng goes down the mountain, he can only surrender. That's right. We don't even have to do it ourselves. Give the Assassins League an order. And those assassins who don't care about their lives will naturally help us get it done. Things that can be solved with spirit stones don't need us to do it ourselves. The followers started to make plans, which frightened Ji Changsheng. These guys all seemed to have backgrounds. Some were rich, and they had many ways to deal with ordinary people like him. Fortunately, these people were still young, and the deterrent power of Xuandu Temple was strong enough. Due to the rules of Xuandu Temple, they didn't dare to do anything to him on the mountain. And they were all thinking about how to deal with him after they got off the mountain. So he absolutely couldn't let these people go down the mountain. The foot of the mountain was their home ground. And the mountain was his home ground. Although killing people in Xuandu Temple was very risky. But the murderer was Bai Guanlin. And the murder place was Bai Guanlin's cave. What did it have to do with him? Ji Changsheng? Ji Changsheng showed a warm smile on his face, and took the initiative to greet. Everyone sit down first. I prepared some spiritual fruits and spiritual wine for you. We will eat and chat. Thank you. Senior brother by XN. No one was surprised. The highest level of this group of people is in the early stage of foundation building. Some people have not yet built their foundation and cannot see through Ji Changsheng's illusion. Bai Guanlin is not a stingy person. It is normal for them to eat and drink when they come to Bai Guanlin's home. A good leader must not be stingy to his younger brothers, and must not be short of small favors. Bai Guanlin has this level. Ji Changsheng is even better. It is basic for Ji Changsheng to say one thing to one person and another thing to another. Ji Changsheng can even deal with a mental patient like Li Chongxi, let alone this group of younger brothers. As for the spiritual fruits and spiritual wines that he invited these guys to eat, they were all searched out by Ji Changsheng from Bai Guanlin's cave. Although he had come to another world, Ji Changsheng still resolutely implemented the leadership of the organization, taking from the people and using it for the people. This is called not forgetting the original intention, so as to achieve the end. He chatted and laughed with these guys for about a quarter of an hour, and confirmed with his own eyes that these guys had all drunk the spirit wine he carefully prepared, and the effect of the medicine should have dissipated. So Ji Changsheng stopped performing. His time estimation was very accurate. Huh? The purity of the spirit wine I drank today is a bit high. I feel a bit dizzy. Me too. I feel a bit sleepy. Brother Bai, did you take the precious spirit wine offered by the family? It feels different from the spirit wine I drank before. Ji Changsheng's smile was as kind as ever. Junior sister too is right. This is a treasure offered by our Bai family. The spiritual energy contained in it is much purer than the previous spirit wine, and it is very easy to be digested by the body. If you feel sleepy, don't resist it. When you wake up, your cultivation should be improved by a small realm. Thank you, Brother Bai. Brother Bai is really great. Brother Bai. Then I'm sorry to bother you. I can't hold on any longer. I'll sleep for a while. In a moment, these people all fell on the table. Before going to bed, they didn't forget to thank Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng's smile was still very kind. With a wave of his hand, a few bloodlights flashed. They slept peacefully. They never woke up again. Chapter 12. The Black-Clothed Man at the Moment of Life and Death. After confirming that these people were completely dead, Ji Changsheng did not go to pick up the bodies. Most of these guys are descendants of aristocratic families with a long history. God knows what good things are hidden in their storage bags. If he cannot refine them in the first time, it will be easy to expose himself. So Ji Changsheng resisted his greed. After poisoning the surface of these corpses and arranging booby traps in the room, Ji Changsheng quickly disappeared in the room. It was a dark and windy night for killing. Killing these followers alone was far from enough. Bai Guanlin, who posed the greatest threat to him, was still alive. This was Ji Changsheng's next target. Bai Guanlin had been tricked down the mountain by him, but he would definitely come back. Going down the mountain to kill Bai Guanlin was too risky. Judging from the discussion of Bai Guanlin's followers just now, they had great power down the mountain and could use the support of the family at any time. So Ji Changsheng would definitely not go down the mountain to take risks. Waiting for Bai Guanlin on the way up the mountain, which was the only way to ambush him, was the most suitable ambush location. Compared to killing this group of followers, Ji Changsheng was not absolutely sure about killing Bai Guanlin. It was obvious that Bai Guanlin was a very important person in the Bai family, with extraordinary talent and strong background. Such a person always had a few treasures to save his life. If Ji Changsheng tried rashly, the success rate might be less than half, but he still decided to give it a try. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. One was a child of a family with a strong background, and the other was an undercover of the demon sect whose identity was ordinary and could be exposed at any time. Ji Changsheng thought that now was the time when he was most likely to kill Bai Guanlin. If he missed this opportunity, it would be more difficult to find another opportunity. So, let's kill him. Xuandu Temple doesn't have any mountain guarding beasts, and the gate is always open. It's easy for disciples to go down the mountain, and it's also easy for foreign enemies to go up the mountain. However, as the first immortal sect in this world, the gate of Xuandu Temple has never been breached, because everyone knows that the foundation of Xuandu Temple is the Xianwang Merit Tower. As long as there is this defensive artifact, even if you blow up Xuandu Temple, it will not have a fundamental impact on Xuandu Temple. So before coming up with a way to crack the Xianwang Merit Tower, the enemies of Xuandu Temple will not rashly come to die. This also gave Bai Guanlin and Ji Changsheng an opportunity to take advantage of it. If it were those sects with strict access control, it would be far from easy to enter and exit at will. That is, the number of disciples in Xuandu Temple is small, and the foundation is extremely strong. So they dared to open the gates so arrogantly. Darkness enveloped the earth. Ji Changsheng was hiding in the shadows of the mountainside. He had changed into night clothes and put on a human skin mask, blending perfectly with the darkness, and patiently waiting for Bai Guanlin's arrival. About a quarter of an hour later, Ji Changsheng saw a handsome young man in white clothes in the dark. Bai Guanlin is here. Ji Changsheng's breathing was steady, and black air was swirling under his right hand, slowly condensing into a blood blade. When Bai Guanlin walked half a meter in front of him, Ji Changsheng mobilized all his cultivation, put all his efforts into one knife, and swung it out with great determination. Move forward without hesitation. Who? Bai Guanlin was shocked and angry. When he reacted, Ji Changsheng's blood knife had already reached his neck. The goal of this knife was to cut off his head directly. Try to kill with one strike, and disappear immediately if you miss. Ji Changsheng knew that he would not have the chance to make a second move, so he attacked without mercy. With his late foundation building cultivation, even if it was gained through merit, he would not be worse than Bai Guanlin in terms of hard power. What's more, Ji Changsheng took the initiative to attack, and he was calculating without intention. If nothing unexpected happened, Bai Guanlin should not be able to dodge this knife. But Ji Changsheng's heart sank. Bai Guanlin did not dodge it, but the white clothes on Bai Guanlin's body automatically emitted a layer of white light, protecting Bai Guanlin's throat. When Ji Changsheng's blood knife touched this layer of white light, Ji Changsheng and Bai Guanlin groaned together, spitting blood and flying back in two directions. Damn the second generation of immortals. This result was within Ji Changsheng's expectations, but he was still disappointed. The robes protect the body. At least the attack power of the golden elixir level is required to break it. Ji Changsheng quickly confirmed this, and then fled away quickly, decisively. But even in the dark night, halfway down the mountain, the brief confrontation between Ji Changsheng and Bai Guanlin still attracted the attention of the masters of Xuandu Temple. Blood evil spirit? Who is doing it at the foot of the mountain? A golden light pierced through the darkness and broke through the air, as if it would lock Ji Changsheng's position in the next moment. Ji Changsheng was not panicked. He had already controlled part of the authority of the Moon Palace, and could return to the Moon Palace at any time. This was why he dared to take action in Xuandu Temple, because he had a backhand. Ji Changsheng gave it a try. But just as Ji Changsheng was about to leave, an accident occurred. A hand instantly crossed the space, and the next moment, it grabbed Ji Changsheng and disappeared on the spot. The golden light lost its target. A light huss sounded in the air. There are accomplices. Ji Changsheng was also surprised. He really had no accomplices. This matter was of great importance, and Ji Changsheng did not even report it to Li Changxi in advance. Li Changxi was a big shot, and he should be used at critical moments, and not for everything. Ji Changsheng planned to solve today's matter by himself. He was sure to escape without Li Changxi's help. But this man in black was completely out of his plan. Who are you? At this time, Ji Changsheng seemed to be in a secret realm, which was separated from the real world from the spatial level. This secret realm should have been refined by the man in black in front of him. Ji Changsheng was very curious about why the man in black saved him. The man in black was also very strange. You want to kill Bai Guanlin? Ji Changsheng nodded, of course. He didn't know why the man in black saved him, but it was obvious that the man in black had been paying attention to him. In this case, there was no need to hide it. The man in black gave Ji Changsheng a thumbs up, and said with admiration, "You are worthy of being Li Changxi's junior brother. Your brain is as abnormal as hers. Li Changxi killed her husband on the wedding night. You dare to kill Bai Guanlin now without a golden elixir. Your Yoguang lineage is full of fierce people." Ji Changxing's pupils contracted. The man in black's words revealed a lot of information. Li Changxi was actually married, which he didn't expect, because according to his observation, Li Changxi was clearly a virgin. But according to what the man in black said, Li Changxi seemed to have killed her husband to prove her truth. Very good. Worthy of being my senior sister. Ji Changsheng suppressed his inner doubts, and did not deny his identity. He asked directly, "Why did you save me?" The man in black said, "It's not me who wants to save you. There is someone else who asked me to save you." Senior sister? I guessed wrong. Li Changxi really didn't know you were so powerful. It was the leader's wife. The man in black said with a smile, "Since you are a disciple of the Holy Church, the leader's wife will naturally protect you. After all, it is not easy to train an undercover in Xuandu Temple." Chapter 13 said of a woman, "The leader's wife is naturally the leader's wife of the heavenly demon sect." Ji Changsheng did not misunderstand. He just felt a sinking feeling in his heart. I didn't expect the leader's wife to have a confidant like you in Xuandu Temple. The waters in Xuandu Temple are really deep. He was right to be careful. In this world of cultivating immortals, if you are not careful, You don't know who is behind you. The man in black casually said, you don't have to guess my identity. Nor do you have to be grateful to me. Just work hard for the lady in the future. Ji Changsheng nodded, of course. I am a disciple of the holy sect. And I will naturally be loyal to the lady. The Heavenly Demon Sect is the name of people in the righteous way. The Heavenly Demon Sect has always called itself the Heavenly Saint Sect. The man in black's tone returned to a half smile, as an undercover sent by the holy sect. You accidentally killed the leader's illegitimate son. Are you panicked? Ji Changsheng. Guessed correctly. This guy is a high-level official of Xuandu Temple. The water in Xuandu Temple is so deep that you can't see the bottom. The Tiandao oath on the master's side was lonely. He knew before that secrets were hard to keep. So when he became a disciple, he wanted to become a stronger teacher than Yulao Mo. Now it seems so wise. Fortunately, the leader's wife seems to have no ill will towards him for the time being. He was not surprised by this. I believe that madam can see my loyalty, Ji Changsheng said. The man in black chuckled. I haven't seen my loyalty yet. But your audacity will soon be seen by madam. Kill the son of the leader of the holy church first. And then kill the heir that the Bai family has worked hard to cultivate. I'm afraid there is no one in the world who is more audacious than you. Except for Li Chongxi, who has mental problems. Ji Changsheng said calmly, I just wanted to survive. The man in black shook his head. Although he was smiling, he was actually very shocked. There was actually no conflict between Bing Zipping and Ji Changsheng. It was just that Ji Changsheng heard Bing Zipping talking in his sleep and decisively reported him. Which won Li Chongxi's favor. If this can only show that Ji Changsheng is decisive in killing and can be explained by the fact that ignorance is innocent, then this time Ji Changsheng brazenly attacked by Guanlin, which is simply unreasonable. Killing the illegitimate son of Yulao Mo has already made Ji Changsheng offend the world's #1 devil. Now Ji Changsheng actually wants to kill Linglong Fairy's youngest son. What level of courage is this? The man in black is ashamed of himself. You are indeed suitable for cultivating magic. Acting recklessly, and not being able to tolerate the slightest grievance. Whether it is Bing Zipping or by Guanlin, they have not threatened your life. But you dared to kill them without thinking twice. When I see a young man like you, I feel that I am old, and I no longer have your sharpness. Ji Changsheng was too lazy to explain. He was not reckless at all. But there are always people who want to harm me. Every time. He was defending himself legitimately. Even if he was a little bit over-defending, it could not be considered his fault. The man in black did not continue to dwell on this issue. Anyway, Ji Changsheng was courting death. And it had nothing to do with her. The man in black continued, Madam has obtained your undercover list. From now on, you will be directly under Madam's jurisdiction and only carry out the tasks assigned to you by Madam. I will be the middleman between Madam and you. I am your only superior. No one else in the Holy Church will assign tasks to you. I understand. Ji Changsheng's answer was concise. This was a good thing for him. His undercover identity was a time bomb for the outer sect elder and Yulao Mo. Only with the leader's wife. There was room for easing. After all, Ji Changsheng killed Yulao Mo's illegitimate son outside. Which must be a good thing for the leader's wife. So as long as the leader's wife was a decent person, she would accept his favor. From the actions of the black-clothed man, the leader's wife was indeed a decent person. Then Ji Changsheng was naturally willing to hold the leader's wife's thigh. After all, he was sure that Yulao Mo's big and thick leg was no longer available for him. Of course, the integrity of the demons of the demon sect could not be counted on too much. Although the leader's wife seemed to have released goodwill to him now, he still had to be more careful and find a chance to hold the leader's wife's handle. Or think of a way with the leader's wife's legendary Wei son. Ji Changsheng began to calculate in his heart. But on the surface, he was naturally calm. Madam, do you have any instructions now? Ji Changsheng asked proactively. The man in black threw a jade tube to Ji Changsheng. There are some techniques of the Holy Church in it. You should learn them as soon as possible, since you are a disciple of the Holy Church. If you don't even know the techniques of the Holy Church, no one will believe you if you tell others. In addition, there is a method for refining the 100 Souls banner in the jade tube, as well as the materials needed to refine the 100 Souls banner. Madam wants you to refine the 100 Souls banner within 3 months. The 100 Souls banner is a sinister magic weapon made from the souls of living people, and it is the exclusive equipment of the demons of the demon cult. Killing people is not the right thing to do. But the 100 Souls banner requires the refiner to extract the 3 souls and 7 spirits of the person while he is still alive in order to refine it. It has to be a living being who has achieved success in cultivation. The 100 souls in the 100 souls banner refer to the extraordinary souls who have embarked on the path of cultivation and evolution. It is not impossible to just slaughter ordinary people. But in order to cause a qualitative change in quantity, at least 10,000 people must be slaughtered to have a chance to refine the 100 souls banner. And this is just a chance. Each 100 souls banner means endless grievances. This behavior is naturally against the rules of Xuandu Temple. It can even be said that once seen by the disciples of Xuandu Temple, they must be exorcised on the spot to defend the way. Ji Changsheng took the jade tube and understood in his heart, "It seems that Madam still doesn't believe me." The man in black said lightly, "You have a bright future in Xuandu Temple. If you don't have some handle in Madam's hand, how can Madam use you with confidence? The 100 souls banner must be refined. You are a smart person. Don't do stupid things." Ji Changsheng understood very well that the leader's wife wanted to hold a handle on him. He was going to go back to the Moon Palace illusion to try and see if he could use the life of the monster to refine the 100 souls banner. If it can be done, then Li Changxi has a big problem. Those crazy words are probably all true. It doesn't matter if it can't be practiced. Just pass this level first. However, on the surface, Ji Changsheng still frowned and expressed his embarrassment. Xuandu Temple is based on merit. What if I force the refining of the 100 souls banner, and the Xuandu Temple's high-level officials find out? The man in black casually said, "This is your problem." Ji Changsheng cursed the demons of the demon cult for being unrighteous. The man in black spoke again, "You don't necessarily need to worry about this problem. Maybe you can't even pass this level." "What do you mean?" "You underestimate the Bai family too much. Bai Guanlin's assassination will not end like this. The truth may be found out soon. You can take care of yourself." Leaving the sentence, the man in black waved his hand and sent him back to the Yoguang fantasy. Ji Changsheng was not too shocked by the reminder of the man in black. He just moved his nose slightly and said to himself, "Although this man in black calls himself an old man and looks like he has intact arms, I smell a familiar fragrance. It should be the elder who preaches the scriptures. The water in Xuandu Temple is really too deep. Knowing a woman by smelling her fragrance is the basic cultivation of a good man." Ji Changsheng felt that he had some talent. Before he practiced, he had the basic cultivation of a good man, such as knowing a woman by smelling her fragrance. And he had never overturned. But that was only for ordinary women who did not practice. When he also started practicing, his 5 senses were rapidly expanded. So his ability was also advancing by leaps and bounds. When Li Changxi was spying in secret before, he discovered Li Changxi. The elder who preached the scriptures was the same this time. Although the elder who preached the scriptures and Li Changxi were far above Ji Changsheng in cultivation, but they obviously had never met a good man like Ji Changsheng. Moreover, she is a woman and a beauty. There is an insurmountable weakness in her bones. She loves beauty too much. Ji Changsheng even suspected that they didn't know that they had a unique smell on their bodies. Ordinary people can't smell it. In the past life, this thing had to rely on police dogs. But there are always people with extraordinary talents. For example, Ji Changsheng. There is another very important thing. The undercover elder Chuan Jing is not professional enough. At least it is far worse than Ji Changsheng, who has watched many classic spy movies such as The Hidden, The Kite, The Cliff, and Before Dawn. As the elder Chuan Jing, maybe she had been sleeping before and had never been awakened. So I don't know how careful she should be as an undercover of the demon sect to be foolproof. Apart from anything else, she shouldn't have revealed to Ji Changsheng that she knew that Ji Changsheng had killed Bing Zipping, because the matter itself had not spread. Only a few people knew about it. She revealed that she knew about it, which helped Ji Changsheng narrow down the scope. Combined with some of Ji Changsheng's observations, and the keen sense of smell of a professional undercover, her identity was not difficult to guess. At least for Ji Changsheng. In terms of cultivation, the elder who preached the scriptures was naturally his teacher. But in terms of being an undercover, Ji Changsheng felt that he could beat the elder who preached the scriptures by a long way. She exposed too many flaws. But Ji Changsheng certainly wouldn't be kind enough to help her point them out. Everyone was just acting against each other. Knowing this matter was still a big shock to him. The elder who preached the scriptures of Xuandu Temple turned out to be the wife of the leader of the Tianma sect, the Saint Huan. Ji Changsheng was terrified when he thought about it. Sure enough, it was still a mentally ill person like Li Changxi, who had a strong strength and a strong background, who could give him a sense of security. Others didn't know how many faces they had. As a simple person like me, I must be extremely cautious in order to survive in this dangerous world. Chapter 14. Doomsday and the Illusion. Gathering his mind, Ji Changsheng sensed it a little. It was already late at night. Xuandu Temple was always quiet because of the small number of disciples. But it was obviously noisy tonight. This night might be very long. Ji Changsheng also made arrangements in Bai Guanlin's room. Maybe there would be unexpected surprises later. But Ji Changsheng would definitely not squat on the scene now. He quickly returned to his residence, and then entered the illusion again. When Bai Guanlin was assassinated before, the robes on Bai Guanlin's body obviously had the function of automatically protecting the master, causing him to suffer some minor internal injuries. He had to restore himself to his prime before dawn. In addition, in order to prevent the Bai family from having any means to track down the real murderer, he had to make some preparations in advance. Illusion. Jiangyuan County. County Magistrate Xia Zhengping was entertaining a young man of noble status. He just looked sad and smiled bitterly. Your Highness, I really don't know why the immortal came to Jianyuan County before. And I don't know where the immortal is now. The Dali Prince was restless, Sir Xia. The master team that I assembled in the capital has been annihilated in Lake Temple. The immortal may be the last hope of our Dali. Xia Zhengping continued to smile bitterly. Your Highness, I naturally hope that the immortal will come and quell the beast tide. But I really can't grasp the whereabouts of the immortal. Is there no way to summon the immortal to come? The prince didn't want to give up. As long as he could rely on himself, he would never pin his hopes on immortals. But his highness was beaten by the monster beast tide and was covered with wounds. In the current Dali dynasty, the emperor has completely laid down and lived a life of drunkenness and dreams, waiting for the day when the monster beasts broke into the palace. Even the civil and military officials in the court had already laid down and given up. They had tried hard to struggle, but in the face of the monster tide that had completely lost its mind, they were defeated again and again, and finally had to choose to wait for death. Only the prince was still young. He didn't want to die yet, and wanted to struggle again. Now all the people with lofty ideals in the world have gathered around the prince, walking on the front line against the monster tide. But the situation has not improved at all. Only not long ago, Jiangyuan County suddenly heard that an immortal had descended, which resolved the disaster of Jiangyuan County's destruction. When he first heard the news, the prince thought someone was spreading rumors, until more and more people talked about it. The prince finally couldn't sit still and rushed to Jiangyuan County in person. After he made many inquiries, he realized that an immortal had actually descended, and the prince almost cried with joy. Unfortunately, he soon found that he was too happy too early. The immortal came quickly and left even faster. As for how to pray for the immortal to descend again, he had no idea. He could only place his hopes on Jiangyuan County and the county governor Xia Zhengping. But Xia Zhengping also disappointed him. Your Highness, I have reviewed the situation countless times. The immortals came without any rules that day. When I was desperate, the immortals suddenly came. I don't know how to summon the immortals. The prince was a wise ruler. Although he was hit hard, he still maintained very rational thinking. Sir Xia, think carefully about what happened before the immortals came, or what you said to the people around you. This is very important. Although the prince was very anxious, he did not speak ill of Xia Zhengping. The end of the world is coming, and the Dali dynasty is close to collapse. At this time, using status to pressure others is the stupidest choice. Xia Zhengping also knows the seriousness of the matter. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince buried most of the remaining masters of the Dali dynasty, who still have fighting power in Lake Temple. According to the current situation in the world, within half a year, Dali will inevitably follow the footsteps of the grassland and become a paradise for monsters. Immortals are their only lifeline. What happened before the immortal came that day? My daughter seemed to have said something. What did she say? Xia Zhengping's eyes suddenly lit up. I thought of it. That day I thought I was going to die. So I hope my daughter will leave before the monster tide attacks the city. My daughter refused to leave, saying that since there are monsters in this world, aren't there immortals and bodhisattvas who can save the suffering? The believer is willing to pay any price, just asking the immortal to come to the world and save the suffering. Then the immortal descended. Could the immortal's arrival be related to my daughter? The prince's eyes also lit up, and hope sprouted in his heart. Where is Miss Xia? Prince? Wait a moment. I will let my daughter come to see your highness. No. I will go to see Miss Xia in person. The prince did not dare to be arrogant at all now. He showed respect to the wise to the extreme. When the prince saw Sha Jianxue, he was not attracted by the heroic Sha Jianxue at first, but looked at the portrait hanging high on the wall of Sha Jianxue's room. In the portrait, there is a magnificent immortal door with dragons and phoenixes. At this time, the door opened, and a fairy with outstanding style, ethereal and compassionate, walked out. Seeing this portrait, the prince immediately had the urge to worship it. Is this the legendary immortal? Sha Jinping nodded and said, since that day, my daughter has become the most loyal believer of the immortal. She asked the painter of Jiangyuan County to draw this picture, and then burned incense to worship every day. Sha Jinping's conversation with the prince made Sha Jianxue look at the two of them. Sha Jinping hurriedly explained his purpose. The prince added, Miss Sha, if you can invite the immortal to come, you will have a revival of the world of Dali. Sha Jianxue shook her head and said, Your Highness, I have no connection with the immortal. The prince's heart sank. But he still tried, Miss Sha. Try again. Maybe you accidentally reached a bond with the immortal? Sha Jianxue continued to shake her head. She dreamed of reaching a bond with the immortal. At her life and death moment, a young immortal with outstanding style descended from the sky on a colorful cloud and saved her and her family from danger. This gratitude directly made Sha Jianxue a loyal believer of Ji Chansheng, the kind that has to help count the money after selling. Unfortunately, the immortal has gone far away. But her father and the prince looked at her expectantly, and Sha Jianxue could only helplessly say, Forget it. I'll try. But don't hold too much hope, since there are monsters in this world. Is there no immortal bodhisattva who can save people from suffering? I am willing to pay any price, just to ask the immortal to come to the world and save people from suffering. The prince and Sha Jinping both held their breath. They looked around nervously. Sha Jianxue sighed inwardly and continued to pray for the immortal devoutly and silently. At this moment, suddenly, a deafening cheer came from outside the room. The immortal is here again. The immortal has come, and we are saved. The immortal will enjoy his blessings forever. The prince was overjoyed and blurted out, Miss Sha, you said you had no contact with the immortal. At this moment, the prince made a decision that Sha Jianxue would be his biological mother in the future, and he must worship her well. And a thought flashed through his mind. Does the immortal like beauty? He actually responded to the call of the believer. If so, it would be easy to deal with. Sha Jianxue herself was surprised and happy. She had no idea what happened. The three hurried out of the room and found that the ethereal portal appeared again in the sky. And the immortal just walked out of the portal, as ethereal and compassionate as ever. Sha Jianxue was so excited that she trembled all over and knelt on the ground unconsciously, with tears on her face. Ji Chansheng couldn't understand her feelings for him at all. He didn't know anyone. This time, Ji Chansheng entered this illusion to try whether he could practice the 100-soul banner, to gain more merits, and to explore what the so-called illusion is all about. He did not look at Jiang Yuanjun, Sha Jianxue and others below, but looked to the northwest. From the far northwest, a strong bloody aura and demonic aura came. Even though there was a distance of thousands of miles, it did not stop the spread of these demonic auras, so that Ji Chansheng could not ignore it. Li Changxi said that there is a doomsday disaster in the illusion. If nothing unexpected happens, there may be the source of the doomsday of the illusion. This momentum feels like it is a little stronger than I am now. Ji Chansheng frowned slightly, feeling tricky. It seems that the doomsday crisis of this illusion is more troublesome than he expected. Ji Chansheng retracted his gaze and decided to familiarize himself with the specific situation of this fantasy world. As soon as he made the decision, he heard a call from below. Meet the immortal. I beg the immortal to come down to earth. Please come down to earth and save the people from danger. The people of Dali will surely worship the immortal day and night and shed tears of gratitude. Ji Changsheng's hearing ability in the late stage of foundation building can naturally hear the call from below. He looked carefully, and it seemed that this was the city that he didn't have time to observe when he descended last time. At a glance, it was basically all ordinary people. And occasionally there were a few powerful auras, but they were not more than chi refining. Ji Chansheng responded to the call of the believers below, and the next moment, he rode the colorful auspicious cloud and came to the top of the county governor's mansion in the center of Jianyuan County. With his eyesight in the late stage of foundation building, it was not difficult to find that this was the county governor's mansion. The difficulty was that with the cultivation level of the late stage of foundation building, He couldn't ride the colorful auspicious cloud. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng was the descendant of the Yaoguang lineage. The illusion of the Yaoguang lineage is unique in the world, and the realm can directly reach Daluo and practice the false to become true. In this world, it is impossible for anyone to expose him for being so pretentious. Sure enough, when Ji Changsheng arrived above the county governor's mansion on the seven-colored auspicious cloud, including His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, they all knelt down and worshipped extremely devoutly. Everyone get up. Ji Changsheng dispersed the seven-colored auspicious cloud, and using illusions also consumed his true essence and mana. It was enough to pretend, and they would fill in the blanks themselves later. After landing in front of everyone, Ji Changsheng looked directly at the Crown Prince. Are you the leader? The Crown Prince cowed out respectfully 3 times, knocking blood directly on his forehead, and then replied excitedly, My immortal, I am the Crown Prince of Dali. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Dali dynasty, is second only to the Emperor and above all others. Ji Changsheng nodded, then flicked his sleeves, and the next moment, everyone stood up from the ground involuntarily. This irresistible and majestic power made them even more excited. It is indeed an immortal, much stronger than them. Just stand up and talk, and tell me what happened in your world. I have been patrolling the heavens, and found that the small world you are in is in danger of monsters. So I sent a clone to investigate the truth. The prince was shaking with excitement. Patrolling the heavens. It seems that even if the immortal is in the upper realm, he is still a peerless power. However, the prince was excited, but also had some doubts. Isn't the immortal a Taoist master? Not a Luohan Bodhisattva from the Western religion? Ji Changsheng's heart moved, and he asked calmly, Why do you say that? The prince reported, According to Lanka Temple, the world we are in is a subsidiary world under the 3,000 Buddha kingdoms of the Western religion. I thought it would be the Luohan Bodhisattva from the Western religion who came. Please forgive me. Immortal? Ji Changsheng? Where is the promised illusion? Li Changshi really has a big problem. In addition, the Western religion, 3,000 Buddha kingdoms. This seems to match what Li Changshi said. Is the current main timeline really after the conferred God War? If so, the worldview of this conferred God War is a bit big, and there are so many small worlds below. There have been some problems in the Western religion recently. I am the great emperor of longevity in the South Pole. I am in charge of life and death, withering and flourishing, rewarding and punishing good and evil, making clouds and rain, and beheading demons. The troubles of monsters and beasts in your world are also under my jurisdiction. Ji Changsheng decided to test it. The prince was ecstatic. So it's the great Emperor Changsheng of the Jade Purity of the High Gods. The great Emperor Tontian Yuansheng Tianzuan. Ji Changsheng asked calmly, Have you heard of my name? The prince replied, Your Majesty. There is a record in Lanka Temple that the Emperor is one of the 6 emperors of heaven, living in the Jade Purity Palace of the High Gods, and in the 9 heavens. He incarnated as the 9 heavens Ingyuan Leisheng Puhua Tianzuan, and lived in the Jade Pivot Palace to rule the Thunder Department. Ji Changsheng's eyes flashed. This Lanka Temple is something. Lanka Temple? Is it in the northwest? The prince was convinced. The emperor is very observant. Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice, It seems that there are the most monsters gathered there, and the evil spirit is very fierce, which is completely different from the holy land of the Western religion. The prince smiled bitterly. The emperor has infinite magical powers, and saw through the truth at a glance. The monster problem originated from Lanka Temple. The Wuxing monk in Lanka Temple is said to be the reincarnation of Arhat, with a deep affinity with Buddhism. He failed to ascend to the Buddha kingdom a year ago, and has since become a demon. He has spread the evil spirit to the whole world, making the monsters in the world lose their minds, and the people in the world suffer. I once organized the masters of the world to break into Lanka Temple together, trying to solve the problem from the source. But the master team was wiped out. If the emperor does not come, I am afraid we can only wait for death. Ji Changsheng was thoughtful. Please, Your Majesty, slay the demons and exterminate the monsters. The people of Dali will be grateful to Your Majesty and worship him day and night. If Your Majesty needs anything, I will do my best and will never let Your Majesty down. The prince knelt down at Ji Changsheng's feet again. Ji Changsheng pondered for a moment, then nodded slowly. Okay. Then Your Majesty will go to Lanka Temple. It's hard to say whether the truth can be found out, but killing monsters to gain merit and refining the 100 Souls banner is a must. Lanka Temple. A ready-made monster-killing base. Chapter 15. Tathagata is a traitor. Ji Changsheng asked the prince to prepare a room for him, and then found all the records of Lanka Temple. After reading all of them, Ji Changsheng had a basic understanding of Lanka Temple and this world. As Li Changqi said, it seems that the timeline is indeed after the end of the conferred God War. The Western religion flourished. Under the 3,000 Buddha kingdoms, there are endless affiliated small worlds. There are countless Ganges sands, providing faith support and emerging talents for the Buddha kingdom. This small world is one of them. And Lanka Temple is the strongest force in this small world. It is also above the Dali dynasty. The Dali dynasty worships Lanka Temple as the state religion. And Wuxin Shinseng was once the first person in this world, a master of the Grand Master Perfection realm. Ji Changsheng looked at the records of the Grand Master Perfection's combat power in this world. If nothing unexpected happens, it looks like the late stage of foundation building. According to his own judgment, this world really can't cultivate a strong man of the Golden Core realm. So although the system is different, this world mainly circulates the body refining exercises, which are more inclined to the martial arts style and martial arts. But the limit of strength should be the late stage of foundation building. If you want to advance again, you have to leave this world. That Lanka Temple is not very dangerous for him. Moreover, according to what the prince said, the strongest Wuxin divine monk is dead. The Grand Master and the Grand Master are basically dead. The strongest remaining combat power in this world is actually not even at the foundation building stage when converted to the cultivation system. There may be more powerful leaders on the monster side, but the mutant animals that have lost their intelligence are not that difficult for Ji Changsheng to deal with. There is no need to worry too much about safety issues. Of course, these are not the most important. The most important thing is, it's too realistic. It doesn't look like an illusion to me. I'm afraid there's something wrong with Li Changqi. Ji Changsheng was pleasantly surprised. He took 5 minutes to digest the information before he walked out of the room. At this time, the Prince Xia Jinping and others were all waiting outside the door. Ji Changsheng said, "I'm ready to go now. Just wait for good news." The prince hurriedly said, "Emperor, we have prepared the dragon chariot. Please give us a chance to serve. Let us go together." "No. I'm in a hurry." Ji Changsheng wanted to know the truth of the doomsday of this so-called illusion as soon as possible. So before the prince and others could react, his figure had completely disappeared from the original place. Outside Lanka Temple, Ji Changsheng fell from the sky, holding the 100-soul banner that he had successfully refined on the road. The monsters in this world can be used to refine the 100-soul banner. And his judgment was correct. But we still have to see if we can take it out to determine whether the illusion and reality can complement each other. Ji Changsheng's eyes were on the Lanka Temple in front of him, which was surrounded by black air, and his expression became very solemn. He could sense that there was indeed no breath of life in Lanka Temple. But the evil spirit was rampant, and was still spreading outward. This is indeed the source of the end of this world. I didn't come to the wrong place. He had begun to believe that this was not an illusion. So he hesitated for a second. But since he was here, he couldn't retreat now. The next moment, Ji Changsheng appeared in Lanka Temple. When Ji Changsheng saw the scenery in Lanka Temple, his pupils shrank violently. There were indeed no living people in the temple. All the monks had black faces and died. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that right in front of Ji Changsheng, there were 2 6-foot-tall golden Buddha statues, all with blood and tears on their faces. The Buddha statues were covered with cracks, and they were still expanding. In front of the Buddha statues, there was a black relic, emitting a thick black aura. It was the source of the mutation of this world. Evil Buddha relics? After the death of great monks, relics will remain. Buddhism believes that relics are made by practicing merits, and are mostly in the form of hard beads, colorful and dazzling. Ji Changsheng also practiced merits, and his professional counterpart. So his first reaction when he saw this bead was a relic. But he was not so sure, because this bead was not colorful at all, but instead exuded a chilling black demonic aura. The destructive aura contained in it made Ji Changsheng have the urge to turn around and leave. But Ji Changsheng held back. The people were dead, and if a demonized relic was left to scare him away, it would be too embarrassing. The Southern Emperor Changsheng couldn't afford to lose this person. So Ji Changsheng walked towards the main hall of Lanka Temple with a firm step. He walked to the chopping board. The demonic energy was still escaping from the relic continuously. Ji Changsheng did not isolate this demonic energy. For him, a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. This thing was actually quite nourishing. Looking at the relic in front of him, Ji Changsheng took a deep breath and reached out to grasp it. The next moment, something strange happened. Ji Changsheng felt a trance in front of him, and instantly left Lanka Temple and entered another time and space. But Ji Changsheng quickly stabilized. He knew that he had not left the original place. It was his consciousness that probed into the relic. Then, he saw the life of a monk. His father was the leader of the demon cult, the world's #1 demon. His mother was the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world. On the day he was born, his father neglected to take precautions because of him, and was poisoned by his mother. Then, the demon cult was trampled by the major martial arts sects. His father died on the spot, and the demon cult fell apart. He was doomed, but because of his mother's merits, he was sent to the Lanka Temple to receive Buddha's teachings. 18 years later, Wu Xian broke 18 bronze men in a row and became the youngest heir to walk out of the Lanka Temple. He traveled around the world, helping the poor and the needy, eliminating violence and protecting the good, rewarding the good and punishing the evil, and became a divine monk respected by the world, until he discovered his own life experience. He became a big demon that everyone wanted to kill. Wu Xian was confused, lost, and helpless. In the end, he had a great enlightenment, put down his butcher knife, and became a grandmaster on the spot. At the age of 25, Wuxin ascended to the Buddha kingdom from Lanka Temple, attracting worldwide attention. He succeeded. Then, he came to the end of his life. In the Buddha kingdom, he saw scenes that made him die with regret. Buddhas were bleeding. Buddha kingdom collapsed. Demonic energy was everywhere. And Arhat Sr. interrupted his ascension at the risk of his life. And before he died, he shouted to him, "Tell the Master Saint that Tathagata is a traitor." This was the last scene Wuxin saw. Then, he was beaten back to Lanka Temple. Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to complete the instructions of his seniors. Failed to ascend. His soul and spirit died. In addition, he was contaminated by demonic energy. And Wuxin implicated the whole world. Only the relics that appeared after his death recorded everything he had experienced, and also became the source of the end of this world. After watching Wuxin's life, Ji Changsheng, who returned to reality, was shocked instantly. Ji Changsheng lowered his head and looked at the relic in his hand that was still emitting demonic energy, and his heart was in turmoil. If this is really not an illusion, if it is really the worldview of Fengshen, then what Wuxin saw is likely to be the civil strife of the Western Church. Tathagata is a traitor to the Western Church? It seems to be no problem. After all, Tathagata in later generations is the Buddha of Buddhism. The Western Church is the two saints Jiayin and Junti. Ji Changsheng thought of Li Changxi's crazy talk again. Is Li Changxi not a lunatic? Is what she said true? Ji Changsheng shook his head vigorously. Who cares if it's true or not? It has nothing to do with him, for the time being anyway. He is still too weak now. And the most important thing to do now is to accumulate merits and quickly brush up the realm. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng decisively put away the evil Buddha's relic and walked out of Lanka Temple. As Ji Changsheng left, the demonic energy in Lanka Temple rapidly decreased, and it began to recover the charm of the former Western Holy Land. After a while, Ji Changsheng returned to the Moon Palace and quickly checked his own situation. Then, his mood was extremely complicated. The 100 Souls banner and the evil Buddha relics were all brought out. Chapter 16 Ji Changsheng. Your story has come to light. I have been an illusion for at least 1 day. But only 1 second has passed in this world. The merits are all real. The 100 Souls banner can be used. The demonic energy on the evil Buddha's relic can also help me practice the Demon Desire Sutra that the leader's wife gave me. Ji Changsheng watched the black energy on the evil Buddha's relic in his hand decrease. And the Demon Desire Sutra, a magic technique obtained from the leader's wife, started to operate automatically and quickly became popular. The Demon Desire Sutra, the technique that the leader's wife gave me, sounds a bit unorthodox. The elder who passed on the scriptures gave him a jade tube at the order of the leader's wife. The jade tube contains various magic secrets, and some methods and materials for refining sinister instruments. The leader's wife obviously wanted him to practice all of these and tie his relationship with the heavenly demon sect tightly, so that she could use and support him with confidence. Ji Changsheng also accepted all of them. He always believed that no matter whether it was a technique or a magical instrument, They were all innocent. As long as he had a good heart. No matter what magic technique he practiced, he would definitely be able to serve the people. Although the Devil Desire Sutra did not sound like a serious technique, the effect after practicing it was also to trigger the evil thoughts and desires hidden in other people's hearts. However, due to the power of the leader's wife, Ji Changsheng did not dare not practice. However, Ji Changsheng originally planned to practice it later. However, the evil Buddha relic left by Wuxing contained too much evil energy. Ji Changsheng did not practice it formally, and found that the Devil Desire Sutra had begun to operate automatically. And then he immediately absorbed the evil energy in the evil Buddha relic left by Wuxing, and quickly achieved a small success. Arouse the evil thoughts and desires in other people's hearts? This technique is a bit useless. A moral model like me who is upright and incorruptible and determined to serve the people is completely immune to this kind of magic technique and will not have any effect. Ji Changsheng shook his head and didn't take it too seriously. Find an opportunity to use it on Li Chengxi to see if it works. If not, it will be confirmed that this is a useless technique. Anyway, he will definitely not be affected. In his opinion, people with pure and kind hearts are naturally resistant to this kind of magic technique. Putting the magic technique Demon Desire Sutra out of his mind, Ji Changsheng began to check his cultivation status. After a while, Ji Changsheng's heart stabilized. Very good. His bloody aura was a little out of control again. It had evolved from a blood river to a blood sea, which meant that he had at least slaughtered millions of lives with his own hands. This was indeed the case. Monster beasts that have lost their intelligence are also lives. At the same time, his aura of merit was a little out of control. Now that there is no chi-inducing formation to help him gather the chi of merit, Ji Changsheng cannot make an accurate judgment. But Ji Changsheng roughly estimates that his merits for promotion to the Golden Core realm should be enough. Although it is very likely to be the weakest Golden Core in history, it is still a Golden Core. It is no problem to crush the little cultivator who has established his foundation. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Li Chengxi's voice came from outside. Junior brother, open the door. Li Chengxi was very generous and handed over part of the control of the Moon Palace to Ji Changsheng. As long as Ji Changsheng does not take the initiative to open the authority, Li Chengxi cannot enter. The inner disciples of other veins certainly do not have such benefits, including by Guanlin. Ji Changsheng could also enter and exit his room unimpeded with the token of the elder who passed on the scriptures. Ji Changsheng opened the door and let Li Chengxi in. What greeted him was Li Chengxi's strange eyes. Junior brother, although I know that you are the Daluo Tiandi who fought in the Conferred Gods War, you are too murderous. You dared to kill so many people in Xuandu Temple. At least you should go down the mountain before you do it, Li Chengxi complained. Ji Changsheng was not panicked. It is impossible to conceal the murder. He knew this before he took action. If Xuandu Temple cannot determine the life and death of its disciples, what kind of first immortal sect is it? It would be really funny if they didn't know when they were wiped out. If you dare to kill the disciples of Xuandu Temple, you will definitely be discovered. But those people insisted on forcing him. What can he do? He can only be forced to fight back. Before Ji Changsheng took action, he knew that he could not hide it from smart people. At least not from the temple master and Li Chengxi. But he thought he could gamble. As I said, the truth is not important. But the position is important. As long as he has the value and reason to be protected, his thigh will protect him. Facing Li Chengxi, Ji Changsheng did not try to quibble, and told the truth. Senior sister, these are all trivial matters. You are different from me. You are a Daluo quasi-sage who cultivated to the Tao in the ancient prehistoric period. At that time, the prehistoric spiritual energy was abundant. The resources were rich, but the number of living beings was not large. So it was not too difficult to be promoted to Daluo. When I became a Taoist, the order of the prehistoric world was set. The saints were high above, and the number of all living beings began to explode again. If I don't kill people, people will kill me. There is no way. I can only be forced to fight back. Li Chengxi nodded in agreement. That makes sense. You later Daluo are more ruthless than each other. When I became a Taoist, I just casually became a Daluo. When it came to the Conferred God War, Daozu and the saints said that only 6 places were left, and Haotian took one directly. The saints' disciples, Daluo disciples, the emperor's subordinates, the old witches and liches, millions of cultivators competed for 5 Daluo places. Junior brother, you have much more blood debts than me. Ji Changsheng looked calm, thinking that it would be great if other people in Xuandi Temple could exchange their sincerity with him, like Li Changxi did. It's just that now we are in a fantasy world after all. Junior brother, you kill so cruelly. I'm worried that I can't protect you. Li Changxi had a headache. Ji Changsheng didn't care. Compared to the Bai family, he was more interested in the information he got in the fantasy world. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng took the initiative to say, Sister, there is a reason why I am so anxious. The prehistoric fairyland may have undergone a major change. We must hurry to break this illusion and return to the prehistoric fairyland. Otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Oh! Junior brother, what did you find? Li Changxi's expression also became solemn. Junior brother is the southern Changsheng emperor, whose strength and background are not worse than hers. And the energy he can mobilize is even stronger than hers. After all, her era has passed. And junior brother is now one of the 6 emperors of the heaven. Li Changxi attaches great importance to the information provided by Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng also began to exchange his true heart with Li Changxi. Sister, I just went to the illusion world and found that one of the worlds is a small affiliated world under the 3,000 Buddhic kingdoms of the Western religion. That illusion world is in chaos with demons, and there is a danger of civilization overthrowing. I solved the source of the end of that world, and discovered some shocking secrets. Ji Changsheng was observing Li Changxi while he was talking. He found that Li Changxi was not surprised at all. Ji Changsheng's eyes flickered. And Li Changxi was indeed very abnormal. I investigated the source of the demon chaos in that small world, and found that it was actually the Buddhist country on the affiliated small world that had an internal strife. In that Buddhist country, the last arhat who died before his death was to tell the leader saint that Tathagata was a traitor. When he first learned about this, Ji Changsheng reacted greatly. But Li Changxi did not show any surprise when she heard the news. Not surprising. The first sentence Li Changxi said made Ji Changsheng a little confused. Not strange? Senior sister, if I remember correctly, Tathagata Buddha is the current Buddha of the Western religion. Apart from the 2 high-ranking saints of the Western religion, Tathagata Buddha has the final say in the Western religion. Isn't it strange that he betrayed the Western religion? Li Changxi said calmly, Of course it's not strange. You also said that apart from the 2 saints of the Western religion, Tathagata Buddha has the final say in the Western religion. Who wants to worship 2 saints above their heads? Saints are just stronger Daluo, and are essentially in the same realm as quasi-saints. Quasi-saints who don't want to be saints are trash. Tathagata Buddha is, of course, not a waste. We want to become saints, and of course, he wants to become one too. Speaking of this, Li Changxi's eyes sparkled with admiration for Tathagata. Now the order of the prehistoric fairyland has been determined. The Taoist is the only one who is supreme. The saints are immortal. The quasi-saints are detached from the world. And then the gods and immortals in the heavens perform their duties. Under this order, every step of promotion is very difficult. The Taoist has set the order, and everyone has their own position. If the quasi-saint wants to be promoted to a saint, the saint needs to vacate a position first. If the saint wants to go further, the Taoist needs to vacate the position. Ji Changsheng silently digested the information provided by Li Changxi. Regardless of whether Li Changxi had mental problems or not, Ji Changsheng felt that what she said was true. He even thought that Li Changxi might not have mental problems. I understand what senior sister means. Tathagata wants to go one step further and replace the 2 saints of the Western Church. It is a good thing to have 2 saints vacant. At least it is a good thing for us. So senior sister decided to help Tathagata? Li Changxi's eyes were full of relief and admiration from fellow practitioners. Junior brother is indeed one of my generation. We are both Daluo. If we, the quasi-saints, want to go one step further and become saints, we must kill a few saints first. Whoever wants to become a saint is our ally. Ji Changsheng nodded. How can we help? Li Changxi said decisively, as long as we can break this illusion, the Saint Xuanti will naturally reveal his flaws. Tathagata dares to become a saint, and there must be other saints behind him to support him. Junior brother, you are right. The prehistoric fairy world is going to be in chaos, and the holy war is about to break out. If the prehistoric fairy world can die this time, if we can kill a few saints, we will all have a chance to go further. Li Changxi became more and more excited. I control the Taiyan star, and you are one of the 6 emperors of the heaven. As long as we can return in time and join forces, you and I will become a decisive force in the situation of the prehistoric fairyland in this chaos. and we will have a chance to become one of the final winners. Junior brother. You can't die here. I must protect you this time. Ji Changsheng. Ah. Yes. Senior sister is wise. Ji Changsheng found that he liked Li Changshi more and more. It's not because Li Changshi is easy to talk to. It's mainly because Li Changshi is as simple, kind, and sincere as him. And she treats her sincerity with sincerity. Just as Ji Changsheng and Li Changshi reached a consensus, a voice came from outside the Moon Palace. Ji Changsheng. Come with us. Your case has been exposed. It was the voice of the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. Ji Changsheng was very familiar with him. He was one of us, so he was not panicking. Li Changshi also reacted immediately and reminded him, Junior brother. Don't panic. It's just an illusion. Those people can be killed. I will take care of everything. Ji Changsheng smiled. Calm and indifferent, senior sister. What scene have I not seen? How could I be panicked? Li Changshi also laughed. Junior brother is talking about that when you were fighting for the gods. You carried a knife and killed from the south heaven gate to the Lingxiao palace. And directly killed most of the heaven. Now this small scene is really not worth mentioning. Ji Changsheng. Chapter 17. The scene was very awkward for a while. Ji Changsheng was not really panicking at first. But when he heard Li Changshi say that the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole was so powerful, Ji Changsheng suddenly panicked. Changsheng Great Emperor. Ji Changsheng. Never meant to touch you. It was all Li Changshi who said that. I only have admiration for you in my heart. After praying, Ji Changsheng went to see the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. One of our own. He had cooperated with him very well before and tricked by Guanlin. Ji Changsheng has always been very polite to his own people. He was originally a good and well-behaved child. Meet the elder. You look more handsome and heroic at night than during the day. The law enforcement elder was helpless. He can be upright in front of other people. In front of Ji Changsheng. He pretended to be upright, which was just a clown. After all, during the day, he and Ji Changsheng cooperated tacitly. And it was obvious that the two old silver coins were framing the newbie who had just debuted. Everyone knows each other. But we still have to act. This is the world of adults. Don't be so frivolous. The law enforcement elder glared at Ji Changsheng. His tone was full of shock and anger. You did a good thing. Ji Changsheng's eyes were full of clear doubts. Disciple does not understand what the elder is talking about. Law enforcement elder. Your Tao heart is indeed firm. You are a seed of Taoism. He did such a big thing. But he was not panicked. To be honest, the law enforcement elder admired him very much. Because he was panicking now. Ji Changsheng and Bai Guanlin had some minor conflicts. As the master of the temple, it was not a big problem for him to side with Ji Changsheng. After all, it would not cause much harm to Bai Guanlin. He also has a foundation in Xuandu Temple. And the Bai family will not make things difficult for him for such a small matter. But now Ji Changsheng has made a big deal. He actually killed his fellow disciples. The most important thing is that he even tried to assassinate Bai Guanlin. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. No. He has seen it once before. Li Changshi also did it. The problem is that Li Changshi has a problem with her brain. Did Ji Changsheng get infected so quickly? Moreover, Li Changshi had a reason for killing her husband that time. And even Fairy Linglong could hardly use this matter to embarrass Li Changshi. In addition, with the strong support of the Li family, Li Changshi broke through the realm on the spot. And landed safely. Ji Changsheng. But he has no background. How dare he? The law enforcement elder does not understand. He is too lazy to talk nonsense with Ji Changsheng. Mainly because it is useless to give some advice. Ji Changsheng has already done it. Let's go. The temple master and the Bai family are waiting for you. The law enforcement elder shook his head. If possible, he would like to save Ji Changsheng. This guy's style of doing things is not ordinary. But the law enforcement elder understood that what Ji Changsheng did was outrageous. He no longer had the qualifications to judge. It depends on whether the master of the temple will protect Ji Changsheng to decide whether Ji Changsheng can survive. Even if the master of the temple wants to protect Ji Changsheng, it is not certain that he can save him. After all, Ji Changsheng wanted to kill the youngest son of Fairy Linglong. The law enforcement elder was not optimistic about this matter, and could only sigh for Ji Changsheng in his heart. This young man was too impulsive. Ji Changsheng followed the law enforcement elder calmly. Li Changshi also followed quickly. The law enforcement elder frowned and said, Changshi, the master of the temple asked you to be confined to the Moon Palace. Li Changxi waved her sleeves indifferently. It's time now. Why do you still care about these trivial things? The Bai family wants to frame my junior brother. So I can't just sit back and watch. The law enforcement elder staggered and almost fell to the ground. Frame Ji Chansheng. You two are really a perfect match. The law enforcement elder said faintly. What is Xuandu Temple? This is the world's first immortal gate. The truth is always easy to find out in Xuandu Temple. What is not easy to find out is the human heart and position. Li Changxi raised her slender swan neck and agreed with the words of the law enforcement elder. You have a good vision. The only one who can match me in the world is my junior brother. That guy didn't know himself at the beginning. Who is he? He dared to covet me. Haoyan didn't dare to marry me. He died in my hands. It was a blessing he had cultivated in his previous life. What can the law enforcement elder say? You are a mental patient. You are awesome. But here comes the problem. Haoyan is not worthy of you. How can Ji Chansheng be worthy of you? Asked the law enforcement elder. Li Changxi answered as a matter of course, nonsense. Haoyan is just a puppet boy. Everyone knows that he has no ability. He became the great Luo Tiandi by relying on thighs. My junior brother fought for the position of Tiandi in the conferred God War. Is the Tiandi who relied on thighs to rise to the position, and the great Luo Tiandi who fought for himself qualified to be compared? The law enforcement elder could only give Li Changxi a thumbs up and complained, Changxi, your worldview is becoming more and more rigorous. Li Changxi sneered. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. I revealed the secrets to you. But you didn't know how to cherish it. There is no hope. The law enforcement elder no longer paid attention to Li Changxi, but glanced at Ji Chansheng and reminded him, she can pretend to be crazy and stupid to get away with it. But you won't be able to get away with it so easily later. So don't be stupid. Ji Chansheng smiled and said, Elder, you are worrying too much. My sister is sincere in exchange for sincerity. And so am I. Law enforcement elder. Sure enough. Mental illness is really contagious. This child is hopeless at such a young age. A quarter of an hour later. The main hall of the main peak. The master of the temple sat on the upper seat. And there were 8 seats in the 2 rows below, 7 of which were full. Li Changxi naturally sat down in the 4th seat to the right of the master of the temple. The others looked at Li Changxi. Although they all knew that Li Changxi was under house arrest by the master of the temple, no one accused Li Changxi of violating the rules of the sect. The protagonist today is Ji Chansheng. Before the master of the temple could speak, someone spoke first. Ji Chansheng. Do you know your crime? Ji Chansheng glanced at the person who spoke, but did not answer. Instead, he took the initiative to salute the master of the temple, disciple Ji Chansheng. I greet the master of the temple, and all the vain masters. Remember who you are? I am fighting for the master of the temple. Master, you have to protect me. The master looked at Ji Chansheng with a complicated look. He really didn't expect that this young man whom he admired very much could be so decisive when he went crazy. Killing those few people was fine. He even dared to kill Bai Guanlin. The master of the temple was stunned when he knew about this. Ji Chansheng. Where are you tonight? The master of the temple asked. Of course, Ji Chansheng had to tell the truth. Master, I have been practicing in Yoguang Luohuan. Li Changxi followed closely. I testify that I have been helping my junior brother practice. The master rubbed his head. The man who spoke just now sneered again and said, Don't cry until you see the coffin. Ji Chansheng. Do you know that all the disciples who troubled you with Bai Guanlin during the day are dead? And Bai Guanlin was also assassinated. Ji Chansheng was shocked. How could this happen? How could such a thing happen in Xuandu Temple? How could such a thing happen? Don't you know? All the people who got into trouble are people who have a grudge against you. Ji Chansheng. How do you explain it? Ji Chansheng quickly explained, Master, please understand. This must be someone framing me. I suspect it was Bai Guanlin who did it. Confess and be lenient. And spend the rest of your life in prison. Resist and be strict. And go home for the new year. Turning the tables. And being rewarded for meritorious service. Reversing right and wrong. Justice will prevail. As the master's man, Ji Chansheng deeply understands that the master represents justice in Xuandu Temple. Rounding off. He also represents justice. This logic is very reasonable. Justice will always win. Because victory always represents justice. So Ji Chansheng calmly turned the tables. Master, I dare not hide anything. I was born in poverty. Alone and helpless. When I first entered Xuandu Temple, I dared to be careful and never make enemies with others easily, let alone kill people to silence them. I have another thing to report. During the day, Bai Guanlin once led people to bully disciples in broad daylight. This matter was witnessed by the law enforcement elders of the discipline hall. Fortunately, the law enforcement elders were selfless, so I was able to preserve my innocence. I judged that Bai Guanlin must have a grudge, so he chose such a clumsy frame-up. Li Chongxi nodded in agreement. So that's how it is. People with the surname Bai are really no good. My junior brother is so pitiful. Law enforcement elder. Master. Others. Everyone looked at Ji Changsheng with shocked eyes. Li Chongxi is fine. She is mentally ill. They are used to it. What's wrong with Ji Changsheng? When the truth is clear at a glance, Ji Changsheng dared to confuse right and wrong in front of him. What a talent. This is the first time they found that Xuandu Temple actually has such a great talent. Ji Changsheng continued to speak bravely. Master, I boldly guess that Bai Guanlin is not dead. The master nodded. He really is not dead. So Ji Changsheng was angry. The one who clashed with me during the day was Bai Guanlin. But the one who died was Bai Guanlin's henchman, while Bai Guanlin himself was safe and sound. With such a clumsy trick, why would anyone believe that I did it? Even if I want revenge, I will take revenge on Bai Guanlin. What does it have to do with those vassals? The murderer behind the scenes not only insulted my character, but also insulted my IQ. This is intolerable. Ji Changsheng became more and more angry as he spoke. Where is this place? This is Xuandu Temple, the world's #1 immortal gate. Who is so bold as to dare to kill people in Xuandu Temple? Silencing? Am I crazy? Do I have the guts? Besides, after I went back, my senior sister gave me a lecture, telling me that the Bai family was not someone I could afford to offend. The Bai family didn't even take the master seriously. So who am I? I had already decided to endure the humiliation. So couldn't the Bai family tolerate me? Li Chongqi sighed. Junior brother, this is your fault. How could you think that the Bai family would let you go just because you gave in? The Bai family wants to kill you because you blocked Bai Guanlin's way. What does it have to do with you? Ji Chongqing's eyes began to turn red. Do honest people deserve to be bullied? Bai Guanlin was born in the Bai family. Should I take the initiative to die to make way for him? I just want to practice in peace. Why can't this accommodate me? Such an obvious frame-up. You actually pretended not to see it, and even organized a 3-court trial. Haha. It's really ironic. Does Xuandu Temple still have laws? In Xuandu Temple, whoever has a good family background can frame others unscrupulously. Ji Chongqing's resounding and angry defense spread all over the place. And even with the help of a certainly surnamed vain master who did not want to reveal his name, it was directly spread outside the main hall and spread to all parts of Xuandu Temple, awakening countless people. In the main hall, the eyes of other vain masters became more and more shocked. The master of the temple was a little numb. These two brothers and sisters are simply amazing. Ji Changsheng, you are allowed to defend yourself, but don't make it too serious. The master of the temple reminded. Ji Changsheng took a deep breath and bowed to the master again. I just overdid it. I can't involve the master. This is one of our own. Ji Changsheng quickly closed the scope of his ultimate move and continued to ask, Master, please understand. I am a poor child from an ordinary family. I have no relatives or connections in Xuandu Temple. I don't even know Bai Guanlin and his group of followers, let alone killing them without alerting others. How can I have that kind of strength? By the way, Master, where did those people die? Master, died in Bai Guanlin's cave. Hearing this, Ji Changsheng became angry again. Then how did they die? Master, drank the spirit wine in Bai Guanlin's cave. And the wine was poisonous. Ji Changsheng laughed in anger. His laughter was full of grief and indignation. They drank Bai Guanlin's wine and died in Bai Guanlin's room. But you said I killed them. Is there any justice in Xuandu Temple? Just because I was born in a humble family and didn't kowtow to Bai Guanlin, should I be slandered like this? I don't accept it. Forget it. I can't bear it anymore. I will continue to use the big move map cannon. The master of the temple will definitely understand. Li Chongqi can understand it even more. Li Chongqi comforted, Junior brother. Forget it. It's your honor that the Bai family is willing to bully you. You just have to accept it. How can you not accept it? 2 lines of hot tears left Ji Chongqing's tiger eyes. And the Iron Man was shaking. I thought that Xuandu Temple was different from other places. At least there is justice here. Xuandu Temple. No one can sleep tonight. Many disciples who didn't know the inside story clenched their fists at this moment and felt the depression from the bottom of their hearts. Although they could not do anything, at least at this moment, they were with Ji Changsheng in spirit. In the main hall, including the master, everyone looked at Ji Changsheng with a look of astonishment. This guy is really dramatic. How can he be so righteous? The law enforcement elder whispered, there is a replica of the immortal artifact magic mirror in Yinxia Peak. And it took a picture of you transforming into Bai Guanlin and going in and out. Ji Changsheng. Chapter 18, The Inside Story of Li Changxi's Murder of Her Husband. Fuck. There are surveillance cameras. Ji Changsheng cursed in his heart. Is it too expensive to play with surveillance cameras in the world of immortal heroes? This is hooliganism. Ji Changsheng was very angry. No wonder the master and others looked at him so strangely. It turned out that they had even watched the surveillance cameras. The master was not good enough. When I was working at the end of the universe, whenever I encountered such a thing, the surveillance video would definitely have problems in advance. The surveillance cameras of Xuandu Temple were actually saved. It was so infuriating. This group of people did not follow the rules. Ji Changsheng was a little panicked in his heart. But he quickly calmed himself. He continued to sneer. The magic mirror is looking at monsters. What does it have to do with me? Besides, can't the magic mirror be fake? The law enforcement elder looked at Ji Changsheng with a look of astonishment and admiration. He can still hold on and continue to argue. Putting aside his character, Ji Changsheng's psychological quality, ability to withstand pressure and courage to kill made him amazed. The master of the temple was right. Ji Changsheng was really a rare talent. It was a pity that he was too young and didn't know the powerful foundation of Xuandu Temple. There was a reason why Bai Guanlin and his followers dared to let Ji Changsheng go down the mountain before they attacked him. Ji Changsheng. I say you are a mudleg. You are really a mudleg. You have no knowledge at all. The guy who continued to speak was the one who had just come to question him. Ji Changsheng looked at this guy again. Very good. Remember it. Judging from his cultivation, he can't be killed in a short time. Then go down the mountain and practice magic with this guy's appearance. If I can't kill you, I'll kill you unjustly. I think you look like an undercover agent of the heavenly demon cult. Although Ji Changsheng didn't know the identity of this guy yet. Who are you? Ji Changsheng asked. I'm Jian Buqing. Hey, your last name is not Bai. Are you a lackey of the Bai family? Ji Changsheng was too lazy to be polite. He and the Bai family have already had a showdown. It's useless to be nice now. You have to be tough when you need to be tough. And it's not too late to be soft when facing Li Changxi and Linglong Fairy. Li Changxi introduced Ji Changsheng. His wife's surname is Bai. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized. So he is the son-in-law of the Bai family. No wonder he is so eager to be a lackey. Jian Buqing was not angry, but looked at Ji Changsheng with the same sarcasm. Ji Changsheng. I will teach you a secret that only the strong know. All things have spirits, and they can be called monsters after they have wisdom, including humans. But later, there were many powerful people in our human race. Under the leadership of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the human race broke away from the monster race and became independent. But the magic mirror can still reflect the true self. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. He really didn't know this, but he quickly accepted this setting. Jian Buqing continued, as for the authenticity of the magic mirror certainly cannot be faked. This is known to everyone in the world. And only ignorant peasants like you don't know it. Really? Ji Changsheng didn't say anything. But Li Changxi began to play the role of a thigh and fought back for Ji Changsheng. The magic mirror can't be faked? Li Changxi smiled and said, but why do I remember that the magic mirror made a mistake once when it was on me? Jian Buqing didn't take Li Changxi's words seriously. But when Li Changxi brought the matter to himself, Jian Buqing's face changed. Everyone's face changed. Jian Buqing warned loudly, masterly. Be careful with your words. Li Changxi laughed. Jian Buqing. You seem scared. A trace of cold sweat appeared on Jian Buqing's forehead. He was indeed scared. Because what Li Changxi said was a secret of Xuandu Temple that could not be mentioned. He was not the only one who was scared. Even if the people from the demon cult were dragged to the scene to listen to Li Changxi's secret of her killing her husband, they were also scared. After all, it was the son of Fairy Linglong who died. Li Changxi survived safely. The water behind this matter was too deep, and no one dared to touch it. Only Li Changxi dared. It was just an illusion. Tian Xingjuan was not afraid. On my wedding night, My husband died suddenly. According to the image displayed by the magic mirror, I killed my husband. Li Changxi casually said the secret that no one in the entire Xuandu temple dared to touch. At this moment, even the face of the temple master turned pale. He couldn't stand the mental illness. Li Changxi didn't care about the thoughts of these people and continued, but in the end, my mother personally confirmed that it was the magic mirror that made a mistake. Not me. If the magic mirror can make a mistake once, can't it make a mistake a second time? Or are you questioning my mother's judgment? Ji Changsheng applauded Li Changxi in his heart. Senior sister is great. Ji Changsheng thought he had already turned black and white enough. I didn't expect that Li Changxi was even more outrageous than him. Fairy Linglong was more protective than he thought. And she could help Li Changxi clean up such things. Very good. I like such a protective thigh. Jiang Buqing was shocked and angry. Li Changxi, we all know whether you did it or not. Linglong Temple Master covered up for you, because that person was so rebellious that he complained about Linglong Fairy after drinking. You. At this point, Jiang Buqing suddenly saw the pitying eyes of others, and hurriedly shut up. Li Changxi looked at Jiang Buqing and asked with a smile, it seems that you are questioning my mother's partiality, and perverting the law? Do you want me to ask my mother to come out and explain it? Jiang Buqing was sweating all over. This matter involves Linglong Fairy's family scandal. Whoever touches it will die. Li Changxi is a mental patient. She is not afraid of death. But Jiang Buqing is. I won't argue with you about this. Jiang Buqing decisively changed the subject. Ji Changsheng transformed into Bai Guanlin's appearance and entered and exited Bai Guanlin's room. The magic mirror clearly captured this matter. Li Changxi, don't try to confuse right and wrong. It's clearly captured. Isn't it? Take out the magic mirror and let me see it. The master of the temple waved his hand. The discipline hall presented the magic mirror. The picture in the magic mirror did clearly show Ji Changsheng's appearance. Ji Changsheng was a little panicked, but not completely panicked. He looked at Li Changxi. Thighs? Go ahead. Li Changxi did not disappoint him. She said solemnly, I believe this picture is fake. Jiang Buqing sneered. What's the use of you believing it? Li Changxi said in a deep voice. Look at the magic mirror again. Jiang Buqing looked at the picture in the magic mirror. Then, he was stunned. The master of the temple was knowledgeable, and his pupils began to tremble at this moment. The master thought that he had traveled all over the world and had seen a lot, and that he had seen all kinds of scenes. But today he found that he had never seen several scenes before. What the hell is this? Can the picture that has been revealed by the magic mirror be changed? I have never heard of it. But today he saw it. The picture on the magic mirror changed in full view of everyone. Originally, the magic mirror had seen through the reality of Ji Changsheng's illusion, and changed from Bai Guanlin's appearance to Ji Changsheng's appearance. But since Li Changxi said that she believed that this picture was fake, the picture on the magic mirror began to change. In just a moment, Ji Changsheng's figure in the magic mirror had disappeared completely. It was replaced by Bai Guanlin. The magic mirror showed that there had never been Ji Changsheng. Only Bai Guanlin. Jiang Buqing was dumbfounded. This is impossible. The master looked at Li Changxi, whose face was a little pale, in shock, and his heart was in turmoil. Changxi's illusion has improved again. This is a refining of truth into falsehood. Chapter 19, How many silver coins are there in the world? The master of the temple saw that the other powerful people with high cultivation were a little slow to react. But they also reacted quickly, turning the truth into a lie. I even feel like the words come true. Changxi is her cultivation improved again? How is this possible? Can illusion really affect reality? Is the rumor true? If one day Li Changxi is invincible, will the whole world be turned into a lie by her? Then we will be the crazy ones. And she will be the only normal person? Listening to the inappropriate comments of others, Ji Changsheng's eyes were brighter than ever. Yabwang Luohuan. The best in the world. No matter whether others admit it or not. He admits it. Believe in the power of belief. This sentence is a deceptive chicken soup on Blue Star. I didn't expect that in this world. With the blessing of Yabwang's cultivation method, it can actually become true. Cultivating immortals is really fun. At this moment, Ji Changsheng's heart to the Tao is extremely firm. Cultivating immortals does not need to play eloquence. Directly cheating in cultivation is speechless. Li Changxi's cultivation is obviously not yet at the point where she can do what she says. But she has already begun to turn the truth into a lie. And the illusion affects reality. This incident shocked many people. Li Changxi winked at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng understood immediately and said, It's nonsense. How can you turn the truth into a lie? Illusions are illusions, and they can never become reality. What's more, it is well known that my senior sister is the weakest among the 8 Meridian Masters. So how can she show off in front of the Master? You really don't care about your face at all in order to confuse right and wrong. Li Changshi smiled with satisfaction. Junior brother is worthy of being the Southern Emperor of Immortality. He is full of political schemes and scheming. She only gave him a glance, and he understood her meaning in seconds. He cooperated with her perfectly. Li Changshi also nodded and said, "Thank you for your praise. If I can deceive the perception of the magic mirror, then I am really the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord. Do you believe it?" At the end, Li Changshi smiled. Ji Chansheng and the master of the temple were both shocked. For a moment, they really began to believe the ghost story that Li Changshi was Taiyin Star Lord. Others turned their suspicious eyes to the Bai family. The magic mirror suddenly turned its face just now, which shocked them all. But after they calmed down, they immediately realized that Li Changshi's cultivation was not strong enough to that extent, compared with Li Changshi's illusion that deceived the perception of the magic mirror. They would rather believe that it was the Bai family who did it. Is this really a frame-up? The magic mirror. If it is a real magic mirror, it will not be wrong. But the real magic mirror is in the hands of Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan in the Hongwang Immortal Realm. The magic mirror of Yanxia Peak is just a replica after all. Moreover, it was stolen from the demon clan by senior sister Ling Long. If the Bai family can do something with the things that senior sister Ling Long stole, this is very reasonable. At least it is much more reasonable than the fact that Li Changshi is the reincarnation of Taiyin Xingjuan. What Ji Chansheng said just now is right. Those people drank Bai Guanlin's wine and died in Bai Guanlin's room. But it was said that Ji Chansheng killed them. This matter itself is wrong. Everything is afraid of overthinking. Originally, under the magic mirror, nothing can be hidden. But when Li Changshi proved that the imitation might be cheating, the truth immediately became confusing. Those who suspected that the Bai family directed and acted themselves quickly gained the upper hand. Even the master of the temple was refreshed. Xuandu Temple is not a demon sect. Although the people of the famous and upright sects may be hypocritical in secret, they must be able to pass on the surface. If the master of the temple wants to protect Ji Chansheng, he must have a convincing reason. Just now, there was solid evidence that Ji Chansheng had killed someone, and the master of the temple had no way to reverse right and wrong. Now, the reason is here. The master of the temple can finally exert his strength. He glanced at Zhong Hua, the leader of the Xinxiu lineage. This is his ironclad direct descendant. Zhong Hua and the master of the temple have cooperated for many years, and their tacit understanding is no worse than that of Ji Chansheng and Li Changshi. The master looked at him, and Zhong Hua immediately said, "Master, it seems that this matter is indeed strange. We cannot easily convict Ji Chansheng, so as not to wrongly accuse a good person, and also chill the hearts of other disciples." Ji Chansheng immediately bowed, "Thank you, Master Zhong, for your righteous words." Zhong Hua nodded as a courtesy. The master also nodded slightly. "Master Zhong, what you said makes sense. It seems that we really need to investigate. Speaking of which, I have one thing that I don't understand. Wasn't Bai Guanlin punished by the discipline hall to reflect on his mistakes in his room for 3 days during the day?" The law enforcement elder of the discipline hall reported, "Master, this is true." The master looked at Jian Buqing, "But according to you, Bai Guanlin went down the mountain." Jian Buqing. There was more cold sweat on his body. Originally, as long as Ji Chansheng was nailed to death, Bai Guanlin's crimes were not a big deal. But now Ji Chansheng seems to be unable to be nailed to death, and Bai Guanlin's crimes are all confirmed. They all admitted it themselves. "Master, there must be a misunderstanding," Jian Buqing said with a stiff face. The master's tone was very calm. "Just clarify the misunderstanding. We are all waiting for an explanation. Why did Bai Guanlin go down the mountain for no reason, when he should have been in the room to reflect on his mistakes? Or did Bai Guanlin not go down the mountain? And did Bai Guanlin do all this himself, and then frame Ji Chansheng?" Ji Chansheng clenched his fists and looked angry. But he was very relaxed in his heart. Everything went well. As he expected, the master only needed a reason to protect him. Now, Li Changshi gave the master this reason. Next, it was the master's counterattack against the Bai family. Of course, Ji Chansheng was happy to be the vanguard general and charge for the master. So Ji Chansheng said angrily, "Bai Guanlin just happened to come down the mountain. I just happened to become Bai Guanlin's appearance. Bai Guanlin's group of followers just happened to die in Bai Guanlin's room. Bai Guanlin just happened to survive after being assassinated. I just happened to not be arrested on the spot when I assassinated Bai Guanlin in Xuandu Temple. TSK. Jiang. You guys are so embarrassed when you try to make up lies. This wave is called beating the drowning dog. Jiang Buqing started to curse. The master of the temple is the master of the temple. The nominal supreme leader of Xuandu Temple. When the master of the temple began to exert his strength, the Bai family immediately felt a little overwhelmed. This is normal. If the Bai family is really stronger than the master of the temple, the master of Xuandu Temple is now a member of the Bai family. When Xuandu Temple changed its leadership, the Bai family did not seize the opportunity to get the master of the temple down. Now that the master of the temple has taken the throne, the power of the Bai family will only fall further. The master of the temple personally went down, and Ji Chansheng also rushed into battle. Jiang Buqing, the person who was pushed out by the Bai family today, realized that he had to choose a cup of poisoned wine to drink first. Admitting that Bai Guanlin went down the mountain during the process of closed-door reflection is equivalent to Bai Guanlin's disobedience to the rules of the sect, which is aggravated. Not admitting that Bai Guanlin went down the mountain, then this matter was directed and acted by Bai Guanlin himself. Whether he admits it or not, Bai Guanlin will not have a good ending. But between two evils, choose the lesser one. Compared with aggravated crimes, of course, the crime of framing others is more serious. So Jiang Buqing could only tell the truth. Bai Guanlin did go down the mountain. The face of the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall darkened. Regardless of whether Ji Chansheng killed someone, Bai Guanlin broke the law knowingly, which is aggravated. Relying on his wealthy family background, he did not take the rules of the sect seriously. This matter must be severely punished. Jiang Buqing tried to refute. Li Chengxi also did it. She was also under house arrest by the master. But she still came, and went at will. If the law enforcement elder wants to enforce the law impartially, he should punish both of them together. Otherwise it will be difficult to convince the public. Li Chengxi yawned and raised her hand and said, I was wrong. I accept the punishment. Master, deduct my merits. Deduct more. To set an example for Bai Guanlin. Merits. The hard currency of Xuandu Temple. It is much more useful than spirit stones. Unless it is a serious crime that cannot be forgiven. As long as the disciples have enough merits, Xuandu Temple will generally not beat the disciples to death. But merits are actually far from being so easy to accumulate. Jiang Buqing continued to curse in his heart. Where did this mentally ill person get so much merit? Li Chengxi directly used her merit to solve her violation of the sect rules, leaving Jiang Buqing speechless. The Bai family is really not good at merit. There are too many shameful secrets behind the big family, so it is impossible to have many merits. And the merits that the Bai family has worked hard to accumulate cannot be transferred to Xuandu Temple because of this little thing. Anyway, Bai Guanlin will not die for this little thing, so he can only take it for Bai Guanlin. The law enforcement elder took advantage of the victory and pursued. Why did Bai Guanlin go down the mountain? Jiang Buqing. He was also trapped by others. He received a note before. The information on it made him misjudge, and then gave Ji Chansheng the opportunity to kill and silence him. A note appeared in the hands of the temple master. Is it this? Ji Chansheng took a look. Yes, it was that. His handwriting. It actually fell into the hands of the temple master. That's safe. The Bai family dared to go against the temple master, and they must have strength. But the temple master is the temple master. In Xuandu Temple, if Linglong Fairy does not appear, this is the temple master's home court. Even if Fairy Linglong appears, Xuandu Temple is still the master's home ground. After all, Li Chengxi told him that when Xuandu Temple changed its leadership, the Bai family voted against the master, but was vetoed by Fairy Linglong, who had a veto power. This means that the master is the successor appointed by Fairy Linglong. So Ji Chansheng was not panicked at all. The master read out the words on the note. I am a disciple of the Tianma sect, who is undercover in Xuandu Temple. I want to give up the dark and join the light. But I am worried that Xuandu Temple will not tolerate me. If Mr. Bai is willing to give me shelter, I can help Mr. Bai frame Ji Chansheng as an undercover of the Tianma sect. And I have evidence of the secret collusion between the master and the high-level officials of the Tianma sect. If Mr. Bai is sincere, he can go down the mountain to Qi Feng Yin for a chat. Tonight at midnight. No more waiting after the deadline. Remember? Come alone. Otherwise I will never show up. As the contents of the note were read out by the master, the hall fell silent. The atmosphere became a little weird. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to break this weird atmosphere. He laughed indignantly. Sure enough, it's still a frame-up. Just because Bai Guanlin was born in the Bai family, and I was born in poverty, I blocked Mr. Bai's way. So I was framed by Mr. Bai and the undercover agents of the demonic cult. Where is the law? Where is justice? Master, I'm tired. If offending the Bai family is a crime, then I plead guilty. Please let me die. The master sighed lightly. Silly child. There's no need to be so indignant. It's not just you. I'm also among those framed. But the means are indeed a bit crude. The master raised the note in his hand and said to Jiang Buqing, this note was found on Bai Guanlin. Right? Jiang Buqing nodded, then looked at Ji Changsheng and sneered. Guanlin suspected that this note was put on him by Ji Changsheng during the day. The real culprit behind this matter is Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng was furious. The Bai family is blaming others, which is shameless. The master waved his hand, indicating that Ji Changsheng did not need to refute, and then sent the note to the Cultivation master. Brother Luan, you are fair and impartial, and everyone trusts you. You can identify this note. The Cultivation master Luan took the note, and his eyes shone with light, falling on the note in his hand. After a moment, Master Luan frowned and said in a deep voice, the paper is the Bai family's agarwood paper, which is not circulated in the outside world. Only the direct descendants of the Bai family can enjoy it. The ink is the enlightenment ink that can make monsters communicate with spirits. It is a specialty of Danqing Pavilion. I don't have any of it in my collection. It is said that after Bai Guanlin was born, Danqing Pavilion sent a lot of enlightenment ink as a gift. There was an uproar in the hall. The truth was clear at a glance. Bai Guanlin had not been tricked at all. He had directed and acted all this out himself. Ji Changsheng was also surprised by Bai Guanlin's operation. He looked at Jiang Buqing in horror. You have put so much thought into it. You are really despicable and shameless. Ji Changsheng controlled himself and did not dare to look at the master. What agarwood paper? Enlightenment ink. This is the first time he has heard of this stuff today. The content on the note is all correct. He did write it. But the paper is not his. The ink is not his either. Of course, it is definitely not the unlucky Bai Guanlin. Master, good tricks. Ji Changsheng now has a question. Why does it look like his own camp is more like a villain? Chapter 20, Group. Ji Changsheng, the instigator, was shown off by the master. So the Bai family was naturally shocked and angry. Before they came to question him, they all thought that Ji Changsheng had done this. But the master of the Kunyue lineage, Luan, was in the neutral camp of Xuandu Temple, and had always been impartial, and had no grudges against the Bai family. He would not suddenly side with the master. Could it be that Bai Guanlin really directed and acted it himself? Fairy Linglong gave Bai Guanlin some unknown cards, and Bai Guanlin was clever and deceived all of them. The Bai family also began to doubt, because Bai Guanlin, a second-generation fairy, is the youngest son of the world's number one. It is really possible for him to do such a stupid operation that looks stupid but is actually lawless. And if it is really Bai Guanlin who directed and acted it himself, the Bai family will lose both the wife and the army this time. As the general of the Bai family who was pushed out to charge this time, Jiang Buqing is unwilling to accept this reality. He struggled hard and said, Master Luan, can you let me see it? Master Luan glanced at Jiang Buqing and said dissatisfiedly, Are you doubting my eyesight? Or are you doubting my fairness? I dare not. Jiang Buqing said hurriedly. It's just that this matter is serious. I must make sure it is foolproof. Well? Master Luan nodded, but did not hand the note to Jiang Buqing. Instead, he directly manifested it in the air, and then used his magic power to activate the extraordinary features of agarwood paper and ink. After a while, the hall was filled with fragrance, which made people feel relaxed and happy when they smelled it, and even felt clear-minded and a little advanced in realm. This is the wonderful use of agarwood paper. At the same time, dragons and phoenixes were carved on the pillars of the main hall, along with the scent of the ink. The giant dragon carved on the pillar even struggled to stretch out a claw. Facts speak louder than words. It is indeed agarwood paper and ink. Agarwood paper is a specialty of the Bai family, and outsiders have no channels to buy and sell it. The ink is a treasure of the Danqing Pavilion. The guys in the Confucian school are independent and don't have much contact with us. We only gave some to the Bai family for the sake of senior sister Linglong. I'm afraid Ji Changsheng doesn't even know the existence of these two things, let alone set up a trap with them. The master is right. The means are inferior. The mind is treacherous. It's a pity. By Guanlin. Alas, you can't know a person's heart by knowing his face. She is good in everything, but her descendants are useless. It's a waste of half an evening for a kid who doesn't know the height of the world to direct and act himself. It's really boring. Everyone's face is not very good, including the Bai family. The Bai family originally wanted to bring charges this time. They thought they were the right party and would definitely have the upper hand, and even forced the master to make concessions to gain unexpected benefits. They never expected that they were kept in the dark by their own people. Yes, they now believe that Ji Changsheng is innocent. Bai Guanlin did everything himself. The master cooperated too well. Bai Guanlin's character is also not very good. So when all the evidence pointed to Bai Guanlin, everyone subconsciously believed it. Only Ji Changsheng and the master knew how wrong Bai Guanlin was. But they would definitely not seek justice for Bai Guanlin. On the contrary, they will only add insult to injury. Ji Changsheng stood up and said indignantly, "The truth is clear. I asked the master to be fair, and just for me." The master hesitated. Then he said carefully, "Changsheng, I know I have wronged you this time. But Bai Guanlin is of a different status after all. The master's implication is that we can slander him and wrong him, which can be interpreted as tempering his character. But we can't do it too much. Unfortunately, Ji Changsheng beat the dog when it's down. There is a saying in the mortal world that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people, even though Bai Guanlin is of a noble status. Can he ignore the sect's laws? I don't accept it." The master. Others also looked at Ji Changsheng in amazement. Good guy. This guy is too fierce. Sure enough, he has the style of Li Changxi. Li Changxi also feels that his junior brother Ingwe is like me. Since her junior brother didn't want to keep things quiet, she stopped being low-key and spoke up to help him. Who is Bai Guanlin? His identity is nothing in front of my junior brother. My junior brother is the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor of Immortality. Bai Guanlin dared to slander my junior brother. He committed treason and should be punished with death. The master rubbed his head. Zhonghua sighed. Wan Mayu looked up at the sky. Jiang Wuqing cursed in a low voice, "Damn it. Li Changxi is sick again. You can't argue with a mental patient." What's more, Fairy Linglong particularly admires this mental patient. They really can't do anything with Li Changxi. I heard someone wants to deal with Liner. Suddenly, Bai Guanlin walked in with an old lady who looked very old. No one stopped him during the whole process. When the master saw the silver-haired old lady, his pupils shrank violently, and he stood up from his seat immediately. "Old lady, why are you here?" The old lady was supported by Bai Guanlin, and she was a little out of breath when she spoke. But her tone was very impolite. "Someone wants to kill my Bai family's Qilin's son. If I don't come to see him again, the Bai family will really be wronged." This time it was the master's turn to have cold sweat on his forehead. "Old lady, what are you talking about?" Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes and approached Li Changxi quietly. Li Changxi's voice also reached Ji Changxing's ears. "Junior brother, be careful. This is an old immortal from the Bai family. Her identity is a bit special." Ji Changsheng saw it without Li Changxi saying it. The identity of this old woman is definitely not ordinary. It seems that she has no magic power and may die at any time. But since she appeared, the master has become very nervous. Not only the master, but everyone has become very nervous. Besides Li Changxi, everyone else stood up to greet the old woman. She accidentally saved my mother's life, and the prosperity of the Bai family came from this. Ji Changsheng understood, calmed his mind, and prepared to respond accordingly. At this time, the old woman's words made Ji Changsheng overjoyed. The man has his own reasons, and the woman has her own reasons. You said that my Bai family framed you, and the Bai family said that you killed people to silence them. Since no one admits it, let's measure the merits. Xuandu Temple is the first in merits, and killing many Xuandu Temple disciples must show the merits. The old woman looked at Ji Changsheng. Bai Guanlin also looked over with a resentful look. Ji Changsheng, you are dead. You will be exposed soon. Ji Changsheng blinked. Of course, he is not afraid of the test of merit. Before, Ji Changsheng went to the illusion to brush merit, just to prevent this trick, even if he can't argue. And the master of the temple and Li Changxi can't protect him. He will directly show his merit and ask the Xian Huang Merit Tower for protection. Master of the temple, Li Changxi. Xin Wang Merit Tower. The Trinity. Ji Changsheng dared to do a big deal. Otherwise, he would not have killed so many people in Xuandu Temple. It seems to be a risk. But in fact, Ji Changsheng certainly thinks that he can be safe. Now the development of things is completely within his expectations. But Ji Changsheng refused to go with the flow, but was very angry. And acted well. And couldn't let the Bai family see that he was fearless now. Ji Changsheng ignored Bai Guanlin and looked directly at the old woman, asking in a deep voice, "Are you teaching the master what to do?" Everyone. They knew Ji Changsheng was fierce. But they didn't expect him to be so fierce in front of the old lady of the Bai family. "I thought the master of Xuandu Temple had the final say. What position do you hold in Xuandu Temple? What qualifications do you have to teach the master what to do?" Ji Changsheng didn't care what others thought. He only knew that he was loyal to the master. The enemy of the master is the enemy of me. Ji Changsheng. The master smiled bitterly. Changsheng. This is the old lady of the Bai family. Ji Changsheng understood in his heart. That is similar to the role of Jianmu in Dream of Red Mansions. In the family, it seems that she has the highest status and the highest generation. And her words are as important as gold. But it doesn't matter. In the end, the Jia family still cried together. And the beautiful women mourned together, leaving the white land clean. Ji Changsheng was neither humble nor arrogant, and did not even give the master face, and asked directly, "What is the relationship between the old lady of the Bai family and our Xuandu Temple? No one has answered my question yet. What position does she hold in Xuandu Temple? What qualifications does she have to teach the master to do things?" The master was secretly happy, and stopped talking decisively. Of course, he was also annoyed by old lady, Bai, who took advantage of her age. Who would want to have an old antique on his head? The master did not have masochism. But he could not start a group directly. But Ji Changsheng helped him start a group. So of course, he would just watch from the sidelines. If the master did not speak, the master's trusted and direct descendants would not speak. They were not Ji Changsheng. And they were not fierce enough to take the initiative to provoke old lady Bai. But Li Changxi was the boss of the second class. And smiled and said, "She doesn't have any position in Xuandu Temple. But she is the old lady of the Bai family. So of course she is qualified to teach the master of the temple how to do things." Ji Changsheng sneered. "Xuandu Temple is the first immortal gate. And it is also the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in the whole world. I remember that I learned the rules of the sect in the outer sect. Non-disciples of Xuandu Temple are not allowed to set foot on the mountain gate of Xuandu Temple unless the head of the sect agrees. Those who enter without permission will be killed. Master, may I ask if this old lady, Bai, appeared in our Xuandu Temple with your consent?" The master of the temple coughed lightly, and told the truth. "No." Ji Changsheng said loudly. "Then I ask the discipline hall to enforce the law impartially and execute this old woman to correct the sect rules." The law enforcement elder of the discipline hall coughed loudly. "It is really a happy thing that a fierce general appears in our camp. But it is really too fierce. He can't catch it. Don't even mention him. Even the master of the temple can't catch it." The temple master explained. "Changsheng, don't talk nonsense. The Bai family has made great contributions to Xuandu Temple. Old lady Bai is highly respected, and Fairy Linglong also respects her very much. You must not be rude." Ji Changsheng asked back. "The rules of the sect that disciples learn require the consent of the current temple master. Only outsiders can stay in Xuandu Temple. Is the temple master hinting that Fairy Linglong should abdicate?" The temple master was furious. "How dare you? Senior sister Linglong is so upright that she doesn't care about fame and fortune. Considering that you are still young, I will not pursue your responsibility for speculating about senior sister Linglong. If you do it again, I will punish you severely." Ji Changsheng was not afraid of power and asked again, "If that's the case, isn't this old lady violating the rules of our Xuandu Temple? Sect rules? The master is so harsh to his disciples, but so soft to outsiders. And the disciples are not convinced." Li Changxi added, "Brother, it's useless for you to be dissatisfied. Who made you a poor commoner? Old lady Bai is the ancestor of the Bai family. It's normal for the master to bully the weak and fear the strong, and treat them differently. You have to learn to accept and be grateful, because you don't have a rich and powerful father." The master looked gloomy, and seemed to be very angry about the accusations of Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. But due to the sect rules, he couldn't do anything about Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. However, except by Guanlin, everyone present was a 1,000-year-old fox. Anyone could see that Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi were singing the same tune to help the master start a group. They are in the same group. Sure enough. The master was silent for a while. And he was too lazy to pretend. Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi have helped him to this point. If he doesn't seize the opportunity to drive old lady Bai down the mountain, he will miss it. The master of the temple is an old silver coin. And his ability to seize opportunities is top-notch. So the master of the temple smiled bitterly at old lady Bai. Old lady. Look at this. Alas. Although Changxi and Changsheng are my juniors, they both use the sect rules to make trouble. And I can't punish them for no reason. Which makes you laugh at me. The master's gloomy face is fake. Old lady Bai's ugly face is really ugly. But she took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and said in a deep voice, Ling Long just resigned. And she has already forgotten. It is true that people are fickle, and the world is fickle. I understand it. Ji Changsheng directly retorted, old thing. Stop taking advantage of your age. Fairy Ling Long is willing to let you stay. It is her kindness. The master of the temple asked you to leave the mountain. It is your duty. At your age, you still ignore the facts and play moral kidnapping. It is really shameful. Chapter 21 Ji Changsheng. Keep a clean name in the world. Lao Taijun Bai was stunned. There was a sound of gasps in the hall. Ji Changsheng was too fierce. It was so fierce that everyone was caught off guard. How dare he tell the truth to a big shot like Lao Taijun Bai? Ji Changsheng didn't care about the shock of the group of people, and continued to talk. Master, since this old thing is not decent, then we will help him to be decent. For the sake of Fairy Ling Long, the old woman can be spared from death. But she can't be forgiven for her crime. Drive her down the mountain. I am a kind person, based on the principle of respecting the old and loving the young. I will not break her legs. The master of the temple almost knelt down to Ji Changsheng. He felt that he was not worthy of being the master of the temple. Good boy. I will definitely choose you as the person in charge in the next term. The emperor's new clothes are most afraid of one thing. Suddenly a child jumps out and tells the truth, making everyone embarrassed. Ji Changsheng is the child who tells the truth. Old lady Bai is very embarrassed now. Putting aside the facts, it is okay for her to stay with a thick skin. The problem is that Ji Changsheng does not put aside the facts. When the facts are laid out, as long as she still has dignity, she has to get out. Old lady Bai. Have dignity. There is no way. The Bai family still has to travel the world. It doesn't matter who they are in private. If they are shameless on the surface, what is the difference between them and the devil? Old lady Bai can only swallow this breath and said coldly, I will take the initiative to go down the mountain later. As you wish. Cough. Cough. As she spoke, old lady Bai suddenly began to cough up blood. Ji Changsheng was shocked and immediately passed the blame. Everyone is watching. I didn't do anything. Is the Bai family only going to frame someone? Bai Guanlin did this. And this old woman did the same. Isn't it too uncreative? Ji Changsheng accidentally expressed the inner thoughts of many people. Because it was too coincidental that old lady Bai vomited blood. And in front of everyone. Ji Changsheng really didn't do anything. And the master of the temple didn't move either. You said you were angry and vomited blood? Who would believe it? We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. And old lady Bai is also a master who often chats and laughs with Ling Long Fairy, the #1 person in the world. How could she be so angry and vomit blood so easily? Back then, old lady Bai experienced heart-wrenching pain. And she didn't shed a tear or spit blood when she saw the black-haired person. She silently hid the pain in her heart. She gritted her teeth, endured the humiliation, and used the death of her clansmen to exchange for greater benefits for the Bai family. Which is why the Bai family is now prosperous and powerful. Such an old lady would be angry and vomit blood? No one believes it. Bai Guanlin was angry. Of course the ancestor did not frame someone. And I did not frame someone either. The ancestor was ambushed. This time it was not Ji Changsheng's turn to speak. The master of the temple looked gloomy and warned. Do you mean that the old lady was ambushed in Xuandu Temple? What do you mean? Bai Guanlin said angrily. That's what I mean. Shinxiu Vane Master Zhong Hua reminded. We all saw what happened just now. If you want to frame someone, you can't use such crude means. You have to respect their eyes and IQ. Bai Guanlin became more and more angry. It was not here, but in my room. Ji Changsheng set up booby traps and poison in my room. The ancestor went to my room and was caught off guard. Ji Changsheng. Bai Guanlin is simply not a human being. He left those tricks to plot against Bai Guanlin. This guy actually asked his ancestor to take the risk for him. It seems that this old lady Bai has no cultivation. And she just saved Linglong Fairy's life by chance. No wonder she wants to stay in Xuandu Temple. Staying here is full of spiritual energy, and can prolong her life. Bai Guanlin actually let his ancestor, who has no cultivation, take the punishment for him. He is really not a good son. He is unfaithful and unfilial. And he deserves to be killed. Ji Changsheng was so angry that he laughed. I did everything. You might as well say that you are also my child. Hiss. Ji Changsheng's words made the angry Bai Guanlin and the old lady Bai speechless. Is this guy really mentally ill? Bai Guanlin even thought he was hallucinating. Ji Changsheng. Do you know what you are saying? Bai Guanlin asked. Ji Changsheng rolled his eyes. Not afraid at all. And said directly, I said I am your father. Hiss. Everyone was gasping. Bai Guanlin's father, that's the husband of Fairy Linglong. Ji Changsheng dared to take advantage of him. Absolute. Everyone was in awe. Bai Guanlin even laughed out loud. Awesome. You are really awesome. Ji Changsheng felt that Bai Guanlin seemed to have some problems with his brain. Old lady Bai had the same idea about him. She looked at Ji Changsheng and suddenly frowned. Has he been infected by Li Changqi? Is he mentally abnormal? If that's the case, it's not easy to deal with. It's not easy to argue with a mental patient even if they are right. Ji Changsheng said contemptuously, You are mentally abnormal. My senior sister is smart and open-minded. And her talent is amazing. There is no woman in the world who is more intelligent than her. Li Changqi nodded with satisfaction. Junior brother. You are right. But next time you say it. There is no need to emphasize women. Ji Changsheng readily agreed. Senior sister is right. There is no one in the world who is smarter than you. Li Changqi smiled sweetly and accepted it all. I just like to hear the truth. Old lady Bai was speechless. It's bad. It seems to be really contagious. It's not good to deal with a mental patient even if you win. But even if it's not good, you have to win first. The Bai family has suffered a great loss today and lost face. If even Ji Changsheng can't be nailed to death, the wind direction will really change. Fairy Linglong has been practicing in seclusion, and she wants to ascend to become an immortal. And the new master and the Bai family are not on good terms. The Bai family has a strong sense of crisis. They must seize the opportunity. Otherwise the Bai family will show a tendency to be slaughtered before Fairy Linglong leaves. When Fairy Linglong really ascends successfully, won't the Bai family be eaten by those hungry wolves? Many people are still keeping neutral and watching the strength of the Bai family. The more it is at this time, the more the Bai family cannot keep a low profile. They must be strong to the end and cannot bear any loss. So old lady Bai decisively brought the topic back on track. In the final analysis, today's incident was because someone started a killing spree in Xuandu Temple. He practiced the devil's way and attacked his fellow disciples. Ji Changsheng said that it was our Bai family who framed him. And we said that Ji Changsheng killed people to silence them. Since the magic mirror is not accurate, then please use the Xianhuang Merit Tower. The Xianhuang Merit Tower is the first artifact, and it will not wrongly accuse good people. Ji Changsheng. Do you dare to let the Xianhuang Merit Tower test it? Ji Changsheng ignored old lady Bai, but said to the master of the temple, Master, she is teaching you how to do things again. Master. Very relieved. Ji Changsheng is a peerless warrior, and he is fighting for him. Talent is available. It is also a headache. It is true that Ji Changsheng is a warrior, but he is a little too fierce. The most important thing is that he knows very well that those people were really killed by Ji Changsheng. Killing people will definitely have a bloody aura, and the merit will inevitably decrease sharply. The Xianhuang Merit Tower is not a replica, but a projection of the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, the first defensive treasure of the prehistoric fairyland. It is absolutely impossible to make a mistake. What if Ji Changsheng is exposed on the spot? How can he protect it? The master of the temple pondered for a moment, and decided not to use the Xianhuang Merit Tower. Ji Changsheng fought for him, and he must protect such a talent. At this moment, Ji Changsheng took the initiative to speak. Forget it. Since the Bai family has brought shame upon themselves, I am willing to accept the inspection of the Xianhuang Merit Tower. However, if I can prove my innocence, I will punish Bai Guanlin for murder and framing others. Bai Guanlin was shocked and said, Ji Changsheng, are you crazy? Ji Changsheng stood tall and proud, and said, I am the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. I am upright, and naturally not afraid of your conspiracy. Bai Guanlin relaxed. You are really crazy. And you really believe Li Changxi's crazy words. You will not live if you bring trouble upon yourself. Ji Changsheng. Cherish the last moment of your life. Ji Changsheng sneered and continued to speak to the master. Master. Do it. I want to keep my innocence in the world. If I prove my innocence, then please let Bai Guanlin go to the underworld with shame. Bai Guanlin said decisively, It's a deal. Chapter 22 The Golden Lotus of Merit shocked Xuandu. Ji Changsheng's performance shocked many people. Some people suspected that Ji Changsheng really had mental problems. Others suspected that Ji Changsheng was really wronged. But if Ji Changsheng was wronged, old lady Bai was not a fool. Why did she have to let the Xianwang Merit Tower verify it? Although merit can be transferred, the merit given by outsiders is completely different from one's own merit, and it can never be hidden from the verification of the Xianwang Merit Tower. Imitations of the magic mirror can make mistakes, but the Xianwang Merit Tower can never make mistakes. What went wrong? Even the master of the temple is a little unsure now. He stared at Ji Changsheng deeply, thinking that this child would not really be infected by Li Changxi. It was obviously him who did it. How could he be so confident to accept the verification of the Xianwang Merit Tower? But Ji Changsheng took the initiative to ask for the inspection, and the master of the temple still forcibly protected him, which was too unreasonable. The master of the temple had no choice but to agree to Ji Changsheng's request, and he was worried about Ji Changsheng. The grade of the Xianwang Merit Tower was too high, and he had no control over it now. There was no room for Ji Changsheng to cheat, so it all depended on Ji Changsheng himself. But before using the Xianwang Merit Tower, the master of the temple reminded, the Xianwang Merit Tower is the first artifact of our Xuandu temple, and it is also the greatest foundation of our Xuandu temple. Using the Xianwang Merit Tower is by no means a trivial matter. If it is confirmed that Ji Changsheng is surrounded by blood evil and his merits are sharply reduced, he will naturally be punished. But if it is confirmed that Ji Changsheng is wronged, Bai Guanlin will also have to pay the price. By then, even senior sister Linglong can't save Bai Guanlin. Do you understand? The person with the highest status in Xuandu Temple has never been a single person. Even if that person is Fairy Linglong, she cannot shake the status of Xianwang Merit Tower, because the true body of Xianwang Merit Tower is invincible in the prehistoric fairy world, and it is controlled by the most powerful saint, which is the foundation of Xuandu Temple's long-lasting prosperity. Xuandu Temple has a foothold in the prehistoric fairy world. Otherwise, why can it become the first fairy gate in this world? Background determines everything. Ji Changsheng's cognition has always been correct. To put it bluntly, even if Bai Guanlin really killed someone, it is not a big deal and can always be covered up. But if the Xianwang Merit Tower confirms that Bai Guanlin killed someone, Fairy Linglong cannot cover it up. Other sects with backgrounds of gods above their heads. Once Xuandu Temple uses the Xianwang Merit Tower, there is a saint above their heads. Bai Guanlin felt the seriousness of the matter. Everyone is looking at him, including the Bai family. Old lady Bai hesitated. Although she felt that Ji Changsheng had a 99% chance of having a brain problem and was infected by Li Changxi, but there was still a 1% chance that all this was really directed and acted by Bai Guanlin himself. Liner, this is your last chance. Old lady Bai's words were double entendres. If it was really you who did it, I'm willing to give up the investigation now. And it's not too late for me to risk my reputation. Jiang Wuqing also sent a message to Bai Guanlin at this time. Liner, if it was really you who did it, it's not too late to give up now. Bai Guanlin saw the unbelieving eyes of his family. Then, he heard old lady Bai's reminder and Jiang Wuqing's message. Emotions instantly broke through reason. Test immediately. I don't believe it. Can evil prevail over good? I'm innocent. No one can wrongly accuse me of something I haven't done. Ji Changsheng laughed. These are all my lines. You want to steal them? You are really not a human being. Bai Guanlin's eyes were red. Ji Changsheng, when you show your true colors, I will see if you can still be as arrogant as you are now. Ji Changsheng said disdainfully. You don't understand the value of this seat. The Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Li Changxi nodded. Yes. In the world, I am probably the only one who understands my junior brother. It's really lonely to be invincible. The master of the temple reminded him to the utmost. And his words were said to Ji Changsheng. Since Ji Changsheng insisted on doing this, the master of the temple could only assume that Ji Changsheng had some special confidence. It can't be that Li Changxi really infected his brain. So he no longer hesitated. decisively activated the Xianwang Merit Tower, and at the same time opened the Qi Induction Array. Under the double buff, all the merits and virtues are nowhere to hide. After doing all this, the master of the temple quietly waited for Ji Changsheng to perform. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Changsheng. Then, blinded, literally, endless golden light of merit descended from the sky, piercing the entire night sky. Then, Ji Changsheng was filled with fragrance. A lotus flower shining with golden light slowly bloomed above Ji Changsheng's head. At the same time, the Xianwang Merit Tower moved. The Xianwang Qi rushed straight from the Xianwang Merit Tower to Ji Changsheng, and a bridge of Xianwang Qi was built between the tower and Ji Changsheng. The whole process lasted for 3 minutes. The sky was full of flowers, and golden lotuses were surging from the ground. Ji Changsheng was shrouded in it, like a dream, which made everyone dumbfounded. Everyone, including the master of the temple, was stunned. This, fuck. I've never seen so many merits in my life. Am I blind? Is this a whole merit lotus? One petal of a merit lotus means at least 100,000 lives have been saved. A whole merit lotus. Did Ji Changsheng save the world? I now suspect that Ji Changsheng is really the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. The backflow of Xianwang Qi is also outrageous. The Xianwang Tower personally certified it. And it can't be fake. What did Ji Changsheng do? I don't know what Ji Changsheng did, but I know that Ji Changsheng definitely didn't kill people to silence them. The discussion was one after another, and it was completely uncontrollable. The master of the temple was also out of control. He was also out of control. It's no exaggeration to say that when he saw Ji Changsheng's vision, his first reaction was, is Ji Changsheng really the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng? Outrageous. Very outrageous. Outrageous. His mother opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the extreme. He thought Ji Changsheng was a talent. Now it seems that his vision is too narrow. Can this guy be a human being? Even the master of the temple was stunned, which shows how shocked Ji Changsheng was to others. Soon, something even more shocking happened. Under the cover of countless Xianwang Qi and Merit Golden Lotus, Ji Changsheng's aura began to grow rapidly. He was using Xianwang Qi to forge his body, and using Merit Qi to brush his realm. In less than a minute, Ji Changsheng's aura climbed to a certain threshold. Then, the Merit Golden Lotus on Ji Changsheng's head dimmed slightly. The next moment, Ji Changsheng's black hair rose without wind, and his aura began to grow rapidly again, but instantly raised a level. A golden pill appeared from Ji Changsheng's ears, eyes, nose, mouth, and other orifices. It reflected Ji Changsheng's face like a god, majestic and noble, ancient and mysterious. The golden pill gradually moved down. Finally, it moved to Ji Changsheng's lower abdomen, and all the strange phenomena disappeared. After swallowing a golden pill, I realized that my fate is not determined by heaven. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ji Changsheng officially entered the golden pill realm. The speed of his breakthrough is unprecedented. Even Li Changxi is not as fast as him. Until this time, Ji Changsheng finally spoke. Smiling to Bai Guanlin, congratulations. My true colors are revealed. Chapter 23 Justice Must Win. Bai Guanlin's eyes were dazed, and he muttered to himself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could you have so many merits? Did I really kill people? He began to doubt his life. The Xianwang Merit Tower can't be wrong. This is everyone's deep-rooted cognition. In fact, the Xianwang Merit Tower is indeed correct. Ji Changsheng really saved a world. There is nothing wrong with the judgment of the Xianwang Merit Tower. But this has nothing to do with whether Ji Changsheng killed anyone. However, only Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi can understand this logic. Others can't jump out of this matter and look at Ji Changsheng's merits alone. The superficial fact is that Bai Guanlin and the Bai family took the initiative to use the Xianwang Merit Tower to try to nail Ji Changsheng to death. Then, the Xianwang Merit Tower gave Ji Changsheng the official certification of the greatest good man in the world. Now, let alone the Bai family, even if Fairy Linglong comes in person, it can't shake Ji Changsheng's personality of the greatest good man in the world. So Bai Guanlin doubted his life, and everyone else looked at him with pity. Of course, the Bai family's eyes were not pity. It was disappointment and anger at his self-deception. They now completely believed that all this was directed and acted by Bai Guanlin himself. The most annoying thing was that Bai Guanlin deceived them all. Now that the situation has developed to this point, they can no longer end it. So, Ji Chansheng gave Bai Guanlin the final blow. Bai Guanlin, stop pretending. If you are a man, stand up and admit it. There are witnesses and evidence. And facts speak louder than words. Admit it. Don't let everyone look down on you. And save some dignity for yourself. Bai Guanlin's eyes were dazed, as if struck by lightning. It was not until he heard Ji Chansheng say this that Bai Guanlin came back to his senses. Everything that happened just now came back to his mind. Most importantly, everything he had experienced came back to his mind. Bai Guanlin went crazy. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Ji Chansheng. It's you. It's you who are wronging me. It was the Xianhuang Merit Tower that made a mistake. It must be the Xianhuang Merit Tower that made a mistake. Ji Chansheng sighed. It's not decent. It's too disgraceful. You can't even afford to lose. How can you win? You still want to quibble at this point. It's just like a wild dog barking. Making a fool of yourself. Ji Chansheng. You are shameless. You bastard. There is something wrong with the Xianhuang Merit Tower. Ancestor. Test it again. Ji Chansheng definitely has a problem. Bai Guanlin's roar echoed in the hall, like the howling of a defeated dog. It left all the Bai family members speechless. Old Lady Bai was already very old, and her face was even more pale at this time, as if her end was near, and she had lost 90% of her energy. Seeing that Bai Guanlin was still trying to quibble at this point, Old Lady Bai was disappointed beyond words. Enough. Old Lady Bai rebuked Bai Guanlin's roar. Then she raised her hand and slapped him. You shameful thing. You have lived like a dog for so many years. And you have brought shame to the family with you. Which is ridiculous. She was not angry to death by Ji Chong. She was almost angry to death by Bai Guanlin. It was too embarrassing. She didn't want to say a word to Bai Guanlin. Now that things have come to this, there is no possibility for the Bai family to counterattack today. Old Lady Bai didn't want to stay at the scene and embarrass herself. So she said to the master, Master, I will leave first. Today's matter is a humiliation for me. And I have nothing to say. No matter what decision the master makes in the end, the Bai family will accept it. If you lose, you lose. She is not Bai Guanlin. She has dignity, and can afford to lose. Leaving behind the last polite words, Old Lady Bai walked directly out of the hall. She gave up on this grandson, Bai Guanlin. There is no use not giving up. It is not wrong to play tricks. But even the family is kept in the dark and shamed. And the means are so crude. It is simply a pig teammate among pig teammates. Old Lady Bai is really disappointed. As soon as she left, the Bai family also quickly admitted defeat and retreated. The overall situation of today's matter has been determined. Only a half-crazy Bai Guanlin is left, who can't accept the facts. This is impossible. There must be something wrong with the Xianhuang Merit Tower. Master, are you opening a back door for Ji Chansheng? You must be colluding with each other. The master was not angry. He just looked at Bai Guanlin with pity. This silly child. His mentality collapsed. If you just test your own merits, wouldn't you prove your innocence? Of course. Even if Bai Guanlin really reacted, he wouldn't test Bai Guanlin. Ji Chansheng has set the stage for him. And the master of the temple will certainly not let this play fail. But Bai Guanlin himself didn't react. And he was relieved. Ji Chansheng is still increasing his efforts and beating the fallen dog, Master. Now the truth is clear. The disciple has proved his innocence. Please punish Bai Guanlin for the crime of murder. Silencing and framing. Master, you are really not afraid of death. Young people are too hot-tempered. Aren't you afraid that senior sister Ling Long will cause trouble for you? Ji Chansheng is really not afraid. Seeing that the master was still hesitant, Ji Chansheng said dissatisfiedly, Master, Bai Guanlin and I have an agreement beforehand, and everyone present is a witness. Just because Bai Guanlin is a member of the Bai family, can you ignore the law? There is a saint above us, and I need an explanation. If Bai Guanlin is not dead, Xuandu Temple will inevitably follow suit. If this continues, the consequences will be disastrous. The master looked up at the sky. If he and Ji Chansheng had not framed Bai Guanlin, he would have almost believed Ji Chansheng's lies. The master was naturally not suitable to express his opinion. Zhong Hua, the master of the Shinxiu lineage, took the initiative to say, Ji Chansheng, you should go back to Yaguang Fantasy to continue practicing. The matter of Bai Guanlin is a serious matter. We need to discuss it carefully, and give you a formal reply tomorrow. Ji Chansheng frowned. This was not the reply he wanted, but the master was his own man, and he could not force him too much. So Ji Changsheng gave in. For the sake of the master, the disciple will take the overall situation into consideration and take a step back. But the sky is clear, and all the disciples of Xuandu Temple are waiting for the masters to give a fair and just trial result. The justice fighter Ji Changsheng did not forget to remind the people present that he was not fighting alone. He represented the vast number of ordinary disciples. After coming out of the main peak hall, Ji Changsheng found that there were hundreds of disciples waiting in the dark outside the main peak. When they saw Ji Changsheng appear, many people cheered. "Changsheng, are you okay?" It was Li Daoyan who spoke with concern. Ji Changsheng glanced at his nephew, and then at Ing Hongya, who was hiding in the darkness, and knew that the current situation was probably caused by the two of them. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that people's hearts could be used. Ji Changsheng nodded to Li Daoyan, and then said loudly, "Ji Changsheng thanks all the fellow disciples. Today I can come out of the main peak alive. It is not my victory, Ji Changsheng, but the victory of justice." Fireworks bloomed everywhere in Xuandu Temple. The sky is bright. In the main hall, the master of the temple covered his face and was speechless, feeling that he was old. When he was young, his showmanship was never so skillful. The next moment, the master of the temple and everyone else straightened their bodies at the same time. A jade sword appeared in the hall. From the jade sword, a fairy sound came. "My son is in trouble?" Chapter 24 Yu Linglong. Ji Changsheng didn't know at this time that the strongest thigh in his heart, Fairy Linglong, had appeared. He was now giving a speech of justice with all his heart. As an ordinary civilian with no family background, he was able to expose the conspiracy of the Bai family, defeat the heir of the Bai family, and argue on the main peak hall. He represented more than just himself. His behavior was not just to vent his anger. The gorgeous fireworks in Xuandu Temple showed how many people were paying attention to Ji Changsheng's result tonight. Now, Ji Changsheng successfully walked out of the main peak hall. Let many disciples, who also came from ordinary backgrounds, see hope. My fellow disciples, I know that many places in this world are like diseases, which can only be spread through mothers and babies, blood, and men and women. But today I, Ji Changsheng, walked out alive, which proves that the sky of Xuandu Temple is not completely dark. Under the leadership of the master of the temple, I believe that Xuandu Temple will have a bright future in the future. Li Chengxi was still in the hall at this time, so no one helped Ji Changsheng to amplify the sound this time. It doesn't matter. Ji Changsheng does it himself, and has enough food and clothing. What a good flattery. Must let the master hear it. Let everyone hear it. By the way, it helps to gather reputation for yourself. Perfect. As expected, when Ji Changsheng's voice spread all over the country again, the fireworks in Xuandu Temple became more prosperous. The lights were as bright as day. The sky against Xuandu Temple has swept away the darkness and welcomed the light. At this moment, the main peak hall, a light came from the jade sword. The master wants to die. Ji Changsheng took the initiative to flatter the master, and the master was very happy. But the master didn't like the flattery of the current master in front of the former master Linglong. Or rather, he didn't dare to like it. It cost him his life. The master quickly explained, "Sister, my disciples are a little reckless. I will deal with it now." "No. Come to me." The voice fell from the jade sword, and the master's face turned pale. Others had different expressions, but no matter who it was, they didn't dare to resist the order of the jade sword, because the person represented by the jade sword was the world's strongest person in this world. Yu Linglong. The 4 words "world's strongest" mean countless unruly corpses. And now all the strong people who are still alive in the world have lowered their proud heads. In short, they were defeated. Changsheng, you are so awesome. After many disciples who welcomed Ji Changsheng dispersed, Ing Hongya and Li Daoyan came to Ji Changsheng's side. Just now, neither of them took the lead. Even Li Daoyan only asked Ji Changsheng with concern, and Ing Hongya did not speak from beginning to end, because it was inappropriate for them to speak. Just now, Ji Changsheng represented the ordinary disciples of Xuandu Temple, and Ing Hongya and Li Daoyan were essentially in the same camp as Bai Guanlin. It was just that the families behind them were obviously not getting along well, and they had a lot of hatred for each other. So the two of them stood on Ji Changsheng's side. Now it was Ing Hongya who spoke. There were not many people in Xuandu Temple who knew the truth now, and Ing Hongya was the most shocked one, because she helped to collect the information about Bai Guanlin's followers. Of course, Ing Hongya must keep her mouth shut about this. Ji Changsheng thanked again. Thank you Hongya for your help. This time you might be implicated. Whatever was done, there must be traces. Ing Hongya had collected information about those people for him. So this matter might not be impossible to find out. Ing Hongya didn't care about it. And chuckled, Changsheng. You are too polite. I won this time. Huh? Ji Changsheng thought he won. How did Ing Hongya win? Li Dalian explained. She is right. The blood feud between the Ying family and the Bai family is much greater than that between you, Changsheng, and the Bai family. As long as they can cause trouble for the Bai family, the Ying family will spare no effort. Ing Hongya helps you, Changsheng. Deal with Bai Guanlin, and the Ying family will give her greater support. Ji Changsheng suddenly realized, and then asked curiously, blood feud? Can't it be resolved? Ing Hongya's voice turned cold. The hatred of killing my father and the hatred of destroying the country will not stop until death. Ji Changsheng blinked. Then it seems that the Ying family and I have a lot in common. Ji Changsheng didn't think that the Bai family would let him go. For legitimate defense, Ji Changsheng certainly couldn't just sit there and wait for death. After killing Bai Guanlin, he still had to take the initiative. All this was forced upon him by the Bai family. Ing Hongya welcomed Ji Changsheng very much. If Changsheng, you are determined to be an enemy of the Bai family, then you will be a guest of honor of our Ying family. Changsheng, don't listen to her. This woman is full of bad intentions. Li Dalian complained. The Bai family is not so easy to deal with. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Is it difficult? I feel that way. Li Dalian. This time, Bai Guanlin himself was too stupid. He actually directed and acted in such a clumsy play, which gave you a handle. Even so, Bai Guanlin may not be defeated. You may even become a scapegoat. How is it possible? Ji Changsheng sneered at Li Dalian's judgment. My nephew still thinks he is innocent. It can be seen that there is no trust in his judgment. Ji Changsheng is sitting on the fishing island, the back mountain of Xuandu Temple. The dark yellow energy of heaven and earth filled the air, and there was a 10,000-foot exquisite pagoda towering into the clouds. This is the main body of the Xianhuang Merit Pagoda in Xuandu Temple. The Xianhuang Merit Pagoda has a total of 9 floors. The master of the temple went up 8 floors and stopped at the entrance of the 9th floor pagoda. He couldn't go up to the 9th floor, because that was where Fairy Linglong was in seclusion. Sister, I'm here. Fairy Linglong's voice came down from the 9th floor. Bai Guanlin crushed the token I left for him, saying that he was framed by you and a young disciple. What's going on? The master of the temple did not hesitate and directly told all the truth without hiding anything. Even when he forged the agarwood paper and the ink to frame Bai Guanlin, the master told the truth. After listening to the master's story, Fairy Linglong was silent for a moment and continued. So the Bai family was innocent from beginning to end? The master said in a deep voice, not so. During the day, it was Bai Guanlin who took the initiative to provoke Ji Changsheng. Before that, it was the Bai family who first had ill will towards Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng seemed to be forced to fight back, but his counterattack was indeed a little too sharp. This is something I didn't expect. He really didn't expect it. Who knew Ji Changsheng could be so bold? Li Changqi, a mental patient, couldn't stand it. The younger generation can solve their own problems. I'm just curious about one thing. Why does Ji Changsheng have so many merits? Fairy Linglong asked. The master of the temple was also very puzzled. This is also what I don't understand. I thought Changsheng was doomed, but I didn't expect him to turn the tide with the golden lotus of merit. Fairy Linglong was silent for a long time, and suddenly said something that made the master shudder. I just traveled to the fairyland and found that the southern pole Changsheng Emperor has not appeared for a long time. It is suspected that he has fallen. Chapter 25. Is your husband out? The master's brain was blank for a moment. After all, the information contained in Linglong Fairy's words was too much. It was hard for him not to be distracted. Linglong Fairy quietly waited for the master's emotions to calm down. She understood the master's reaction very well, because when she first learned the news, she was no less shocked than the master. But what warmed Linglong Fairy's heart was that the master's first words after regaining her sanity were, Senior sister, you haven't ascended yet. It's too dangerous to travel to the fairyland now. On the 9th floor of the Xianhuang Merit Tower, a white jade beauty with soft jade skin, charming appearance, and Snow White Beauty smiled. It's okay. With the Xianhuang Merit Tower protecting my soul, I can secretly travel to the prehistoric fairyland without being discovered. but I really can't go there too often. This time is also a fluke. The master still didn't ask about the matter of the southern pole Changsheng Emperor, and was still concerned about Linglong Fairy's safety. Too risky. With your background and foundation, it is almost certain that you will ascend successfully. But if you spy on the prehistoric fairyland now, there may be unexpected disasters. Senior sister, why do you want to take such a risk? Fairy Linglong said faintly, to be honest. I was scared by Chengxi, the master of the temple. Scared by Chengxi? Senior sister, you don't really believe the nonsense that Chengxi is the reincarnation of Taiyin Star Lord? Fairy Linglong's tone was very complicated. Chengxi's merits are too outrageous. I know that she often rushes around in the mountains to do justice, and has indeed done many things that benefit the present and the future. But her merits are still too outrageous. Moreover, her cultivation level is really improving too fast, almost breaking all my records, which is unreasonable. Even if she is using merits to take shortcuts, it is a bit outrageous. The master nodded involuntarily. He also felt that many of Li Chengxi's behaviors were very outrageous. He even occasionally believed the ghost story that Li Chengxi was the reincarnation of Taiyin Xingjuan. But he could quickly regain his sanity. The legendary first beauty in the prehistoric fairyland could never be such a mental patient. Sister, Chengxi can't be the fairy Chang'e of Guanghan Palace. The master said firmly, we can't be led astray by a mental patient. You are right. I traveled to the prehistoric fairyland this time, and found that Taiyin Star was normal, and reflected the heavens. The occasional appearance of the fairy Chang'e of Guanghan Palace could cause a shock in the fairyland. The master breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Although Li Chengxi's illusion skills have been cultivated to the level of practicing the real and the fake, it is very outrageous. But compared to the fact that Li Chengxi is the reincarnation of the fairy Chang'e, the master would rather believe that it was all caused by illusion. It has been confirmed that Chengxi has mental problems. But I didn't expect to discover another major event. The great emperor of Antarctica Changsheng is suspected to have fallen. The master of the temple thought of the various merits and phenomena on Ji Changsheng, and couldn't help but start to doubt. So Chengxi has nothing to do with fairy Chang'e. But is Ji Changsheng really the great emperor of Antarctica Changsheng? Fairy Linglong proposed another possibility. Daluo is the only one in the heavens, transcending time and space. Immortal, but if Daluo really falls, the heavens he controls, and even radiates, will usher in a catastrophe. When Daluo is alive, he protects all the spirits in the heavens. When Daluo dies, all the heavens are annihilated in one thought. Therefore, the compassionate Daluo will leave behind inheritance or backup before he falls to save the doomsday disaster brought by Daluo's death. Ji Changsheng may be the reincarnation of Daluo, but it is more likely that he is the descendant of Daluo. In this way, it can also explain the huge amount of merits on him. The master of the temple was somewhat stunned, but then his heart tightened. He quickly realized one thing. If Ji Changsheng was the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole, then it would be fine. They did not dare to take on the cause and effect of Daluo easily. But if Ji Changsheng was just the descendant of Daluo, it meant that he had the Daluo inheritance in his hands. The Daluo inheritance directly pointed to the avenue, transcending time and space. Wouldn't senior sister Linglong be tempted? As if she had guessed the master's thoughts, Fairy Linglong said lightly, don't worry. I'm not interested in the Daluo inheritance. Moreover, inheritance also means the cause and effect of Daluo. There must be gains and losses. If Ji Changsheng got the inheritance of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole, the enemy would at least start from the Daluo Heavenly Emperor. Not to mention the mystery of the life experience of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. I can't afford such an inheritance. The master of the temple also immediately cut off the little greed. Like Fairy Linglong, he couldn't afford it either. But, sister, is there a mystery about the life of the Southern Emperor of Immortality? Of course there is. Speaking of this, Fairy Linglong was a little vague, but the few words she revealed made the master of the temple feel numb. The Taoist scripture, the preface to the purple book of the great law of the supreme god Thunder Jade Purity True King, states, in the past, before the universe was formed and the primordial Qi was not born, Yuanshi Tianwang was the ancestor of Haomong Minglu Dafan. He concentrated his spirit and formed a fetus, which was called chaos. After chaos was broken, there was heaven and earth. The Qi inside and outside was called Hungsu. Yuanshi Tianwang operated and transformed to open the map. His golden face was as bright as the sun, and his jade appearance was like the sky. He cultivated wonderful essence and divided heaven and earth. He went up the mountain and down the river from Yujing. He met the grandmother of all Qi, Taishian Yuji Yuan Jing Ziren Jiutian Shangshuan Yuqing Shenmu, and practiced the way of the male and female trinity of Shangqing Dadong. He gave birth to 8 sons, the eldest of whom was called Nanji Chansheng Dadi. He is also called Jiolong Fusong Rigong Dadi. He is also called Gaoshang Shishao Yuqing Wang. He has 3 names in one body, and he is the Holy One. The master of the temple was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Senior sister, be careful with your words. This is a slide that you can't touch. He never expected that he would eat a melon casually, and actually eat Yuan Shitianwang's head. This is really a life-threatening thing. Fairy Linglong also stopped talking decisively. But she couldn't help but add, if this is true, the great emperor of Changsheng in the South Pole has really fallen. And the prehistoric fairy world must be full of murderous intentions at this time. There is a great possibility that there will be another great catastrophe of heaven and earth like the battle of conferred gods, or even the prelude to the holy war. The master of the temple thought so in his heart. If the life story of the great emperor of Changsheng in the South Pole is false, it's fine. If it's true, who dares to attack the eldest son of Yuan Shi Tianwang? Except for the saint. Don't think of anyone else. And if his eldest son died, what would Yuan Shi Tianwang do? If Yuan Shi Tianwang took action, how would Taishang Lao Jun and Lingbao Tianzuan react? If the holy war starts, it will inevitably cause great suffering like the battle of conferred gods. They might all be affected. But this is something that cannot be thought of. Even if it really happens, they have to be good ostriches now. The master decisively cut off his wild thoughts and asked, Senior sister, was it Bai Guanlin who woke you up this time? Yes. He was about to be wrongly killed, so he naturally couldn't help but contact me. The master coughed lightly and said, Senior sister, you said that children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Bai Guanlin was wrongly killed because he lacked strength and means. Of course, Ji Changsheng did go a little too far. Senior sister, how do you plan to deal with Ji Changsheng? Linglong Fairy's reaction was much calmer than the master imagined. You are now the master of Xuandu Temple. You have the final say. If I abdicate but not the power, it will damage your dignity. The master's heart warmed. Senior sister, don't worry. I won't make it difficult for you. Yu Linglong's voice was very cold. It's not difficult for me. No one in this world can make it difficult for me. Since I chose you to take over as the master of the temple, not the Bai family, you just go ahead and do it. The master said no more. Just worshipped. Ji Changsheng felt that the Bai family was really unreasonable. It was Bai Guanlin who killed his fellow disciples and framed him. And the evidence was conclusive. But the Bai family criticized him as the victim in their group chat. Group chat means literally. The sound transmission node in this world is very similar to the WeChat account of Blue Star, and even has more complete functions. This is normal and reasonable. China has only been around for 5,000 years. This world can cultivate immortals. And there are many antiques that have lived for more than 5,000 years. The cultivators are not stupid. So the equipment of the cultivators is basically crushing that of Blue Star. This is also true for the convenience of technology. Bai Guanlin's sound transmission node had inexplicably ran into Ji Changsheng's hands. Before Ji Changsheng had time to return it to Bai Guanlin, he saw a woman named Bai Zhonghui in a loving family criticizing him. Who is that Ji Changsheng? How dare he call for killing our Liner? Liner, don't be angry. When he comes down the mountain, I will spend a lot of money to hire a killer from the Assassin's League to kill him for you. Ji Changsheng was so angry when he saw it. The Bai family is so vicious. He didn't even know this Bai Zhonghui, but she actually wanted to kill her. How could Ji Changsheng feel safe without destroying the Bai family? But destroying the Bai family is indeed very difficult. First think about how to kill this Bai Zhonghui and Jian Buqing, the son-in-law of the Bai family, who had just expressed hostility to him in the main hall of the main peak. Ji Changsheng didn't know these two people, so he chose to ask Li Daoyan and Ing Hongye. At this time, he had separated from Li Daoyan and Ing Hongye, so he used his sound transmission sound to ask the two. Do you know Bai Zhonghui? Li Daoyan, Bai Zhonghui? The woman who was adopted as the daughter of the old lady Bai? Well, she is very big. Ing Hongye gave more detailed information. Bai Zhonghui is a business genius. His original surname was not Bai, but he earned hundreds of millions of top-grade spirit stones for the Bai family in a year. Won the favor of the old lady Bai, and was adopted as the daughter of the old lady Bai. In addition, she is also the wife of Jian Buqing, the elder of our Xuandu temple. Ji Chongqing's eyes lit up. It is true that birds of a feather flock together. The enemies are all gathered together. Jiang Buqing's wife has no blood relationship with the Bai family. Ji Chongqing narrowed his eyes and immediately had an idea and picked up Bai Guanlin's sound transmission note. At Bai Zhonghui, is your husband out? I'll go to your house later. Wear your wedding dress and wait for me. Damn Jiang Buqing. He dared to disrespect me in the main hall just now. I want to get back from his wife. The loving family group fell into silence instantly. Ji Chongqing whistled silently. Then he transformed into Bai Guanlin again and threw Bai Guanlin's sound transmission note at the gate of the Youguang lineage. Frame up. Everything was done by Ji Chongqing. Bai Guanlin, did nothing. Chapter 26 Bai Guanlin, my account has been hacked. Bang! Jiang Buqing slammed the table and stood up. His whole body was shaking, and murderous intent directly filled every inch of the room. This was a humiliation that a man could not bear. Bai Zhonghui stood in front of Jiang Buqing with a pale face, bearing the murderous intent from her husband. And the whole person was confused. Jiang Buqing might not believe it, but she was innocent. Bitch. Jiang Buqing's face was green. His eyes were blazing when he looked at Bai Zhonghui. No wonder you are so close to that little beast on weekdays. It turns out that you have been hooking up with each other for a long time. Jiang Buqing clenched his fists very hard to control the murderous intent in his heart. If this bitch was not surnamed Bai, if this bitch was not the adopted daughter of old lady Bai, he would have already skinned the other party alive and made Bai Zhonghui wish he could neither live nor die. But unfortunately, the other party's surname was Bai. So, he had to endure it first. Let the Bai family give him an explanation first. Bai Zhonghui cried. My husband? I am innocent. Jiang Buqing laughed in anger. Do you think I am stupid? Bai Zhonghui really cried. I am close to Bai Guanlin because he is the son of Fairy Linglong. It has nothing to do with private affairs. I want to flatter him. Jiang Buqing did not believe a word and gritted his teeth and said, so you flattered him on the bed. Bai Zhonghui picked up the sound transmission note and handed it directly to Jiang Buqing. If you don't believe me, you can check the transmission records between me and Bai Guanlin. I have no private relationship with him. Jiang Buqing's IQ is online. And he sneered, with your methods, you must have cleaned up the transmission records long ago, leaving no traces. So you can hide me so well all these years. I have always admired your methods. Unfortunately, that little beast is a waste. The message that was originally intended to be sent to you privately was sent to the family group by him. You didn't reveal any flaws, but met a pig teammate. Bai Zhonghui swore to the heavens, my husband. There must be a misunderstanding in this matter. Guanlin is not a fool. He will not suddenly go crazy. Maybe his sound transmission note is lost? What a coincidence. Just after Bai Zhonghui proposed this possibility, someone immediately spoke in the group chat of Loving Family. I just checked with Guanlin. His sound transmission note is lost. At Jiang Buqing. Buqing. This matter must be a misunderstanding. Bai Guanlin's new account also appeared in the family group, and he quickly proved his innocence. Uncle, I swear to the heavens, this matter must be someone trying to frame me. My sound transmission note was stolen. Jiang Buqing saw the content of the group chat in Loving Family, and then glanced at Bai Zhonghui, whose face was even paler, and the whole person regained his calm. So that's it. It was I who misunderstood my wife. Bai Zhonghui was not happy but shocked, and knelt on the ground with a thump, and grabbed Jiang Buqing's hand. My husband? This was not planned in advance, and I never meant to insult you. Bai Zhonghui is a smart person. She also understands her husband. If Jiang Buqing continues to be angry, it means that he still cares about her. He is angry because he cares. As long as she can prove her innocence, she and Jiang Buqing may even have a better relationship. But Jiang Buqing is not angry anymore. He has completely regained his sanity. This means that Jiang Buqing has completely given up on her. If she is just a stranger, no matter what she does, she can't hurt Jiang Buqing. Not only her, but also the Bai family. Only if Jiang Buqing completely gives up on them will he accept the reality so calmly. In this wave, she and the Bai family, especially Bai Guanlin, cooperated very well. The smooth whitewashing looked as if it was rehearsed. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a stupid after-the-fact remedy, or the kind of remedy that points to Jiang Buqing's nose and makes him bite the bullet and eat shit. The arrogance of the aristocratic family towards the son-in-law is very consistent with the style of the Bai family. A family of cultivation. Bai Zhonghui knew that she had to save this situation. The Bai family may not care about Jiang Buqing, a mere elder of Xuandu Temple. But for her, Jiang Buqing is the husband with the highest status and the best conditions that she can find within her sight. Husband, let's go and check it out in person. I will definitely let Bai Guanlin give you an explanation and let the Bai family find out the truth of this matter. Believe me, I won't do such a stupid thing. Jiang Buqing was silent. He really believed that Bai Zhonghui would not do such a stupid thing. But Bai Guanlin would. Jiang Buqing remembered Bai Guanlin's performance in the main peak hall today. It was so damn reasonable for such a stupid teammate to do such a thing. Jiang Buqing completely believed that Bai Guanlin could send the wrong message. But he still backed down. There was no way. The Bai family? He couldn't afford to offend them now. I heard that the jade sword of Fairy Linglong appeared today. So Bai Guanlin was released on the spot. Jiang Buqing suddenly spoke. Bai Zhonghui's face turned even paler. Husband. It has nothing to do with Fairy Linglong. I am really innocent. Then check it out. Jiang Buqing said, return the innocence of you and Guanlin to Madam. Bai Zhonghui breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is still a chance to make amends. She and Bai Guanlin are innocent. What they have not done. Are they afraid that it will not be verified? Bai Zhonghui immediately used his greatest energy. At the same time, the Bai family was also trying their best to investigate this matter. After all, it involved Bai Guanlin and Jiang Buqing. Needless to say, Bai Guanlin, although his performance disappointed the family, but he was reborn well. What can you do? Mud must be forced to climb the wall, because some positions are specially prepared for people with good rebirth skills. And it is useless for outsiders to have high talents and strong strength. And Jiang Buqing came from a poor family, and climbed to the high position of the elder of Xuandu Temple. For the Bai family, he is also a strong support that they don't want to lose. So the Bai family also wants to prove that this matter is a misunderstanding. They succeeded. In Xuandu Temple, it has always been simple to find out something. What is complicated is the human heart and routine. I found out that Guanlin sound transmission talisman is located outside the Yoguang illusion. I found it. It is indeed outside the gate of the Moon Palace. It was Ji Changsheng who did it. Bai Guanlin suddenly realized the truth. I know. Ji Changsheng and I had a conflict during the day. He stole my sound transmission talisman. Yes. That must be the case. He guessed right. Talk and quarrel. Don't make fun of Bai Guanlin. In many things, especially on the issue of Ji Changsheng, Bai Guanlin is actually the one who sees the most clearly in the Bai family. But the Bai family has too many stupid teammates. Bai Guanlin can't lead them. It's the same this time. Uncle, Ji Changsheng can't escape this time. Bai Guanlin was very excited. Yoguang illusion is a forbidden area. I can't get in. But I have learned a lesson. After coming out of the main peak hall, I set up a water mirror outside the Yoguang illusion. I will definitely be able to prove my innocence. Jiang Buqing sneered inwardly. You have such a pig brain. Do you have the sense of defense? But he watched Bai Guanlin's performance quietly, and even cooperated. Then let's take a look at the water mirror technique. Bai Guanlin immediately took out his backhand. It should be said that Xiaobai has really grown up. He knows to guard against Ji Changsheng in advance. It's a pity. Ji Changsheng predicted his prediction. When he saw his appearance in the water mirror technique and threw down a sound transmission note, Bai Guanlin was struck by lightning. The Bai family looked at each other. They wanted to kill Bai Guanlin. You are giving false evidence. At least make it more real. At this time, Jiang Buqing suddenly said, it's an illusion. Ji Changsheng transformed into Guanlin's appearance to try to alienate our relationship. Chapter 27 To Live a Good Life. Bai Guanlin burst into tears of joy when he heard this. Uncle, you are so perceptive. He hadn't reacted yet. I didn't expect that Jiang Buqing, the victim, could maintain such rational thinking. Bai Guanlin was instantly full of respect for Jiang Buqing. Jiang Buqing nodded, his face full of anger. This must be Ji Changsheng's conspiracy. Don't worry about it. Liner, you are not stupid enough to come outside the Yoguang illusion to throw your own sound transmission notes without any disguise. Not to mention recording your own evidence. This is simply ridiculous. I don't believe that you will do such a stupid thing. Bai Guanlin wanted to give Jiang Buqing a slap on the spot. Uncle, you said it very well. He himself didn't expect to be able to defend himself like this. Sure enough, as the elder of Xuandu Temple, Uncle is a person who has experienced many ups and downs. There is still a lot to learn. Jiang Buqing accepted by Guanlin's excitement. Ji Changsheng is cunning and unjust. But the fairy has come out of retreat. Ji Changsheng is like a grasshopper in autumn. And he won't be able to jump for long. Don't worry about it. There is no need to stir up trouble because of this matter. Let's stop here. Ji Changsheng's account will be settled soon. I will listen to my uncle. Bai Guanlin said straightforwardly. Although he was very angry. He wanted Ji Changsheng to confess his crime right now. But Jiang Buqing's image in Bai Guanlin's mind is now extremely tall. Bai Guanlin listened to Jiang Buqing's words completely. Well, the matter is over. Let's all go. The conspiracy and calculation of a mere child will not amount to a big deal. Jiang Buqing said calmly. Indeed. They were the first to disperse. Looking at Jiang Buqing's receding back, Bai Guanlin bowed down to him. This is the first time I've discovered that my uncle is such a smart and wise man. Bai Guanlin murmured. Looking at Bai Guanlin's appearance at this time, the expressions of the other members of the Bai family are hard to describe. And Bai Zhonghui, who had already fallen to the ground powerlessly. Her face was filled with tears and despair. Hey, Aunt. What's wrong with you? Are you crying with joy? Bai Zhonghui suddenly raised her head and looked at Bai Guanlin with extremely resentful eyes. Bai Guanlin, I ask myself that I have taken good care of you on weekdays. Why do you want to hurt me like this? Bai Guanlin was protected by the fairy Linglong. And Jiang Buqing didn't dare to touch him. But she didn't. Bai Guanlin was stunned. Aunt, what are you talking about? Bai Zhonghui didn't even think about getting an answer from Bai Guanlin. Her emotions had collapsed. Tears burst out of her eyes. And the whole person exuded a breath of despair. The other members of the Bai family also sighed. Bai Guanlin was dumbfounded. Why do you all react like this? The Bai family looked at Bai Guanlin, who looked puzzled. And they were actually desperate in their hearts. Jiang Buqing's words just now made it very clear. Fairy Linglong has come out of retreat. So this must have been done by Ji Changsheng. Jiang Buqing said that Bai Guanlin would not do such a stupid thing, that he directed and acted himself. But just before, in the main hall of the main peak, Bai Guanlin had just completed the self-destruction operation in full view of everyone. Facts have proved that Bai Guanlin is really that stupid. Jiang Buqing is the person involved. And of course, he knows that Bai Guanlin is so stupid. But Jiang Buqing has no way. They have no way either. No matter what. Bai Guanlin's biological mother is Fairy Linglong. Thinking that the future of the Bai family is likely to be handed over to such a fool. The Bai family members are very desperate. Forget it. Listen to Buqing. Let's all go. It was Old Lady Bai who spoke in the end. Originally, Bai Guanlin's self-explosion in the main hall made Old Lady Bai very embarrassed. Finally, Fairy Linglong spoke. And the situation began to ease. Conflicts began to appear within the Bai family again. Old Lady Bai was so tired. She was so old and still couldn't live in peace. She was also very desperate. Zhonghui. You? Alas. Looking at Bai Zhonghui who fell to the ground. Old Lady Bai's tone was also very disappointed. She actually liked this adopted daughter very much before. She was good at making money. Spoke well. Had high emotional intelligence. Was very good at making her happy. And could also help the Bai family win over Jiang Buqing, the powerful elder of Xuandu Temple. Unexpectedly, he did such a stupid thing secretly. Of course, Old Lady Bai also knew that Bai Zhonghui was probably forced. The culprit of this matter must be Bai Guanlin. Given Bai Guanlin's background, it is normal that Bai Zhonghui, a daughter of the Bai family, dare not resist him. But before Fairy Linglong died, Bai Guanlin could not take the blame. So this matter must be done by Ji Changsheng. You should get up too. And live well with Buqing in the future. Old Lady Bai said helplessly. Linglong's deterrence is still there. And he dare not do anything to you. It will be fine. Time can heal everything. Speaking of this kind of thing, Old Lady Bai is not too shocked. But just tired. There are many more outrageous things in the Bai family. There are too many secret affairs within the big family. In comparison, the affair between Bai Guanlin and Bai Zhonghui, two people who are not related by blood, is not worth mentioning. It's just that the identities of the parties on both sides are too special. This kind of scandal can only be suppressed. Be nice to Buqing in the future, and try to get his forgiveness. Bai Lao Taijun instructed. 3 question marks seemed to flash on Bai Guanlin's forehead. What are you talking about? Uncle has believed that my aunt and I are innocent. Why are you so maliciously speculating about Uncle behind the back? Bai Lao Taijun. If this is her child, she will definitely beat it to death now. Keeping it will implicate the family. Others in the Bai family are too lazy to care about Bai Guanlin. Shaking their heads, the Bai family members gradually dispersed. Inside the Moon Palace, Ji Changsheng looked at the picture displayed on the water mirror technique he prepared, and began to feel sorry for Bai Guanlin. In fact, Ji Changsheng felt that Bai Guanlin was not stupid. At the age of 20, Bai Guanlin should have this reaction. Others are old silver coins, so they can follow Ji Changsheng's second-level thinking. But in fact, only Bai Guanlin saw through Ji Changsheng's means. This is the so-called master of Shabaiku. What can I do? No one believes what Bai Guanlin says now. Jiang Buqing is a bit of a man. He can even tolerate such a thing as the forgiveness hat. No, this is intolerable. I can't tolerate it for him. Boys help boys. Isn't it just killing his wife to prove the truth? Isn't it just betraying the Bai family? I will do what Jiang Buqing dare not do for him. And I will kill those who Jiang Buqing dare not kill for him. Jiang Buqing. As a man, this is my greatest support for you. As a disciple of the righteous way, it is a matter of course to help when you see injustice on the road. So don't be polite. Ji Changsheng successfully formed an alliance with Jiang Buqing in his heart. Chapter 28 Ji Changsheng. It really wasn't me. Although when he was on Blue Star, Ji Changsheng worked at the end of the universe for 2 years, and was used to the snail-like work efficiency. That was only at work. Whenever it comes to his personal affairs, Ji Changsheng has always been a man of action. The world is very competitive. Do it when you think of it, especially in self-defense. If you don't take the initiative to defend yourself, the other party is likely to put the butcher knife on your neck first. The Bai family is the kind of abuser that Ji Changsheng fears. When he didn't know the Bai family had already regarded him as an enemy. When he didn't know Bai Guanlin, the Bai family was ready to overthrow him to make room for Bai Guanlin. When he didn't know Bai Zhonghui at all, this woman actually went to the Assassin League to assassinate him. If he didn't act quickly, would he be a corpse now? Very likely. Therefore, self-defense must be efficient and must seize the initiative. Bai Zhonghui looks pitiful. But Ji Changsheng thought about how he was assassinated, and it was obvious that he was more pitiful. So, it was decided to kill Bai Zhonghui first. Use Jiang Buqing's appearance. It was convenient for Jiang Buqing to have a sense of substitution. Just as Ji Changsheng was about to act, he found that his sound transmission note came with a prompt. It was Ing Hongya's voice. Changsheng, is there something wrong with you again? I see why all the Bai family members are running to Yaoguang. Ji Changsheng admired Ing Hongya's sharpness and told the truth. It seems that Bai Guanlin and Bai Zhonghui had an affair and were discovered by Jiang Buqing. Bai Guanlin was shameless and framed me for stealing his sound transmission note. Hearing Ji Changsheng say this, Ing Hongya instantly thought of the information Ji Changsheng had asked her about Bai Zhonghui. Then, a bold idea came into her mind. You stole his sound transmission talisman, didn't you? Ji Changsheng angrily shouted, Hongya, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't even know that Bai Zhonghui. How could I plan such a thing? Ing Hongya. Okay, I understand. It was you who did it. Ji Changsheng suddenly found that Ing Hongya was not cute at all. Li Chengxi is still better. She can exchange sincerity with him. Li Daoyan is also okay. Li Daoyan believes everything he says. I hate Ing Hongya the most, who is prejudiced against his character. Ji Changsheng soon discovered that Ing Hongya was not only prejudiced against his character, but also subjectively speculated on his next behavior. Did Bai Zhonghui offend you? According to your style of doing things, you can't stand the slightest grievance. Changsheng, you don't want to kill Bai Zhonghui? Ji Changsheng was shocked. What kind of monster is this? She actually speculated about his character so maliciously. Did I get it right? Ing Hongya's voice became tense. Changsheng, listen to me. You must not move now. Although Bai Zhonghui is not a master, as an important figure in the Bai family, it is inevitable that she has no magic weapon to protect herself. The most important thing is that you are now in the cusp of the storm, and many people are watching you. Once someone finds something wrong with you, it will be easy for people to criticize you. Ing Hongya's last 2 sentences convinced Ji Changsheng. Although Ji Changsheng still believed that time was running out, and he should take action when it was time. He was indeed in the cusp of the storm now. If he was caught on the spot at this time, all the dirty water he had thrown at Bai Guanlin before would be in vain. Let's just bear with it for a day. Ing Hongya also said the same thing, Bai Zhonghui's cultivation talent is very ordinary. You have plenty of opportunities to touch her. So don't rush. Cha Sheng. The most important thing you should do now is to keep a low profile and never cause trouble again. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. Why do you say that? Ying Hongye reminded, accurate information. Linglong Fairy has appeared. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that his strongest thigh is about to show up? Ying Hongye's reminder is right. And he really needs to leave a good impression on his mother-in-law. I understand. Hongye. Thank you for your reminder. Ji Changsheng wanted to ask Li Changxi about his mother-in-law's preferences and taboos. But he immediately thought that this would easily expose his wolfish ambitions. So he suppressed his thoughts first. Although Li Changxi did not necessarily refuse to practice dual cultivation with him. The southern pole Changsheng Emperor. She had to be cautious first. Anyway, there would be no one in the world who was worthy of tying Xingyuan. That night, Ji Changsheng slept very peacefully. But Bai Zhonghui had a very bad time. A disaster came from the sky. Her originally perfect marriage suddenly encountered a critical blow. After Bai Zhonghui returned to Jiang Buqing's cave, she wanted to explain to Jiang Buqing as soon as possible. Although Bai Zhonghui still didn't know why Bai Guanlin was crazy to harm her, she didn't care to find out. She had to make Jiang Buqing believe her innocence first. Unfortunately, she was turned away. Madam, go to sleep first. I will practice today and will not return to my room. Bai Zhonghui's heart sank. How could she sleep? Looking at the closed cave door, Bai Zhonghui also became ruthless. Jiang Buqing was determined to ignore her. But she couldn't give up. But Bai Zhonghui didn't force Jiang Buqing to come out. Bai Zhonghui chose to stand outside Jiang Buqing's cave, like a husband waiting stone, quietly waiting for Jiang Buqing to come out. She wanted Jiang Buqing to see her sincerity. But she was not sure whether Jiang Buqing saw her sincerity. But she soon found that many female disciples of the Yanxiao lineage were very sincere to her husband. Moreover, they could enter and leave Jiang Buqing's cave freely. Resentment and jealousy gradually grew in Bai Zhonghui's heart. The next day, Ji Changsheng had just woken up when he heard Li Daoyan's gloating voice transmission. It is worth mentioning that after reaching the Jindan realm, Ji Changsheng roughly estimated that if he practiced normally and ensured that there were enough spirit stones, he would need to practice hard for 5 years to advance to the middle stage of the Jindan realm. It would take about 30 years of hard practice to have the hope of advancing to the Yuaning stage. After calculating this account, Ji Changsheng decisively gave up the hard practice. It is impossible to practice. And it is impossible to practice in this life. Using merit to brush the realm is the kingly way. So Ji Changsheng should eat, drink and sleep now. The way is natural. Do whatever you want. Ji Changsheng felt that his realm had improved again. And Li Daoyan felt that he had opened his eyes. Cha Sheng, come to Yanxia Peak to watch the excitement. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. What's the excitement in Yanxia Peak? Li Daoyan's voice became more and more gloating. It is said that Jiang Buqing cheated and was caught by Bai Zhonghui. Now he is scolding that female disciple. Ji Changsheng. He swore to heaven that he really didn't do it. Chapter 29, The Most Affectionate Person in Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng arrived at Yanxia Peak very quickly. Li Daoyan waved to Ji Changsheng from a distance. Ying Hongye stood beside Li Daoyan in a low-key manner, creating a unique scenery. Ji Changsheng walked quickly to the two of them, looked at the scene in front of him, and then said, "Wow. So lively?" Li Daoyan was beaming with joy. Cha Sheng. You don't know that Jiang Buqing has a nickname in Xuandu Temple. What nickname? The most affectionate person in Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng was angry. How can there be such a shameless person? He is the most affectionate person in Xuandu Temple. Then what am I? My love for my senior sister is unswerving. And it is difficult for Li Daoyan and Ying Hongye to comment on this. Ying Hongye asked directly, Changsheng, this is not also arranged by you? Ji Changsheng became even more angry. Hongye, you have a problem with your thinking. How can you be the same as Bai Guanlin? Don't put the blame on me when something happens. I am innocent. This time he is really innocent. Ji Changsheng has not even figured out what happened until now. Ying Hongye looked at Ji Changsheng, who was filled with righteous indignation, and was a little half-believing and half-doubting. The sequelae of the wolf is coming. In Ying Hongye's mind, Ji Changsheng is now the kind of bold and reckless, but brave and diligent reckless Tianjiu. Tell me, what happened? Ji Changsheng asked. Li Daoyan continued his introduction with a beaming face. It is said that Jiang Buqing and Bai Zhonghui had a quarrel last night. Bai Zhonghui stood outside Jiang Buqing's cave all night. But Jiang Buqing did not let her in. As a result, this morning, a female disciple from Yinxia Peak went directly into Jiang Buqing's cave. When she came out, her clothes were wet. And then Bai Zhonghui exploded instantly. Ji Changsheng silently digested this information. Jiang Buqing must have believed in the affair between Bai Zhonghui and Bai Guanlin. What choices would a man usually make when he encounters such a thing? And the family background behind the woman is too strong? Ji Changsheng is a good man, and has never encountered such a situation. So he can't guess what a scumbag like Jiang Buqing would do. But he can guess what Bai Zhonghui is thinking. Bai Zhonghui must be worried that Jiang Buqing would follow suit in order to avenge her affair with Bai Guanlin, and also use female disciples to avenge her. So, the innocent Bai Zhonghui exploded. Ji Changsheng looked at the female disciple, who was being pulled by Bai Zhonghui's hair, and then raised his eyebrows slightly. The water on the clothes is spring water, and the red pill of the female disciple is still there. She and Jiang Buqing have no affair. Having said that, Ji Changsheng quietly activated the Devil Desire Sutra. Ji Changsheng suspected that the Devil Desire Sutra was not the practice of the Tianma sect, but was very likely the holy book of the Hawan sect, because the external effects of the Tianma sect's skills are too explosive and difficult to conceal. Ji Changsheng didn't dare to use them in front of people. However, after using the Demon Desire Sutra, there was no difference in appearance, which was in line with Ji Changsheng's low-key and introverted personality. Let's get back to the point. Ji Changsheng's judgment was met with strange looks from Li Daoyan and Ying Hongya. Ying Hongya blushed slightly. Changsheng, can you tell whether a woman is virgin? Li Daoyan, Dad, I want to learn this. Ji Changsheng, I don't feel anything when I call you Dad. I don't even know what your mother looks like. It's better to call you Uncle. As soon as I'm happy, I'll really teach you this hidden skill. Ji Changsheng directly ignored the two people's questions and continued. Bai Zhonghui may not have discovered this problem. It is very likely that he was wronged by Jiang Buqing and now deliberately took this female disciple to vent. This is something that the Bai family can do. Ying Hongya glanced at Ji Changsheng and reminded him, if Bai Zhonghui makes a big deal, it is very likely that the conflict between her and Jiang Buqing will also be implicated. Ying Hongya's implication was to remind Ji Changsheng to be careful not to expose his frame-up of Bai Zhonghui and Bai Guanlin's affair. Ji Changsheng smiled. I am upright and innocent, and I don't understand what Ying Hongya is saying at all. Seeing the people in front of him, led by Bai Zhonghui, surrounding the poor female disciple and humiliating her to catch the non-existent adultery, Ji Changsheng's sense of justice instantly exploded. This seems to be another good opportunity to discredit the Bai family. Cross it out, mainly as a righteous disciple, seeing injustice on the road, naturally want to draw a sword to help. Besides, Jiang Buqing is a man, and he is also a man. Jiang Buqing was framed by Bai Zhonghui, and now he is being accused of cheating by Bai Zhonghui. This is intolerable. So Ji Changsheng couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up decisively and said, Stop it. Bai Zhonghui and his group had already made Yinxia Peak a little uneasy. But before Ji Changsheng stood up, no one dared to stop Bai Zhonghui's tantrum. Bai Zhonghui was also stunned when she saw Ji Changsheng appear. Then she recognized Ji Changsheng and frowned tightly, especially when she found that Ji Changsheng used the water mirror technique to start recording. Her whole face changed. Ji Changsheng, what are you going to do? Bai Zhonghui frowned. Ji Changsheng said righteously, seeing injustice, Draw your sword to help. Bai Zhonghui's eyes flashed with murderous intent. This is our Bai family's business. Why are you helping her? Are you her father? Ji Changsheng was stunned. This seems a bit familiar, but he is a person with a background. He will definitely not take the initiative to withdraw from the view. Since we are from the same sect, I should stand up for my elder sister. Ji Changsheng strode forward and pulled the female disciple behind him. Then said indignantly, You are so arrogant for bullying our disciples in Xuandu Temple. What position do you hold in Xuandu Temple? Bai Zhonghui. Li Daoyan reminded, Elder Zhang's wife has no official position in Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng was angry. What's wrong with the Bai family? Do they treat Xuandu Temple as the back garden of the Bai family? They let all kinds of people into Xuandu Temple. It's simply unreasonable. Everyone. Where is Elder Jiang? It was obviously Elder Jiang who discovered the affair between his wife and Bai Guanlin. But now he is being blamed by the Bai family. Elder Jiang, are you still a man? The most affectionate person in Xuandu Temple. Are you just the most cowardly person in Xuandu Temple? Elder Jiang. If you are a man, stand up bravely. We all support you. Ji Changsheng was moved by his own righteousness. For Jiang Buqing, he did not hesitate to become an enemy of the Bai family. This is called being upright and unyielding, and sticking one's back together. Chapter 30 Cooperation between Old Silver Coins. The light of righteousness shines on Ji Changsheng. It illuminates every dark place. It also illuminates the astonished eyes of all the onlookers. What did Ji Changsheng say? Bai Zhonghui and Bai Guanlin have an affair? No way. Aren't they from the same clan? What's the point of being from the same clan? Anyone with a little common sense knows that big families are very chaotic. And the Bai family is the same. You don't know that Bai Zhonghui changed her surname later. And she is not actually a member of the Bai family. I seem to have heard a big melon. Mrs. Jiang is. The thief is crying and blaming others. Poor Elder Jiang. Can you tolerate this? I believe Elder Jiang. He will not compromise to flatter the powerful. Ji Changsheng listened to the discussions of the people around him. Then looked at Ing Hongyan in the crowd. And then looked away. The cheap nephew Li Daoyan is really useless. But Ing Hongya is really good. The gossip about Jiang Buqing and the Bai family, even the most ridiculous cheating gossip, is not something that ordinary people dare to eat. But now there are so many people eating gossip. Of course, it is not just because of Ji Changsheng's revelations. There are water army to add fuel to the flames. Li Daoyan does not have the IQ in action. It was Ing Hongya who took action. Ji Changsheng also saw that the hatred between the Ing family and the Bai family is really endless. Ing Hongya was too decisive to take action when he saw the opportunity. He also cooperated very well with Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng's revelations, plus Ing Hongya's fueling, directly set Jiang Buqing up. It has become impossible to handle this matter in a low profile, let alone Jiang Buqing, whose face has turned green in the cave. Just Bai Zhonghui was shocked and angry. Ji Changsheng. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Changsheng said seriously. You know what I am talking about. Bai Zhonghui. You know what you have done. You are also old. Although you can be called charming. But you have an affair with Bai Guanlin, who is so much younger than you. Are you worthy of Elder Jiang? Bai Zhonghui was angry and angry. Nonsense. How did you know these things? Ji Changsheng instantly caught the flaw in Bai Zhonghui's words. All of you fellow disciples have heard it. Bai Zhonghui asked me how I knew about this matter, which shows that this matter did happen. This logic is very smooth and reasonable. Many people nodded subconsciously. Yes. If you didn't do it, just deny it. Why ask others how they know? I never expected that the most affectionate Elder Jiang in Xuandu Temple, and the stories of the couple's love in the past were all acted out. The Bai family, TSK. It's really messy. Bai Zhonghui was a little angry. Ji Changsheng. Don't slander me. My husband and I are very loving. There is no such thing as what you said. Really? Ji Changsheng took out the video that he had recorded long ago. He is not a person who speaks nonsense. He will not frame others. He dares to say so. Of course, there is a video and the truth. People who have not worked at the end of the universe don't understand the importance of law enforcement recorders. Yesterday, Bai Guanlin tried to frame me. Fortunately, the master of the temple was very observant and did not let your Bai family succeed in their conspiracy. Since then, I have been on guard against your Bai family. Although our Yaoguang lineage does not have the monitoring mirror like Yinxia Peak, I set up the water mirror technique myself, and then recorded your Bai family's actions to continue to frame me. At this point, Ji Changsheng said sarcastically, it's a pity that evil can never prevail over good. Now the evidence is irrefutable. What else can you say? As the video recorded by Ji Changsheng finished playing, the eyes of the onlookers at the scene looked at Bai Zhonghui differently. In fact, they didn't doubt Ji Changsheng's lies at first. After Ji Changsheng showed the evidence, they would not doubt it anymore. Instead, they showed disdain for the Bai family. It's true. There is no sign of fraud in the water mirror technique. It must be true. Junior brother Ji is so bright and clear. How could he just say that? It seems that Bai Guanlin has blown up the Bai family again. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents. I'm afraid of teammates who are like pigs. Poor Elder Jiang. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Although Elder Jiang's experience is sympathetic, he didn't dare to break with the Bai family when he encountered such a thing. It can be seen that he is a bully. Compared with junior brother Ji, Elder Jiang really embarrasses us men. This is exciting. Yes. This is very exciting. The Bai family was hammered again. Jiang Buqing was completely set up. With the support of the masses, Ji Changsheng became more and more indignant, and said to the female disciple behind him, who was bullied by Bai Zhonghui, "Sister, don't be afraid. This is Xuandu Temple. The Bai family can't cover up everything. Dalian, go and ask the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall. With me here, this kind of thing of occupying the magpie's nest and bullying others will never be allowed to happen in Xuandu Temple. Elder Jiang is spineless. But there are still loyal and righteous people in Xuandu Temple who dare to speak out for justice. Junior brother Ji said it well. It's really too much. It's a disgrace to Xuandu Temple that such a thing happened. People's hearts can be used." Ji Changsheng was very satisfied. The general situation is on my side. How can the Bai family turn the tables? Speaking of which, this Jiang Buqing is really patient. He has been put to this point, but he still doesn't come out. Is he practicing the blood sword? Ji Changsheng soon understood why Jiang Buqing could shrink to this point. The law enforcement elder of the discipline hall soon arrived at the scene. Then, in Ji Changsheng's astonished eyes, he took Ji Changsheng away from the original place. This matter is of great importance. You don't have to discuss it. If there is a rumor that it spreads down the mountain, the temple will be severely punished. The attitude of the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall seems to be self-evident, leaving behind countless puzzled and angry disciples of Xuandu Temple. And Bai Zhonghui, who was hit by the Devil Desire Sutra, but was still unaware of it. The Devil Desire Sutra magnified Bai Zhonghui's negative emotions, and he sneered directly, "This is the end of provoking our Bai family," starting a group mockery. Normal Bai Zhonghui would not do such a thing. But Bai Zhonghui under the influence of the Devil Desire Sutra can. Under the influence of the Devil Desire Sutra, she is now fearless. These ordinary disciples don't know. But she knows that Fairy Linglong came out of retreat yesterday. As soon as Fairy Linglong came out of retreat, Xuandu Temple immediately changed. No matter how the master of the temple calculated, what could Ji Changsheng do to win people's hearts? In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. She just miscalculated one thing. Main peak. Main hall. The master of the temple laughed out loud, although the senior sister came out of retreat. She didn't say she would help the Bai family. Li Changxi wanted Ji Changsheng to go down the mountain to earn merits. And the master of the temple knew about this. The matter between Bai Zhonghui and Jiang Buqing gave the master an opportunity. If he demoted Ji Changsheng to the mountain for some unspeakable reason, the Bai family would lose the support of the people in Xuandu Temple. He was sure to take this opportunity to drive the Bai family out of Xuandu Temple. In the face of absolute strength, everything is indeed false. But it is Fairy Linglong who has absolute strength, not the Bai family. In terms of the closeness of the relationship with Fairy Linglong, it is not certain who ranks first. The master always remembers how he got the position of the master. As for the matter between me and the Bai family, my senior sister had been leaning towards me before, and chose me as the master of Xuandu Temple. Don't worry about my senior sister. I don't plan to kill the Bai family now. Now I have to think about how to appease Ji Changsheng, and let him accompany me to play this drama well. The master is an old silver coin, Li Changxi said. But the master is not a bad person. Li Changxi also said. For his own people, the master will not sacrifice them casually. The master of the temple saw the contributions that Ji Changsheng had made to him before. If he were replaced by a more cold-blooded superior, he would directly sacrifice Ji Changsheng at this time, and would not care whether Ji Changsheng was wronged or not, and would directly sell Ji Changsheng and the Bai family together. But the master of the temple had a good impression of Ji Changsheng as the first auspicious sign after he ascended the throne. And Ji Changsheng had always respected him very much. The master of the temple did not want to give up Ji Changsheng. Therefore, before Ji Changsheng came to the main peak, the master of the temple had a win-win idea in his mind. The Bai family must be dealt with. But he and Ji Changsheng could achieve a win-win situation on the premise of defeating the Bai family, which was the ending he recognized. Ji Changsheng certainly didn't know what the master was thinking at the moment. However, after being taken away by the law enforcement elder of the discipline hall in public, Ji Changsheng realized that the master didn't want to use this incident to defeat Jiang Buqing according to his rhythm. Give up? Judging from the cooperation between him and the master before, the master didn't seem to be such a good person to talk to. Ji Changsheng didn't think that Fairy Linglong would help the Bai family at this time. So, the master's target is not Jiang Buqing? Ji Changsheng gradually sorted out his thoughts in his mind. When the master was still considering how to appease Ji Changsheng and let Ji Changsheng cooperate with him to make trouble. The first sentence Ji Changsheng said after seeing the master was, "Master, take advantage of Bai Zhonghui's bullying of our Xuandu temple female disciples, and my outspokenness to demote me down the mountain. This will be most beneficial to you." Master, very relieved. I didn't make a mistake. Although Changsheng is a little murderous, he is still very considerate in nature. It's all the fault of the Bai family. They even bully such a good child. Ji Changsheng continued to take the initiative and said, although there is solid evidence that Bai Guanlin framed me before, there was no follow-up. This time, if I offend the Bai family because of my chivalrous behavior and am demoted, the Bai family will inevitably be under great moral pressure. Master, you can take this opportunity to kill the Bai family and me down the mountain. Anyway, senior sister also wanted me to go down the mountain to do good deeds. So it's just right for me to help you deal with the Bai family. The master was very relieved. Come on, Changsheng. Sit down first, and we'll talk slowly. Ji Changsheng was determined in his heart. The master's attitude was obvious. He sat down as he was told. This is a position that only the 8-vein master of Xuandu Temple can have. Even an elder with real power like Jiang Buqing is not qualified to sit in front of the master. Changsheng, isn't it a bit unfair to you if I do this? The master asked with concern. Ji Changsheng answered without hesitation. It doesn't matter if I am a little wronged as long as I can do things for the master. When you should show your loyalty, you must show it. When you should take the initiative to put yourself in a difficult position, you must take the initiative to put yourself in a difficult position. Superiors are also normal people. As long as they are normal people, they are not as cold-blooded and ruthless as imagined. As long as you don't have a conflict of interest with your boss will definitely give priority to promoting those subordinates who are willing to take the initiative to be wrong for him. The master is obviously such a decent boss. He was more and more relieved. Originally, the master was still thinking about how to comfort Ji Changsheng. But Ji Changsheng took the initiative to make suggestions, saving him a lot of trouble. Changsheng, you are a good boy and a smart person, so I won't hide anything from you, the master said. Ji Changsheng nodded. Thank you for your trust. Master. The master nodded. It is indeed a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to drive you and the Bai family down the mountain. I am sure I can do it. But in this way, your safety is difficult to guarantee. When you are on the mountain, I will protect you. And there are rules in the temple. The Bai family dare not do anything to you. But after you go down the mountain, even if I want to protect you, it is out of reach. You may die in the revenge of the Bai family. Have you considered this? I have considered it. Ji Changsheng certainly would not joke about his own safety. But my strength is low. There is no perfect way. Please give me some advice. The master stroked his beard and smiled, and said one sentence to make Ji Changsheng helpless. You should find a stronger background than the Bai family, such as the Heavenly Demon Sect. Chapter 31 Undercover in the Demon Sect by Order. For a moment, Ji Changsheng suspected that the master was testing his identity as an undercover agent in the Demon Sect. But he soon put aside this idea. The master's strength could kill him in seconds, so there was no need for such a troublesome test. Combined with his previous report of Bing zipping, Ji Changsheng somewhat understood the master's true thoughts. Master, do you mean that I should go to the wife of the leader of the Demon Sect? The master found that he really liked this little guy more and more. He was so considerate. He could completely follow his train of thought. If it were someone else, he would probably have to spend a lot of time explaining his good intentions. But Ji Changsheng directly drew inferences from one example, and guessed the truth. The master of the temple smiled with satisfaction and said, Yes. You reported the illegitimate son of Yu Lao Mo before, which is the token of your allegiance to be protected by Saint Hawan. I have thought about it carefully. Although I have asked all the people who know about this matter to swear an oath to the heaven, it may not be possible to keep it secret without any mistakes. Ji Changsheng nodded. Not necessarily. But it is definitely impossible to keep it secret. Saint Hawan already knows about it. She even sent someone to contact me before. Instead of pinning your hopes on keeping the secret, why don't you take the secret directly to Saint Hawan? In the world today, Saint Hawan is the only woman who is qualified to be compared with senior sister Ling Long. Hearing this, Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. Is his other thigh so strong? Can Saint Hawan's strength be comparable to Fairy Ling Long? Ji Changsheng asked with concern. The master of the temple said, Of course. She is a little bit inferior to senior sister Ling Long. Senior sister is invincible. But the identity of Saint Hawan is special. And the energy she can mobilize is even greater than that of senior sister. She is the saint of the Hawan sect. And her power in the Hawan sect is second only to the sect master. At the same time, she is also the wife of the sect master of the heavenly demon sect. And her power in the heavenly demon sect is second only to Yulao Mo. Ji Changsheng understood the value of Saint Hawan. Saint Hawan has the final say on whether the demonic path is in chaos or not. The heavenly demon sect and the Hawan sect are both powerful forces at the same level as Xuandu Temple. Although they are definitely not as good as Xuandu Temple when taken alone. If they fight 2 against 1, apart from Fairy Linglong and Xian Wang Merit Tower, they should be able to beat Xuandu Temple. As long as Saint Hawan is willing to come forward to protect you, your safety can be guaranteed. Looking at the world. Because of the presence of senior sister, there are actually not many people who dare to be enemies with the Bai family. Saint Hawan must be the one who is the most courageous and willing to protect you. She doesn't care about the grudge between you and the Bai family at all. Not to mention that you helped her get rid of the illegitimate son of Yulao Mo. The leader's analysis was very detailed. And Ji Changsheng nodded repeatedly. It really sounds right. Here comes the problem. Master, if I understand correctly, you want me to betray Xuandu Temple openly and go undercover in the heavenly demon sect? Master chuckled and said, it's okay to go undercover in the Hawan sect. But Saint Hawan is now in the heavenly demon sect most of the time. If you go to the Hawan sect, I'm worried that Saint Hawan will be unable to protect you. Ji Changsheng. How should I put it? Master's suggestion is actually not wrong. It's very reasonable. But he was sent to Xuandu Temple by the heavenly demon sect to be an undercover. Now Master actually sent him back to the heavenly demon sect to be an undercover. This back and forth put a lot of pressure on his little heart. Master understood Ji Changsheng's uneasiness. After all, this was a matter concerning Ji Changsheng's life and property. And Ji Changsheng would definitely need time to consider it. Master just reminded him indirectly. Changsheng, I think your style of doing things is actually very suitable for the heavenly demon sect. Ji Changsheng was somewhat dissatisfied. Master, I am a fair and honest person. How can you compare me with those demon children of the heavenly demon sect? The master stroked his beard and nodded again with satisfaction. Yes. That's it. You are even more shameless than the disciples of the demon sect. And you kill people more cruelly than ordinary disciples of the demon sect. Ji Changsheng. It's bad. After Ing Hongya, the master also had a prejudice against him. Given your frequent violent killings and your meticulous behavior, if you join the heavenly demon sect, you will definitely pass the test there smoothly. The most important thing is that if you join the demon sect, it will be easier to do many things, such as killing the Bai family. The master of the temple was not hinting, but making it clear, with the title of a disciple of Xuandu Temple, it will be difficult for you to let go of your hands and feet at the foot of the mountain. If you go too far, even I will punish you according to the sect rules due to pressure. But if you are not a disciple of Xuandu Temple, then no matter what you do, it is reasonable. And Xuandu Temple cannot punish you according to the sect rules. As for eliminating demons and defending the way, don't you still have me? With Changshi watching, the pressure from Xuandu Temple is equivalent to nothing for you. Even if you go too far and cause the common anger of the righteous immortal sect, I can send Changshi or the law enforcement elders to capture you. Do you understand what I mean? Ji Changsheng understood it too well. The righteous way must be superficial. If he kills people at the foot of the mountain and is discovered by Xuandu Temple, the master of the temple will not be able to protect him. On the contrary, if he were a disciple of the demon sect and started a massacre at the foot of the mountain, the temple master could assign the task of eliminating the demons and defending the Tao to his own people. His safety would be guaranteed to the greatest extent. That's no problem. Ji Changsheng was still worried about one thing. Master, if I go undercover in the demonic sect, what if I accidentally become the leader? The master smiled. If you become the leader of the demonic sect, I will hand over Xuandu Temple to you in the future. By then, you will be the best in the world who unifies the righteous and the evil. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes and said seriously, Master, don't forget your promise now. The master smiled and waved his hand. I won't be the master for my whole life. As long as you make great contributions, I have no objection to handing over Xuandu Temple to you in the future. I have always been optimistic about you. Going undercover in the demonic sect is the fastest way for you to make great contributions. Changsheng, I am also paving the way for you. Ji Changsheng nodded. He did not doubt the master's sincerity. In the world of cultivating immortals, power is not that attractive. The master's talent is not bad, and the resources he can enjoy are the best in the world. He will definitely aim to ascend to immortality. The only thing to worry about is that his progress is too fast. It is very likely that he has ascended to heaven while the master has not yet ascended. But that is not important. Ji Changsheng does not value power very much. What he values is to be alive, and to become stronger. Master, even if I want to join the Holy Lady of Hahuan, how can I get in touch with her? Although Ji Changsheng believes that the master is his own, he will definitely not tell the master that he has already contacted the Holy Lady of Hahuan. The master smiled and said, "Don't worry. The elder who preached the scriptures met with Yu Lao Mo Dao's with Xiang in the past. And Yu Lao Mo directly cut off one arm from the concept. And she has not been able to recover until now. She thought that others did not know. But in fact, she could not hide it from me. She has always been in contact with the Holy Lady of Hahuan. I will let her help you contact the Holy Lady of Hahuan." Ji Changsheng looked surprised, which was the normal surprise that should be shown when knowing this matter. In fact, his heart was far more turbulent than on the surface. It is still better for Li Chengxi, Li Daoyan, Bai Guanlin and others. Others? It feels like everyone is an old silver coin. Chapter 32 Rebellion from Xuandu Temple. The elder who preaches the scriptures actually has a connection with the Holy Maiden Hahuan? Ji Changsheng explained. Is she a member of the Holy Maiden Hahuan? Was she sent to our Xuandu Temple as an undercover agent? The master of the temple chuckled and said, "It shouldn't be the case. Her background is still very clean. I guess she formed an alliance with the Holy Maiden Hahuan in private after she became enemies with Yu Lao Mo. The righteous and the evil are mortal enemies on the surface. But there are many people who have friendships in private. Even the senior sister has a good relationship with the Emperor Huang Quan. Which is not surprising." Ji Changsheng nodded slowly, and gradually calmed down his emotions. Thinking about it carefully, it is indeed very reasonable. In the previous life on Blue Star, we and Eagle Sauce had almost torn our faces openly. But there are quite a few big guys who invest in real estate on the opposite side. Work is work. Life is life. No conflict. Only he is a simple and kind little white rabbit. Pure and flawless. Without so many twists and turns. These big guys have a lot of knots in their hearts. And the water behind them is unfathomable. Ji Changsheng quickly accepted this setting. Will the elder who preaches the scriptures help me? Ji Changsheng pretended to be worried. The master looked at Ji Changsheng, and his originally relieved smile turned into a half smile. "Changsheng, you can be so vigilant, and only say half of what you say to people. I am more and more confident in you." Ji Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. It's bad. It seems that the master knows more than he thought. Without waiting for him to confess, the master said directly, "You assassinated Bai Guanlin before, and a mysterious person saved you. You must still remember it, right?" Ji Changsheng nodded obediently. The master said bluntly, "That is the elder who preached the scriptures." Ji Changsheng. His first reaction was that it was not easy for the Bai family to survive until now. The master of the temple had more old silver coins than he thought. So even if I didn't look for her, she should help you contact the Holy Lady of Hahuan. The master of the temple said lightly, "In fact, she has already released goodwill to you on behalf of the Holy Lady of Hahuan. And you have accepted it." Ji Changsheng blinked his clear eyes, and looked at the master of the temple innocently. The master of the temple was amused by Ji Changsheng's cute look, and secretly hoped that Ji Changsheng was really the reincarnation of the Southern Changsheng Emperor. If Ji Changsheng was really the Southern Changsheng Emperor, he could brag in the future, and say that the Southern Changsheng Emperor had acted cute in front of me. It would be so face-saving to say it out. Okay. No need to pretend in front of me. I have no ill will towards you. The master casually said. I said. Even senior sister Ling Long is on good terms with Emperor Huang Quan. As long as you don't do anything that is really detrimental to Xuandu Temple, I won't take it to heart even if you practice dual cultivation with Saint Hahuan one day. Ji Changsheng reminded carefully. But Bing Zipping was killed after I reported him before. Li Daoyan also said that he would kill anyone who found an undercover from the demon sect. That's why he thought the two sides were incompatible. The master's explanation was very simple. No one protected Bing Zipping at the time. Ji Changsheng. You make a lot of sense. Background really determines everything. It's an iron rule that applies everywhere. This is one of the reasons why I want to let you go. Changsheng. Your background and your hands and feet are not clean. But this is not very important. What is important is that the Xianwang Merit Tower has recognized you. So I will not have any murderous intentions towards you. You must also have faith in me and Xuandu Temple. As long as I am in power, these things you have done will not be a problem. When you become the master of the temple one day, it will not be a problem anymore. Do you understand? Ji Changsheng continued to nod obediently. I understand. By the way, let me tell you one more thing. Senior sister has confirmed that Changxi is not the reincarnation of Taiyin Xingjuan. Ji Changsheng. How did you confirm it? Senior sister previously traveled to the prehistoric fairyland and found that fairy Changyi was normal and could not be reincarnated into our world. So you should listen to Changxi's words selectively, and don't be led astray by her. The master of the temple said worriedly. Ji Changsheng still has a bright future. He is really worried that Ji Changsheng will be led astray by Li Changxi. Ji Changsheng silently digested the information provided by the master of the temple, and a sentence was hesitant in his mind. Li Changxi is not fairy Changyi, and there is no logical connection between her not being Taiyin Xingjuan. In his cognition, Changyi is just a high-level dancer, and the Taiyin Xingjuan mentioned by Li Changxi had already achieved the Daoyuo in the ancient prehistoric era when the witches and liches were invincible. He was a big boss among big bosses. Ji Changsheng does not think that Changyi is the Taiyin Star Lord. Changyi is at most a resident of Taiyin Star, not a landlord at all. Li Changxi does have mental problems, because Li Changxi also regards the fairy Changyi as the Taiyin Star Lord. But Ji Changsheng disagrees with this. But Ji Changsheng retains his disagreement. Anyway, it has little to do with him for the time being. Whether Li Changxi is the Taiyin Star Lord or not does not matter to Ji Changsheng. As long as Li Changxi is the daughter of fairy Linglong, Ji Changsheng is willing to marry her. You can't be so picky. Ji Changsheng changed the subject. Master, is it more reasonable for me to kill a few more people and then rebel against Xuandu Temple? Master, there will be an opportunity soon. The master's control over Xuandu Temple was far beyond Ji Changsheng's guess. Less than 5 minutes after the master said, there will be an opportunity soon, a group of people came to the main peak. It was Jiang Buqing, Bai Zhonghui, the female disciple who was bullied just now, and a group of spectators. They came to report. Ji Changsheng turned black and white and bribed me to alienate the relationship between Elder Jiang and Mrs. Jiang. The disciple was obsessed with money and made a big mistake. After being persuaded by Elder Jiang and Mrs. Jiang, the disciple repented and was willing to stand up and report Ji Changsheng. Please ask the discipline hall to bring Ji Changsheng to justice and restore the innocence of Elder Jiang and Mrs. Jiang. The reporter was the female disciple who was just rescued by Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng glanced at the expressionless master. Then he strode out of the hall and laughed in anger. You said I bribed you to alienate the relationship between Jiang Buqing and Bai Zhonghui? Ji Changsheng was so angry that his body was shaking. The female disciple didn't dare to look Ji Changsheng in the eye, but knelt on the ground and gritted her teeth and said, Yes. Ji Changsheng looked up to the sky and laughed. I don't even know your last name. The people around looked at the Bai family, and the kneeling female disciple with shame. There is a scale between heaven and earth. The right and wrong here are clear, and everyone knows what's going on. It's nothing more than this female disciple was coerced and lured by the Bai family, and she turned a grudge and stabbed Ji Changsheng who helped her. This is exactly what neutral people despise the most. Ji Changsheng turned his sad and angry eyes to Jiang Buqing, and asked loudly, Jiang Buqing, your wife is having an affair with Bai Guanlin, and I speak up for you. Don't you have anything to say? Jiang Buqing's eyes were very complicated. He had a lot to say, but Bai Guanlin was not dead yet. So, he could only say, my wife and I have a deep love for each other, and everything is a conspiracy planned by you behind the scenes. Bah! You are really a shame to men. Ji Changsheng spat directly. His contempt was beyond words. Elder of Law Enforcement. What do you say? Everyone looked at the Elder of Law Enforcement. The Elder of Law Enforcement had a sullen face, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, Ji Changsheng, since someone has reported you, you will be detained for the time being, and wait for the discipline hall. Enough. Ji Changsheng interrupted the Elder of Law Enforcement directly. Then, when everyone didn't react, he acted brazenly. The first knife directly cut off the tongue of the female disciple. The second knife cut off Bai Zhonghui's head. The knife shocked everyone. But what is even more surprising is Ji Changsheng's next words. Ji Changsheng admires the righteous path, and after going through many tests, he joined Xuandu Temple. Since I joined Xuandu Temple, I have respected my teachers and respected the truth. And I have been friendly to my fellow disciples. I speak out for justice, and do not envy the powerful. I originally wanted to eliminate demons, and defend the truth under the leadership of the predecessors of Xuandu Temple, and promote the righteousness of heaven and earth. However, after I joined Xuandu Temple, all I saw were petty intrigues, fighting for power and profit. They turned black and white, and spread rumors and slander. In Xuandu Temple, I saw honest people forced to lie, upright people forced to bend. Infatuated people became cold and indifferent. Outspoken people were forced to keep silent, and idealists saw their ideals shattered with their own eyes. This is not the first righteous immortal gate in my mind. And this is not the first righteous immortal gate I want to join. I can't bear it anymore. And I don't need to bear it anymore. You are confusing right and wrong and saying I am guilty. So I will do as you wish. Ji Chongqing's voice, under the guidance of a certainly clan leader who did not want to reveal his name, spread throughout Xuandu Temple again. But I do not accept your unfair judgment. Today, Ji Chongqing will withdraw from Xuandu Temple. If you want to fight or kill me, just do it. Leaving behind his resounding and heart-piercing words, and a head that died with its eyes open, Ji Chongqing strode down the mountain. Chapter 33 Chain Reaction. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Ji Chongqing would be very dissatisfied with this result. But they never thought that Ji Chongqing would be so tough. Only the master of the temple was applauding at this time. Killing is good. Scolding is even better. This scolding completely blocked the Bai family's retreat in Xuandu Temple. He also had enough reasons to drive the Bai family out of Xuandu Temple. You are happy. My junior brother will have no way back in a short time. Li Chongqi's dissatisfied voice sounded in the hall. Her figure followed closely behind. The master of the temple was not surprised at all by Li Chongqi's appearance. Li Chongqi was called by him. Naturally, he also informed Li Chongqi about the matter. Don't worry. The road to immortality is under your feet. There is no need to look back. The master's eyes flashed with divine light. Staying in Xuandu Temple is to restrict him. With Chongqing's means and style of doing things, when he comes down the mountain, the sky is high and the sea is wide. And there is a lot to do. That's true. Li Chongqi nodded and said, if he stays in Xuandu Temple, he can only become you at most. Only when he comes down the mountain can his junior brother fully display his style as the Southern Pole Chongqing Emperor. If it weren't for this, she would not agree to the master's plan. The master glanced at Li Chongqi. What do you mean by at most becoming me? Is it embarrassing to become me? In today's world, how many people can surpass me? By the way, if Ji Chongqing is really the Southern Pole Chongqing Emperor, then he is indeed not Ji Chongqing's target. Thinking of this, the master said, Chongqi, you are very likely to guess right this time. What did you guess right? Ji Chongqing may really be the great emperor of the South Pole. There is at least a 10% chance. The master did not deny that 10% of the reason why he was so kind to Ji Chongqing was because of this. But he still thought that Ji Chongqing might have inherited the Daluo. Even so, the master still had no intention of snatching him away. Everyone has their own destiny. He has his own way. It would be too shameful to snatch the opportunity of the younger generation. Not to mention that there is such a big cause and effect. The master looked at Ji Chongqing's way of dealing with people, and wanted to establish a good relationship with Ji Chongqing. And Li Chongqi was very disdainful of the master's confirmation of the identity of his junior brother now. I told you the identity of my junior brother a long time ago. But you only believed it now. You are really a mediocre person, who makes trouble for yourself. Li Chongqi complained, forget it. You are mediocre people. And I can't ask too much of you. The master. She is mentally ill. I don't care about her. The master still has some self-restraint. Otherwise, if it were someone with a narrow mind, he would definitely not treat Li Chongqi well just because of her bad mouth. But the master knew that Li Chongqi was not his enemy, but supported him in many ways, so he could tolerate Li Chongqi's bad words. The Bai family is really a blessing from their previous life. And my junior brother needs to go down and deal with them personally. Such a good opportunity. You must seize it. Otherwise it would be a waste of my junior brother's performance just now. Don't worry. Everything is under control. The master actually didn't plan to take action against the Bai family so quickly. After all, he had just ascended the throne for one day. His original plan was to wait until Fairy Ling Long ascended before he raised the butcher knife. But Ji Chongqing was too fierce. The opportunity created for him was too good. So, the master didn't want to endure it anymore. Changshi, you send Changsheng down the mountain safely, and I will arrange the rest. No problem. What about the mountain? Leave it to me. Changsheng has laid the groundwork to this point, and it will be a natural thing to drive the Bai family down the mountain. Li Changshi nodded. The next moment, she suddenly appeared outside the hall. She stood silently between Ji Changsheng and the audience of Xuandu. The meaning of escorting Ji Changsheng is self-evident. In fact, it was unnecessary. Because apart from the Bai family, no one would offend the public and stop Ji Changsheng in this situation. The most important thing is that among the Bai family members present, only Jiang Buqing has the highest strength. Even if he wants to take action, it should be Jiang Buqing who does it. But when Ji Changsheng killed someone just now, Jiang Buqing didn't react. Taste it. Taste it carefully. Junior brother Ji is too stubborn. Alas, it's a pity that Xuandu Temple has lost another stubborn person. Who made him offend the Bai family? Is junior brother Ji really expelled from the temple because of his outspokenness? If he was just expelled, it would be fine. I'm afraid the temple will hunt him down because of this. This can't be possible? Hee. Looking at the Bai family's current perverse behavior. What is impossible? If Ji Changsheng could see a little hope, he would not choose such a decisive approach. No. I can't stand it. I can't stand it either. Xuandu Temple shouldn't be like this. Junior brother Ji stood up for his fellow disciples, but was framed. If I stand by and watch today, no one will cheer for me when disaster strikes me in the future. Let's plead for junior brother Ji together. At least junior brother Ji should not be killed by the discipline hall. Otherwise, I will be very disappointed in the temple. The disciples watching were talking one after another. At least half of them were really indignant. And they couldn't stand what happened. Or they were infected by Ji Changsheng's courage and character. The other half were the navy who were fanning the flames. There are two types of navy. One is Ing Hongya's navy. The other is the temple master's navy. Ing Hongya's navy only dared to speak up for Ji Changsheng. The temple master's navy was very powerful. In Ing Hongya's shocked eyes, a female disciple stepped out of the crowd and shouted, "If junior brother Ji is punished by the discipline hall today, I will also withdraw from Xuandu Temple." This female disciple was obviously very appealing. After she stood up, someone immediately followed. Disciple seconded the motion. The Bai family should be driven away. Junior brother Ji's experience is really heartbreaking. Disciples are willing to petition for junior brother Ji and hope that the temple will give junior brother Ji a chance to live. The discipline hall is unfair, and I am dissatisfied. If the Bai family does not get the punishment they deserve, I will pack my bags and follow junior brother Ji today. I hope the temple will take our demands seriously and treat the Bai family impartially. Xuandu Temple needs a fair, just an open environment. Ing Hongya has learned something new. At first, she really thought that someone was inspired by Ji Changsheng. But as more and more people agreed and pointed their spearheads at the Bai family, Ing Hongya finally reacted. It turns out that the temple master is doing the same thing as her. I use the navy, and the temple master also uses the navy. It means that my level is about the same as the temple master. Ing Hongya was very happy, and then quickly signaled her navy to follow. The law does not punish the masses. Follow the master's navy and beat up the Bai family. In the hall, the master smiled but said nothing. The outcome has been decided. Chapter 34. The value of the thigh is still rising. Xuandu Temple. Halfway up the mountain, Li Changshi took the initiative to hug Ji Changsheng. And then sighed, "Junior brother, you give too much face to the Bai family. With your status in mind, there is no need to spend so much money to deal with the Bai family. I killed their heir directly in the Bai family, and the Bai family didn't even dare to fart." Ji Changsheng thought to himself that it was because you are sick. I still have to be low-key. Senior sister, I have other reasons. The master of the temple should have informed you. Right? Li Changshi nodded. The master of the temple has no ill will towards you, but he underestimates your pursuit. I think the master wants you to make some contributions to the demon sect, and then come back to take over his job. The idea is good, and the original intention is also good. The only thing that is not good is that he has not considered that you, junior brother, don't look down on these false fame and fortune in the illusion. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I look up to it. Senior sister, you overestimate me. But it's better for you to go down the mountain. You can't achieve anything great by practicing in seclusion on the mountain. I also need to go down the mountain when I accumulate merits. Li Changshi said, "Don't worry. Junior brother. With your and my identities, we can travel freely in the world and always turn danger into safety. Ji Changsheng suspected that his 8 senior brothers were killed by his care. Fortunately, he is different from those 8 cheap senior brothers. He still knows who can be offended and who can't be offended. Moreover, the 8 cheap senior brothers obviously don't know how to get along with mental patients. So Li Changshi probably let them go. And it's not surprising that they died young. Ji Changsheng held Li Changshi's thighs tightly from the beginning. And he was not afraid. Sister, what should I do if I miss you after I go down the mountain? Ji Changsheng asked. I always feel insecure when my big brother is not around. After a pause, Ji Changsheng was afraid that Li Changshi would not be used to his expression of feelings. So he covered his ears and stole the bell. In the whole world, only sister can resonate with my soul. Many of my inner thoughts, including my understanding of the world, cannot be understood by others even if I tell them. I still need to communicate more with sister. Li Changshi nodded in agreement. Junior brother, what you said makes sense. We often contact each other through the sound transmission note. Just the sound transmission note? Ji Changsheng was a little disappointed. Li Changshi thought for a while and said, I am planning a big event recently. Junior brother, you can participate together. We will inevitably meet at that time. What big event? Destroy the Bai family. Li Changshi waved her hand with murderous intent. I have observed that the karma accumulated by the Bai family is enough to anger the heavens and the people. As long as I destroy the Bai family, I will definitely get a lot of merit. And it is even possible to break through a great realm. Junior brother, you are just going down the mountain and can be the pioneer. Ji Changsheng said. Wow. This really coincides with me. The thing he wanted to do most after going down the mountain was to destroy the Bai family. God knows how much backup there is behind such a big family. How can I feel at ease if I don't completely destroy the Bai family? There is only one question, senior sister. Is the Bai family so easy to destroy? Although Ji Changsheng doesn't think that the Bai family is the opponent of the master. But it should be stronger than Li Changshi. Right? Ji Changsheng then asked, and what about Fairy Linglong? Isn't she protecting the Bai family? Li Changshi casually said, my mother's side is not a problem. The Bai family has limited affection for my mother. Ji Changsheng nodded. He felt the same way. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, junior brother, for the Bai family's current precarious situation. Li Changshi chuckled and said, as far as I know, my mother gave the Bai family 3 opportunities to ask for help. Within 3 times, the Bai family can be safe. After 3 times, my mother is busy ascending to heaven. So she has no time to take care of their trivial matters. Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. Did Bai Guanlin use it once? Yes. The Bai family has used it once before. And Bai Guanlin used it again. Now the Bai family only has one last chance to ask for help. Li Changshi said this. Murderous. The Bai family now has only one life left. Ji Changsheng reacted quickly. So this time, the temple master drove the Bai family down the mountain. And the Bai family did not dare to ask for help from Linglong Fairy. Of course, the overall situation of the matter has been decided. The shrewd and calculating guy of the temple master has already calculated the Bai family to death. Not only does he want to drive the Bai family down the mountain, but there are also serial schemes waiting for the Bai family. The Bai family is indeed not easy to destroy. But our camp is very large. Li Changshi taught, junior brother. Times change. In this illusion, after all, we are not the Daluo quasi-sages who once roamed the prehistoric world. Therefore, we still have to find helpers when we need to. The Bai family has offended many people. And many people want to take action against the Bai family. Ji Changsheng had some enlightenment. Is the Li family also ready to go? Li Changshi nodded. Not only the Li family, but also the Ying family. The Ying family and the Bai family have the deepest hatred. In addition, as long as we blow the charge, the demon cult will definitely rush forward. Why? Li Changshi laughed. There are not many opportunities to lose face for my mother. And the demon cult will definitely seize it. Especially the heavenly demon cult and the Hahuan sect. By the way, junior brother, if you encounter danger when you go down the mountain this time, and I can't rescue you in time, you can ask the Holy Maiden of Hahuan for help. Who? The Holy Maiden of Hahuan is the person that the temple master asked you to seek refuge with. This person is very particular. For my sake, the Holy Maiden of Hahuan will definitely protect you. Li Changshi's words made Ji Changsheng a little confused. Senior sister, do you know the Holy Maiden of Hahuan? Li Changqi nodded. Not only do I know her, she is also surnamed Li. According to the bloodline of this illusion, she is my aunt? Ji Changsheng was shocked. The Li family straddles both the righteous and the evil? Is it so arrogant? Shouldn't they cover it up a little? Li Changqi told him that there was a cover-up. The Li family does straddle both the good and evil sides. Not only the Li family, but also all true cultivation families bet on both sides. However, now that good cannot prevail over evil, those members who joined the demon sect have been expelled from the family in name. Not many people know that the Holy Lady of Hawan is a member of our Li family, and her name cannot be found in the family tree. Junior brother, please don't spread it. Ji Changsheng. So you are fighting each other, and the top leaders are all your own people? I thought I was reading Romance of the Three Kingdoms in a trance. No, it's not just Romance of the Three Kingdoms. 3 generations of Xuandu. The father-son relationship of the demon. TSK. It's too damn real. Ji Changsheng quickly accepted this setting, because he has seen too many of them on Blue Star. Senior sister, you and the Holy Lady of Hawan have a good relationship? This is the focus of Ji Changsheng's concern. Li Changqi nodded. With some approval in her tone, she is a rare smart person. Although she is not the reincarnation of Daliu like you and me, she is also one of the few mortals who can see through the illusion. Even the master of the temple was unwilling to accept that I was the Tying Star Lord. But she believed it, which shows her wisdom and vision. I am optimistic that she can also ascend to the fairyland. Ji Changsheng understood. It seems that Saint Hawan, like him, has mastered the communication method with mental patience. It's just that she doesn't brag like him and doesn't arrange a powerful background for herself, which makes Li Changqi unable to treat her equally. To take back the words, Saint Hawan is willing to coax Li Changqi like this, which shows that their relationship is indeed good. The gold content of Li Changqi's thigh is still rising. It has been decided that even if his mother-in-law ascends to heaven one day, he will still marry Li Changqi as his wife. It has nothing to do with Saint Hawan being Li Changqi's aunt. The main reason is that Ji Changsheng believes in love at first sight. Chapter 35. A man of honor lives in heaven and earth. How can he live under others for a long time? But the master of the temple thinks too simply. My aunt will take care of you for my sake. But it is not so easy to accept you into the heavenly demon sect. Li Changqi shook her head. Ji Changsheng. Alas, senior sister, you may not believe it, but I was originally in the heavenly demon sect. But since you may not believe it, I will hide it in good faith. And the master of the temple still wants you to gain my aunt's complete trust, which is impossible. Li Changqi continued to shake her head. You just offended the Bai family. To put it bluntly, my mother didn't say anything, and you were not expelled from Xuandu Temple. In this case, how could the demon sect completely trust you? If you want to join the heavenly demon sect and gain the trust of my aunt, and even the heavenly demon sect, your current credentials are far from enough. Hearing Li Changqi say this, Ji Changsheng's expression turned solemn. He nodded and said, Sister, the master of this temple has explained that he has a private channel to contact the Holy Maiden of Hawan. It's useless, Li Changqi said firmly. I know my aunt. She won't trust anyone easily. It's a bit beyond her cognitive limit to believe that I am Tying Qingjuan. It's too difficult for her to recognize your identity as the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. She doesn't have that ability yet. Ji Changsheng. I always feel that Li Changqi has drawn a correct conclusion with wrong logic. The master of the temple has said that he believes I can pass the test of the demon sect. He is telling me that I can kill anyone from the Bai family after I leave the mountain. Ji Changsheng said, as long as I kill enough people, Xuandu Temple will always remove me from the list. And the Tianhua sect will definitely believe that I am not a righteous person. You are wrong. Killing enough people is useful, but not very useful. You have to kill people with special identities. Li Changqi pointed out, for example, if you kill 10,000 ordinary people, you can only be regarded as an ordinary demon. But as long as you kill Bai Guanlin, even Yu Lao Mo will not doubt your sincerity in joining the heavenly demon sect. Just like Ji Changsheng reported Bing Zipping. Until now, the master of the temple has no doubt that Ji Changsheng is an undercover agent of the heavenly demon sect. Whose undercover agent of the heavenly demon sect killed a leader's son right away. The master of the temple has never seen such a routine. If Ji Changsheng really killed Bai Guanlin, Yu Lao Mo would think that Yu Lao Mo was mentally ill if he suspected Ji Changsheng of the heavenly demon sect's high-level officials. Ji Changsheng thought, then I will think about how to kill Bai Guanlin after I go down the mountain. He has never forgotten this matter. The main reason is that he didn't kill Bai Guanlin the first time in Xuandu Temple. And he really couldn't find an opportunity later. He could only go down the mountain and take action. Li Changxi reminded, the Bai family is more powerful down the mountain than on the mountain. And they can use more means. But don't worry. I will tell the temple master later to let Li Daoyan and Ning Hongye go down the mountain with you. With them accompanying you. The Bai family will not dare to touch you casually. Junior brother. As the Southern Pole Immortal Emperor, you should give them some luck. Ji Chansheng was moved. Senior sister. You are so good to me. Li Changxi didn't care. You and I are both trapped in the illusion. And meeting each other is fate. If I don't help you, who else can I help? By the way, I will give you another treasure to facilitate your actions down the mountain. Li Changxi took out a human skin. Ji Chansheng waited for Li Changxi to solve his doubts. Li Changxi's explanation made Ji Chansheng overjoyed. The illusion of our Youguang lineage is aimed at Daluo. When you practice it to a small success, you can practice the real to be fake. When you practice it to a great success, you can practice the fake to be real. Obviously, Li Changxi has practiced to the small success level. This is the treasure of our Youguang lineage. 1,000 faces. In short, by refining this treasure, you can transform into anything you want at will, which is very similar to the Youguang illusion. Ji Chansheng was overjoyed. Sister, what level of people can be deceived? Li Changxi said, if I use it, even my mother may not be able to see through it. If you use it, I'm not sure, but at least the nascent soul realm can be deceived. And it's hard to say for higher levels. In addition, it should be noted that your current realm is only in the golden core stage, and you have not practiced the illusion of our lineage to the small success level. So you can only create illusions when you wear 1,000 faces. But you can't use illusions to create lethality. You still can't be careless. Even so, Ji Chansheng was still very satisfied. A man should be content with what he has. Sister, among the group of Bai family members, who are about to be driven down the mountain by the master, are there any who are above the nascent soul realm? Ji Chansheng asked. Li Changxi reacted and looked at Ji Chansheng with eyes that were no longer level with a fellow practitioner, but with admiration. Junior brother, you are indeed worthy of being the Daluo Tiandi, who came out of the conferred god tribulation. You are indeed more decisive than me. Your idea is very good. Of course, there are strong people above the nascent soul realm in the Bai family. But such strong people will not be driven down the mountain. And such strong people generally will not take advantage of Xuandu Temple. And most of them practice in the mortal world. Those who stick to Xuandu Temple, like a dogskin plaster, are all Bai family members, who have no real skills or strong strength. Ji Chansheng smiled. He quickly refined the 1,000 faces. Then, right in front of Li Changxi, Ji Chansheng turned into Jiang Buqing. Sister, can you see through it? Yes. I taught you your illusion, so I can see through it. The group of people from the Bai family, who are going to be driven down the mountain, don't have this vision. Ji Chansheng smiled. Then please keep an eye on the temple for me to see if Jiang Buqing will go down the mountain with the Bai family. If Jiang Buqing goes down the mountain with them, it will be exposed. Li Changxi gave him a reassurance. Don't worry. Jiang Buqing is the elder of our Xuandu Temple. He has made contributions to Xuandu Temple and shed blood. He is also a victim in this matter. The master of the temple will not touch him. And he will definitely not go down the mountain with the Bai family. You can do whatever you want. If you become Jiang Buqing, it is really possible to kill Bai Guanlin by surprise. Li Changxi felt that Ji Changsheng's idea was very feasible. Ji Chansheng also thought so. Elder Jiang, I know you must want revenge. I will go ahead for you. Thinking of this, Jiang Buqing stood tall and said, a real man lives in the world. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time? Xuandu Temple. Hearing the order of the Bai family being expelled from the temple by the temple master. Hearing the angry roar of the Bai family. Lying at his feet was his wife, who died with eyes wide open. Feeling the shameful eyes of the people around him, Jiang Buqing suddenly clenched his fists. Once upon a time, he, Jiang, also fought against the demon cult in the north and made great military achievements, which made him become the powerful elder of Xuandu Temple. It was because he became famous first that the Bai family wanted to marry their daughter to him. Many years ago, when the name Jiang Buqing was not associated with the Bai family, it was praised by people from both the righteous and evil paths in the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. Why has it become like this now? The Bai family, the young talent of Xuandu Temple, who once had outstanding military achievements and extraordinary talents, has now become the first deep green in Xuandu Temple. Ninja is invincible. But what to do when you can't bear it anymore? Jiang Buqing thought of Ji Changsheng, who had just decisively swung his sword. Those two swords were so refreshing and unstoppable. Compared with him, the humiliation suffered by Ji Changsheng is nothing. But he still doesn't want to endure it. And can't endure it. This is a cultivator. If a cultivator has lost the breath in his heart, what kind of Taoism can he practice? Jiang Buqing's Taoism heart is clear. And he immediately turned around and returned to his cave. Although he has seen his true nature, Jiang Buqing has not lost his mind. He knew that he was not the rookie Ji Changsheng. He had deeply understood the cruelty of cultivation and the power of Fairy Linglong. So even if he wanted to kill the Bai family, he would take a roundabout way. Jiang Buqing can't do anything to the Bai family. I can't afford the revenge of the Bai family and Fairy Linglong. Ji Changsheng. I'm sorry. I'll borrow your name for a while. Although Jiang Buqing was not the descendant of the Yaoguang lineage, it was not difficult for him to master some illusions. As soon as the voice fell, he turned into Ji Changsheng's appearance. Ji Changsheng stood upright and said loudly, "A real man lives in the world. How can he be depressed and live under others for a long time?" Chapter 36. Jiang Buqing met Ji Changsheng. The Bai family went down the mountain very quickly. They were also in a mess. Originally, the master wanted to give the Bai family some dignity. However, public opinion was surging. After all, the master had to put the overall situation first. So he could only slightly wrong the Bai family. Of course, the Bai family was not without a chance to turn the tide. In fact, the master hoped that the Bai family could turn the tide this time. If he could use this opportunity to use up the last affection of Fairy Linglong for the Bai family, it would be a big profit. The master wanted the Bai family to trouble Fairy Linglong again this time. Then his follow-up work would be easier to do. What a pity. Now it is old lady Bai who has the final say. Not Bai Guanlin. When she knew that Ji Changsheng had risked his life and gone down the mountain, and the public opinion in Xuandu Temple was surging, she asked the Bai family to pack their luggage without saying a word. "Grandfather, as long as you tell Linglong and let Linglong send a message, these people are not a concern." "Pa!" Someone from the Bai family suggested to old lady Bai to find Fairy Linglong. But old lady Bai slapped him back. Then he picked up his cane to continue beating. It can be seen that old lady Bai was also very angry. "Stupid. Did you call Linglong? I asked Linglong to send a message? Who am I? Do I have such a big face? You have lived so many years. Have you lived like a dog? Do you really think Linglong is someone that our Bai family can command?" Old lady Bai was very tired. The outstanding members of the Bai family are working hard for the Bai family's eternal foundation at the foot of the mountain. The ones who stayed in Xuandu Temple were all direct descendants, who had no future and no ability, but only good reincarnation skills. These people are essentially useless. But they are also the ones that the Bai family can't let go of. There is no way. This is the drawback of the family. Blood determines 95% of things. The aristocratic family is not short of wise people, and they are not unaware of these drawbacks. But how many people can change their own lives? Those strong and smart people in the Bai family naturally understand that no matter how strong Fairy Linglong is, it is Fairy Linglong's business. Her surname is Yu, not Bai. So they use the name of Fairy Linglong to strengthen themselves and the family foundation at the foot of the mountain. That is the right way. And the people who stay in the mountain are far less clear. This is the gap in talent and IQ. Stupidity is incurable. Old lady Bai can't cure it either. She can only try hard to change her fate. At the very least, she can't use up all the affection she has for Fairy Linglong. Even if all these people die, the foundation of the Bai family will not fall. But she can't let the biggest thigh of the Bai family hate the Bai family because of these people. Within an hour, I want to see all the people at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, I will be removed from the family tree in the future. Old lady Bai was old and had to step up to take charge. This behavior actually consumed her life. But there was no other way. Fortunately, her accumulated prestige was still very deep. After she spoke, even if the Bai family was dissatisfied, they dared not disobey on the surface. In less than half an hour, the Bai family set off on the road down the mountain under the cold and contemptuous eyes of many Xuandu Temple disciples. A new emperor appoints new ministers. There is no shortage of smart people in Xuandu Temple. In this incident, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the temple master is really unhappy with the Bai family. Of course, They will not offend the temple master because of the Bai family. The world is fickle. Nothing is more fickle than this. Many people in the Bai family could not accept it. But soon, a warm current surged into the hearts of the Bai family. Even the old lady Bai felt the same way, because they saw Jiang Buqing waiting for them halfway up the mountain. When the Bai family went down the mountain, Jiang Buqing had not shown up. The Bai family thought that Jiang Buqing wanted to cut off ties with the Bai family because of this incident. They never expected that at the moment when the Bai family lost power, Jiang Buqing could still let go of the past. The old lady Bai was very moved. Holding Jiang Buqing's hands with both hands, he sighed, "Strong grass can be known only by strong winds, and a person's heart can be known only by time. Buqing, it is the Bai family that has let you down." Jiang Buqing said solemnly, "Mother, Zhonghui may have let me down, but you have done me justice. I remember all your support for me. I was there when the Bai family was prosperous, and I cannot draw a clear line with the Bai family when the Bai family is in decline. Otherwise, I will become an ungrateful person." Okay. Lao Taijun Bai's eyes became even redder. "Buqing, don't worry. Zhonghui's death was her own fault, not yours." Lao Taijun Bai certainly knew that Jiang Buqing would definitely react when Ji Changsheng took action. Jiang Buqing's strength was several levels higher than Ji Changsheng's. So how could he allow Ji Changsheng to kill people in front of him? The so-called failure to react, of course, was not wanting to react. But Lao Taijun Bai simply ignored this matter. Even if the Bai family wants to avenge Zhonghui, they will look for Ji Changsheng. And it has nothing to do with you. Lao Taijun Bai's words cleared Jiang Buqing of his relationship. "If Buqing doesn't mind, you can continue to call me Mom in the future. As for Liner, that little beast." Old lady Bai hesitated when she said this. If it was an unimportant direct descendant and a son-in-law with great potential and strength, she would sell the direct descendant without hesitation. But Bai Guanlin's identity was too special, and it had surpassed the identity of the direct descendant of the Bai family. She didn't dare to deal with him casually. She could only give him a small punishment, and couldn't do a big admonition. "Liner, kneel down for Buqing." Old lady Bai decided to give Jiang Buqing a way out. Bai Guanlin was confused. "Why should I kneel down for my uncle? What did I do wrong?" "You?" Old lady Bai almost couldn't breathe. Jiang Buqing held old lady Bai's hand tightly and comforted her. "Mom, don't be angry. It's all over. Liner and I will hug and let bygones be bygones." After saying that, without waiting for old lady Bai to speak, Ji Changsheng hugged Bai Guanlin tightly, while Bai Guanlin was still confused. The next moment, blood flowers bloomed. The last time the assassination attempt on Bai Guanlin failed, Ji Changsheng already knew that Bai Guanlin had a robe to protect him. So before he went down the mountain, he specifically asked the temple master to give him a self-defense weapon, the heartbroken demon knife. The knife will hit the heart. Ignore defense. Of course, there is a big difference between hitting the heart and killing. If Ji Changsheng was holding Linglong Fairy, not to mention the heartbroken demon knife, even the world-destroying demon knife would not work. But Bai Guanlin is just a small character in the early stage of foundation building. He can't resist. At the same time, the booby traps that Ji Changsheng had buried in advance also began to explode. In an instant, the Bai family fell to the ground. The old lady is bleeding from all 7 orifices. "Liner, how are you?" "Jiang Buqing, you dare to kill our Bai family?" Jiang Buqing laughed heartily. "A real man lives in the world. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for a long time? I, Jiang, will kill the Bai family today." After the voice fell, Jiang Buqing saw Ji Changsheng with bloodshot eyes rushing over quickly. "How dare you? Thief?" Ji Changsheng went crazy. What did he see? Jiang Buqing was also stunned for half a second. Then he fled in a flash, his voice shaking the fields. "Ji Changsheng, are you going to repay evil with virtue and save the Bai family?" "It's too late." Ji Changsheng roared to the sky. He hated it. Chapter 37. I admit that I spoke a little loudly to Jiang Buqing. In fact, Jiang Buqing also hated him. The fake who suddenly appeared out of nowhere scared him. Ji Changsheng clearly felt that Bai Guanlin's heart was within the range of his knife. Although Bai Guanlin's heart obviously had protection measures, the heartbroken magic knife given to him by the temple master was of a high grade. Giving Ji Changsheng 3 seconds, Ji Changsheng was sure to kill Bai Guanlin completely. But the fake suddenly appeared. Ji Changsheng did not dare to hesitate at all, and could only run away. He hoped that the booby traps he buried could blow Bai Guanlin to death. A real man never looks back to see the explosion. Ji Changsheng is a real man, and he dare not look back at all, because he felt that the fake's cultivation level was higher than his. But the other party was a fake, so he did not dare to use all his strength. Ji Changsheng directly used the magic sect blood escape technique, burning his blood essence, and ran away in a flash. Ji Changsheng didn't dare to stay at all. With such a big commotion, the top leaders of Xuandu Temple would definitely react immediately. He had to return to the cave house quickly to prove his innocence. So he turned his head quickly. I returned to my own cave house. In midair, Li Chongqi played with the purple mysterious Yin thunder stolen from Jiang Buqing's cave house, looking at the Bai family members, who were wailing and screaming below, and Ji Changsheng, who thought he had returned to his own cave house. And a beautiful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have said it long ago. Yabwang Luohuan, the first in Xuandu. No one believes me at all. I have always exchanged sincerity for sincerity, and have never lied. Only junior brother trusts me wholeheartedly. So only junior brother deserves my help. Li Chongqi chuckled and threw the purple mysterious Yin thunder in her hand directly to Bai Guanlin's feet. Then she waved her hand. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that a barrier suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the master of Xuandu Temple shouted angrily. Who dares to be presumptuous in Xuandu Temple? Li Chongqi smiled silently again. Although Yabwang Luohuan is the best in Xuandu, but her illusions are not something that everyone can hide. Fairy Linglong can't hide it. Fairy Linglong is in seclusion and won't pay attention to this. But the master of the temple certainly can't hide it. After all, the master of the temple now has the greatest authority in Xuandu Temple. But the master of the temple didn't find out until this moment. Li Chongqi thought that when she and her junior brother return to the prehistoric fairyland in the future, she can promote the master of the temple to serve under her junior brother. Junior brother must need talents like the master of the temple. As for her, as the Taiyin Star Lord, she only considers becoming a saint. No one can shake the power of Taiyin Star. As long as she doesn't think about fighting for power, all the emperors will worship her. So Taiyin Star Lord is not keen on fame and fortune and building forces. Junior brother, the chaotic world is the stage. Go and break out a great way to the sky. Let the world see the style of Daoyuo, who fought in the great catastrophe of the conferred god. Li Chongqi is full of confidence in Ji Changsheng. The master of the temple was soaked with cold sweat. He has confidence in Ji Changsheng and Li Chongqi. But the things these two people did together were too challenging for his little heart. He thought he was just a cover. Li Chongqi cast an illusion, and Ji Changsheng just wanted to take the weapon. What big things could he do? Then, the two of them broke the sky. Halfway up the mountain, the master looked at the old lady Bai who had completely died. And most importantly, Bai Guanlin who died with his eyes open. And his whole body was in disarray. My life is gone. The master muttered to himself. Let you guys make trouble. Don't make it so big. Time is on his side. As long as he takes it slow, the future will definitely be his. But Ji Changsheng and Li Chongqi are too fierce. They don't give him the opportunity to take it slow at all. The question is, how will it end? The law enforcement elder of the discipline hall gave the answer, Master. It was Jiang Buqing who did it. Master. Looking at his confidant, the master tried to convince himself that it was really Jiang Buqing who did it. Is there any evidence? The master asked. The law enforcement elder nodded solemnly, yes. Before the Bai family died, they shouted that Jiang Buqing wanted to kill people to silence them. And Jiang Buqing himself admitted it. In addition, Ji Changsheng seemed to have witnessed this incident with his own eyes. We can let Ji Changsheng be a witness. The master of the temple was in a complicated mood. Senior sister, can't hide it. The law enforcement elder's face was still solemn. Fairy Linglong is in seclusion for cultivation. I don't know what it is now. As long as no one notifies her. How can she know? After a pause, the law enforcement elder added, the master of the temple just doesn't want to disturb the senior sister's cultivation. And he has no intention of deliberately concealing it. Is that so? The master of the temple was a little moved. The law enforcement elder nodded vigorously. That's it. The master of the temple is not an indecisive person. He looked in the direction of the mountain. Where is Jiang Buqing? The law enforcement elder didn't know. But he answered without hesitation. He has fled for fear of crime. Alas, he was once an upright man of the Northern Expedition demon cult. But he made a mistake and regretted it forever. The temple master shook his head and shed a few crocodile tears, issue a wanted order, and give an explanation to senior sister. The law enforcement elder understood what the master meant. Someone must be held responsible for the death of the Bai family. Li Chongxi and Ji Changsheng are impossible. There is no difference between holding them responsible and holding the master responsible. Therefore, the person responsible for this matter must be Jiang Buqing, who made Jiang Buqing stand on the wrong side before. No one will feel sorry for Jiang Buqing to be responsible. Moreover, Jiang Buqing must die. There is no evidence after death. Master, rest assured, the discipline hall will never allow such a demon to go unpunished. The light of the righteous path enveloped the master and the law enforcement elder. It illuminated all the demons and monsters. This is a person of the righteous path. There is no sand in his eyes. Down the mountain, Ji Changsheng breaks suddenly after seeing Li Daoyan and Ying Hongye. He saw that these two were waiting for him. The difference was that Li Daoyan looked at him with a gloating look and a desire to share gossip. The look in Ying Hongye's eyes when she looked at him was one of shock, surprise, confusion and admiration. Don't ask Ji Changsheng why he can see so many things from one look. No other reason. Rich experience. Cha Sheng, you are finally here. Li Daoyan was delighted when he saw Ji Changsheng. And then he shared the news he got with Ji Changsheng as soon as possible. Something big happened to the Bai family. Jiang Buqing has wiped out the Bai family. It's really a case of a weak man coming up with a leopard. Ji Changsheng nodded. I know. I saw it with my own eyes. He is a witness. Li Daoyan slapped his thigh and said with emotion, I never expected that Jiang Buqing would be so brave. But it's normal. Men can't stand this kind of humiliation. Jiang Buqing is also a man. Ji Changsheng nodded in agreement. Yes. I admit that I spoke a little louder to Jiang Buqing before. Elder Jiang. A real man. He must spread Elder Jiang's iron-blooded and pure manly deeds all over the world, so that everyone will admire him. Chapter 38 Snow in June. Demon Cult Reunion. It is difficult for Ying Hongye to express her current mood in words. Li Daoyan is a complete fool. She is not. Jiang Buqing dared to kill the Bai family members directly in the territory of Xuandu Temple, and it happened to be seen by Ji Changsheng with his own eyes? Ying Hongye would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. If it was Ji Changsheng who did it, Ying Hongye thought it was very reasonable. In Ying Hongye's heart, Ji Changsheng is a peerless fierce man. He dared to assassinate Bai Guanlin before. If there is one, there will be another. It's just that this matter doesn't seem like something that Ji Changsheng can do alone. Although the Bai family members, who are parasitic in Xuandu Temple, are a bit useless, they can be said to be numerous and powerful after all. Ji Changsheng is a Jindan realm with a very weak combat power. His strength does not allow him to do such a shocking thing. So, it should be the master of the temple who did it. The master of the temple always makes plans before taking action, and is very steady. Since the master dares to do this, he must be sure to resolve the pursuit of Linglong Ferry. I can send a message to the family and ask them to take bigger actions. Even the master of the temple acts like this, so there is no need for our Ying family to continue to tolerate it. Ying Hongye came to a logical conclusion in his heart. Then he laughed. Very good. The Bai family is unlucky, and the Ying family is happy. In Li Daoyan's puzzled eyes, Ying Hongye gave Ji Changsheng a hug. Cha Sheng. Thank you. Li Daoyan didn't understand. Why are you thanking Changsheng? You didn't deliberately take advantage of Changsheng, did you? Ying Hongye was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot. Ji Changsheng blinked and said, There is really no need to thank me. I just passed by and didn't help the Bai family, so as not to be retaliated by the Bai family. Hongye, if you really want to thank someone, you still have to thank Jiang Buqing. Jiang Buqing's family will reward him handsomely. Ying Hongye is a smart man. She can fully understand Ji Changsheng's meaning. She decisively gave Ji Changsheng a reassurance. After doing such a thing, it will be difficult for Jiang Buqing to continue to stay in Xuandu Temple. He must go down the mountain to hide from the limelight, or even rebel against Xuandu Temple. At that time, our family will naturally give him shelter. But I think it will be difficult for Jiang Buqing to successfully go down the mountain. Before this fool and I went down the mountain, the master of the temple had already asked the discipline hall to take action, and Jiang Buqing could not escape. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. Ying Hongye said this. It seems that the master of the temple is also cooperating. Very good. Everyone is worthy of being a righteous person, and the cooperation is tacit understanding. It is so lucky to meet teammates of this level. The tone was full of pity, Elder Jiang was a man of steel. And it is really sad that he ended like this. Li Dalian nodded and agreed. I really didn't see that Jiang Buqing had such blood before. It's a pity that he died. Otherwise, I will ask my aunt to see if she can save his life? Without waiting for Ji Chansheng and Ing Hongye to speak, Li Dalian rejected this possibility himself. Forget it. Jiang Buqing is dead. No one's plea is useful. This time Jiang Buqing was too fierce. Killing by Lao Taijun and by Guanlin together. And even the gods could not save him. Ji Chansheng was not surprised when he heard that Bai Lao Taijun was dead. He attacked Bai Lao Taijun first. When he was on the mountain, he found that the old woman was about to die. And she stayed on the mountain to rely on the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth in Xuandu Temple to prolong her life. Bai Lao Taijun was not a cultivator by nature. And she had no talent for cultivation. So things like natural materials and treasures were of limited use to her. In theory, there should be a self-defense weapon. But it was probably because she didn't think about going down the mountain. So she didn't have time to prepare it. Killing old lady Bai was not difficult for Ji Chansheng. The whole process was smooth, and the Bai family didn't even react. But he clearly remembered that Bai Guanlin was not dead before he ran away. At most, it could only be regarded as a stab in the heart. In this world where immortals can be cultivated, this kind of injury is not serious. It is far less than the broken arm of the elder who passed on the scriptures. And even cultivation cannot repair it. But Bai Guanlin is dead. Was it really Jiang Buqing who killed him? Li Changshi had already told him through the sound transmission that it was Jiang Buqing who transformed into his appearance. After seeing Li Changshi's message, Ji Chansheng was scared and sweated. The surname Jiang is really too insidious and vicious. This is to kill people in his name and frame him. The grudge between him and the Bai family is not a secret at all. If Jiang Buqing really did it, maybe not many people would doubt it. Too shameless to come up with such a conspiracy. Fortunately, he predicted Jiang Buqing's prediction. If Jiang Buqing hadn't pressed him so hard, he wouldn't have taken the initiative. In short, it was all Jiang Buqing's fault. Bai Guanlin, I'm afraid it was really Jiang Buqing who killed him. This guy is really murderous. Ji Chansheng found out the truth. Just as the three were discussing Jiang Buqing, an explosion suddenly sounded in Xuandu Temple. The three looked up at the mountain together. Soon, Jiang Buqing's roar was heard. It wasn't me. I'm innocent. Jiang Buqing, surrender. The master of the temple will plead for you at the Linglong Fairy's place. It really wasn't me. Jiang Buqing, don't resist anymore. The discipline hall has found out the truth, and the evidence is solid. The reason why the Bai family was annihilated was the purple mysterious thunder you got during the northern expedition against the demon cult. The Bai family had already identified you before they died. Even Ji Chansheng witnessed your murder. Ah, someone framed me. Get out of here. I'll go down the mountain to find out the truth and come back to prove my innocence. Stubborn. A magic blade slashed down from the air. It was smashed by Jiang Buqing. But the next moment, the mist filled the sky, and the elder who preached the scriptures stood in the air. While puffing out clouds and mist, Jiang Buqing was already covered in it. After a breath, Jiang Buqing's body fell from midair. The elder who preached the scriptures had fluttering sleeves, and he was independent from the world. The one-armed man in white clothes was shrouded in the mist, and his demeanor was unparalleled, making people admire him at a glance. This is what Ing Hongye is like. We cultivators should be like this. Li Dalian nodded and said, since the elder Chuanjing stepped down as the leader of the Yinxiao lineage. The Yinxiao lineage has been getting weaker and weaker. The strongest time of Yinxiao peak was when the elder Chuanjing was there. After all, when the elder Chuanjing was at his peak, he could fight even if he met Yulao Mo. And Jiang Buqing was far behind. I didn't expect that it was the elder Chuanjing who took action this time. Yes, the law enforcement elders have just changed their terms, and they may not be able to take down Jiang Buqing in a short time. Ing Hongye analyzed, the elder Chuanjing can take action for the discipline hall, which shows that she is getting closer to the master. It's a bit sad to say that the elder Chuanjing used to travel with Linglong Fairy in the past, and they are recognized as good sisters. Ji Chansheng. I sighed again. Senior sister is really great. Except for some mental problems, there are no other shortcomings. Other women are really too complicated and not suitable for a simple and kind little white rabbit like him. Hey, why did the elder Chuanjing come to us? Ing Hongye said in surprise. Ji Chengxing's heart trembled. This is to connect with him. Chapter 39. 1,000 miles of marriage is connected by a thread. The demons of the demon cult are really unscrupulous. In broad daylight, they dared to make a connection like this. Ji Changsheng could only admire the courage of the elder who preached the scriptures. However, the elder who preached the scriptures dared to do this, so he must not worry about being suspected. In a breath, the elder who preached the scriptures descended from the sky. Then he nodded to Ying Hongya and Li Daoyan. After the incident with the Bai family, the elders in your family asked me to take care of you, at least to send you down the mountain safely. Ying Hongya and Li Daoyan saluted hurriedly. Thank you, elder. The elder who preached the scriptures nodded casually. As the former head of the Yanxiao lineage, she was indeed familiar with many elders of the Li and Ying families. There was indeed a legitimate reason to come here. Of course, as long as she didn't want to come, she could ignore those favors. But she wanted to come, because Ji Changsheng was her real target. Ji Changsheng, you are very popular recently. The half-smile of the elder Chuanjing did not move Ji Changsheng. He adhered to his etiquette as a junior and took the initiative to salute the elder Chuanjing. Hello, elder. The elder Chuanjing deliberately said, didn't you say you wanted to quit Xuandu Temple? Why are you still saluting me as a disciple? Ji Changsheng, I went to the Tianma sect, and I still had to salute you as a disciple. We are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are you playing liaoshai with me? Seeing that the elder Chuanjing was a little embarrassed about Ji Changsheng, Ying Hongya took the initiative to explain for Ji Changsheng, elder. Please understand. Although the junior master killed someone in righteous indignation and violated the rules of Xuandu Temple, neither Li Maiju nor the temple master has officially issued a decision to expel the junior master from Xuandu Temple. Elder Chuanjing said casually, it's only a matter of time. With this little guy's unscrupulous style of behavior, the master can't tolerate him for too long. God knows when he will poke the sky. Although her tone was casual, Elder Chuanjing's heart was not as calm as on the surface. She was almost scared to death. Just like the master. Last time Ji Changsheng assassinated by Guanlin, she was shocked. She really had never seen such a fierce man. And this time Ji Changsheng really killed by Guanlin. Who can stand it? She believed that even the master couldn't stand it. Elder Chuanjing was also very tired to be the superior of such a demon sect disciple. But she didn't dare to show it at all. She had already boarded the pirate ship, and there was really no way. Elder Chuanjing could only say that Ji Changsheng, who had pledged his allegiance, had no reason to refuse. Whether it was Saint Hahuan or Yu Lao Mo Ying Hongya agreed with Elder Chuanjing's view on Ji Changsheng's future. She also felt that the master of the temple might not be able to protect Ji Changsheng's extremely aggressive style. If things go wrong, Ji Changsheng might really quit Xuandu Temple, or even be labeled a traitor by Xuandu Temple. But it doesn't matter to the Ying family. As long as they are enemies of the Bai family, the Ying family welcomes them. Not to mention a peerless genius like Ji Changsheng, who is so aggressive. He is too valuable to win over. So Ying Hongya continued to defend him. At least Junior Master is still a member of Xuandu Temple in name. I remember that you, the elder, also value Junior Master very much. The tone of the elder who preached the scriptures finally turned complicated. Of course, I am optimistic about him. But I didn't expect that he would have such potential. The truth, she just thought Ji Changsheng could be a good undercover agent. Ji Changsheng showed her what a master-level undercover agent is. The demon cult undercover killed the youngest son of Fairy Ling Long without saying a word. Have you ever seen an undercover agent like this? The elder who preached the scriptures had never seen one. When she sent the message to Saint Hahuan, the other party was speechless for a long time. Ji Changsheng is a man that no one can guess. The elder who preached the scriptures admired him from the bottom of his heart. Forget it. I will send you to the Qifeng Inn at the foot of the mountain to stay, and I will return to the temple when your family's guards arrive. The elder who preached the scriptures needed a private space to talk to Ji Changsheng, and there happened to be an obvious reason. So it was naturally the right time. Li Daoyan asked curiously, Elder, the formation of Qifeng in itself is enough to resist masters below the level of transformation. Right? Do you need to be so serious? The elder who preached the scriptures explained. The experience of the Bai family has made your two families a little scared. Li Daoyan. Ying Hongya. The elder who preached the scriptures continued, and with Ji Changsheng here, it is indeed easy to have unexpected situations. Anyway, I will protect you for one night, and your protectors will arrive tomorrow, so it won't delay things. Li Daoyan understood. He knew about Bing Zipping's affairs, although he was given a gag order and swore a heavenly oath. Who knows which process will go wrong? Li Daoyan said instantly, Thank you, Elder. Cha Sheng. You sleep with me tonight. Ji Changsheng kicked him out. Get out of the way. I want to protect you. With the elders here. Is it your turn? Go play. Ji Changsheng knew that the elder who preached the scriptures would definitely attack him at night. He certainly couldn't leave a third person in the room. Sure enough. At night. Qi Feng Yin. Upper room. Ji Changsheng sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, pretending to practice, but actually quietly waiting for the elder who preached the scriptures to appear. It was about midnight. The figure of the elder who preached the scriptures floated in. Ji Changsheng immediately got out of bed and took the initiative to salute. Hello, elder. The elder who preached the scriptures waved his hand casually, and the room was covered with smoke. Then the elder who preached the scriptures had a somewhat indignant voice in the room. Okay. I have already arranged the barrier, so there is no need to worry about what happened in the room being discovered by people outside. Ji Changsheng nodded. Then I heard the elder who was preaching the scriptures complaining about the master, the old man, in order to pretend in front of you, expose the identity that I worked so hard to build. If it weren't for the master's guidance, you would never know my identity in this life. Ji Changsheng. Forget it. I'll give you some face. Ji Changsheng believes in the master's judgment that the elder who preaches the scriptures should not be a professional undercover, but simply cooperates with the Holy Lady of Hawan, because it's really too unprofessional to judge your identity. There is no need for the master to take action. It's useless to say these. Anyway, you already know my identity. Ji Changsheng. After you know it's me? Are you very curious about why I work for the Holy Lady of Hawan? Ji Changsheng told the truth. Not really. I'm not curious at all. Why? Ji Changsheng still told the truth, because curiosity usually kills people. So I will control my curiosity. Elder Chuanjing. I really didn't realize you were a cautious person. No matter how you looked at it, you didn't look like one. Ji Changsheng could only say, Elder, you misunderstood me. In fact, I am essentially a cautious person. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it. Elder Chuanjing really couldn't help laughing wildly in the end. If Ji Changsheng was a cautious person, then she felt that she had never seen anyone who was not cautious. Elder Chuanjing didn't control his gaffe until he laughed so hard that tears came out. Then he threw a red string to Ji Changsheng. What is this? Ji Changsheng had never seen it before. Elder Chuanjing said, a thread of connection. What does it mean? You are on this end of the string, and the other end is the Holy Lady of Hawan. From now on, you can contact each other directly, and I won't get involved. She is now on the other end of the line. If you want to see her, refine this thread of connection, and she can lead you over. Ji Changsheng's hands trembled. Chapter 40 Saint Hawan. This is a walking teleportation array. It is just a directional teleportation, and it can only reach Saint Hawan. Here comes the problem. Saint Hawan is in the heavenly demon sect most of the time. She might even be in Yulamo's bedroom. If he suddenly appears in Yulamo's bedroom, how should he explain it? If he says that there is nothing between him and Saint Hawan, will Yulamo believe it? Ji Changsheng deduced this possibility a little, and then his face turned pale. Are you scared? Asked the elder who preached the scriptures. Ji Changsheng nodded honestly. Elder, if the lady drags me to Yulamo's bedroom, won't I be unable to defend myself? Ji Changsheng and Saint Hawan have never met before. Although the elder who preached the scriptures and Li Changshi both said that Saint Hawan would protect him. Logically speaking, Saint Hawan really had no reason to harm him. But it is better to be safe than sorry. Who knows where Saint Hawan will drag him to? The elder who preached the scriptures waved his hand and relieved Ji Changsheng of this worry. It's impossible. Saint Hawan, an old demon you haven't slept together for at least 20 years. When she has nothing to do, she usually stays in her own palace. Ji Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief. But he still felt that the demon cult made him feel insecure. In addition, you can only be pulled away when Saint Hawan is willing to lead you over. If Saint Hawan doesn't lead you, the thread of pulling is useless. And the function is almost the same as the sound transmission note. The elder who preached the scripture said. After hearing what the elder who preached the scripture said, Ji Changsheng lost a lot of interest in thread of pull. The only thing that was still attractive was that he could meet Saint Hawan. Boss direct hiring. Find out about the background of the Holy Maiden of Hawan in advance. Maybe you can join forces with the Holy Maiden of Hawan to kill Yulaimo together. Don't worry about it. Refine it. The Holy Maiden is waiting for you over there. The elder who preached the scripture said, believe me, It is definitely not a wise choice to let a woman wait for you too long. Ji Changsheng absolutely believed this advice. Madam wants to see me? Of course. At this point, the elder who preached the scriptures looked at Ji Changsheng with a strange look. Who wouldn't want to see you in person if they knew what you did? Anyone who can report you Lao Mo's illegitimate son is already a genius in the world. A person who can kill the son of Fairy Ling Long is simply a peerless evildoer. It is difficult for the holy maiden of Hahuan not to be curious about Ji Changsheng. How brave must one be to offend the leaders of both the righteous and the evil to death? In this regard, Ji Changsheng can only say that all this is a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, it had to be explained in person. The threat of Yu Lao Imo was like a thorn in his back. Ji Changsheng knew that Hahuan Saint was the thigh he had to hold on to. So after hesitating, he decisively refined one line of tie. Then, Ji Changsheng gently pulled it. The next moment, Ji Changsheng's figure disappeared from the room out of thin air. The whole process did not attract anyone's attention, including the defense formation of Qing Fengyin. What the elder who preached the scriptures did not tell Ji Changsheng was that one line of tie, a magic weapon that can directly transmit, is actually extremely precious. And it is a specialty of Hahuan sect. One of the purposes of Yu Lao Imo and Hahuan Saint's marriage was to find out the refining method of one line of tie. Unfortunately, the two of them quickly had a conflict, and Yu Lao Imo has not yet achieved his wish. A thread of connection is particularly attractive to those second-generation immortals who come from wealthy families and have a history. If Bing Zipping refines a thread of connection, he can pull it back to Yu Lao Imo in times of crisis and will not be killed so easily. If Bai Guanlin refines a thread of connection, he will not die easily on the hillside of Xuandu Temple. Things that Ji Changsheng despise are actually treasures in the outside world. Ji Changsheng is not aware of this. He is very disappointed now, because he did not see the appearance of the Holy Lady of Hahuan. The other party is actually separated from him by a screen. Ji Changsheng is sure that the Holy Lady of Hahuan can see him, but he cannot see the Holy Lady of Hahuan, which is very unfair. However, reason tells Ji Changsheng that it is a very dangerous thing to talk about fairness in the Heavenly Demon sect. His first reaction is to salute. Disciple greets the leader's wife. I wish her eternal happiness and enlightenment. A pink chuckle came from the air. It aroused Ji Changsheng's desire. She is indeed the saint of Hahuan. Even the air is filled with aphrodisiacs. Ji Changsheng somewhat understood why the saint of Hahuan wanted to meet people through the screen. The Hahuan sect skills are here. The saint of Hahuan is the second most powerful leader of the Hahuan sect, and her attainments in the Hahuan sect skills are self-evident. If he met the saint of Hahuan directly, he might lose his composure. Although he has seen many storms, he can't help but practice in this world. He may not be able to withstand the Hahuan sect skills. Ji Changsheng? Disciple is here. You are not so bold. It is really big. Let me control it. Ji Changsheng's face turned red. This woman's skills and palace are very wrong. He can control himself when facing Li Changxi. He lost his composure when facing this woman. It is definitely the other party's fault. Ji Changsheng. If you are asked to choose between Mu Xian and me, who will you choose? Ji Changsheng was a little confused. Mu Xian? Hahuan Saint said, you don't know the name of the master of Xuandu Temple yet? Ji Changsheng. Speaking of which, Hahuan Saint may not believe it. After he joined Xuandu Temple, he was either busy killing people or on the way to kill people. I really don't have time to collect this information. And Ji Changsheng has no interest in men. He only knows that his senior sister is Li Changxi, and his mother-in-law is Yu Ling Long. Other things are not important. The master of the temple is actually called Mu Xian, which is a very charming name. Ji Changsheng said decisively at this time, of course. The disciple is loyal to the lady. Hahuan Saint laughed again, causing Ji Changsheng to force himself to control his body again. Mu Xian is so good to you, but the heavenly demon sect sent you to die. Will you be loyal to me? And I heard that you have many merits and visions. I'm afraid you can't practice the magic skills I asked you to practice. Cough, cough, cough. Hahuan Saint coughed loudly before she finished her words, and the whole person lost her composure, because Ji Changsheng showed his blood sea vision without saying a word. The blood sea was surging, and the evil spirit was entangled. At the same time, Ji Changsheng held the 10,000 souls banner. The resentful souls cursed, and the devilish spirit surged. Ji Changsheng stood there, like a demon god. Hahuan Saint was stunned. What kind of demon genius is this? Who dares to believe that this is the first person of this generation in Xuandu Temple? Ji Changsheng also said so. Madam, I said I am a disciple of the righteous way. Do you believe it? Chapter 41 The Love Rival of Saint Hewan. At this moment, Saint Hewan deeply empathized with the master of the temple. But she herself did not know it. What Ji Changsheng showed was a routine that they had never seen before. Saint Hewan did not understand. Don't you have the golden lotus of merit? How did these seas of blood and demonic energy come out? It is no exaggeration to say that Saint Hewan was so ashamed that she wanted to commit suicide when she saw Ji Changsheng like this. Because she mainly studied the Hewan sect's skills. The Hewan sect was different from the heavenly demon sect. The skills focused on the 7 emotions and 6 desires, not killing and possessing demons. Although Saint Hewan was not a good person, she was really inferior to Ji Changsheng, who had even practiced the 10,000 souls banner. If she could make the sea of blood surge like Ji Changsheng did with a wave of her hand, there would definitely be more people in the heavenly demon sect who would obey her. Seeing that Saint Hewan was so shocked, Ji Changsheng thought for a moment and said solemnly, I wanted to get along with Madam as an ordinary person. Since Madam has doubts about me, I am too lazy to pretend. Today, Madam and I exchange sincerity. To be honest, I am the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole of the Hongwang immortal realm. I have infinite merits and am born with endless karma. Saint Hewan, is Changshi's disease really contagious? This child is seriously ill. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly. Madam, the 10,000 souls banner and the blood sea vision are not fake. I have been in Xuandu Temple before and have never left the mountain. If I were not the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole, how could such a result come about? Saint Hewan, she was really a little intimidated by Ji Changsheng for a while. This question is also a question that the Bai family has never figured out. When Ji Changsheng entered the inner gate, the qi-inducing formation attracted only a petal of the golden lotus of merit. After entering the gate, Ji Changsheng used up his merit to improve his realm, and killed so many people. Theoretically, Ji Changsheng should be exhausted and full of evil spirits. So the Bai family confidently asked the Xianwang Merit Tower to verify. Then, they were blinded by Ji Changsheng's golden lotus of merit. So old lady Bai did not hesitate to determine that it was Bai Guanlin who directed and acted. As for Ji Changsheng's merit, old lady Bai really didn't understand. But she was absolutely unwilling to believe that Ji Changsheng was the reincarnation of the Southern Emperor Changsheng. This was also normal. When Ji Changsheng was on Blue Star, he often told others that he was the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang. And as long as he was V50, he would definitely return 100-fold in the future. But no one believed it. Saint Hewan also encountered this problem at this time. Ji Changsheng has been staying in Xuandu Temple. How did he refine the 10,000 souls banner? How did he kill people and create the blood sea vision? Changshi passed it to you? No. The merits and karma given by outsiders are obviously different from those cultivated by oneself. And they can be distinguished. Your evil spirits, resentful souls, and demonic energy are all integrated, not given by external forces. And if your merits were given to you by Changshi, they would definitely not escape the verification of the Xianwang Merit Tower. The brain of the Holy Lady Hewan was working rapidly. Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng. The Holy Lady Hewan repeated Ji Changsheng's name on both sides, and suddenly thought about it in a terrifying way. Is it the Daluo inheritance? Is there a change in the fairy world? Ji Changsheng didn't hear it clearly. Madam, what are you talking about? Nothing. The Holy Lady Hewan looked at Ji Changsheng deeply across the screen. As the second person in both the Hewan sect and the Tianma sect, and the only woman in the world who is qualified to compete with Fairy Linglong, Saint Hewan's judgment and cognition are both top-notch in the world. She knows much more information than ordinary people. She also quickly thought of Fairy Linglong's speculation. But she doesn't have the ability to travel to the fairyland, so she dare not confirm it completely. Even so, Saint Hewan also raised Ji Changsheng's status in her heart. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. If it is really the reincarnation of Daluo, then she can't get involved. If it is the inheritance of Daluo, Saint Hewan will be greedy under normal circumstances. But Saint Hewan can't do anything about the inheritance of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor. Because Saint Hewan is also clear about the rumors about the life experience of the Southern Pole Changsheng Great Emperor. Such cause and effect. No one in the prehistoric fairyland dares to touch. She knows the severity. It's better to make a good relationship. Anyway, she and Ji Changsheng have no conflict of interest. but have a basis for cooperation. So Saint Huan doesn't want to find out the truth. It seems that you have your own opportunity. Saint Huan calmed down her emotional fluctuations and said calmly, if that's the case, I won't delve into it. Those who can reach a high position have their own opportunities. As long as you can work hard for me, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Ji Changsheng immediately switched modes. Madam, don't worry. You and I will benefit from cooperation. Unless the leader can be magnanimous enough to give up the revenge of killing his son, I can only stand on your side. Saint Huan smiled. Then you can ask the leader if he can forgive you. She really didn't doubt Ji Changsheng's sincerity in supporting her. After all, Ji Changsheng reported Yu Laomo's son killed Fairy Linglong's youngest son right after. No one in the world dared to protect Ji Changsheng except her, let alone saying that Bai Guanlin was killed by Jiang Buqing. Saint Huan couldn't believe it. In this case, Ji Changsheng was naturally trustworthy and worthy of entrustment. She could not believe what he said, but she could not believe Ji Changsheng's actions. But you are not suitable to return to the Holy Church now. Although I have killed everyone who knows you in the Holy Church, the more you do so, the harder it will be for you to be trusted. Saint Huan said in a deep voice, unless you are willing to return with the name of killing Bai Guanlin. Otherwise you will be full of thorns in the Holy Church. Ji Changsheng naturally couldn't do this. The master of the temple has already decided to let Jiang Buqing take the blame for killing the Bai family. If he takes the blame, wouldn't it be a slap in the master's face? Please give me some advice. Madam, Ji Changsheng asked, what do I need to do to make the Holy Church believe that I really want to join the Holy Church? Saint Huan said, after you go down the mountain, you just need to restrain your murderous nature. Ji Changsheng, is prejudice contagious? First it was Ying Hongya and the master of the temple, and now Saint Huan. Why are they all beginning to question his character? According to your unscrupulous style of doing things, I will give you half a year to toss around. After half a year, you can rejoin the Holy Church and no one will doubt you. Saint Huan stated the facts. How can the disciples of the demon cult compare to you? Ji Changsheng was speechless. Also, do me a favor. Please tell me. Madam, help me kill someone. Saint Huan flew a portrait to Ji Changsheng. In the portrait, there is a handsome man in white. Ji Changsheng felt that this man was at least 80% of his appearance. What is his name? Why did he become an enemy of Madam? Ji Changsheng would not be so rash as to agree directly. But Saint Huan's words made Ji Changsheng helpless. My love rival. Ji Changsheng? Ji Changsheng's first reaction. Saint Huan's love rival is actually a man. Ji Changsheng's second reaction. Yu Laomo is awesome. Chapter 42 Sheng Taiping. Madam's love rival is actually a man? Ji Changsheng couldn't help but ask this question. Huan Saint said self-deprecatingly, I have asked myself this question countless times over the years. Am I really too petty? Ji Changsheng was furious. What a joke. Although I haven't seen Madam's fairy-like appearance, I can be sure that Madam must be stunningly beautiful. And definitely one of the top 3 beauties in the world. I didn't dare to brag about being the first because I was afraid that Huan Saint would record a video. It would be difficult for me to explain to Li Changxi in the future. After all, Huan Saint and Li Changxi are relatives. Ji Changsheng had to be on guard. Although Ji Changsheng also admired the Prime Minister, it was obvious that Li Changxi was the thicker thigh. Huan Saint and mother-in-law don't get along. Only Li Changxi can get along with both sides. So, I can't plant a hidden mine for myself in Li Changxi just to flatter Huan Saint. Saint Huan did not take Ji Changsheng's flattery seriously. A threat of connection is my advance payment to you. If you really kill him, I can meet one of your requests after the matter is done. A request from Saint Huan. Ji Changsheng was very tempted. But he did not take action. The person who is qualified to be Saint Huan's rival in love can never be an ordinary character. Ji Changsheng spoke cautiously. I understand that Madam does not want to affect her relationship with the leader by herself. But I am just a small character who has just entered the Jindan stage. And I have used merits to forcibly improve my realm. I am afraid that my combat power is not as good as those casual Jindan cultivators. Although I really want to serve Madam, I am afraid that I am powerless. Don't worry. His strength is only lower than yours. Saint Huan said, Sheng Taiping is only in the Jindan realm. And he used pills to forcefully pile up his strength. So he has no actual combat ability. You don't need to hide your weakness in front of me. From the perspective of Xuandu Temple, your combat power is of course the shame of Jindan. But you still have the holy religion skills to protect you. Speaking of this, Saint Huan looked at Ji Changsheng again, and was really amazed at this guy's two-line operation. Use merits to brush realm in Xuandu Temple. Use magic skills to brush combat power in Tianmo religion. Both ends are not delayed. The most important thing is that his merits brush quickly. His magic skills can also brush so quickly. He even practiced the Demon Desire Sutra. When she practiced the Demon Desire Sutra back then, it took her a full 6 months. Even so, she was still recognized by the top leaders of the Huan sect as the seed of the revival of the Huan sect. When giving the Demon Desire Sutra to Ji Changsheng, Saint Huan actually never thought that Ji Changsheng could practice it. This is the kind of operation that shows you my bank deposits, so that you know I am rich, and you will follow me wholeheartedly in the future. As a result, Ji Changsheng directly cracked her password and took part of the money. The whole person of the Holy Lady of Huan was in a mess. If the high-level officials of the Huan sect knew that Ji Changsheng had entered the Demon Desire Sutra in just a few days, the high-level officials of the Huan sect would go crazy. Use merit to improve the realm, and use magic skills to improve combat power. Ji Changsheng, you have a lot of ideas. Ji Changsheng's heart trembled. Although separated by a screen, he always felt that he was seen naked by the Holy Lady of Huan. This feeling is quite good. After all, the purpose of hiding the weapon is to wait for the right time to act. What if the Holy Lady Huan admires his magnanimity? According to my understanding of Sheng Taiping, he can't last more than 5 moves in your hands. Even if he has some self-defense magic weapons, he can't last more than 10 moves. You have enough trump cards. If you can kill by Guanlin, you can kill Sheng Taiping. Ji Changsheng relaxed a little. It seems that the danger is not great, but he has to verify this information from other channels when he goes back. Madam, what does this Sheng Taiping do? The Holy Lady Huan said with disgust, on the surface. He is a businessman. What about in reality? He is also a businessman, but the money he makes is not decent. For example, first, use his background to get a spirit gathering array diagram. With the help of this spirit gathering array diagram, go to Tontian Chamber of Commerce to borrow some money. With the money, you can enclose a piece of land. On that piece of land, with the spirit gathering array diagram he got, you can create a group of blessed places covered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suitable for casual practitioners to practice and ordinary people to live. Finally, he will sell it at a high price and naturally make a lot of profit. Ji Changsheng was silent. This is too much of a déjà vu. If it were just like this, it would actually be acceptable. One is willing to fight. The other is willing to be beaten. And outsiders can't say anything. The problem is that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is limited. And this method is the biggest source of wealth for the major sections. Sheng Taiping is a relative, so it's okay in times of peace. Once the major sects start to investigate, his spirit gathering array diagram will be taken back. And those who paid a high price to buy the human paradise he built will not be able to get the spirit stones back. The most disgusting thing about this person is that he created a system of prepaid spirit stones. In the past, when the major sects used the human paradise to make money, they would first build a batch of human paradise, and then resell it to casual cultivators and mortals. The money and goods are cleared, and there is no delay or arrears. But this person changed this method. As long as he has a spirit gathering array diagram and a piece of unowned land, he dares to collect money from casual cultivators and mortals in advance, usually 3/10 of the total value. Since him, unfinished paradises have emerged one after another, and there are more and more casual cultivators and mortals who have nowhere to seek justice. But he has made a lot of money. In addition, his background, even if he is cursed by millions of people, it will not affect his wealth and tyranny. Ji Changsheng was furious. Madam, needless to say, this man should be killed. But Ji Changsheng still maintained his rationality in his anger. Despite this, after all, he has the protection of the leader. Madam, you also said that he can't be touched easily. How dare I, a mere golden elixir, go against the world's disapproval? Are you afraid? Saint Huan was a little surprised. Based on her understanding of Ji Changsheng, Ji Changsheng should not be afraid. He even dared to kill the son of Fairy Linglong. So would he be afraid of such a scum? Ji Changsheng said, I'm not afraid to the point of having to pay more. Saint Huan was silent for a moment, and pink laughter came from the air again. You are really interesting, little guy. The Holy Lady Huan waved her hand again. The next moment, A palace similar to the size of a figurine appeared next to the portrait. If you look closely, you will find that this palace is full of bones and black air. And it does not look like a real magic weapon at first glance. This is the magic weapon I got after killing the outer sect elder who took revenge on you. The White Bone Palace can be used as your means of transportation or as a place to stay in the wild. In addition, the White Bone Palace can be upgraded. In the future, when you kill again, the soul can be absorbed into the 10,000 souls banner, and the bones can be used to build the White Bone Palace. The more bones, the faster you can practice magic in the White Bone Palace. Obviously, the Holy Lady Hawan does not care about adding money. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all for rich people. After returning to the inn, Ji Changsheng was still thinking about what Saint Hawan had revealed. Saint Hawan killed the outer sect elder, which means that he got my handle. But it is always easier to deal with a rich woman than a man who has killed his son. This is a good thing. In addition, I seem to know the truth about the feud between Yu Lao Mo and Saint Hawan. The marriage between the Tianma sect and the Hawan sect is a good thing. But combined with the information revealed by Saint Hawan, Yu Lao Mo actually doesn't like women. This is a fraudulent marriage. No wonder Saint Hawan is so angry. As a good man, Ji Changsheng resolutely draws a line with this kind of fraudulent marriage man. Saint Hawan is such a person. After discovering the truth about Yu Lao Mo's fraudulent marriage, she will naturally not tolerate Yu Lao Mo. However, Ji Changsheng has a small question that he didn't dare to ask in front of Saint Hawan before. Since Yu Lao Mo was a marriage fraud and didn't like women in essence, what about the son that Wan Saint gave birth to Yu Lao Mo? What about the illegitimate child? Is Yu Lao Mo so bad that he doesn't like women and lets women give birth to children for him? How is the talk with the wife? The voice of the elder who preached the scripture sounded in Ji Changsheng's ears. Ji Changsheng came back to his senses and said to the elder who preached the scriptures, "The elder hasn't left yet." The elder who preached the scriptures glared at Ji Changsheng. The newlyweds entered the room. The matchmaker was thrown over the wall. And now he's chasing me away. Ji Changsheng shrugged. "Elder, you are making up stories about me and my wife like this. The leader will be unhappy when he hears it." "Forget it. Just ignore what I said." The empty sleeves of the elder Chuanjing were silently telling the grudge between her and Yu Lao Mo. She really didn't care whether Yu Lao Mo was happy or not. "By the way, elder, do you know this person?" Ji Changsheng took out the portrait given to him by the Holy Lady of Hawan and prepared to consult the elder Chuanjing. He didn't think that the Holy Lady of Hawan would cheat him. But it's better to be prepared. It's always right to confirm the information about Sheng Taiping from multiple sources. The elder Chuanjing was stunned when he saw the person in the portrait, and then asked curiously, "Sheng Taiping from Shenghua? A pretty boy. And a profiteer. Why are you asking him?" Ji Changsheng told the truth. "Madam asked me to kill this guy." The elder Chuanjing nodded and said, "It's not surprising. It's something she can do." "How strong is this guy?" Ji Changsheng asked. The elder who preached the scriptures thought for a moment, and then said pertinently, "You used your merits to raise your realm to the Golden Core realm. You don't have the fighting power to match it. Now you should be regarded as the shame of the Golden Core realm. But his strength is weaker than yours." "Then I'm relieved." The elder who preached the scriptures and the saintess of Hawan had basically the same information. Sheng Taiping was protected by Yu Lao Mo, and theoretically he could indeed be domineering. After all, Yu Lao Mo's thighs were indeed thick enough. But Ji Changsheng didn't care. He had already killed Yu Lao Mo's illegitimate son, so he didn't care about killing one more of Yu Lao Mo's mistress. Saintess of Hawan should have thought so too. If she did it herself, it would definitely make their already limited relationship between husband and wife even worse. Madam has something to do, and the disciples will do the work. Nothing wrong. Chapter 43 Another evolutionary system in the mortal world. The next day, early in the morning, when the guardians of the Li and Ing families arrived, they found that the elder who preached the scriptures had already left the Qingfeng Inn. Li Daoyan and Ing Hongye came to visit Ji Changsheng together and asked him about his future plans. Ji Changsheng did not hide it. "I have to go to Shenghua to kill someone first." "Shenghua?" Li Daoyan and Ing Hongye looked at each other. Ing Hongye smiled. "Changsheng, have you also received a mission to Shenghua?" "Mission?" Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I did receive a mission, but it was a mission from the Holy Maiden Hawan. I should not be on the same path as you, but I am afraid that we will end up in the same place. "Sure enough," Ing Hongye explained, Someone reported our Xuandu Temple Shenhua office. And Li Daoyan and I received a mission to find out the truth. Li Daoyan said more bluntly. The person in charge of the Xuandu Temple Shenhua office is from the Bai family. Ji Changsheng understood. The person that Saint Hewan asked him to kill was in Shenhua. The mission that Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan took was also in Shenhua. Thinking of the relationship between Li Changxi and Saint Hewan. My own descendants go to work for my friend. Take care of my friend's descendants. Everything is in compliance with the regulations. Nothing wrong. What's the situation at the Shenhua office of Xuandu Temple? Ji Changsheng asked. If they are sure that everyone is an enemy, then they have to be careful. Since ancient times, it has always been the people who kill their own people who are the most cruel. Ying Hongye said, Xuandu Temple has offices all over the world, usually guarded by outer disciples. The main purpose is to do justice, accumulate merits, earn resources, and help the temple find talented disciples. Ji Changsheng nodded. This is a normal operation mode of an immortal sect. Even if one really becomes an immortal, resources are needed. Whenever one needs disciples to inherit, one needs to compete for talented disciples. Among all the major immortal sects, Xuandu Temple has the smallest number of people, but it still has a huge network. The Xuandu Temple office in Shenhua has handed in fewer and fewer spiritual stones in recent years, but more and more people have complained and reported. We inner disciples have the responsibility to self-examine and self-correct. This time, Li Daoyan and I went down the mountain and were tasked with leading the Xuandu Temple office in Shenhua to correct the chaos. After completing these tasks, we can exchange them for merit points after returning to the mountain. And we can also accumulate merit ourselves. Ying Hongye's explanation did not get to the point. So Ji Changsheng simply asked the core question directly. Is the Bai family's power in Shenhua very strong? To what extent has the invasion of the Xuandu Temple office reached? Ying Hongye said, if nothing unexpected happens, it is the back garden of the Bai family. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. In this case, we have to think about it in the long run. Li Changxi said that the Bai family at the foot of the mountain is not on the same level as the Bai family on the mountain. 99% of the Bai family members in Xuandu Temple are trash, living parasitically in Xuandu Temple. Those Bai family members who are really capable choose to build their own foundation at the foot of the mountain. To deal with this group of people, we must be extra careful. Is the Xuandu Temple Shenhua office the back garden of the Bai family? Or is Shenhua the back garden of the Bai family? Ji Changsheng asked again. Ying Hongye said, the entire Shenhua is the back garden of the Bai family. But don't take it too seriously. These countries in the mortal world are just SOSO. Cha Sheng. With your Jin and period strength, you should be able to walk sideways. Li Daoyan nodded, except for Yinghua. These countries are indeed not worth mentioning now. Yinghua? Ji Changsheng looked at Ying Hongye. Ying Hongye said, it is indeed my Ying. But it is all in the past. The current Yinghua is actually not much stronger than Shenhua. Li Daoyan said frankly, it is still much stronger. But Yinghua is indeed not as strong as it was in the past. Cha Sheng. You don't know that the current Shenhua was just Shenhua of Yinghua in the past. Ji Changsheng really didn't know about this. The Li family is a family of cultivators. And they have conflicts with the Bai family in terms of resources and interests. I have roughly understood it. What is the matter between the Ying family and the Yinghua? I really don't know it now. Can you tell me in detail about the grievances between the Ying family and the Bai family? Ji Changsheng looked at Ying Hongye. Ying Hongye spared no effort in dealing with the Bai family, and provided Ji Changsheng with much more help than his chief nephew. But until now, Ji Changsheng has not had time to figure out the reason. No way. He is really too busy. Either he was killing someone, or he was on his way to kill someone. It was only now that he had some free time. Ying Hongye did not hide it. This is not a secret among the top leaders. But it is normal for you not to know about it. Cha Sheng. Because that period of history was sealed by the sects of both the righteous and the evil. Even if you go to the Sutra library to find it, you may not be able to find out the true history. Ying Hongye said this, and his tone turned to self-mockery. It's like everyone now thinks that the Ying family is just a family of cultivators, and the Ying country is just an ordinary small country. Few people still remember that there was once a country that unified the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, pointed its sword at the world's immortal gates, and almost completed the great cause of the human emperor and created the human immortal dynasty. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Excuse me. It sounds like the Ying family was no less powerful than Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng said. Li Daoyan said impartially. apart from the Xianhuang Merit Tower and Linglong Ferry. The Ying family was indeed more powerful than Xuandu Temple. Emperor Ying unified the world, and then used the power of a country to confront the entire cultivation world, attempting to bring both the righteous and the evil under the rule of the Ying court, and let the cultivators serve the people of the world. Ji Changsheng was in awe. Great ambition. Li Dalian nodded, then said, so Emperor Ying died miserably? Ji Changsheng. It doesn't seem strange at all. If cultivators are willing to serve ordinary people, it would be a ghost. Emperor Ying is going against the will of heaven. In a world where cultivation is allowed, he stands on the side of ordinary people, and is against cultivators. There is no possibility of success. Ji Changsheng said frankly, powerful cultivators can defeat all enemies. In such a world, it is not realistic to talk about sacrifice and dedication. Ying Hongye shook his head and said, we almost succeeded back then. Ji Changsheng was shocked. How did you succeed? How can ordinary people fight against cultivators? Ying Hongye said, of course, there is another evolutionary system. Although ordinary people are trapped in spiritual roots and resources and cannot cultivate, human wisdom is infinite. A scholar who is powerless can also use wisdom to create weapons that threaten cultivators. Ji Changsheng opened his mouth and closed it decisively. Well, this makes sense. This world has been passed down for so many years, and its historical civilization is much longer than that of Blue Star. Blue Star can develop technology. There is no reason why people in this world cannot do it. When he was studying the sound transmission notes in Xuandu Temple, he found that the sound transmission notes were more advanced than the technology content of WeChat on Blue Star. When our ancestors unified the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, they made a great wish, hoping that everyone in the world of Great Ying would be like a dragon, and that practitioners would no longer be high and mighty, and that everyone would enjoy equal rights. Under his strong promotion, countless heroes in the mortal world gathered in Ningguo. They understood immortal arts, analyzed immortal arts, and then created immortal arts. In just a few decades, ordinary people in the world of Great Ying could fly and hide in the ground with the help of tools like practitioners. The weapons they created even made those powerful practitioners tremble. Ji Changsheng digested the information silently. This is probably technology versus cultivation. To be honest, it is not surprising that the nuclear weapons of Blue Star in the previous life killed some great cultivators in the world of cultivation. Ji Changsheng. But if the fight continues, unless the strength of the technology side develops to an extremely high level, and the flesh of ordinary people also undergoes transformation, it will still be difficult to compete with the cultivators. There is no way. The bodies of ordinary people are too fragile, let alone fighting against immortal cultivators. An ordinary disease can make ordinary people helpless. Immortal cultivators have too many means to deal with ordinary people, and there is no need to confront them head-on. Yingguo deserves respect, but the ending is doomed in Ji Changsheng's eyes. As if seeing through Ji Changsheng's thoughts, Ying Hongye's next sentence made Ji Changsheng stunned for a moment. Back then, there were many great cultivators who were close friends of the ancestors. They stood on the side of the ancestors and did not hesitate to betray the sect for this. Ji Changsheng. Awesome. This personality charm is too strong. If we get the support of some powerful people, then there is a real possibility of success. Ji Changsheng analyzed calmly. Once the immortal dynasty is established, Emperor Ying can lead these practitioners and the people of the world to win together. The human dynasty can continue to evolve into the divine dynasty, the immortal dynasty, and even the ultimate goal can be to ascend as a whole, creating a great cause that can catch up with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Emperor Ying is a man of great courage. Yes, the ancestor is an amazing person. Even those who are enemies of the ancestor will not deny this. When Ying Hongye talked about the ancestor, his tone was that of admiration from the heart. How did Emperor Ying fail back then? Ji Changsheng asked. Ying Hongye did not speak. Li Dalian explained Ji Changsheng's confusion. There was a traitor in Ningguo. On the eve of the war between Ningguo and the 9 major sects, half of Ningguo's arsenal was paralyzed. Ji Changsheng. Let me guess. Is this traitor surnamed Bai? Ying Hongye sneered. It should be said that the Bai family couldn't bear to see the lives of the people in the world suffer, and took the initiative to bear the infamy for love and justice, and for world peace. The Bai family is a great contributor to the end of the war. Ji Changsheng finally understood why Ying Hongye would spare no effort to deal with the Bai family. If it were him, he would also fight to the death with this kind of national hatred and family feud. Ji Changsheng originally thought that the Bai family relied on Linglong Ferry to make a fortune. Now it seems that he still underestimated the Bai family. We must continue to be vigilant. Ji Changsheng was concerned about the family background of the Bai family. Did the Bai family have a high status in the Ying Kingdom? Very high. Back then, Old Master Bai was the left prime minister of the Ying Kingdom, and nominally the third person in the court of the Ying Kingdom. In addition, Old Master Bai had a good son. When talking about this good son, Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan both looked unnatural for a moment. After all, he was the husband of Fairy Linglong. Once Fairy Linglong was involved, things would become complicated. So Ying Hongye said directly, the Bai family sold Yingwe to the Bai family for a good price, which laid the foundation for the prosperity of the Bai family later. Back then, forget it. Let's not talk about it. In short, the Ying family and the Bai family are mortal enemies. Ying Hongye didn't want to mention it, but he didn't dare to mention it. Traitors are despised by everyone. And although Yingwe failed that year, it was only dismembered and not completely destroyed. The remaining forces of Yingwe all wanted to crush the Bai family to ashes, and the major immortal gates did not allow the heroes to die a bad death. Finally, all parties reached a consensus. The Bai family became the bride price of Fairy Linglong. The reckoning will only be late, not absent. Ying Hongye sneered. Fairy Linglong is about to ascend, and the Bai family failed in their bid for the master of Xuandu Temple. Now, it's time for the Bai family to pay the price for what they have done. Ji Changsheng nodded. Hongye, don't worry. The Bai family is our common enemy. If you need me, don't be polite. The main thing is that I will definitely need your Ying family. I am not polite if you are not polite. Ying Hongye nodded to Ji Changsheng. Li Daoyan and I are now disciples of Xuandu Temple on the surface. There are many constraints in our actions. In some aspects, we may really need your help. Li Daoyan reminded. Changsheng has not been expelled from the temple yet. He is still a disciple of Xuandu Temple in name, so he can't do too much. Ji Changsheng's main action is to kill with swiftness and decisiveness. And for a large sect like Xuandu Temple, the main action is to follow the procedures. And it is better not to do it than to make mistakes. Ji Changsheng killed someone in public yesterday, which naturally violated the sect rules. But the procedures of the discipline hall have not been completed yet. The main reason is that the law enforcement elders of the discipline hall have not yet figured out what to do. If the sect rules are strictly followed, Ji Changsheng must be arrested and even punished. If it is found that the female disciple and Bai Zhonghui should be killed, although Ji Changsheng violated the sect rules first, his situation is pitiful, and he can be punished with 3 cups of wine. And he does not need to be expelled from the mountain gate at all. From yesterday to today, too many things have happened. The law enforcement elders need to get accurate instructions from the temple master before making the final decision. But Ji Changsheng is completely indifferent to this. He has long understood what the temple master means. So Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said casually, "It doesn't matter. Senior sister specifically told me not to care about the sect rules and regulations, and she will protect me if I do anything." Li Daoyan. Aunt is powerful. Indeed. Senior sister is very powerful, Ji Changsheng said. Ying Hongye thought you were more powerful. When Li Changshi killed her husband to prove her faith, she had a strong reason. You killed Bai Guanlin and directly framed him. To be honest, you are more powerful than Li Changshi. Following such a powerful person, Ying Hongye feels very safe. By the way, Cha Sheng, who are you going to kill in Shenghua? Ying Hongye asked. Ji Changsheng said, Sheng Taiping. Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan were stunned. Sheng Taiping? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person? Ji Changsheng said vigilantly. Li Daoyan slapped his thigh. Our main target for this trip to Shenghua is also Sheng Taiping. Someone reported that Sheng Taiping and Xuandu Temple's office in Shenghua colluded with each other to harm independent cultivators and ordinary people. Ji Changsheng. Madam, you and the temple master cooperated too well. 1 day later, the capital of Shenghua. Li Daoyan suddenly pulled Ji Changsheng's sleeve. Cha Sheng, do you think the man in front looks like Sheng Taiping? Ji Changsheng looked over. Then his body was shocked. It was indeed Sheng Taiping. But this did not shock him. What shocked him was that Sheng Taiping was hugging a graceful woman and laughing very happily. Ji Changsheng was shocked. What a warrior. Being a mistress for Yu Lao Mo is a job. But having a mistress is life? Yu Lao Mo. Congratulations. You will be crowned king. P.S. This chapter explains the reasons why the Ying family and the Bai family are enemies, and also improves the background setting of the world, so that you don't have to be distracted when you see some words similar to modern words in the future. In addition, I personally always feel that in a world where the cultivation civilization is very developed, if the lower class people live in the feudal ancient agricultural society, the resources produced under this system can actually not support the cultivators. Of course, this is just one person's opinion, for reference only. Chapter 44. I think you look like a demon from the Hahuan sect. As a gentleman with a simple nature and a kind heart, Ji Changsheng was a little confused about the messy relationship between the demons. Yu Laoimo married the saint of Hahuan and gave birth to 2 sons, but he ended up liking men. Sheng Taiping, the real sweetheart of Yu Laoimo, made his fortune with Yu Laoimo on the surface, but actually used the money given by Yu Laoimo to support young girls. Well, it's not that messy. I can only say that he is worthy of being a demon from the demon sect. Ji Changsheng was ashamed to be with such a scumbag. Ji Changsheng and Li Daoyan seemed to have stared at Sheng Taiping and this woman for a little too long, which attracted the attention of the two. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng was not hitting his own face at this time. When he was on Blue Star, there was a very popular joke that he looked ordinary. Ji Changsheng's current outfit is exactly the same as the original source of ordinary Louis Koo. When people are floating in the rivers and lakes, vests are very important. Coming to the Bai family's territory, if Ji Changsheng used his face, it would be like an old man eating arsenic and complaining about his long life. Facts have proved that it is difficult for women to have a bad impression of a plain appearance. Li Daoyan is different. At Ji Changsheng's suggestion, he and Ying Hongya also wore human skin masks. What a pity. Even with a human skin mask, Li Daoyan's appearance is difficult to compare with Ji Changsheng, who is in a plain state at this time. So, it is obvious that Li Daoyan is looking at Sheng Taiping, and Ji Changsheng is looking at the woman that Sheng Taiping is hugging. But the woman pointed at Li Daoyan and frowned, saying, "My dear, this man's eyes are so obscene." Li Daoyan was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Ying Hongya kicked Li Daoyan. Ying Hongya was a smart person. After following Ji Changsheng's advice to disguise herself, she was now a female knight in a red dress with a high ponytail. Her appearance was at most 5 points. And with her temperament, she was just a slightly heroic passerby, and people couldn't tell what she was like. "I'm talking about you," Ying Hongya reminded. Li Daoyan came back to his senses, but he didn't react to what happened. "What are you talking about me?" Ying Hongya knew that Li Daoyan was looking at Sheng Taiping, so her tone was a little strange. "That woman said that your eyes were obscene. Not only obscene, but also like a habitual offender." "My dear, I feel like he is a demon from the Hahuan sect." Li Daoyan was stunned. She is addicted to acting? How can she act on her own? Hearing Li Daoyan say this, the woman seemed even angrier. "Your forehead is dark. Your steps are weak. Your eyes are evil. And you look like a playboy. You are a habitual offender. Were you secretly taking pictures of me just now?" Li Daoyan was so angry that he laughed. "Are you sick?" After all, Li Daoyan is also a member of the Li family. Li Daoyan has seen Li Chengxi, the holy lady of Hahuan, and even the fairy Linglong. You can insult Li Daoyan for being stupid, but he really won't be dazed when he sees a woman on the street. "My dear," he scolded me. The woman pulled Sheng Taiping's sleeve and started to act coquettishly. Ji Changsheng and Ying Hongya looked at each other. Ying Hongya transmitted, "This woman seems to be Sheng Taiping's concubine. She deliberately found something wrong with Li Daoyan to let Sheng Taiping help him. This is a trick to win favor. Li Daoyan is unlucky to encounter it. The Ying family is a royal family. Ying Hongya has seen too many tricks like these women use to win favor, and he saw through this woman's details at a glance." Ji Changsheng also sent a voice message back. "Your speculation makes sense. But there is another possibility." "What possibility?" "This woman is very confident. She really thinks that her appearance is beautiful enough to be photographed secretly," Ji Changsheng said. "Although this kind of thing seems incredible, but Ji Changsheng has seen it. As long as you live long enough, you will not find anything outrageous. After all, the human species is very diverse. It is not surprising to breed any weirdos. This woman, in Ji Changsheng's opinion, is likely to be an overconfident weirdo." Of course, Ji Changsheng is not very concerned about this. Just now, after he found out that Sheng Taiping was actually arguing with a woman in his arms, he immediately launched the water mirror technique. Take a picture and save a copy first, and then send it to the Holy Lady of Hawan. This is the ironclad evidence that Yu Lao Mo was cheated. It would be a shame if he didn't record it. So what the woman said was not wrong. Someone was indeed filming them secretly. But it was not Li Daoyan. It was Ji Changsheng, who looked ordinary. Sheng Taiping obviously didn't want to pay attention to Ji Changsheng and the others. But when he found out that Ji Changsheng was really using the water mirror technique to record a video, his face changed. Delete the water mirror image. Apologize to my wife. And let this matter go. Sheng Taiping's words made Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongya laugh. Li Daoyan was so angry that he trembled all over. This was the first time that his nephew was framed like this. Perhaps only by Guanlin, who was already smiling in his grave, could empathize with him. It's outrageous. Li Daoyan was furious. I didn't take any secret photos. And I'm not a demon from the Hahuan sect. Why should I apologize? My dear, he actually dared not listen to you. The woman began to shake Sheng Taiping's arm. Ing Hongye glanced at Ji Changsheng with a little pride. Ji Changsheng shrugged. Now it seems that he really wants to win favor. Sheng Taiping seems to be very fond of this. He spoke again. 3 friends. You are from other places, right? Li Daoyan sneered. So what? Sheng Taiping smiled. Not much. I just want to tell the 3 friends that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. When you come to Shengjing, you should keep a low profile. I say it again. Delete the water mirror image. Apologize to my wife. And let this matter end here. How about it? This is the first time that Li Daoyan has been so angry since he was a child. I apologize to your mother. Mr. Li couldn't bear it at all. Originally, Ji Changsheng's strategy was to keep a low profile after arriving in Shengjing and secretly investigate Sheng Taiping. Unexpectedly, he ran into them as soon as he arrived in Shengjing. There was a conflict. Li Daoyan wanted to attack directly. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng and Ing Hongye were watching. So Li Daoyan didn't reveal his identity. But asking Li Daoyan to apologize was impossible. Sheng Taiping glanced at Li Daoyan and said calmly, the 3 friends may have some background, but I still say that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. When you come to Shengjing, you must abide by the rules of Shengjing. If you don't abide by the rules, I will help you to abide by them. Li Daoyan said disdainfully, try it. Sheng Taiping didn't brag. In less than 3 minutes, people from the 6 gates of Shenghua had already arrived. It's them. I suspect they are monsters from the Hahuan sect. Hearing the woman's identification, the head of the 6 gates surrounded Ji Changsheng and the others directly. 3 of you. Come with us. Ji Changsheng played with the water mirror image in his hand, looking at the scene in front of him calmly. Shenghua is indeed not a good place. Fortunately, he was prepared. What if we don't want to go? Swish. Long swords were unsheathed all around. Ji Changsheng chuckled, and his righteous spirit soared into the sky. How dare you slander our disciples of Danqing Pavilion? Chapter 45 The Righteous Chaomingda. Ji Changsheng didn't know the major sects in this world. However, when he framed by Guanlin before, crossed it out. When he exposed by Guanlin's conspiracy before, he heard the temple master and others talk about Danqing Pavilion. The note that Bai Guanlin used to frame Ji Changsheng was written with dot ink. Ji Changsheng heard it very clearly at that time. Dot ink is a specialty of Danqing Pavilion and is very precious. Even many elders of Xuandu Temple don't have reserves. At that time, Ji Changsheng knew that Danqing Pavilion must not be an ordinary force. So he specifically asked Ing Hongye and Li Daoyan to confirm that Danqing Pavilion is indeed one of the righteous immortal sects on par with Xuandu Temple. Strength should not be underestimated as always. If you put aside the Fairy Linglong and the Xian Wang Merit Tower, the strength of Danqing Pavilion is not necessarily weaker than that of Xuandu Temple. What's more rare is that Danqing Pavilion practices in another Confucian system, but it has the same goal as Xuandu Temple. Xuandu Temple practices merit. Danqing Pavilion cultivates righteousness. The dream of literati and knights throughout the ages is to write blood and ink. This is the foundation of Danqing Pavilion. Another very important point is that the owner of Danqing Pavilion was a supporter of Emperor Ing. Today, the Ing family also has a large number of connections within Danqing Pavilion, which is one of the reasons why the Ing family is still strong. The Ing kingdom was dismembered, but it was not completely destroyed. There are many struggles behind it. Ji Changsheng and others disguised themselves as disciples of Danqing Pavilion. Even if they were discovered by people in Danqing Pavilion afterwards, there would be no big problem with Ing Hongye. Shengwu is the territory of the Bai family. If you come here to investigate the Bai family under the name of a disciple of Xuandu Temple, you will be caught in a trap. If things go wrong, there will be another Ma assassination case in Sheng State. Ji Changsheng naturally does not want to take this risk. So disguising himself as a disciple of Danqing Pavilion is the best choice. Danqing Pavilion disciples are chivalrous and loyal, and are most suitable for helping others when they see injustice. Of course, righteousness is a problem. Ji Changsheng really doesn't know this. But it's not a big problem. After all, although Ji Changsheng doesn't know righteousness, he knows illusion. Sheng Taiping is just a small golden pill piled up with elixirs. And these 6-door constables are not worth mentioning. The illusion performed by Ji Changsheng with the blessing of 1,000 faces and 10,000 appearances cannot be seen through even by Yuanying strongmen. There is no worry that he will be seen through by this group of people. Sure enough, after hearing that Ji Changsheng claimed to be a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, and seeing the unique righteousness of Danqing Pavilion disciples, the constables of the 6 doors all showed fear on their faces, and subconsciously looked at Sheng Taiping. Sheng Taiping also frowned slightly. But he was not too worried. After all, he also has a background. The name of Danqing Pavilion can scare the 6 gates. But it can't scare him. It turned out that it was a disciple of Danqing Pavilion in person. Sheng Taiping's tone was still calm. It seems that what happened today was just a misunderstanding. Although Sheng Taiping was not afraid of Danqing Pavilion, it was obvious that he didn't want to offend easily. May I ask your name? Ji Changsheng said proudly. I will not change my name. And I will not change my surname. It is Chaomingde. Originally, Ji Changsheng wanted to use the name Jiang Buiqing to make it easier for Elder Jiang to feel involved. But Jiang Buiqing is too familiar with the Bai family. Sheng Taiping is said to have colluded with the Bai family, so he must have heard of this name, and may even have seen it. So Ji Changsheng waited, and decided to use the name of his idol. Chaomingde? Hearing this unknown name, Sheng Taiping was certain. He had never heard of it. Even if he had never seen the real geniuses and evildoers of the major sects, he knew their names, and even had their portraits. When walking in the world, you must know who you can offend and who you can't offend. This was the first time he heard the name Chaomingde. It can be seen that he was just an ordinary disciple in Danqing Pavilion. So Sheng Taiping immediately regained his confidence that everything was under control. Little brother, how about this? You delete the water mirror image. Forget about today's matter. And just treat us as friends. How about it? Ji Changsheng. Fuck. Can you be so arrogant just by being with you Lao Mo? Li Daoyan and Ying Hongye were also laughed at by Sheng Taiping. Li Daoyan said frankly, it seems that I am too low-key. I never dared to talk to others like this. Ying Hongye agreed. Teacher taught me since childhood that I would be beaten if I didn't speak human language outside. Sheng Taiping smiled silently, and was too lazy to explain. Li Daoyan complained in a low voice. Isn't it just an idle royal family of Sheng country? Why pretend to be a big-tail wolf? Sheng Taiping glanced at Li Daoyan. He didn't say anything, but nodded again and asked Ji Changsheng, what do you think? Little brother? Nothing. If you want me to delete the water mirror image, at least let this woman apologize to my junior brother first, Ji Changsheng said. He felt that his request was really down-to-earth and respectful. But before Sheng Taiping could speak, the woman exploded directly. Let me apologize? Are you dreaming? This is absolutely impossible. Ji Changsheng asked curiously. You slandered my junior brother first. Do you think it's unfair for you to apologize? Who can prove that I slandered you? After saying this, the woman seemed to feel that her words were a bit unreasonable. So she changed the subject, even if I overreacted. What did he lose? Ji Changsheng felt that his eloquence was indeed not good enough, because he was a little speechless by this woman. Li Daoyan was even more confused. You are simply making a specious argument. I am just protecting myself. Can the disciples of Danqing Pavilion ignore the law? I see that you look so wretched. It doesn't look like your first crime. I suspect that you have bad intentions towards me. Do I have to wait until you really do something to me before I can report it to the police? You want me to apologize? Absolutely impossible. Li Daoyan. He was so angry that he couldn't open his eyes. He looked at Ji Changsheng and Ying Hongye in confusion. Did I do something wrong? Ying Hongye was speechless. He just patted Li Daoyan's shoulder sympathetically. Ji Changsheng laughed in anger. One sentence made the woman stop. Are you a proper couple? The woman and Sheng Taiping both changed color. Ji Changsheng shook the water mirror image in his hand. A thief and a prostitute. Shameless. You are shameless. So let's see what the consequences will be if this water mirror image is exposed. Ji Changsheng sneered. If you bully our dancing pavilion, I will let you know how to write the 4 words righteousness. The light of righteousness once again shone on Ji Changsheng. Chapter 46 Thunderbolt means Bodhisattva heart. After working at the end of the universe for 2 years, Ji Changsheng learned a lot of things. For example, always stand on the side of justice. Always stand on the moral high ground to deal with others. Always represent justice. Only in this way can you be invincible. So, he must first seize the reputation and become the one who has the right to interpret justice. The disciples of Xuandu Temple have this right of interpretation. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion also have this right of interpretation. The demon sect does not have this right. So Ji Changsheng despises the demon sect and does not want to go there at all. It was forced by others. Now, Ji Changsheng represents justice as always. Looking at Sheng Taiping and the woman who have changed their faces, Ji Changsheng said with a strong heart, the world has righteousness, and it is mixed with flowing forms. Lord Sheng, maybe you are powerful in Sheng country, but if you want us Danqing Pavilion to bow our heads, you can try with a knife. After being with Li Chengxi for a long time, Ji Changsheng learned to bring his own speakers. So Ji Changsheng's words spread in all directions in an instant, attracting countless people's attention. Many people began to point fingers. Sheng Taiping's face became even uglier. His power in Sheng country was actually covered, but it also depended on the situation. If he just bullied an ordinary person, he would not care about public opinion at all. But if he bullied a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, there would definitely be people who would watch the fun and not mind the big deal. My friend, there may be a misunderstanding about this matter. Ji Changsheng sneered. There is no misunderstanding. As disciples of Danqing Pavilion, the 3 of us brothers and sisters have encountered such unfair treatment in Sheng country. It is conceivable how you usually oppress ordinary people. It is really shameless. The main point is to put a hat on someone. Others are afraid of you. Sheng Taiping. But we at Danqing Pavilion are not. Shengjing City. Ping'an Inn. The 3 of us brothers and sisters will live there for the next 3 days. If anyone has been cheated by Sheng Taiping in these years, you can come to us. The dream of a scholar through the ages is to write blood and ink. As a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, I am willing to eliminate the injustices in the world with a breath of righteousness in my heart. Junior brother. Junior sister. Let's go! After Ji Changsheng established his character, he turned around and left. He only left a tall and upright back to the world. Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan hurriedly followed. The 2 of them admired him so much. Li Daoyan sent a message, Changsheng. It's a pity that you don't go to act. Ying Hongye sighed, I learned it. Bai Guanlin was killed in this way. Ji Changsheng corrected Ying Hongye's view. Bai Guanlin is guilty of his own crimes. Sheng Taiping has done more evil and deserves to die. We are acting on behalf of heaven. Yes, acting on behalf of heaven. Li Daoyan agreed. Ying Hongye shrugged. Of course she would not feel pity for Sheng Taiping. She was just worried about one thing. What if Sheng Taiping is desperate? Ji Changsheng laughed. Of course he will be desperate. After all, he has done so many bad things. Daoyan, send someone to purchase a few sets of assassin uniforms for the Assassin's League. Ah? Li Daoyan was stunned. Ying Hongye staggered. She looked up to Ji Changsheng even more. She learned it. As long as you frame the enemy first, the enemy will not be able to frame you. This is probably called legitimate defense. Looking at Ji Changsheng and the others going away, Sheng Taiping's face was uncertain. The woman he was hugging was even more terrified. My dear, if the water mirror video is really circulated, Sheng Taiping said calmly, you go back first. Let me handle this matter. The woman whispered, how about we ask the assassins of the Assassin's League to do it? Sheng Taiping glanced at the woman and warned, this is a disciple of Danqing Pavilion, and the righteousness cannot be faked. Killing a few ordinary people or casual cultivators is nothing. Killing the disciples of Danqing Pavilion. Do you think the matter is not big enough? This kind of famous and upright sect has always been to beat the younger to the older. The woman pursed her lips. A little unconvinced, but they have the water mirror video in their hands. And my dear, you are not afraid of Danqing Pavilion. Shut up. Sheng Taiping's eyes flashed with disgust. He was indeed not afraid of Danqing Pavilion. But he was very afraid that the water mirror video would be exposed. But killing the disciples of Danqing Pavilion because of this is the way a mentally ill person would choose to deal with it. Why fight for a problem that can be solved with money? It's not that the disciples of Danqing Pavilion can't be bribed. Don't worry. You go home first. After the woman left, Sheng Taiping directly ordered the head of the 6 gates, warn the people on this street that if today's incident gets out, they will be in trouble. Don't worry. My lord. Leave it to me. No one dares to spread your news in Shengjing City. Sheng Taiping nodded. It's better to be prepared. You should warn them in person. Normally, no one dares to spread gossip about him in Shengjing. This is also the reason why he dares to brazenly hold other women's hands and flaunt them in the streets. Those who didn't obey him were already dead. But after all, there were 3 Danqing Pavilion disciples on the other side. And his apparent identity was just an idle royal family of Sheng State and a black-hearted businessman. There might be people who hated him and went to Danqing Pavilion disciples to seek justice for them. So we had to be on guard. After the people from the 6 gates left, a fat man who smiled like Mithriya Buddha came to Sheng Taiping with a smile. Master, it seems that you have met 3 tough guys? Sheng Taiping nodded. A disciple of Danqing Pavilion. She does have some background. This woman is too good at causing trouble for me. I have said long ago that this woman is not smart and is not a good match. You just like this. You are not going to marry her as your legal wife. Sheng Taiping did not take it seriously. Give her some money to get rid of her. After taking care of this woman, go to Tianxiang Tower and set up a table for me. Prepare a pound of ink. I will treat these 3 disciples of Danqing Pavilion. The fat man felt a little distressed. Tianxiang Tower is fine. But a pound of ink is a priceless treasure. That's why they can be moved. Sheng Taiping taught, remember, we are doing business. If the problem can be solved with money, don't fight and kill. I believe that as long as I am polite, they will return the favor. And maybe we can even have a good relationship. Okay. Master is wise. Ping an in. Li Daoyan asked, Cha Sheng. Do you think Sheng Taiping will really hire assassins from the Assassins League to kill us? Ji Changsheng nodded seriously. Definitely. Li Daoyan was angry. It's outrageous. Fortunately, Cha Sheng, you were prepared. You are so wise. Ji Changsheng said modestly. I was just defending myself. Ying Hongye covered her face. She was different from Li Daoyan. Li Daoyan was just a fool. Ying Hongye was a legitimate princess. She had received orthodox royal education since she was a child, and was familiar with the means of intrigue and alliance. But Ying Hongye had never taken the lesson of self-defense. She was not taught at home, nor was she taught at Xuandu Temple. She learned it from Ji Changsheng. Ying Hongye felt that she had really won and gained a lot. She also lost a lot. She almost lost her moral integrity. But Ying Hongye was a person with strong acceptance. Since she had boarded Ji Changsheng's pirate ship, she didn't want to get off, but kept improving the means of self-defense for Ji Changsheng. Cha Sheng, who are you going to find to play the assassin? Ji Changsheng looked at the 2 of them. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble your family's guards. He was just an ordinary Danqing Pavilion disciple, born in an ordinary family, with no support around. He could only ask for help from his junior brothers and sisters of the 2nd generation of immortals. Li Daoyan patted his chest and agreed. No problem. Ying Hongye also had no problem. It's not difficult to pretend to be an assassin of the Assassins League. But there is one thing I have to remind you. Cha Sheng. Our Ying family does have a say in Danqing Pavilion. But we don't have such a big network in the Assassins League. Let the Assassins League take the blame. What if it provokes revenge from the Assassins League? The problem that Ying Hongye considered existed objectively. Of course, the Assassins League dared to kill and assassinated the disciples of the Danqing Pavilion. As a killer organization, they dared to kill anyone for money. But without paying, he was inexplicably blamed for assassinating the disciples of the Danqing Pavilion. Do you really think the Assassins League is easy to scam? Ji Changsheng also considered this question. So he asked cautiously, how strong is the Assassins League? Of course, it is weaker than Xuandu Temple. Ying Hongye said, but the assassins are completely hidden in the dark and hard to guard against. So even the disciples of Xuandu Temple stay away from the Assassins League. Ji Changsheng nodded. Got it. If you can't eliminate creatures like terrorists, you really have to stay away from them. But there is another way. Ji Changsheng touched his chin and thought, will the Assassins League kill its own people? Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan were stunned. Cha Sheng. What do you mean? Ji Changsheng pointed at himself. I think I have amazing bones and extraordinary talents. I must be an assassin genius that only appears once in a century. Do you think if I apply to join the Assassin's League, will the Assassin's League accept me? Since you can't beat them, then join. This is what Ji Changsheng learned when watching NBA on Blue Star. Ji Changsheng has always believed that knowing the world is knowledge. And one should be a person who knows how to learn from life. Many people watch NBA and learn to worship foreigners, fawn on foreigners, chase stars, and curse each other. Ji Changsheng watched NBA and learned to stick together and join when you can't beat them. Ji Changsheng thinks this is the real essence of NBA. He applied it to life and benefited a lot. Ing Hongya and Li Daoyan were confused again. Ing Hongya. The Assassin's League does not kill its own people. But that is the Assassin's League. Cha Sheng. Do you want to be an assassin who is not in the light? Ji Changsheng said strangely. Is it not possible? Ing Hongya. Ji Changsheng asked back confidently, almost making her think that there was something wrong with her. Who would think of becoming an assassin? Not to mention a disciple of Xuandu Temple. Your tone is too matter-of-fact. Isn't it? Li Daoyan was also confused and reminded, Changsheng. Assassins are looked down upon. Ji Changsheng shook his head and said, that's because people have many misunderstandings about this. I have always admired assassins. Kill one person every 10 steps. And leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Leave after the task is done. And hide your body and name. A real assassin. When a common man is angry, blood will splash 5 steps. Although this profession seems humble, and even evil, it is innocent. And it is always people who are wrong. If an assassin does a good job, it can also have a significant impact on the course of history. I used to admire those real assassins, such as Shan Shangjuan. Shan Shangjuan? Who is he? Li Daoyan and Ing Hongya were a little confused. Never heard of this name. Ji Changsheng looked respectful and said in a pious tone, the king of assassins in my mind is also the goal I pursue. A real man should be like this. Ing Hongya and Li Daoyan didn't understand this at all. They didn't understand Ji Changsheng's train of thought at all. Of course, if Ji Changsheng didn't reject joining the Assassin's League, Ing Hongya found that her worries were really solved. As long as you are willing to join the Assassin's League, I believe the Assassin's League will definitely welcome you. Such an assassin organization welcomes disciples from famous and upright sects like us to join. That's it. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that as long as I joined all the magic sects, the demons of the magic sect would no longer threaten me. In the end, it's all for survival. I am in Chalice camp, but my heart is with Han. As long as I am righteous, pretending to be a legitimate defense is just a means of self-defense. Not worth mentioning. Daoyan, I will leave it to you to arrange the assassination of us as an assassin of the Assassin's League. Is that okay? No problem. Cha Sheng. Don't worry. Ji Changsheng nodded. This is a non-technical task. Mainly, he didn't dare to let Li Daoyan do technical things. It's more realistic to count on Ing Hongya. Hongya, you will have to work hard on this side. And it is very likely to cost money. Ji Changsheng said his follow-up plan. Sheng Taiping is a big blessed land merchant who does blessed land business. He is notorious in blessed land. However, due to his power and background, those ordinary people and independent cultivators who have been cheated have nowhere to seek justice. Even if they ask our Xuandu Temple for help, they often fall on deaf ears or even get retaliated against. Ing Hongya nodded. Shengwu as a whole is the sphere of influence of the Bai family. Sheng Taiping must have colluded with the Bai family. The person in charge of the Shengwu office of Xuandu Temple is also a member of the Bai family. Those independent cultivators and ordinary people who have been cheated are really walking into a trap when they ask Xuandu Temple for justice. It is definitely impossible for anyone to seek justice for them. In the long run, no one will dare to oppose Sheng Taiping. So we need to set up a flag and stand up to seek justice for these people. Ji Changsheng said. Ing Hongya was thoughtful. Are you asking us to encourage the victims to come forward? No. According to my experience, victims are generally weak and helpless. Letting them charge for justice is just using them as cannon fodder. I don't want to embarrass those weak victims, because we can't always protect them. And we can't protect them. If possible, I hope you can buy all the agreements for the victims to purchase the blessed land under Sheng Taiping's name. We have become victims. And naturally we have enough reasons to trouble Sheng Taiping. Don't embarrass those ordinary people anymore. It's already extremely difficult for them to survive. I don't want them to fight helplessly anymore. When gods fight, they should be allowed to fight. and mortals should not suffer. Ing Hongye was moved. No problem. Leave it to me. Cha Sheng. You really have thunderbolt means, and a bodhisattva's heart. Chapter 47 Treasure Girl. Ing Hongye once again refreshed her view of Ji Changsheng. In her mind, Ji Changsheng was just an old silver coin who was shrewd and calculating. But now she realized the value of Ji Changsheng's golden lotus of merit. Maybe Ji Changsheng really killed people like crazy and was shameless. But Ji Changsheng's kindness was absolutely true. In the mind of the little master, there is great love. She has seen many righteous heroes. Those heroes also pleaded for the people and fought for justice. But she only saw Ji Changsheng who could consider this step for ordinary people. Most heroes only encourage victims to stand up, and even speak ill of those victims who remain silent. Ji Changsheng can empathize with the difficulties of ordinary people and understand the pressure of victims, instead of simply standing on the side of justice to morally kidnap, which makes Ing Hongye admire him very much. At this moment, Ing Hongye felt a little sorry. If Ji Changsheng was born 100 years earlier, he would probably be a general under the command of the ancestors. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said modestly, "My methods are real, and my heart is kind. But I only have a mouth. If I really want to do these things, I need you to spend money." Hongye. In the end, I am just talking without any pain. Ji Changsheng's sense of justice is limited to the premise that it does not concern him, and he does not need to pay a price. He himself admitted it. In this day and age, you have to protect yourself first before you can protect others. Ji Changsheng is so frank that Ing Hongye thinks more highly of him. You can consider this for the victims, which shows your kindness. It is our mission to find out Sheng Taiping. I should do this, and I don't have to think it's a waste. We, the Ing family, will not suffer any loss. The spiritual stones lost from the victims will definitely be earned back from Sheng Taiping. Ing Hongye is very confident about this. Ji Changsheng also has confidence in the Ing family. She is just a mistress of Yu Lao Mo. She is also a mistress who has forgiven Yu Lao Mo. The Ing family was a tough opponent in the entire cultivation world. If they are afraid of a pretty boy, will they be able to survive if the news gets out? In line with the principle of more work for the capable, Ji Changsheng continued, "There is another thing I have to ask Hongye. Investigate the woman who followed Sheng Taiping today. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises." Ing Hongye reacted quickly, "Yes. That woman may not have a brain, but Sheng Taiping knows the importance of it. If I were Sheng Taiping, I would never offend the disciples of Danqing Pavilion for a woman. So that woman may be a good breakthrough." Ji Changsheng smiled. Ing Hongye and Li Daoyan have no experience, but Ji Changsheng does. When they were on Blue Star, many big men did not fall in the treacherous officialdom struggle, but fell in the wife's fickleness, which even became a trend. So, never underestimate women. Even if it is just a concubine, as long as it is used well, it will become a sharp sword. Cha Sheng, you have arranged so many tasks for the two of us. What do you do yourself? Li Daoyan asked curiously. Ji Changsheng, this cheap nephew can't be kept. Ing Hongye's EQ is still high, and he took the initiative to explain for Ji Changsheng. Changsheng has just broken through the Jindan realm and needs time to stabilize his realm. Ji Changsheng can only say that he likes Ing Hongye more. And there is really a reason. It has nothing to do with Ing Hongye being a beautiful girl, mainly because he likes her good speaking and high EQ. Ji Changsheng soon realized one thing again. Ing Hongye is really a treasure girl. She soon gave Ji Changsheng a surprise. Of course, this matter was also a huge surprise for her. Cha Sheng, guess what I found out when I investigated that woman? Ji Changsheng glanced at Ing Hongye, who looked strange, and knew that she must have found something unusual. So he guessed, she has a very good background? But judging from her cultivation, she doesn't look like that. Ing Hongye shook her head and said, Changsheng, you really guessed wrong this time. That woman really has a very good background. She is a little fairy from Baidi Academy. And she studied under a great scholar whose name is inconvenient to mention. Baidi Academy? Little fairy? What the hell? Ji Changsheng didn't understand. Ing Hongye patted his head and explained, forget that, Changsheng. You don't know these things. Didn't I tell you about our Ing family's experience before? Ji Changsheng nodded. Ing Hongye continued, after the failure of the ancestors, the major sects formally rejected the things promoted by the Ing kingdom. But the major sects were not stupid and knew that it was better to open up than to block. In addition, many things promoted by the ancestors did bring convenience. So to a certain extent, Many customs of the Ying kingdom were privately preserved. It just changed from letting practitioners serve ordinary people to letting ordinary people create greater productivity and better serve practitioners. The Baidi Academy is a place created by the Bai family to train professionals in this field. The woman that Sheng Taiping hugged is called Ren Shuya, an elite talent trained by the Baidi Academy. Ji Changsheng suddenly understood. I got it. It's a smart way to do it. It's better to open up than to block. There is no benefit in forcibly blocking the path of class advancement. There must always be a gap. This is good for everyone. The Bai family even created such an academy. Sure enough, the Bai family down the mountain and the group of rubbish on the mountain are completely different styles. Very far-sighted. I basically understand. I didn't expect that Ren Shuyu is actually a scholar. TSK. I really didn't see the style of a scholar. There are more places you didn't expect. Ying Hongya couldn't help but pat her thigh. After she got the information about Ren Shuyo, she was stunned. She felt that she was too naive. This Ren Shuyo has a husband. Ji Changsheng. Fuck. Ji Changsheng was a little confused. Sure enough, he was too pure and couldn't keep up with the pace of this group of people. Ji Changsheng sorted out his thoughts. Yu Lao Mo has a wife and children. But he liked Sheng Taiping. Sheng Taiping hooked up with Yu Lao Mo, a financial sponsor, but ended up keeping a mistress. Ren Shuya. Ren Shuya hooked up with Sheng Taiping, a financial sponsor, and even accompanied Sheng Taiping in public. But she ended up having a real husband. Okay. I've sorted it out. Sheng Taiping used Yu Lao Mo's money to support Ren Shuya. Ren Shuya used Sheng Taiping's money to support her husband. The world where only Yu Lao Mo was hurt was complete. Really awesome. Ji Changsheng really wanted to interview Yu Lao Mo right now. Ying Hongya handed Ji Changsheng a diary. Ren Shuya has the habit of writing a diary. My people copied it down. Take a look at Ren Shuya's latest diary. Ji Changsheng opened it. And then he was messy again. Today is the darkest day of my life. I broke up with my husband and I dared not cry even when sitting next to him. Before we got married, I dated my husband secretly, but did not dare to tell my parents. Now I date my husband secretly, but do not dare to tell him. It will be a regret for the rest of my life. Ji Changsheng was speechless for a long time, and finally uttered 4 words. Treasure girl. Chapter 48 not allowed to mention. Seeing Ji Changsheng's shocked and speechless look, Ying Hongya breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Ji Changsheng was also shocked. That's good. When she first got the information about Ren Shuya, she was completely dumbfounded and thought that she was abnormal. Now seeing Ji Changsheng like this, it's not their problem. Are you shocked? Ying Hongya asked. Ji Changsheng nodded sincerely. He had seen many Xiu'er, but he would like to put Ren Shuya and Sheng Taiping in the top 10. Both of them have something. In order to support their families, they work too hard. From Ren Shuya's diary. Sheng Taiping has given up on her just as we thought. But I don't recommend that we start with her. Sheng Taiping has a lot of black material. And women are just the most insignificant problem for him. Ji Changsheng has a different view on this. In the eyes of outsiders, Sheng Taiping's most serious problem is of course harming casual cultivators and ordinary people. But in the eyes of Yu Lao Mo, Ren Shuyu is Sheng Taiping's most serious problem. You have to hit the snake at its weakest point. Ying Hongya saw that Ji Changsheng was not convinced by her, and was not surprised. She continued, Ren Shuya's teacher is a special one. We should not be enemies with him, for the time being to avoid exposing our identities. Ji Changsheng frowned. Is her teacher very powerful? Ying Hongya nodded. If it weren't for her teacher, I suspect Ren Shuya would be silenced by Sheng Taiping. Is that so? Ji Changsheng was able to listen to advice. He didn't know the big figures in this world as well as Ying Hongya. So of course, he wouldn't offend people casually. But I still have to expose the Shuijing video. She can't escape sooner or later. Ji Changsheng said. There has to be an explanation from Yu Lao Mo. If possible. Ji Changsheng didn't want Yu Lao Mo to know that he killed his lover. After all, what if Yu Lao Mo has great love in his heart and chooses to forgive when encountering such a thing? Who said that? Ji Changsheng has seen such a magnanimous man before. So he doesn't want to take this risk. But if he can't hide it, and Yu Lao Mo finds out that he did it, then this water mirror video is an explanation. As long as Yu Lao Mo doesn't know that his illegitimate son was also killed by him, there is still room for maneuver. Ying Hongya doesn't care about this. Cha Sheng, you can't expose it. And you can't spread it. No one in Shengjing City dares to spread gossip about Sheng Taiping. Ing Hongya said. Ren Shuya dared to hold hands with Sheng Taiping and flaunted it in the city. She was not afraid of her husband knowing it. Naturally, it was because Sheng Taiping had the ability to make people dare not gossip. I believe this. It's just not allowed to mention it. The basic operation of the saints of the Western Church. But outside of Shenghua, Sheng Taiping's hands can't reach that far. And there will always be a day when he will be useful. Ing Hongya nodded, and didn't dwell on this issue anymore. My people also saw Sheng Taiping go to Xuandu Temple's office in Shenghua, without any cover. Ji Chongqing's eyes were slightly cold. This is probably why Sheng Taiping has the not allowed to mention power in Shengjing City. Xuandu Temple now has the world's strongest, and the world's #1 artifact. So no one can touch the people Xuandu Temple wants to protect at this stage. Of course, Xuandu Temple's office in Shenghua cannot represent Xuandu Temple. But in a small country like Shenghua, Sheng Taiping and Xuandu Temple's office in Shenghua are already top figures. Ignore them. We act according to the plan. Ji Chongsheng said, as long as everything is reasonable and legal. We can use the conspiracy to crush them openly, execute Sheng Taiping openly, and clean up the Xuandu Temple Shenhua office. Cha Sheng. You are right. In fact, Ing Hongya is not very good at conspiracy. The royal elite learns the kingly way and the domineering way. The trick is the means that small people need to counterattack. Now using the conspiracy to crush them. We are back to the familiar field of Ing Hongya. She does it very well. The person in charge of the Xuandu Temple Shenhua office is Bai Xiuran. You can tell from the surname that he is a member of the Bai family. Jindan realm. Bai Xiuran is not an ordinary outer sect disciple of Xuandu Temple. He is also an outer sect elder in Xuandu Temple. It's just that his talent is limited, and there is no hope of promotion. So he took the initiative to apply for an outpost to be in charge of the Xuandu Temple office in Shenghua. With Bai Xiuran's strength, he is just an ordinary middle-low level in Xuandu Temple. Even if he is a member of the Bai family, he will not be looked up to. After all, there are too many big men in Xuandu Temple. And there is also a psychopath, like Li Chongxi, who dares to kill the Bai family if he disagrees with him. But when he came to Shenhua, he was the local emperor of Shenhua. The real emperor of Shenhua had to give up the seat of honor when he saw him. But today, Sheng Taiping sat on the seat of honor. He accompanied him in the lower seat, talking about Ji Chongsheng and others. My lord, how are you going to deal with the 3 disciples of Danqing Pavilion? They are not here with good intentions. Bai Xiuran asked. Sheng Taiping nodded. They are indeed not here with good intentions. And it seems that they are coming for me. I have never taken the initiative to report my name. But they directly called me Lord Sheng, which shows that it is not an accidental encounter. In fact, Sheng Taiping was wrong. Ji Chongsheng and the other 3 really met him by chance. But Sheng Taiping's vigilance was right. Ji Chongsheng and the other 2 knew him before they met him. And they were indeed coming for him. Bai Xiuran said in a deep voice, the disciples of Danqing Pavilion cultivate righteousness and have always been walking in the world to fight for justice. It is not surprising that they come to you, Lord. What is a bit troublesome is that they are too young. And young people are easily impulsive and ignore the overall situation. In addition, that female cultivator has already sent people to buy other people's agreements to buy the blessed land under your name. Sheng Taiping's face changed slightly. They don't know my true background. And they think they are from Danqing Pavilion. So they may really make things worse. So I plan to hold a banquet in Tianqiang Tower. Prepare a pound of Yanhua Mo. And then ask you to come out to support. They don't give me face. But they will give you face. Bai Xiuran's face was solemn. Ning, there was nothing wrong with doing this in the past. But there is a problem now. What's the problem? The master has already put the knife on the neck of our Bai family. At this moment, 3 unknown disciples of Danqing Pavilion suddenly appeared to cause trouble for the Marquis. Bai Xiuran said this, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The friendship between the Marquis and me is no secret. To cause trouble for the Marquis is to cause trouble for me. So, I suspect that there is someone behind them. Even if I come forward in the name of Xuandu Temple, they may not give me this face. Sheng Taiping's eyes also turned cold. You are right. There is indeed such a possibility. What do you think? Bai Xiuran said, first use courtesy, then force. No matter what. We should give them enough face first. If they leave, it would be the best. Otherwise, we can kill them in the name of the Assassin's League, so that there is no evidence. Now the situation is precarious. The more so, the more the Bai family must be strong to the end, and dispel the covetous hearts of those scoundrels. Just as the two reached a consensus, the subordinate suddenly came in to report. Elder, something happened. Why are you so panicked? The 3 disciples of Danqing Pavilion were assassinated by the Assassins' League. People outside say it was done by the Marquis Sheng Taiping. Bai Xiuran. Chapter 49. Fairy Linglong couldn't save him. I said, my lord, how could you be so foolish to give people a chance to criticize you? Bai Xiuran was very disappointed. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. Fighting and killing should be the last resort. Sheng Taiping was angry. It wasn't me. Who hired an assassin from the Assassin's League behind my back? Could it be that stupid woman? Neither of them thought that Ji Changsheng directed and acted it himself. This is normal. As long as you don't stand in the perspective of God. Who would have thought that Ji Changsheng and his men would dare to touch the Assassin's League? That's the Assassin's League. Disciples of Xuandu Temple would not easily provoke them under normal circumstances. It just so happened that Ren Xue said in front of Sheng Taiping that she would ask the assassins of the Assassin's League to take action, which led Sheng Taiping to suspect Ren Xue at first. Don't worry. I'll check it out right away. Sheng Taiping also knew that this was not a trivial matter. Shengwei is just a small country. It can't withstand too much trouble. And the person who was assassinated was a disciple of Danqing Pavilion. The style of these famous and upright sects is to beat the younger to get the older. The Assassin League assassinated the disciples of Danqing Pavilion. If this matter gets out, it is normal for Danqing Pavilion to send elders to investigate. At that time, he may not be able to cover it up. Bai Xiuran reminded, control the scope of this matter. Don't let too many people know. Otherwise, if we really fall out with them, it will be difficult to do it in the name of the Assassin League. Wait. Bai Xiuran suddenly thought of someone. Bai Guanlin. Bai Xiuran has received the news of Bai Guanlin's death. Let alone how Bai Xiuran reacted to Bai Guanlin's death. Just talking about the things Bai Guanlin did before his death made Bai Xiuran feel very disappointed. It is not wrong to frame someone, but the means are so clumsy. It is really embarrassing for the Bai family. The things that Bai Guanlin did to frame Ji Changsheng were used as a warning by the Bai family disciples down the mountain. At this moment, Bai Xiuran thought of this and suddenly had an idea. Could this be arranged by them themselves? At this moment, it was just like that moment. The difference is that Bai Guanlin's arrangement was full of loopholes. The timing of the assassination of the 3 people from Danqing Pavilion was just right. And it also blocked their retreat. Sheng Taiping was stunned when he heard it. Bai Xiuran quickly asked, did the 3 people suffer casualties from the assassination of the Assassin League? The servant replied, one person was slightly injured, and the other 2 were fine. Bai Xiuran and Sheng Taiping's faces turned gloomy. There were injuries, but no deaths. And the injuries were still minor injuries. When did the Assassin's League take action? When did they become so merciful? Bai Xiuran looked at Sheng Taiping. My lord, you should check yourself first to see if it was your people who hired the Assassin's League. Okay. Half an hour later, Sheng Taiping slammed the table and stood up. You guys ruined my reputation and bullied me too much. It has been checked clearly. The Assassin's League has nothing to do with his people. His people also went to investigate the scene where Ji Changsheng and his men were assassinated. It was fake at first glance. The work was done very roughly. It can't be hidden from smart people at all. What can I do? There are never many smart people in this world. Even if the official announcement said that the assassination of Ji Changsheng and his men was fake, not many people would believe it. People would only think that Sheng Taiping and the 6 gates were in cahoots. Thinking of this, Sheng Taiping became more and more angry. He has always been the only one who framed others. And this is the first time he has been framed. Danqing Pavilion's disciples actually played such a conspiracy. Is this kind of person worthy of cultivating the noble and upright spirit? Bai Xiuran. My lord. Calm down. Getting angry won't solve the problem. The noble and upright spirit is the special method of Danqing Pavilion, and we have no way of knowing how to cultivate it. But these 3 people are not kind, and are not easy to deal with. So we must be more serious. Sheng Taiping took a deep breath. In this way, even if we fall out, it will be difficult to ask the Assassin's League to do it again. Bai Xiuran nodded, then used their own spear to attack their own shield. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion always have a legitimate reason for their actions. Even if these 3 people are flexible, they will never violate the purpose of Danqing Pavilion. Therefore, they must have solid evidence before they can harm you. Lord Ho. if they can't find evidence, or the evidence they find is favorable to you. Lord Ho, you can rest assured. If these 3 people still pester us, we will kill them. And Danqing Pavilion will also have something to say. Bai Xiaoran said at the end. Murderous, it's nothing more than fabricating charges. As long as we kill them, the charges are still up to us. Lord Ho, don't worry. I will make it ironclad evidence, and no one can find fault with it. Okay, just as you say. When Sheng Taiping was furious at Ji Changsheng and the others, Ji Changsheng and the other 2 saw the latest information collected about Sheng Taiping. And they were also furious. Li Daoyan couldn't even control his emotions. This guy should be cut into pieces. Ying Hongye held the information in his hand, and tried to control the murderous intent in his heart. I have always known that people are evil. But I have never seen a person so shameless as this. What made Li Daoyan and Ying Hongye unable to control their killing intent was the information they found about the latest Taiping blessed land under Sheng Taiping. Not to mention Li Daoyan and Ying Hongye. Even Ji Changsheng couldn't help but want to swear after seeing Sheng Taiping's tricks. Ji Changsheng was also well informed in Blue Star. But Sheng Taiping's tricks were still beyond his knowledge. Taiping Blessed Land was a newly developed blessed land by Sheng Taiping last year. It is also one of the most high-end blessed lands in Shenghua. It uses a first-grade spirit gathering array diagram. Naturally, the price of Taiping Blessed Land is also the top in Shenghua. Relying on Taiping Blessed Land, Sheng Taiping has earned at least several hundred million high-grade spirit stones. Originally, this was nothing. After the Taiping Blessed Land was officially completed, casual cultivators and those wealthy ordinary people have moved in. Everyone has settled the payment. And even though Sheng Taiping's bid price is a bit high, it is within the scope of business that is mutually agreed upon. And Ji Changsheng and his men will not be so indignant. Sheng Taiping's trick is that after selling the Taiping Blessed Land, he is still not satisfied with the profit. So the Taiping Blessed Land that was originally full of spiritual energy begins to have hundreds of ghosts parade at night. Casual cultivators and ordinary people buy blessed lands because they value the spiritual energy of the blessed lands, which is convenient for them to practice and prolong their lives. Who can stand the hundreds of ghosts parading at night every night? Moreover, the hundreds of ghosts parading at night really cause the deaths and injuries of half of the people in the blessed land. And the residents of the Taiping Blessed Land were panicked. At this time, Sheng Taiping came forward again and bought the blessed land. They bought at 1% of the original price, sell at a high price, and buy at a low price. Then, Sheng Taiping paid a large sum of money to ask the masters of Xuandu Temple to perform a ritual to kill demons and eliminate the hundreds of ghosts. Now Sheng Taiping is selling the second round at a high price. One blessed land, sold twice in turn. Ji Changsheng could only say, this guy could have just robbed the money. But he was willing to go through the motions and put on a show. Even Fairy Linglong couldn't save him. I said, Chapter 50, do it yourself, and have enough food and clothing. Originally, Ji Changsheng wanted to kill Sheng Taiping in order to complete the task assigned to him by Madame Huan. Now the situation has changed. Even without Madame Huan's instructions, even if he can't get any benefits, Ji Changsheng is ready to kill Sheng Taiping. Sheng Taiping is not dead. His heart of Taoism is not clear, compared with Sheng Taiping. Bai Guanlin is a good youth. Xiao Bai, I wronged you. It turns out that the people down the mountain are so hateful. Bai Guanlin is dead. Why is Sheng Taiping alive? Is this fair to Bai Guanlin? How can robbing money make money faster than Sheng Taiping? The words of his chief nephew left Ji Changsheng speechless. Indeed, robbing money is really not this fast. That is to say, casual cultivators and ordinary people can't get top-grade spirit stones. The top-grade spirit stones most suitable for cultivation are always controlled by the big sects of the immortals and demons, and are not circulated in the mortal world at all. Otherwise, Ji Changsheng doubted that Sheng Taiping could get top-grade spirit stones by this means. Is this guy obsessed with money? Li Daoyan didn't understand. In order to earn spirit stones, he dared to do such a perverse thing. What's the difference between this behavior and the devil's way? Ji Changsheng glanced at Li Daoyan and defended, don't insult the devil sect. The devil sect disciples are really not so shameless. Who is Yin Yang? I never make this kind of dirty money. But Sheng Taiping is indeed too greedy. Ji Changsheng also frowned and said, I know that most businessmen are profit-driven. But I have never seen a few people who make money like him. This kind of dirty money will be punished by heaven. And it is also easy to be killed by demons. Forget it. Just ignore what I said. Ing Hongye sneered. Sheng Taiping certainly knows that such perverse actions will cause dissatisfaction among the people. The reason why he dares to do this is naturally because he has a backstage to protect him. There have been people who wanted to be chivalrous and righteous over the years. But in the end those people were gone. And Sheng Taiping is still alive and well. Over time, the hearts of the people of Shengwu naturally became completely cold. And they dared not resist at all. Bai Xiuran, the head of Xuandu Temple's office in Shengwu, is a guest of Sheng Taiping. And Sheng Taiping himself is a royal family marquis of Shengwu. In Shengwu, he has such a background. Who can do anything to him? Not to mention, Sheng Taiping is obviously backed by the Bai family. I even suspect that Sheng Taiping is a puppet pushed out by a certain person in charge of the Bai family. Ji Chansheng nodded slowly. Ing Hongye's guess was not right. But it was not far off. And it might not be wrong. Because Yu Laomo may not be interested in a small place like Shengwu. Yu Laomo may have let his mistress go. After all, he had to give face to the Holy Lady of Hawan. So it is very likely that Sheng Taiping did all this by himself after colluding with the Bai family. I still don't understand. Li Dalian said, there is no end to making money. Sheng Taiping has a background and connections. And there are many ways to make money. Why did he catch the Taiping blessed land and repeatedly cheat people? And even leave so many blood debts? Why bother? Ji Changsheng didn't understand either. But he is a good man with his own moral standards. And Li Dalian is also a normal person. It is normal for them not to understand scum like Sheng Taiping. Ing Hongye is more familiar with the inside story of how this world works than the two of them. So she saw through the truth. It's because of the spirit gathering array diagram. Ji Changsheng was a little confused. What does it have to do with the spirit gathering array diagram? Ing Hongye explained, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is limited. And the spirit gathering is a secret method of the major sections. Every spirit gathering array diagram is a priceless treasure in the mortal world. And can create a small cave paradise. This is the biggest source of income for the major sects. So they will not allow the merchants below to abuse the spirit gathering array diagram. Although Sheng Taiping has a background, it is impossible for him to get a lot of spirit gathering array diagrams, let alone create a lot of paradise. Therefore, he can only jump back and forth in his Taiping paradise. He dare not offend the major immortal sects. So naturally he can only oppress the independent cultivators and the people. After all, he can cover up the harm to these people. Ji Changsheng was silent. This logic is very smooth. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. No wonder Li Changshi said that there are merits everywhere under the mountain. Senior sister is not lying to me. He keeps cheating people like this. Can't the people of Sheng see through Sheng Taiping's tricks? Just let him slaughter them. Li Dalian felt that his three views were shattered. Ing Hongye shook his head and said, first, there are really people who can't see through it. There are always more stupid people than smart people in this world. Second, it's useless to see through it. Many of the first batch of people who bought the Taiping foodie knew that Sheng Taiping was the one who did the night parade of 100 ghosts. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to find out. But what can they do? Who in Shengwu can uphold justice for them? They can only swallow their anger and let Sheng Taiping buy it back at a low price. Third, not all the people who are preparing to buy the Taiping blessed land are fools. Many people also understand that the Taiping blessed land is a trap. But there is still no way. Some things are not something they can solve. For example, Sheng Taiping can persuade the emperor of Shengwu that those who do not buy the blessed land cannot enter the government in Shengwu. Or he can cooperate with the Xuandu Temple's office in Shengwu. As long as they buy the Taiping blessed land, they can give priority to recommending their descendants to participate in the Xuandu Temple disciple assessment. In this world, it is useless to be a smart person who sees through everything. Without enough power, it is better to live in a muddle than to be sober. Most people are simply powerless to resist, and can only let themselves be slaughtered. At the end, Ing Hongye sighed. The ancestor was disgusted with such a world back then, and wanted to clarify the situation and change it. So he stood up and called for help. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. So now people like Sheng Taiping can still be high above and enjoy all the wealth and glory. I wish I was born 100 years earlier, and followed the ancestor to conquer the world and kill all these unscrupulous scums. Ji Chansheng patted Ing Hongye's shoulders and said calmly, you don't have to be born 100 years earlier. You can kill him now. Ing Hongye said unwillingly, Sheng Taiping has already solved the night parade of 100 ghosts in Taiping foodie. If we kill him now, We could only kill him without teaching him. And we can't find any evidence on the surface. It's too easy for him. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The night parade of 100 ghosts in Taiping Fudi has disappeared? Heh. If I bring out a zombie world, how should Sheng Taiping deal with it? Ji Changsheng remembered that there was a zombie-ridden fantasy world in the Moon Palace. He sighed again that Li Changxi was a real big shot. And he decided to do it himself and have enough food and clothing. After all, Sheng Taiping is not a demon on the surface. The reason he sold the Taiping Blessed Land again was that he had solved the night parade of hundreds of ghosts. If a mountain of bones is found in the Taiping Blessed Land, the ghosts will still be walking at night or even worse. Ji Changsheng looked at Ing Hongye. Ing Hongye's eyes lit up. Then the Taiping Blessed Land will definitely fall into the hands of Sheng Taiping. And we have enough reasons to execute Sheng Taiping. No matter who pleads for Sheng Taiping. We cannot give face. But where can we find a mountain of bones and 100 ghosts walking at night? Ji Changsheng smiled. Leave it to me. Do it yourself and have enough food and clothing. Chapter 51. Blood Training Swordsmanship. Soul Training Banner. Bone Training Palace Magic Skills. After refining the black card given to him by Li Changxi, Ji Changsheng can return to the Moon Palace at any time and enter the illusion to practice. When Ing Hongye and Li Daoyan went to arrange their respective tasks, Ji Changsheng activated the black card and returned to the Moon Palace. Entered the zombie fantasy. The next moment, Ji Changsheng appeared in an abandoned shopping mall. With a little sense, he found that 4 zombies were rushing towards him with red eyes and drooling. And their speed and strength were obviously much higher than normal people. Ji Changsheng looked calm. And the 10,000 souls banner emitting black air had appeared in Ji Changsheng's hand, with gusts of cold wind and screams of resentful souls. But this was useless to the zombies. The zombies were still rushing towards Ji Changsheng rapidly. Ji Changsheng gently shook the 10,000 souls banner. Then his face was happy. His judgment was correct. Zombies also have souls. After he shook the 10,000 souls banner, the 4 zombies fell to the ground helplessly. At the same time, 4 transparent souls were automatically sucked into the 10,000 souls banner. Not only that, Ji Changsheng's left hand flashed with blood, and a blood sword technique went straight to the 4 zombies. The next moment, the zombies turned into skeletons. The blood essence was completely absorbed into the sea of blood. Ji Changsheng still did not end his experiment and released the white bone Taoist palace. Soon, the bones of the 4 zombies were perfectly integrated into the Taoist palace. Ji Changsheng whispered to himself, I was right. The zombies are not dead. But they failed to evolve. Just like the monster tied in the previous illusion. The monsters lost their minds. And the zombies also lost their minds. But they are not actually dead. They are just crazy. In essence, they are still living creatures. And they are more powerful than before. Killing them is equivalent to killing. But it is also equivalent to saving the world. At the same time, for Ji Changsheng, this is also equivalent to a ready-made base for practicing magic skills. The blood of zombies can be used to practice the magic sword. The souls can be used to improve the 10,000 souls banner. And the bones can be turned into nutrients for the Taoist palace. Hua, I am really an environmental protection master. Ji Changsheng was moved by himself. There are not many people in this zombie world. The first issue that the survivors consider must be survival, not hygiene. Ji Changsheng descended from the sky, helping them to resolve the crisis and cleaning for them. I really have great merits. Ji Changsheng gave himself a thumbs up. Then, he began to practice magic skills. No, he began to save the world. 5 minutes later, Ji Changsheng said huh again, looking at the transparent crystal in his hand. He was thoughtful. Killing zombies. Can you get a reward? This seems to be the source of the failure of zombie evolution. And it contains something I don't understand yet. If it succeeds, it's a superpower. And if it fails, it's a biochemical crisis? Ji Changsheng put away the transparent crystal and didn't continue to study it. Mainly because he was not an expert in this area. When he meets a living person in this world, there will always be someone who can help him solve his doubts. At present, Ji Changsheng is more interested in zombies than normal living people. As Ji Changsheng kills more and more zombies, the blood sea tends to grow into the Pacific Ocean with a wave of his hand. The 10,000 soul banner quickly grows to 100,000 soul banners, and quickly moves towards 1 million. The white bone Taoist palace is also becoming more and more majestic. From a distance, it looks like a mountain, exuding a daunting and chilling atmosphere. The more Ji Changsheng killed, the happier he felt. He found the pleasure of playing with his brothers on Blue Star and Blue Moon. This is the lethality of a Jindan-level demon cultivator. Awesome. Finally found a living person. It's not easy. Ji Changsheng saw someone on a plane in the distance observing him with a telescope, and hurriedly waved to express his goodwill to the other party. Then, Headquarters. It seems that the Zombie King has been found. With a wave of the hand, there is an endless sea of blood and a mountain of bones. Oh my God. This is definitely the Zombie King. Is God going to kill us? Why do zombies mutate so quickly? Headquarters. It is recommended to use nuclear bombs to clean up the place. Headquarters received. 10 seconds later. Nuclear bombs will cover the place. 10 seconds later. Ji Changsheng was silent. Why are people in this world so rude? Can't they see that I am the great emperor of Antarctic immortality, who came down to Earth to save them? Gong Yongrunning really didn't see that Ji Changsheng was the great emperor of Antarctic immortality. He thought Ji Changsheng was a super-evolved zombie king. As an absolutely strong survivor who has evolved to a level at this stage, he just looked at Ji Changsheng from a distance, and was scared to the point of almost peeing his pants by the overwhelming sea of blood and the Taoist temple full of bones. No exaggeration. He had experienced the apocalypse. But this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying zombie king. He felt no possibility of competing. So he could only suggest that the headquarters use nuclear bombs to wipe the ground. Then, something happened that made him even more devastated. The zombie king is still there. Gong Yongrunning always thought he was a man of steel. In fact, his nickname is Iron Man, and his superpower is to control steel. But now, the tone of Iron Man is crying. Under the nuclear bombing, the zombie king was unscathed. The headquarters was silent. Gong Yongrunning showed despair. The next moment, something happened that made them even more desperate. Zombie King appeared directly in the plane where Gong Yongrunning was, and actually communicated with them normally. What's wrong with you? I came to save you. And you welcome me like this? Ji Changsheng was very unhappy. Gong Yongrunning's face was pale. He glanced ahead. The Zombie King was still there. The doomsday scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was still in front of him. But behind him, the Zombie King was actually speaking. You? Gong Yongrunning rolled his eyes and fainted directly. Fainted from fear. Before fainting, Gong Yongrunning had only one thought. I hope this is just a dream. Ji Changsheng. This kid's psychological quality is a bit poor. He was actually able to faint directly from fear. Isn't it just an illusion for him? When Ji Changsheng found the welcome ceremony that fell from the sky, he immediately fled. Ji Changsheng didn't know whether the bombs on the technology side could kill him. A Jinan cultivator. He didn't want to know. Only a fool would choose to bear it. Ji Changsheng chose to flee. Before the artillery fire, Ji Changsheng had already appeared behind Gong Yongrunning. The artillery fire bombed the illusion created by Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng sighed again. Yabwang Luohuan. The best in the world. At the same time, Ji Changsheng also confirmed one thing. The technological level of this illusion is not much higher than that of Blue Star. It is not a big threat to him. If the technology level of this world is as high as that of the aliens in the three-body problem, Ji Changsheng would have to be more cautious. Now, he doesn't need to be so cautious. Just treat it as a dream. I am still very moved after being awake for a long time. Gong Yongrunning woke up to the song. He dared not move at all, because it was not a dream. He saw the Corpse King again. Awake? Ji Changsheng showed a kind smile. It is not polite not to return a favor. My friend, you gave me such a great gift. Should I return it? Gong Yongrunning wanted to faint again, but he found that his body was no longer under his control. It is probably the strength of the middle stage of foundation building. Ji Changsheng felt around Gong Yongrunning and came to the conclusion, the ability is a bit interesting. Not a cultivation system, but more like a genetic mutation. But the development rate is very low. Well, this system is not very useful to me for the time being. After cultivating immortals to the end, they can't actually be considered human beings. And their abilities are even more varied. And Ji Changsheng's cultivation and advancement speed is faster. There is no need to risk turning into a zombie to try this system. From the body of Gong Yongrunning that he explored, the evolution system of this world is a bit simple. And the ability is also simple. He has not seen much room for imagination for the time being. What level of power are you in this world? Ji Changsheng asked. Gong Yang Running didn't want to talk. But he couldn't help but say, I am a top-level A-level powerhouse. And currently one of the 5 strongest people in this world. Ji Changsheng nodded. In this way, this world is actually a little stronger than the previous illusion. Because this world has an evolutionary system. And the technology is more advanced. However, his current strength is also improving rapidly. All the current attack methods in this world can definitely kill him. Provided that he stands there and lets them kill him. In view of this, Ji Changsheng changed his plan. If you can go smoothly, why waste time? Let's go. Take me to see the living person in charge here. Half an hour later. Headquarters base conference room. Ji Changsheng sat in the main seat, letting others look at him, while he was checking the information of this world through the equipment provided by the headquarters. Doomsday Crisis all have sources. In the last world of demons and warriors, the source of the Doomsday Crisis was that Wuxin brought back the magic energy from the Buddha kingdom above, causing the whole world to change. In this world, the source of the Doomsday Crisis comes from the former president of the Federation. He wants to transform genes through scientific and technological means to achieve the goal of immortality and rule the Federation forever. Under his strong promotion, the R&D department did develop a new drug. It can make human genes mutate, thereby breaking through the limit of lifespan. What a pity. The research eventually got out of control. The whole world paid the price for the president's ambition to be immortal. 90% of humans turned into zombies. Only 1/10 of humans survived. And then in the zombies' pursuit, these survivors began to be transformed into zombies one after another. It has been a year since the zombies first appeared. Of the group of people who survived at the beginning, only 1 in 10 is left. Next, unless the surviving humans quickly complete their evolution, at the current rate of development, the world will become a zombie paradise within half a year. But it is obvious that zombies are the product of failed evolution. This also means that the evolution of this world has come to an end, and the fire of civilization is already shaky. While Ji Changsheng was checking the intelligence, the people below were also secretly chatting in a survivor group on their mobile phones. Is he really not the Corpse King? As long as he says he is not, then he must not be. Has he evolved to S level? I don't think S level is that powerful. Why discuss this? As long as he can help us fight zombies and keep us alive, I have no problem with him saying he is my father. What if he is a demon who is more evil than zombies? Oh, it's time now. And you still care whether he is a demon or not? I just want to survive now. Don't talk. He has finished reading the information. Sure enough, Ji Changsheng clapped his hands. Okay. I have almost understood your situation. Now let me tell you about my situation. Everyone, I am the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor of the Immortal Realm who patrols the heavens. Ji Changsheng thought he needed to use his sincerity to make these people believe his sincerity. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately said, "Meet the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole." Ji Changsheng. The Doomsday is a training for people. It seems that all the idiots have been eliminated, and those who can survive are elites. Ji Changsheng is very relieved. His sincerity has been exchanged for sincerity. Okay. Since everyone has believed in my identity, let's talk about the next topic directly. I will help you solve the zombie crisis. But your world is not destroyed by zombies, but by human disasters. In order to allow you to rebuild your home and stay away from the Doomsday Crisis, I will take away all the weapons you have made that can destroy mankind. Ji Changsheng remembered that a friend of his once asked a question, "Can a nuclear bomb kill you, Lao Mo?" He hoped that he could help this friend answer his doubts. Chapter 52 Merit Perpetual Motion Machine. As an ordinary gene and cultivator, Ji Changsheng still feels safe in this zombie world. But once he returns to the fantasy world mentioned by Li Changxi, Ji Changsheng has no sense of security at all. After all, he has offended Yu Lao Mo, and is about to offend him again. Although Ji Changsheng has never met Yu Lao Mo until now, but he feels that he and Yu Lao Mo are indeed very predestined. Kill his illegitimate son first, then kill his mistress. If he doesn't kill Yu Lao Mo, Ji Changsheng feels that it will be difficult for him to end up. It will take Ji Changsheng at least 3 to 5 years to kill Yu Lao Mo with his strength. So within these 3 to 5 years, he has to prepare more self-defense weapons for himself. Of course, Ji Changsheng is a fair and polite good man. These hot weapons are things in this fantasy world. If Ji Changsheng takes them directly, it will be considered robbery. Ji Changsheng never does that kind of thing. He was just discussing with the other party in a friendly manner. Who agrees? Who opposes? Ji Changsheng's smile was very kind. Gong Yongruning looked at the endless blood sea behind Ji Changsheng, the white bone Taoist palace floating in the blood sea, and heard the curses of countless resentful souls in his ears, and said decisively, I agree. The emperor has a sharp eye and profound words, which enlighten me. Indeed, the source of the end of our world is entirely man-made disasters. We have created weapons that we cannot control. The emperor is merciful and saves people from suffering, which makes us grateful. Thank you for your help. Please rest assured, Emperor, whoever disagrees is the common enemy of mankind. Ji Changsheng was really relieved. It seemed that he had misunderstood the people in this world before. They were essentially very polite. It was very likely that they did not know him well before. So the way of welcoming was a bit simple and rough. Once they got to know him better, they were quickly moved by his personality charm. Give a peach, return a plum. Since everyone gave face so much, Ji Changsheng would naturally not let them down. It seems that everyone has grown a lot after the test of the end of the world. In this case, I don't want to waste time. Everyone. You guessed it right. The Zombie King has been born. As soon as Ji Changsheng finished speaking, everyone's face changed suddenly. And the identity of the Zombie King mentioned by Ji Changsheng made everyone silent. Speaking of which, you all know the Zombie King, the president of the Federation who wants to live forever. Don't worry. I will deal with him right away. Don't be idle. Use your energy to try to gather the rest of the zombies together. Don't let me run too many places. And try to catch all these zombies in one fell swoop. Ji Changsheng's words made everyone excited. Gong Yongruning said in disbelief, Emperor, do you mean to get rid of them all at once? Of course. This emperor is busy with all kinds of things, and doesn't have much time to waste on a small world like yours. The main reason is that this world has experienced a zombie crisis and is already in a state of ruins reconstruction, with no entertainment projects. Ji Changsheng just wants to save the world quickly and then go back to kill Sheng Taiping. When he takes action, his efficiency is amazing. 3 hours later, Ji Changsheng had already killed to the former laboratory headquarters the culprit who caused the world to fall into the zombie crisis. The former last president of the Federation was waiting for him there. Ji Changsheng looked at the other party for a while. Unlike ordinary zombies, the clothes of the last president of the Federation were spotless, and there was lightning in his eyes. He did not see Ji Changsheng and rushed up immediately, but said in shock, This is impossible. Why can you evolve faster than me? Have you reached the SSS level? Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. You actually still maintain your sanity? And awaken the lightning power? Ji Changsheng naturally saw the lightning in the other party's eyes. Who are you? Ji Changsheng ignored him. He discovered in the last world of demons and warriors that he could directly understand the words of these natives and talk to them in their language. But when he talked to himself, the other party could not understand. We can cooperate. I can help you continue to evolve, and help you rule the world. Ji Changsheng did not let the other party finish his words, and directly waved the magic knife. I have always wanted to kill a dictator like you who drags down countless people for his own selfishness. So, stop talking nonsense and just follow the procedure. When Ji Changsheng spoke, he had already taken the transparent crystal from the federal president's body. Different from the transparent crystals he had taken from killing other zombies before. This transparent crystal had a faint sound of thunder and lightning jumping on the surface. Ji Changsheng had a clear feeling that as long as he absorbed this transparent crystal, he would have the ability to control lightning. Of course, the power still needs to be continuously developed and evolved. After taking a look at the president of the Federation, who was not dead yet, Ji Changsheng put away the transparent crystal. Let's see if it can be used in the future. Save me. I'll take you into the laboratory. There are products that can semi-control zombies. Ji Changsheng looked at the laboratory in front of him. Then he cut off the man's head with the magic knife. 1 day later, it was still the laboratory headquarters. Gong Yongruning and the others followed Ji Changsheng excitedly. At this time, Ji Changsheng had helped them solve the zombie crisis, and their world could already begin to rebuild on the ruins. The survivors could not control their excitement and respect for Ji Changsheng at all. Emperor, what did you bring us here for? Ji Changsheng said calmly. There are secrets for you survivors to continue to evolve. If you use it well, you can quickly complete the reconstruction and even create a more prosperous world. Of course, the other side of opportunity is danger. Perhaps reopening the laboratory will be the beginning of another doomsday crisis. This is your own world. Whether to open this door is up to you. I can't interfere. This matter is over. I will leave now, without giving Gong Yang running and the others time to react. A fairy door with a fairy spirit and dragons and phoenixes appeared in the air. Ji Changsheng stepped in and disappeared, leaving the others looking at each other in bewilderment. In the room, after Ji Changsheng opened his eyes, he quietly operated the Devil Desire Sutra and really felt the progress of the practice. The Devil Desire Sutra seems to be upgraded by absorbing emotions, and it is best to have negative emotions and desires, which can bring greater progress. After Ji Changsheng realized this, he shook his head helplessly. It's all Sheng Taiping's fault. He actually taught him to earn merit repeatedly. But Ji Changsheng has a bottom line. He did not operate the Devil Desire Sutra in the zombie world. In theory, I seem to have found a way to make a perpetual motion machine of merit. However, the choice is left to them. Ji Changsheng does not lack the merit of a world. But if they can't control their greed, then Ji Changsheng will not refuse to save one more doomsday world that is not dangerous to him. However, Ji Changsheng seriously doubts that the perpetual motion machine of merit may not need the Devil Desire Sutra to be established. After all, the only lesson that humans have learned from history is that they never learn any lessons. Moreover, the merits have increased again. The crystals and hot weapons have been brought out. The Moon Palace has a big problem, and Li Changqi has a big secret. These are probably the real doomsday worlds. The doomsday crisis has erupted in so many worlds. The real source is obviously in a higher dimension. I am afraid that saving these worlds now is only a temporary solution. I still have to work hard to become stronger, so that I can get a glimpse of the real source and completely solve the hidden dangers of the doomsday. Senior sister's legs are getting more and more fragrant. Chapter 53 Bronze accidentally enters the king's game. Cha Sheng, are you okay? Ing Hongya's voice sounded outside the door. Ing Hongya didn't know that Ji Changsheng had just returned to the Moon Palace. Only 1 second had passed since then. Ing Hongya sensed that Ji Changsheng's cultivation aura was rapidly getting stronger. Ji Changsheng took a deep breath and silently operated the breath-holding technique. After a moment, he opened the door. Hongya, what's wrong? Ing Hongya looked at Ji Changsheng with concern. Seeing that nothing happened to Ji Changsheng, he breathed a sigh of relief. I sensed that the aura in your room was rapidly getting stronger. I thought that the assassins of the Assassins League were coming to kill you. It's okay. The Assassins League won't react that quickly, Ji Changsheng said. For such a big force, it will take several days to go through the process. And I'm afraid that the assassins of the Assassins League will have the first reaction of self-examination and rectification after receiving the news. Who would think that someone would take the initiative to touch the Assassins League? Ing Hongya said, I didn't think so. But just now a bloody aura suddenly erupted in your room, which was very similar to those bloody hands. Ing Hongya didn't finish her words, and changed her tone in time in Ji Changsheng's eyes. It seems that I sensed it wrong. Ing Hongya thought that I was really worried. Changsheng dared to assassinate Bai Guanlin on the mountain. The assassins of the Assassins League are ashamed of themselves compared to Changsheng. The aura just now was obviously Changsheng's. As for why Ji Changsheng, a disciple of the righteous way, could burst out such a strong bloody aura, Ing Hongya didn't want to know at all. Smart people should know how to play dumb. She didn't care what Ji Changsheng had done. She only cared about what Ji Changsheng wanted to do. Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, It's okay. I was just practicing the illusion of our Yoguang lineage. I was just about to tell you, Hongya, that the preparations for the Taiping Blessed Land have been completed. We just need to catch the Taiping Blessed Land and pursue it relentlessly. And we will definitely expose Sheng Taiping's true colors. Ing Hongya's eyes lit up. Cha Sheng, are you sure? Yes. My illusion has broken through again. Even the nascent soul realm can't tell the real from the fake. In fact, Ji Changsheng was being modest. Not to mention the nascent soul realm. Even if Fairy Linglong came in person, she couldn't tell the real from the fake. Because Ji Changsheng brought real zombies. Real resentful souls. Authentic bones. What he was playing with was real. I'm going out for a while, and make some preparations at the Taiping Blessed Land. Hongya, you go about your business. Sheng Taiping wanted to continue to sell the Taiping Blessed Land at a high price in the second round of sales. Moreover, the slogan was that after the practice of the masters of Xuandu Temple, Taiping blessed land has become a real paradise. So, Ji Changsheng is ready to help Sheng Taiping. Sheng Taiping is still too limited. Blessed land can only help casual cultivators to practice and help ordinary people prolong their lives. For those demon cultivators and ghost cultivators who need a special practice environment, they must be treated equally. So, he has to help. Half an hour later, Ji Changsheng just returned to the inn and saw Li Daoyan holding 3 invitations. Cha Sheng. Sheng Taiping sent us an invitation, inviting us to Tianxiang Tower for a gathering later. Ji Changsheng was not surprised. First courtesy, then force. This is the first step. Buy us first. Li Daoyan snorted. He underestimates us too much. Who cares about his stinky money? I want it, Ji Changsheng said. Li Daoyan. Ji Changsheng said calmly, money is innocent. Since Sheng Taiping wants to bribe us, we should just take it. Don't refuse something for free. Li Daoyan. Cha Sheng. If we take the money but don't do the job, it's a bit unethical. Ji Changsheng laughed. What kind of ethics is there with a scum like Sheng Taiping? Li Daoyan couldn't refute. Besides, as long as we kill Sheng Taiping, who knows that we don't have ethics? Cha Sheng. What you said makes sense. Of course. I always speak in this way. Learn from me in the future. Let's go to Tianxiang Tower together. Half an hour later. Tianxiang Tower. Ji Changsheng saw Sheng Taiping's ability to shake people. 3 of you. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Xiuran, the outer sect elder of Xuandu Temple. This is Chao Mingde, the outer sect elder of Danqing Pavilion. Ji Changsheng looked at the short, fat, and ugly middle-aged man in front of him, and he was silent. Fuck, Prime Minister. Is your name so popular? Ing Hongya and Li Daoyan were also shocked. It was within their expectations that Sheng Taiping called Bai Xiuran to support the team. But it was really beyond their expectations that Sheng Taiping could reach out to Danqing Pavilion. The most important thing is that Ji Changsheng picked a name casually. Is there really such a person in Danqing Pavilion? Among the top sects, Danqing Pavilion has the second largest number of disciples. And even the pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion himself may not know the names of all the disciples. They really couldn't imagine that Sheng Taiping could really find Chao Mingde among the thousands of outer sect disciples of Danqing Pavilion. Chao Mingde also looked at Ji Changsheng with curiosity. This young man has the same name as me? Chao Mingde asked curiously. With your appearance and talent, I have never heard of you in the pavilion. I wonder when you joined Danqing Pavilion. Sheng Taiping and Bai Xiuran both watched coldly. There are thousands of ordinary disciples in Danqing Pavilion. They naturally would not have heard of Nandaozi and Tianju. But Sheng Taiping does have a special network of connections. He checked and found that Danqing Pavilion did have an outer sect elder named Chao Mingde. But he was completely different from the man who was causing trouble for him. Sheng Taiping used his own energy to invite Chao Mingde here. Of course, for the purpose of verifying Ji Changsheng's identity. Although the righteousness cannot be faked, he must have a big plan to disguise his identity to cause trouble for him. He could only gain the upper hand if he exposed it on the spot. Faced with Chao Mingde's inquiry, Ji Changsheng pondered for a while, and then said, "You are not qualified to know. The main reason is that I haven't figured out how to make it up." Chao Mingde's eyes turned cold. But he didn't get angry. He just put his sword on the table in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "If you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Can I see your righteousness?" Chao Mingde's aura is close to that of a Yuanian cultivator. He should be at the peak of the golden core. But this is not a pressure for Ji Changsheng. The peak of the golden core can't see through his illusion. So Ji Changsheng satisfied his request. When Chao Mingde saw the righteousness displayed by Ji Changsheng, his face suddenly changed. His pupils contracted extremely, and he blurted out, "Is it you?" Ji Changsheng. Ing Hongya and Li Daoyan looked at each other. Who is it? Could Changsheng have a hidden identity in Danqing Pavilion? My dear friend, is your surname Li? Ji Changsheng thought to himself that my wife's surname is Li. My surname is Ji. But as a good man in the new era, it's not impossible to have the same surname as my wife. It seems, this guy recognized the wrong person? So Ji Changsheng said him in an ambiguous way. My dear friend, I'm sorry for bothering you. Chao Mingde stood up with his sword and apologized. When you return to the pavilion one day, I will come to apologize again. Ji Changsheng blinked, although he didn't know what happened yet. But he just raised his chin and continued to say him in an ambiguous way, mainly playing a mystery. Sheng Taiping and Bai Xiaoran were also confused at this time. Elder Chow. What happened? Sheng Taiping stopped Chao Mengde, who was about to leave. He was also confused now. Chao Mengde glared at Sheng Taiping, his voice cold and ruthless. Lord Sheng, we have no grudges. Why do you want to harm me today? Sheng Taiping. Why do you say that? Elder Chow? Chao Mengde snorted coldly, not wanting to pay attention to Sheng Taiping, and spoke to Ji Changsheng again. I have no friendship with this person, but someone asked me to come here today. If you have any grudges against this person, don't worry about my face. Let's say goodbye today, and I'll have a drink with you again in the future. After saying that, Chao Mengde left Tianxiang Tower directly. Sheng Taiping was really stupid. It seemed that he had exposed the identities of Ji Changsheng and others, but he discovered another more amazing identity. Last namely, are you a member of the Li family? But Danqing Pavilion is not afraid of the Li family. What is going on? Bai Xiaoran winked at Sheng Taiping, who hesitated for a moment, apologized, and then hurriedly chased after him. Elder Chow, please stay. Sheng Taiping stopped Chao Mengde at the entrance of Tianxiang Tower. Elder Chow, please tell me who that little friendly is? Sheng Taiping calmly put a storage bag into Chao Mengde's sleeve. Chao Mengde's expression eased slightly, but he was still gloomy. Lord Sheng, you have caused me so much trouble. If it weren't for the face of the Bai family, I would definitely not let you go today. Chao Mengde's heart sank. Could it be the young master of the Li family? Chao Mengde sneered. What does the young master of the Li family mean to Danqing Pavilion? Lord Sheng, I said his surname is Li, and he has such a good appearance and talent. Don't you think of someone from our Danqing Pavilion? Sheng Taiping pondered for a moment, and suddenly his face turned pale. At the age of 15, he learned swordsmanship and fought against various princes. At the age of 30, he became a writer and served as a minister. His Li? Is it the Li of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal? Chao Mengde nodded. Sheng Taiping smiled bitterly. It is rumored that the Green Lotus Sword Immortal does have an illegitimate child, but he has never appeared. I thought it was just a rumor. Chao Mengde said in a deep voice. Before today, I also thought it was just a rumor. But this person's righteousness has the special aura of the Green Lotus lineage, and his appearance is also 3 points similar to the Green Lotus Sword Immortal. Lord Sheng, if I were you, I would definitely not be his enemy. I understand. Sheng Taiping took a deep breath and bowed to Chao Mengde. Elder Chow, I will definitely repay you for your guidance today. Chao Mengde nodded, and without further ado, he quickly disappeared from the spot. Sheng Taiping was left behind, his face uncertain. If he was the illegitimate son of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, then today's matter might have to change the countermeasures. The Green Lotus Sword Immortal was one of the 5 great sword immortals of the time, and the face of the Danqing Pavilion. No one wanted to offend him easily. Inside the Tianxiang Tower, Ji Changsheng and the other 3 had already taken their seats. Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan were on the left and right of Ji Changsheng, and they both asked Ji Changsheng through the sound transmission note. Cha Sheng, are you from our Li family? Cha Sheng, do you have a hidden identity in the Danqing Pavilion? Ji Changsheng did not reply. It was not that he was afraid of being seen by Bai Xiaoran. Bai Xiaoran did not have the ability to steal the information from the sound transmission note. Ji Changsheng was digesting the words that Chao Mengde had transmitted to him before he left. The saint asked me to say hello to you. In just one sentence, Ji Changsheng still felt unsettled. He came to kill Sheng Taiping because it was a task assigned by Saint Hehuan. On the first day he arrived in Shengjing, he had a conflict with Sheng Taiping. All this obviously did not escape the eyes of Saint Hehuan, and Sheng Taiping's next reaction did not escape Saint Hehuan's prediction. The most terrifying thing is that Saint Hehuan's hand can actually move the outer sect elders of Danqing Pavilion, and the elders who preach the scriptures in Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng now has only one feeling. Bronze mistakenly entered the king's game. Senior sister, you are still the best. Chapter 54 The Heir of the Sword Immortal. The master of the temple once reminded Ji Changsheng that Saint Hehuan was the only woman in the world who was qualified to compete with Fairy Linglong. At the same time, she was also competing for power with the world's #1 demon, Yu Lao Mo, and she was not at a disadvantage. Ji Changsheng had not fully realized the value of this before. Now Ji Changsheng realized it. Not only whether the evil way is in chaos, Saint Hehuan has the final say. If Saint Hehuan goes all out, the righteous way will probably be in chaos. combined with the fact that Saint Hewan's surname is Li. TSK. Very Linglong is about to ascend. If things go wrong, Saint Hewan will be his thickest thigh for a period of time in the future. The enemy of the saint is the enemy of me. Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng looked at Sheng Taiping, who had returned to Tianxiang Tower, and thought to himself, if you dare to be the rival of the saint, who will die? Sheng Taiping naturally didn't know what Ji Changsheng was thinking. After he returned to Tianxiang Tower, he immediately bowed to Ji Changsheng and said, Brother Li, you have kept it a secret from me. If I had known your origins earlier, there would not have been such a misunderstanding yesterday. Ji Changsheng didn't know what origin Saint Hewan had made up for him. It seemed that Saint Hewan didn't completely trust him, and was still testing his ability to do things. This was normal. So Ji Changsheng could only adapt to the situation. Danqing Pavilion disciples never look at their backgrounds, but only act according to their hearts. Lord Sheng treats them differently, which is really shameful. Sheng Taiping laughed and accepted Ji Changsheng's criticism in full. Brother Li is right. But I am a layman who has been struggling in the world. So naturally, I don't have the realm of Brother Li. Lord Sheng, you haven't introduced Brother Li's origins to me yet. Bai Xiaoran asked. He still didn't know what happened. Sheng Taiping hesitated, but he had reserved the Tianxiang Tower for today, and he thought that since Ji Changsheng's identity had been exposed by Chao Mengde, he would not mind him saying it. So he said bluntly, Brother Li is from the Qinglian lineage of Danqing Pavilion. Bai Xiaoran's face changed suddenly. Ying Hongya and Li Daoyan forced themselves to control themselves, but they were also scared in their hearts. How could they not understand the direction of this story? Not to mention them. Ji Changsheng himself didn't understand. He didn't even know what the Qinglian lineage was. But it didn't matter. Sheng Taiping and Bai Xiaoran would tell him. Bai Xiaoran really lost his composure. It turned out to be Qinglian Sword Immortal. At this point, Bai Xiaoran hesitated. He also heard that Qinglian Sword Immortal had an illegitimate child. But illegitimate children are not good in name after all. And it is said that Qinglian Sword Immortal was morally flawed back then. So Bai Xiaoran took back his words. So he is the descendant of Qinglian Sword Immortal. Qinglian Sword Immortal has always been on good terms with our Xuandu Temple. And he is also listed as one of the 5 great Sword Immortals in the world together with Linglong Fairy. This is really a flood that has washed away the Dragon King Temple. And the family members no longer recognize each other as family members. Ji Changsheng did not speak, but motioned Ying Hongya to speak. He did not know these big guys well enough, and it was easy to be exposed. Although Ying Hongya did not know what happened specifically, she knew that Sheng Taiping and Bai Xiaoran were probably wrong. Reminded by Ji Changsheng, Ying Hongya took the initiative to speak. I dare not associate with Linglong Fairy. Linglong Fairy is not good at swordsmanship, but she can be among the 5 great sword immortals in the world. She deserves to be the best in the world. Ji Changsheng silently gave his mother-in-law a point. She is worthy of being my mother-in-law. She is as good as others in the areas she is not good at. Very good. Both his stepmother and mother-in-law have started to gain points. Fortunately, he does not need to make a choice. He can just hug all the thighs. Ying Hongya continued, Elder Bai. Are you going to endorse Lord Sheng in the name of Xuandu Temple? Bai Xiaoran recovered from Ji Changsheng's life experience and chuckled. I am just a friend of Lord Sheng. You don't have to think too much. If Lord Sheng is really guilty, our Xuandu Temple will naturally not sit idly by. And I will definitely not ruin public affairs because of personal feelings. It's better to do so, Ying Hongya said. Bai Xiaoran continued to smile. Don't worry, girl. Xuandu Temple and Danqing Pavilion have always been of the same origin. When our Bai family's chief winemaker got married, Qinglian Sword Immortal also came to congratulate in person. The Bai family and Xuandu Temple have bottom lines in doing things, and will never confuse right and wrong. This is simply fake. But Ji Changsheng found that Ying Hongya and Li Daoyan did not refute. Ji Changsheng silently remembered the person by Jijiu. Although he had heard of Qinglian Sword Immortal for the first time, he knew that he must not be a simple person, since he could be called one of the 5 great swordsmen with his mother-in-law. He should also be a top strongman in the world. He went to attend Bai Jijiu's wedding. The title of Jijiu generally refers to the person in charge of the education system of the Imperial College or the Imperial Academy. The big boss, who is responsible for the evolutionary system root of the former Ying Kingdom? Ji Changsheng felt a little scared. Li Changqi was right. The Bai family at the foot of the mountain and the Bai family on the mountain felt like 2 different species. The Bai family members on the mountain are all useless and vulnerable. while the Bai family members below the mountain seemed to have many big guys emerging. Even though Bai Xiaoran, who seemed to be only a middle-class member of the Bai family, spoke and acted in a sophisticated way. Seeing that Ing Hongya seemed to be at a loss as to how to continue speaking, Ji Chansheng took over the conversation. Bai Jijiu is Bai Jijiu, and Sheng Taiping is Xing Taiping. They are not the same person, so they cannot be generalized. Lord Sheng, you know our Danqing Pavilion. I cultivate righteousness, and when I pass by Shengwu, I will uphold justice for the victims, and promote the righteousness of heaven and earth when I encounter injustice. There are many rumors in Shengjing City about Lord Sheng's disregard for human life, especially the Taiping blessed land he recently developed, which has caused many people to lose their families. Do you have any explanation for this? Sheng Taiping's expression remained unchanged, and he picked up the wine glass and smiled. The first meeting before was not pleasant. Brother Li doubted my character. Sheng, I will punish myself with 3 glasses of wine first. Without waiting for Ji Chansheng to speak, Sheng Taiping took the initiative to drink 3 glasses of wine. To show sincerity, give enough face. Originally, he planned to use courtesy before force. Now that he learned from Chaomingda that Ji Chansheng was the illegitimate son of the Green Lotus Sword Immortal, he had to pay more attention to etiquette. Regarding what Brother Li said about Sheng's disregard for human life, it is completely a rumor. As for the Taiping foodie causing many families to be broken up, it was because of the ghost cultivators, and it had nothing to do with me. In order to solve this matter, I also spent a lot of money to invite Elder Bai of Xuandu Temple to personally perform a ritual to expel those lonely ghosts. Elder Bai can testify for me. Sheng Taiping denied it completely, and Bai Xiaoran nodded and said, it is true. Ji Chansheng said coldly, does Lord Sheng mean that those ordinary people wronged you? Do they have such courage? Lord Sheng sighed, Brother Li, you may not know much about the ordinary people in the mortal world. Many mortals are ignorant. They don't understand me, let alone the difficulties of the court. Chapter 55 High-end illusions often only require the simplest operations. Sheng Taiping argued, ordinary people only see my glory and prominence as the richest man in Sheng country. But they don't know how I walk on thin ice every day, let alone how much I have contributed to the entire Sheng country. You have made great contributions to Sheng country? Li Daoyan couldn't help but complain. Sheng Taiping said seriously, of course. The commercial tax I contribute to Shengwu every year is an astronomical figure. Not to mention that I also support thousands of partners, and then help tens of thousands of families live happily. Those common people don't understand me, and they think I am rich and unkind. Alas, they really don't understand. I make money not for myself, but for Shengwu. I do the blessed land business not to make money, but to make the treasury more full. If there is no me, Sheng, the civil and military officials of the court may not even be able to pay their salaries. Not to mention that Shengwu has been getting stronger and stronger in recent years. Isn't it the money earned from the blessed land business that has improved the national strength? At this point, Sheng Taiping shook his head and said, the people are ignorant. They eat with a bowl and curse their mothers when they put down the bowl. It's okay for me to bear a bad reputation, but I just hope that the 3 high disciples of Danqing Pavilion will not misunderstand me. I believe that history will give me a fair evaluation. Li Daoyan was speechless by Xing Taiping's words. Ing Hongya and Ji Chansheng almost vomited, especially Ji Chansheng, who was already feeling somewhat physically uncomfortable. Lord Sheng, so, not only are you not a rich and unkind person, but you are also a hero who helped the development of Sheng country? Ji Chansheng said sarcastically. Sheng Taiping said, I can't be called a hero, but everything I did was within the scope of business. There was absolutely no behavior that took human life lightly. Everything was reasonable and legal. If not, I wouldn't have been able to do business to this point today. Elder Bai of Xuandu Temple would be the first one to not forgive me. Speaking of the end, Sheng Taiping still brought up Bai Xiaoran. Ji Chansheng looked at Bai Xiaoran. Does Elder Bai also agree with Lord Sheng's opinion? Bai Xiaoran nodded. He and Sheng Taiping were originally in the same camp, so he would naturally speak for Sheng Taiping. Although the Green Lotus Sword Immortal was powerful, the Bai family was not afraid of him, but just didn't want to offend him easily. He believed that the Green Lotus Sword Immortal would not want to offend the Bai family for no reason, so he didn't have much psychological pressure, and defended Sheng Taiping, little friendly. You don't know that before Lord Sheng started doing business, Sheng's national strength was actually very weak, and the people were so poor that they couldn't even get enough food. since Lord Sheng started doing business and started the foodie business. Sheng's national strength has become stronger day by day, and the people of Sheng have also begun to get rid of poverty. Although Lord Sheng has mixed reviews in the outside world, in my eyes, he is indeed a key figure in the development of Sheng, and can be called a hero of Sheng. Ji Changsheng applauded and admired. What a eloquent and reversing right and wrong. Sheng Taiping and Bai Xiaoran both changed their faces slightly. Brotherly? Why do you say that? Ji Changsheng sneered. Shenghua is under the protection of Xuandu Temple and is far away from war. In a few decades, as long as it recuperates, has a sufficient population, and there is no external war, the lives of the people will naturally get better and better. This is a historical necessity. What does it have to do with a mere businessman? It is really shameless to take credit for what others have done. Brotherly, you are too young. Bai Xiaoran spoke calmly, and did not get angry because of Ji Changsheng's words. Heroes must come first before the times can be created. The people are ignorant, and can easily be influenced by conspiracies and tricks, making wrong judgments about the situation and Lord Sheng. I used to think that Lord Sheng was rich but unkind. But later I urged the 6 gates of Shenghua to investigate. And then I found out that behind the scenes, there were conspiracies of the Ying Kingdom. After a pause, Bai Xiaoran continued, Shenghua used to be the territory of the Ying Kingdom, and later became independent from the Ying Kingdom. The Ying Kingdom has always been resentful of this. Only the enemy knows who the real threat is. The Ying Kingdom regards Lord Sheng as the key to the rise of the Sheng Kingdom. So it has done a lot of things against Lord Sheng, including spreading rumors and slandering, and even framing him. Brotherly, you just mentioned the matter of the night parade of 100 ghosts in Taiping Foodie, and later it was found that it was the Ying Kingdom behind it. Behind all this, it was actually the Ying Kingdom's fault. Ying Hongya almost couldn't help it. Fortunately, Ji Changsheng quietly patted her hands under the table, and she controlled herself from cursing. Brotherly, this is the case file of the 6 Gates investigation, and the evidence is conclusive. Sheng Taiping clapped his hands, and someone immediately brought a pile of case files. I don't want Brotherly to misunderstand me, so I have prepared these a long time ago. Please check them out. Brotherly. Ji Changsheng simply flipped through them twice, and handed them to Ying Hongya. The case files are all real. The chain of evidence seems to be complete. However, when he framed Bai Guanlin, it was more seamless than this. If he believed a word, he would be Li Daoyan. Forget it. It's insulting to my chief nephew. Li Daoyan didn't believe in such case files and evidence. Sheng Taiping could also guess that Ji Changsheng would definitely not believe it. So he had a second trick. I know that Brotherly has a preconceived notion, and is likely to believe that I am in collusion with the 6 Gates of Sheng State. It doesn't matter. In fact, Elder Lu of Danqing Pavilion once had a misunderstanding about me like Brotherly. But after an in-depth investigation, he finally realized that he had wronged Sheng. So he gave Sheng a caddy of ink as an apology gift. Sheng Taiping clapped his hands again. A caddy of ink was placed in front of Ji Changsheng. Sheng Taiping smiled and said, Qinglian Sword Immortal learned swordsmanship at the age of 15 and fought among the princes. He became an article at the age of 30 and served as a minister. Sheng has always admired him. It is also a fate to meet Brotherly. Can Brotherly give this caddy of ink to Qinglian Sword Immortal on my behalf to express Sheng's respect for Qinglian Sword Immortal? Ji Changsheng and Sheng Taiping looked at each other for 3 seconds, and then shifted their gaze to the ink in front of them. Sheng Taiping, this pretty boy, is really something. These words are both kind and threatening, giving both face and substance. Not only did they give Ji Changsheng enough reasons to stand aside, but they also hinted that Ji Changsheng also had connections in Danqing Pavilion. And the subtext was that as long as he stopped interfering, this pound of ink would be a gift to him. The so-called gift to the Qinglian Sword Immortal was naturally just an excuse. Most people would make money by being friendly when they encounter such a situation. But Ji Changsheng is not an ordinary person. He is the descendant of the Qinglian lineage of Danqing Pavilion. So he cannot be corrupted by wealth, cannot be moved by poverty, and cannot be bent by might. In Sheng Taiping's surprised eyes, Ji Changsheng decisively accepted this pound of ink. Then, in Danqing Pavilion, the elders taught us that without investigation, we have no right to speak. Lord Sheng is right. I have a preconceived impression of you, which is biased. If Lord Sheng has a clear conscience, can you take us to Taiping Foodie and let the 3 of us brothers and sisters personally investigate it? If there is really no problem with Taiping Foodie, The three of us brothers and sisters will definitely apologize to Lord Sheng. Sheng Taiping laughed. I really want it. But I dare not ask. He naturally thought that Ji Changsheng was just going through the motions. He had already arranged for Taiping Fudi. So how could there be any problems? I didn't expect the illegitimate son of Qinglian Sword Immortal to be so sensible. Sheng Taiping was very happy. If he could make friends with the illegitimate son of Qinglian Sword Immortal with a pound of ink, this deal would definitely be a huge profit. Brotherly. Please. I will lead the way for you. Please. A quarter of an hour later. Taiping Fudi. Sheng Taiping confidently said to Ji Changsheng, Brotherly. Please look. The place ahead with abundant spiritual energy. Singing birds and fragrant flowers is the Taiping Fu I developed. Where is my Taiping Fudi? Sheng Taiping subconsciously wiped his eyes. Ahead, there were mountains of bones, howling ghosts, gusts of cold wind, and a chilling demonic aura. Ji Changsheng's face suddenly changed, and his righteous spirit soared into the sky. You bastard. You still say you don't take human lives lightly. Chapter 56 Fairy. Don't be afraid. I'm not a demon. Sheng Taiping is stupid. Where is my Taiping land? What the hell is this ghost country in front of me? He is well informed. But this is the first time he has seen such a situation. After feeling the righteousness and undisguised murderous aura of Ji Changsheng, Sheng Taiping was startled and finally came to his senses, shouting, Brotherly. Don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. This must be a misunderstanding. The righteous Ji Changsheng was upright, like a god, and was not moved by Sheng Taiping's sophistry at all. The facts are there. The promised Taiping land turned out to be a ghost country in the human world. Sheng Taiping. What else can you quibble about? Sheng Taiping wanted to try to quibble again, but in a hurry. He lost his quick wit. There is no way. His good Taiping land has become a ghost country in the human world. Who can bear this? Obviously. The lonely ghosts he released before have been collected by Bai Xiaoran. What is this thing in front of him? Sheng Taiping could only say, Brotherly. This must be a demon from the demon cult who framed me. The demon from the demon cult Ji Changsheng was so angry that he laughed. The demon from the demon cult is so unlucky. Everything is done by the demon from the demon cult. Sheng Taiping thought about it, and it was right. Shengbo was protected by Xuandu Temple. He also had the Bai family behind him. It was well known that the fairy Ling Long was behind the Bai family. Which demon from the demon cult dared to go wild on his territory? He was going to die. So Sheng Taiping changed his target. Maybe it was someone from the Ying Kingdom who did it. This time, it was Ying Hongya, who was so angry that he laughed. What does Ji Changsheng's work have to do with our Ying Kingdom? This guy really deserves to die. Brother, don't waste time talking to him. This place is full of ghosts and resentment. It can be seen that Sheng Taiping himself has committed atrocities. I don't know how many innocent people he has harmed here. He should be cut into pieces. Ying Hongya said angrily. Ji Changsheng nodded. The righteous spirit has condensed into a white giant sword surrounded by holy light. Prepare to kill the demons. Sheng Taiping. I will eliminate on behalf of justice. Before Ji Changsheng finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Xiaoran. Wait a minute. Li Xiaoyu. There must be a misunderstanding. Ji Changsheng was not surprised by Bai Xiaoran's obstruction, and his murderous aura became more and more fierce. Elder Bai. Now the evidence is conclusive, and the facts are all there. Do Xuandu Temple and the Bai family still want to protect this beast? Aren't you afraid of the world's gossip? Bai Xiaoran understood Ji Changsheng's attitude very well. The disciples of Danqing Pavilion cultivate a breath of righteousness in their hearts. And the righteousness requires that when seeing injustice, demons must be killed and justice must be upheld. If they did a good job on the surface and Ji Changsheng couldn't see it, in Bai Xiaoran's mind, Ji Changsheng would have a reason not to investigate further, and it would not affect Ji Changsheng's Taoism. But Taiping Fudi became such a ghost in front of the disciples of Danqing Pavilion. If the disciples of Danqing Pavilion didn't draw their swords to slay demons and exorcise monsters when they encountered it, their righteous practice would be in trouble. You have to pave the steps for others so that they can come down. If you tear down the steps for others, how can they give you face? Bai Xiaoran thought that Ji Changsheng was set up at this time and had to take action against Sheng Taiping. He was also very dissatisfied with this. He was not dissatisfied with Ji Changsheng, but with Sheng Taiping. How could such a huge mistake be made? The disciples of Danqing Pavilion need steps, and so do the disciples of Xuandu Temple. It is difficult for him to do it now. But some things are difficult to do, but have to be done. Who let Sheng Taiping be his own man? Bai Xiaoran said in a deep voice. Little friendly? I know you are very angry. But what we see can actually be explained. Ji Changsheng quietly waited for Bai Xiaoran to clear the ground. Bai Xiaoran did not disappoint him. This place is a blessed land, which is indeed different from other blessed lands. But this is actually the characteristic of Shenghua. Little friendly, demon cultivators, and ghost cultivators are also living beings. All beings are equal and treated equally. Sheng Ho created this blessed land with the aim of achieving world harmony. Moreover, the spiritual energy in the mortal world is scarce, and it is very difficult to practice and prolong life. On the contrary, after being transformed by Sheng Ho, it is more suitable for prolonging the life of the people of Shenghua. Ji Changsheng almost couldn't control his hand holding the sword. After seeing the increasingly angry eyes of Ji Changsheng and the other two, Bai Xiaoran suddenly realized that these were three young people. And they were young people from Danqing Pavilion. His words are useful for dealing with old-timers. But young people are easily impulsive. And his words may add fuel to the fire. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoran changed his tone, of course. There may be other inside stories here. Don't worry. Li Xiaoyu. Give me 3 days. I will definitely find out the truth and give you an explanation. But Sheng Taiping can't die now. The last part is the key point. If Sheng Taiping doesn't die, everything will be fine. Ji Changsheng was unmoved, and his murderous intent surged. Give me a reason why Sheng Taiping can't die now. Otherwise I will kill you too. Even if Xuandu Temple and the Bai family investigate later, I am not afraid at all. Bai Xiaoran thought to himself that he was bad. He was used to saying polite words and clichés, which triggered Ji Changsheng's rebellious psychology. He immediately changed his mentality and tone of speech. Li Xiaoyu is worthy of being the descendant of Qinglian's sword immortal. He is upright and righteous. Bai admires him. But Sheng Taiping really can't be killed, because he is the man of Lord Jizhou. 40% of the income of Taiping Foodie is to provide Lord Jizhou for research. If he dies, Lord Jizhou will be very unhappy. First, he praised Ji Changsheng, and then pointed out Sheng Taiping's background. Ji Changsheng sneered. Bai Jizhou is unhappy. It has nothing to do with me. Ji Changsheng was about to say that it has nothing to do with me. But this time, he was interrupted by Ying Hongye. Okay. Then we will wait for 3 days. After 3 days, Sheng Taiping must give an explanation for this matter. Otherwise we will ask Qinglian's sword immortal to visit Bai Jizhou in person. Ying Hongye said. Bai Xiaoran agreed immediately. Don't worry. There will definitely be an explanation for this matter. Ying Hongye nodded to Ji Changsheng and said, Senior brother, let's go. Give them 3 days to investigate the truth. Ji Changsheng was silent for a moment and nodded slowly. He believed that Ying Hongye must have her reasons. It seems that this Bai Jizhou has a higher status than he imagined. In addition to Yu Lao Mo, there is actually a Bai Jizhou behind Sheng Taiping. Ji Changsheng turned and left with a sullen face. After a moment, Ying Hongye released a small boat, flew into the sky, and then set up a soundproof barrier, and then said helplessly, I know that Sheng Taiping is backed by the Bai family, but I never thought it was that person. This is trouble. Li Daoyan's expression was also very ugly. It's not good for anyone. But that person wants to protect him. No wonder Sheng Taiping dares to be so unscrupulous and take human lives. With that person here, even if the Qinglian sword immortal comes in person, I'm afraid he can't kill Sheng Taiping. Ji Changsheng silently digested the information provided by Ying Hongye and Li Daoyan. He had no idea who this Bai Jizhou was, but he could tell that the other party was very strong. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be a great man in the world. First it was Yu Lao Mo. Then it was Bai Jizhou. It seems that Sheng Taiping cannot be killed openly, even if the evidence is conclusive. Only monsters without background can be killed, and monsters with background must be taken back by the owner. Ji Changsheng understood this principle when he was in Blue Star. He is now unable to break this principle head-on. Ji Changsheng exhaled a foul breath. Sure enough, still have to follow the footsteps of idols. Cha Sheng, what did you take out? Li Daoyan suddenly found that Ji Changsheng took out a black tube, and it seemed to be still being assembled. Ying Hongye's eyes also flashed with curiosity. Hey, why does it look a bit like the long-range weapons that our in-country developed for practitioners in the past? But this is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. Cha Sheng, what is this? Ji Changsheng explained. Sniper rifle. The harvest from the zombie world. Ji Changsheng has practiced in advance. Since he started practicing, Ji Changsheng's 5 senses have been rapidly strengthened. And his control is naturally needless to say. Although he has not experienced high-intensity and high-frequency long-term training, Ji Changsheng is now a real sharpshooter. Sheng Taiping is a golden elixir that is piled up by stacking pills. Ji Changsheng has observed that it is indeed not worth mentioning. He is even more useless than before he practiced magic. And he has a fragile skin. It's just right to use Sheng Taiping to try whether ordinary people can snipe and kill practitioners with weapons developed by wisdom. Remember? I once said that I have an idol. Ing Hongye reacted and immediately reminded Changsheng. Don't be impulsive. There is someone behind Sheng Taiping. I know. So I can't kill him openly in front of people. Otherwise we can't get away. Although Ji Changsheng wanted to punish Sheng Taiping according to the law, he was not a rigid person. Hongye. Dalian. You retreat first. Sheng Taiping is a person with a background. Assassins are also more suitable for traveling alone. So Ji Changsheng didn't let Ing Hongye and Li Dalian stay. After they left, Ji Changsheng also officially assembled the sniper rifle he took from the zombie world. Load. Load. Aim. Shoot. Thunder fell from the sky. Sheng Taiping subconsciously looked up at the sky. Then, the bullet blessed by Ji Changsheng's magic power directly penetrated his forehead. But the Jindan stage brought out by taking drugs is also the Jindan stage. He is not dead yet. Crack. The thunder exploded again. The thunder covered everything, including the gunshot. Ji Changsheng also used illusion. So, before Bai Xiaoran could react, another bullet. It pierced Sheng Taiping's heart directly, through the perspective mirror. Seeing Sheng Taiping fall to the ground, Ji Changsheng felt that his heart was clear, and he felt very happy. Awesome. When his idol was promoted to the #1 male gunner in the Japanese server, he must have felt very happy. Ji Changsheng was serious about following his idol. When Sheng Taiping fell to the ground, Bai Xiaoran finally reacted. His eyes were bloodshot. Is there an assassin? Sheng Ho? Sheng Ho. Hold on. Bai Xiaoran, a Jindan cultivator, was at a loss for what to do. He wanted to treat Sheng Taiping as soon as possible. But then he thought of the assassins lurking and should protect himself. While he was hesitating, Ji Changsheng pulled the trigger again. Then Ji Changsheng saw the difference between the Jindan made by pills and the Jindan made by himself. Bai Xiaoran used his middle and index fingers to clamp the bullet fired by the sniper rifle. Ingwe's weapon? Is it the remnant of Ingwe? Bai Xiaoran didn't actually recognize what the sniper rifle bullet was. But he thought of Ingwe at the first time. Ji Changsheng frowned and gave up the long-range sniping. Obviously, Sheng Taiping, a scumbag, can be dealt with by a sniper rifle plus a little cultivation assistance. But Bai Xiaoran is a higher-level Jindan cultivator. Ji Changsheng thought that he had just been promoted to the Jindan realm for 2 days. And he was definitely not a match for Bai Xiaoran, a veteran Jindan cultivator. So he should use external objects first. Fortunately, it had been buried under the Taiping Fudi long ago. Taiping Fudi, similar to the suburban villas on Blue Star, is surrounded by mountains and rivers, far away from the suburbs, and protected by formations. It is a quiet and secluded place where rich people live. However, the second round of sales has not yet started, and no one else is present. So Ji Changsheng does not have to worry about implicating innocent people. This is exactly the resting place that Ji Changsheng carefully selected for Sheng Taiping. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that he was really too kind. So Ji Changsheng took out a remote control and decisively pressed the button. Boom! Beautiful fireworks bloomed in Taiping Fudi. Remote control bomb. Bai Xiaoran was caught off guard. He was directly blasted into the sky. Ji Changsheng was shocked by Bai Xiaoran's health. He was still coughing heart-wrenchingly. He couldn't be killed by the explosion. He is indeed a famous Jindan cultivator. He is not a match for a small figure like him, who has just entered the Jindan stage. There is no other way but to increase the amount. An RPG appeared on Ji Changsheng's shoulder. Ji Changsheng aimed at Bai Xiaoran. Go! Acceleration, illusion, and explosion talismans were superimposed. In the air, the prosperous fireworks bloomed again. Bai Xiaoran let out a heart-wrenching roar. Who is it? Ji Changsheng was shocked. Fuck. He is simply an indestructible cockroach. One shot is not enough. Another one. Ji Changsheng fired a total of 17 shots. His arms were sore from the shock. Fortunately, the result was satisfactory. Ji Changsheng tried hard to find Bai Xiaoran's trace. He didn't find it. He only found a broken soul. He was invited into the Wanhun banner by Ji Changsheng. I can't bear to see Elder Bai become a lonely ghost. Wandering around. The main character is a kind-hearted person. Ahem. Ahem. Something that shocked Ji Changsheng happened again. Bai Xiaoran was obviously dead. But Sheng Taiping, who was easily killed by a sniper rifle in his eyes, actually struggled to get up from the ground. No! That's not right. There was another body of Sheng Taiping on the ground. But from the body of Sheng Taiping, a person who looked exactly like Sheng Taiping did get up. And it was not a soul. Ji Changsheng was scared to death. At this time, the eyes of Sheng Taiping, who had just awakened, seemed to pass through time and space, and looked directly at Ji Changsheng. You killed my soul puppet, and wasted a scapegoat. Soul-divided puppet? Death doll? Sheng Taiping usually shows his true self. But a substitute. Damn. Is this the gold content of Yu Lao Mo's mistress? A mere gene and shame. In order to survive, he is so cautious. And even specially arranges a substitute soul-divided puppet to show up? No. This guy's real strength seems to be more than Gene Dan. This breath. Why does it smell like a Yuanian cultivator? Ji Changsheng was horrified to death. There are too many silver coins in this world. You dared to kill me with just a Gene Dan. You are looking for death. Sheng Taiping was about to take action. But he found that the temperature was rising rapidly. Ji Changsheng was so scared that he didn't dare to say a word. And he only dared to give all the arsenal he got from the zombie world to this Yuanian cultivator. As a person from Blue Star, Ji Changsheng has a common problem that little white rabbits cannot avoid. Fear of insufficient firepower. Only with sufficient firepower coverage can Ji Changsheng feel a sense of security. Asshole. The remnants of Ingwa. Impossible. Most of Ingwa's weapons have been destroyed. You. Stop. I am. Boom. 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 This time, it was not fireworks that rose. It was a mushroom cloud. Ji Changsheng was afraid that Sheng Taiping would run away. So he cleared all the inventory in one go. He didn't dare to hold back at all. Hoped to use quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes. After a long time, Ji Changsheng could no longer feel the fluctuations of life breath. So he hesitated, cautiously, and slowly approached Taiping Fudi. After thinking about it, Ji Changsheng released his blood sea vision again, holding the sad magic knife in his right hand, the 10,000 souls banner in his left hand, and the white bone talus palace protecting his body. It is worth mentioning that Ji Changsheng also used his illusion to the extreme. If an outsider saw Ji Changsheng at this moment, the horror would be magnified 10,000 times. To put it bluntly, Ji Changsheng now wants people to think that he is Yu Lao Mo. The noise he made just now was too loud. Sheng Taiping's people, or the Bai family, might have rushed over. Ji Changsheng had to take precautions, and leave himself enough opportunities to maneuver. Of course, Ji Changsheng could also turn around and leave. But he had to confirm whether Sheng Taiping was dead or not. He had already paid such a huge price. If Sheng Taiping still had a breath left, he would certainly make up a knife in time. What made Ji Changsheng happy was that Sheng Taiping did not give him a chance to make up a knife. The physique of a Yuanian cultivator is indeed stronger than that of a Jin Dan cultivator. So although Sheng Taiping's body was missing an arm and 2 legs, and his head was also separated, it had not turned into ashes. Ji Changsheng was very amazed. I am ashamed of myself. Sheng Taiping's remaining hand held a portrait, which had not been opened yet, but was completely preserved, which made Ji Changsheng even more amazed. It seemed to be an extraordinary treasure. But Sheng Taiping was blown to death by him before he could use it. Ji Changsheng was ready to pick up a corpse. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Ji Changsheng quickly turned around and looked at the person coming cautiously. Then, a stunning Taoist nun came into Ji Changsheng's sight. Her aura was about the foundation building stage. Tears flashed in her eyes. Her tall figure was trembling. It seemed that she came here after hearing the noise. Then she was frightened by the scene in front of her. Ji Changsheng knew that he must look scary now. But he was a gentleman after all. So he hurriedly showed a kind smile. Don't be afraid. Fairy. I'm not a demon. The Taoist nun looked at Ji Changsheng's appearance and hesitated to speak. But your blood sea vision. White bone Taoist palace. Millions of souls. And the world-destroying demon sword all prove that you are a demon. Fairy. You are obsessed. In fact, I am a good man with a sword. The man I just killed is the demon. Ji Changsheng kicked Xing Taiping's body, and threw the blame to Xing Taiping without any psychological pressure. The Taoist nun was silent for 5 seconds. Then she slowly said, "He is my husband." Ji Changsheng's eyes lit up. "This is really wonderful." But Ji Changsheng frowned again. "Xing Taiping, this scum, is the mistress of Yu Lao Mo. He keeps a married woman and even has a stunning wife. He really deserves to die. Fairy, our righteous disciples take it as their responsibility to slay demons and eliminate evil. I killed a scum husband for you. You don't have to thank me," Ji Changsheng said generously. The Taoist nun was silent again, and looked at Ji Changsheng with an indescribable look. It seemed like a long time had passed before the Taoist nun spoke softly. Don't you know me?" Ji Changsheng shook his head. "Although you are very beautiful, and look like my wife whom I have never met. I am devoted to my senior sister. I am Yu Linglong." Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, "Yu Linglong? The fairy's name is really nice. Wait. What's your name?" Chapter 57. I cried knowing the truth. Ji Changsheng always thought that he had a good mental quality. But at this moment, his heart stopped suddenly. He was completely dumbfounded. His mind was blank. Yu Linglong? Ji Changsheng didn't know many big guys in this world. And the information of the big guys above the 9 heavens could not be spread to the people below. But if he remembered correctly, the name of his mother-in-law was probably, it seemed, maybe Yu Linglong? Which Yu? Which Linglong? Ji Changsheng held on to the last glimmer of hope. His voice began to tremble. The peerless Taoist nun seemed to be frightened by him. And her voice became lower and lower. "It should be Yu Linglong's Yu. Yu Linglong's Linglong. Ji Changsheng. Don't panic. Don't panic. Xing Taiping is Yu Lao Mo's mistress. How could it be his cheap father-in-law? There must be something wrong." Ji Changsheng took a deep breath and tried to force out a smile. "The name of the fairy is ethereal and extraordinary. It is actually the same name as the world's strongest fairy Linglong. It seems that the fairy is also a person with great luck." Taoist nun. "Is it possible that I am the fairy Linglong?" Ji Changsheng gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." He was unwilling to face such a cruel fact. Yu Linglong looked at Ji Changsheng deeply, then raised his hand. The portrait held in the broken arm of Xing Taiping flew into her hand. She opened the portrait, and it was her figure. If he could open this portrait in time, I would be able to appear and save him immediately. Yu Linglong sighed. Poor thing. He thought he was a nascent soul cultivator and didn't take you. A Jinan cultivator. Seriously? As a result, he lost everything. I gave him 2 extra lives, one of which was lost in your hands, and the other one he didn't have time to use. He had already died. Ji Changsheng. His face became paler and paler. Cold sweat soaked his whole body. There were many things that he hadn't figured out yet. Ji Changsheng felt that his brain was not enough, and blurted out a sentence, "Mother-in-law. Have you eaten today?" Yu Linglong's big eyes also showed confusion. The two looked at each other. Each of them was at a loss for words. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. I can't do it anymore. This little guy is so cute. Oh my god. I really didn't expect that he actually killed the guy. Demon cult. In the soul-breaking palace, Saint Huan laughed so hard on her cloud bed that she even cried. And she couldn't control herself at all. Of course, she didn't want to control herself. In front of Saint Huan, there was an illusory water curtain, on which Ji Changsheng and Yu Linglong looked at each other. Saint Huan was crazy with joy. It was not until a middle-aged man in black clothes and white hair entered the palace that Saint Huan gradually regained her composure. What are you doing here? There is only one leader of the heavenly demon sect, Yu Bihai, who can enter her palace directly without a messenger. Saint Huan's voice was very cold. An old demon, Yu did not care about his wife's coldness. He naturally saw the scene of Ji Changsheng and Yu Linglong's confrontation at the first time, and a flash of realization flashed in his eyes. I received news that Yu Linglong suddenly came out of retreat and left Xuandu Temple. I'm afraid this matter has alarmed the 4 directions. I was just about to inform you, my wife, and it seems that you already knew it. Yu Laomo looked at the Saintess Huan. Is it your work? Of course. Besides me, who else in the world would dare to plot against Yu Linglong at this time? The Saintess Huan did not hide anything, and her calm tone showed her pride. Yu Laomo nodded. He always admired his wife's methods. Fairy Linglong was about to ascend, and her cultivation had reached an unprecedented peak. At this time, Even he did not want to offend Fairy Linglong easily. He just hoped that Fairy Linglong would ascend to the fairyland as soon as possible. Only the Saintess He1 had the courage to stir up Fairy Linglong's tiger whiskers at this moment. Yu Linglong is now fully focused on ascending. She did not come out of retreat when the Bai family was driven out of Xuandu Temple some time ago. You actually managed to induce her to come out of retreat and destroy her plan of ascending. What did you do? Yu Laomo asked curiously. This is very important. Now all the top sects in the world are speculating on the intention of Yu Linglong's sudden exit. Before the world's strongest man ascends to heaven, every move he makes will affect countless people and have a huge impact on the world situation. So outsiders can't help but be cautious. Especially for a demon like Yu Laomo. You have to be more cautious. If Fairy Linglong wants to eliminate demons and defend the way before leaving, he has to quickly open the mountain protection formation and then retreat. No one will confront Fairy Linglong at this time. Saint Hehuan said, I instigated a disciple of Xuandu Temple to rebel. The man in the water curtain. His name is Ji Changsheng. And he is the most outstanding inner disciple of Xuandu Temple in this generation. Then what? Yu Laomo didn't think it was a big deal. It was an open secret that all the major sects were trying to seduce each other. Some succeeded. Some failed. He didn't care at all that Saint Hehuan had persuaded a disciple of Xuandu Temple to rebel. He had also made arrangements in this regard. And his status was much better than that of a mere inner disciple. Saint Hehuan's voice became strange. Then I gave him a task to kill Sheng Taiping. Yu Laomo recalled the name Sheng Taiping. Confirmed that he had heard it for the first time. And then asked curiously, who is Sheng Taiping? Is he worthy of your attention? Madam? If Ji Changsheng had heard the conversation between Yu Laomo and Saint Hehuan at this moment, he would have jumped in shock. He always thought that Sheng Taiping was Yu Laomo's mistress. And then he thought that Yu Laomo was a hero who loved heroes more than beauties. But in fact, Yu Laomo didn't even know who Sheng Taiping was. Saint Hehuan's next sentence made Yu Laomo's heart slow down for a beat. On the surface, Sheng Taiping is a profiteer of Sheng country. In fact, he is a soul puppet controlled by Bai Shiji. Yu Laomo took a breath of cold air. Literally. He really took a breath of cold air. And he, who had mastered the magic skills, felt his scalp tingling again. Are you crazy? Yu Laomo blurted out. How dare you kill Bai Shiji? That's Yu Linglong's husband. Hehuan Saint raised his eyebrows and said, so what? Yu Laomo laughed in anger. What do you say? If Bai Shiji died? What if Yu Linglong went crazy? Do you want the Holy Church and the Hehuan sect to be destroyed? Hehuan Saint corrected. Bai Shiji is already dead. Crack. Thunder suddenly sounded in the palace. Yu Laomo's face turned as pale as his hair. How dare you? Did you do it yourself? Saint Hehuan shook her head. I was just watching the fun. The one who did it was the little guy I instigated. How is that possible? The disciple you instigated is at most a Jindan cultivator. Yu Laomo questioned. Although Bai Shiji is a research scholar, he had already reached the nascent soul stage with the help of Yu Linglong. Even if he is not good at fighting, he will never die easily at the hands of a Jindan cultivator. Moreover, Yu Linglong must have a trump card to protect him. How could he die at the hands of a mere Jindan cultivator? Bai Shiji does have a trump card. Saint Hehuan nodded, her voice becoming more and more strange. Sheng Taiping is a split soul puppet controlled by him. He is responsible for making money in the mortal world and funding his research. He also uses this split soul puppet to do things that he dare not do openly, such as having a secret meeting with his female students. Yu Laomo took another breath. He was a little dazed. Did he stay in the heavenly demon cult for too long and couldn't keep up with the development outside? Why are men nowadays braver than each other? He thought he was the bravest man in the world. Bai Shiji is also a fool who doesn't know how to live or die. He married Yu Linglong and dared to mess with other women again. The Holy Lady of Hehuan glanced at Yu Laomo and said lightly, Are you qualified to despise him? How good are you? Yu Laomo. The Holy Lady of Hehuan didn't waste any more time with Yu Laomo, and said sarcastically, It's probably the bad nature of you men. He couldn't find the dignity of being a man from Yu Linglong. So of course, he had to find it back from other women. He didn't dare to let Yu Linglong know. So he controlled a soul-dividing puppet. Yu Linglong is also a fool. She only knows how to practice in seclusion, and didn't notice that Bai Shiji did so many things behind her back. Yu Laomo was in awe. I'm afraid it's not just Yu Linglong who doesn't know. The entire Bai family probably doesn't know either. If the Bai family knew, They would definitely not let Bai Shiji commit suicide like this. He was dancing with the entire Bai family on their graves. Yu Lao Mo thought to himself that if he were a member of the Bai family, he would kill Bai Shiji, but not let him die with the Bai family. At the same time, Yu Lao Mo was in awe of another thing, Yu Linglong. The Bai family and Bai Shiji are so close. But she doesn't know about this. How come you know about it? Madam? He Huan Saint said indifferently. There are many more things I know. Yu Lao Mo was silent. The He Huan sect's dual cultivation method is unparalleled in the world. Also unparalleled in the world is the He Huan sect's extensive intelligence network. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for anyone to refuse the courtship of a He Huan sect cultivator. He Huan sect cultivators are not divided into male and female. And they are not obsessed with love. Some people are together for life. And there are more people who have a romantic night and only leave a thought of good fate. In this way, the network of people in the Hahuan sect is really rich. And the Saint of Hahuan is in charge of the intelligence network of the Hahuan sect. She should know the most secrets in the world. I didn't expect that Ji Changsheng could really kill Bai Shiji. At this point, the Saint of Hahuan laughed again. My expectation for him is to kill Sheng Taiping. Once Sheng Taiping dies, Bai Shiji will definitely react. Bai Shiji will take action. And Ji Changsheng should be defeated by Bai Shiji at this time. I will save his life again. And he will naturally be loyal to me in the future and grateful. Yu Lao Mo nodded. Madam has a plan for everything. What unexpected happened? He also thought that there was nothing wrong with Saint Hahuan's plan. And logically it should have developed like this. But something happened that was beyond their expectations. Saint Hahuan said, originally everything was under my control. And Sheng Taiping did die in Ji Changsheng's hands. And Bai Shiji also appeared in time and attacked Ji Changsheng. Then, Ji Changsheng killed Bai Shiji. Yu Lao Mo's face became solemn. Although Bai Shiji is a waste in combat, he is a great realm higher after all. And as far as I know, Yu Linglong must have made a backup plan for him. He can summon Yu Linglong to appear at any time. How could he die in the hands of a Jin Dan cultivator? Saint Hahuan's tone was a little incredible. Bai Shiji didn't have time to use his backup plan, and was directly blown up. Dead. Yu Linglong was a beat late. And when she arrived, Bai Shiji was already dead. Yu Lao Mo and He Huan Saint looked at each other, and at the same time thought of a force. Ingwa? Yu Lao Mo guessed, Madam. This disciple of Xuandu Temple, Ji Changsheng, who you instigated to rebel. Could it be that he has inherited the inheritance of Emperor Ing? Or is he the fire seed carefully cultivated by the group of losers in Ingwa? He Huan Saint shook her head. I can't be sure. But he is indeed very good friends with Princess Hongya of Ingwa's generation. This time he went to kill Sheng Taiping. And Ing Hongya also went with him. Yu Lao Mo thought about the whole thing and suddenly laughed. From this point of view, this matter seems to have nothing to do with our holy church. And that Bai Shiji deserves to die. If Yu Linglong can handle it impartially, she won't even embarrass Ji Changsheng. Madam is really wise. Saint Hahuan continued to shake her head. It's not that simple. There is one thing you don't know yet. What is it? Yu Linglong and Bai Shiji's youngest son, Bai Guanlin, was also killed by Ji Changsheng. Yu Lao Mo. Has he really fallen behind the development of the outside world? The young people nowadays are so fierce that he can't understand them. When he was in his demonic power, he didn't do such a thing. Saint Hahuan added, Bai Shiji's death may be deserved. But Bai Guanlin's death was completely framed by Ji Changsheng. Yu Lao Mo was surprised. This boy should be a member of our holy church. Saint Hahuan smiled. There is another thing for the leader to know. Before I turned him against him, he was already an undercover sent by our holy church to Xuandu Temple. Yu Lao Mo was struck by lightning. Could this matter have anything to do with him? He didn't do anything. Saint Hahuan told him that he did it. Master, your confidant sent him there. Do you want Yu Linglong to know about this? The voice of Saint Hahuan revealed a smile. If Yu Linglong knew that the undercover sent by Yu Lao Mo's confidant to Xuandu Temple killed Yu Linglong's son and husband, the consequences of this matter would be very serious. It might even lead to a bloody fight between the righteous and the evil. The Saint Hahuan's move of a chess piece with a little effort may become the fuse of chaos in the world, and even sound the death knell of Yu Lao Mo. This is the means by which Saint Hahuan can turn clouds and rain with a flip of a hand. Yu Lao Mo heard the threat in Saint Hahuan's words, and his face was uncertain. Suddenly, Yu Lao Mo thought of something, and his face turned very ugly. You said that Ji Chansheng is the first in the inner sect assessment of this generation of Xuandu Temple disciples? A Huan Saint nodded with a smile. Why does the leader look so ugly? Did his son die? A Huan Saint chuckled again. But at this moment, there was no more pink bubbles. There was only a fierce murderous intent. Yu Lao Imo and A Huan Saint stared at each other for 3 seconds. A Huan Saint's breath was surging, and the huge Tianma sect seemed to be able to hear a pin drop at this moment. 3 seconds later, Yu Lao Imo left with a wave of his sleeves. Before leaving, Yu Lao Imo threw out a sentence. Li Huanyan, don't challenge my bottom line. A Huan Saint sneered and didn't care at all. After Yu Lao Imo walked out of the Broken Soul Palace, a shadow appeared behind him. Go and find a Xuandu Temple disciple named Ji Chansheng for me. I want all his detailed information. And it would be best if I could find out his origins as well. Yes. After the shadow agreed, it disappeared immediately. Yu Lao Imo looked at the soul-breaking palace with cold eyes, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Pinger, no matter who killed you, your father will avenge you. Let's talk about it separately. Ji Chansheng was in a miserable situation. Yu Linglong was the first to come back to her senses from her confusion, and her eyebrows were slightly frowned. Mother-in-law? I don't have a daughter. After saying that, without waiting for Ji Chansheng to react, Yu Linglong suddenly looked at the portrait in her hand, and her eyebrows were frowned more and more. Mirror flower water moon? Li Huanyan? Is it her trick? As soon as Yu Linglong finished speaking, fire started in the void, burning her portrait directly into nothingness. In the soul-breaking palace of the heavenly demon sect, the water curtain in front of the Holy Lady Hahuan also disappeared directly. The Holy Lady Hahuan said regretfully, it was discovered so quickly. Ji Chansheng finally reacted at this time. But he still had a lot of things he didn't understand. You don't have a daughter? What about Li Changqi? Isn't she your daughter? In front of him, Li Changqi always called Fairy Linglong mom. Although senior sister has mental problems, she can't call people wrong. And she also called in front of the master and the Bai family. And no one else said there was a problem. So Ji Chansheng believed it. Yu Linglong's words made Ji Chansheng numb. Changqi? She is my nominal daughter-in-law. Ji Chansheng almost burst into tears. Are you Li Huanyan's people? Do you know Changqi? Yu Linglong asked curiously. Are you from the Li family? Ji Chansheng thought of the thread of connection of Saint Hahuan. After taking a look at Yu Linglong, Ji Chansheng quietly pulled a line of accusation, and then tried to pass on the blame. I am Bing Zipping of the Tianxing sect, and I have met Fairy Linglong. Yu Linglong, Bing Zipping is dead, and you used an illusion to cover up his face. Hey, why does this illusion look so familiar? After a moment, Yu Linglong and Ji Chansheng looked at each other again. At this time, Ji Chansheng had restored his original appearance. Yu Linglong looked at Ji Changsheng's face, and was silent for a full 5 seconds. Ji Changsheng? Changqi's junior brother? Ji Chansheng was unwilling to accept the reality. Why would Fairy Linglong know him? You are the strongest man in the world. Why do you care about a small person like me? This is unreasonable. The most unreasonable thing is the information given to him by the Holy Lady of Hahuan. Saint Hahuan said Sheng Taiping is her love rival. How could Sheng Taiping be your husband? Yu Linglong said calmly. He is not Sheng Taiping. Sheng Taiping is just a split soul puppet. He is Bai Shiji. As for Li Huanyan, she didn't lie to you. Li Huanyan does admire me. Is there any problem? Chapter 58. One Sha becomes famous. Yu Linglong's tone was so matter-of-fact, as if it was natural for Saint Hahuan to regard her husband as a love rival, which made Ji Chansheng subconsciously start to think whether there was something wrong with him. Then Ji Chansheng wanted to curse. What's wrong with me? She is the wife of the leader of the heavenly demon sect. She said Sheng Taiping was her love rival. But Sheng Taiping is your husband. You tell me this is okay? Ji Changsheng's mentality has collapsed. Intellectually, he knew that he should bow his head and admit his mistakes now. But he still couldn't control his volume and tone. Mainly, it seems that it is too late to bow his head and admit his mistakes now. The dead cannot be resurrected. His identity has been exposed again. Therefore, the grief-stricken Ji Chansheng completely let himself go. At worst, Saint Hahuan will pull him away later. If it doesn't work, he can only hang around in the heavenly demon sect in the future. Yu Linglong looked at the angry Ji Chansheng, and seemed to understand everything. It seems that you are just a knife of Li Huanyan. Ji Chansheng knew the name of the Holy Lady of Hahuan. Li Huanyan. Yu Linglong's next sentence made Ji Changsheng even more angry. Did Li Huanyan tell you that Sheng Taiping was Yu Bihai's male lover? Ji Changsheng. No. She only said that Sheng Taiping was her rival in love. Yu Linglong nodded slowly. Then she didn't lie to you. You didn't ask clearly. So you can't blame her. Ji Changsheng took a deep breath. I can't beat you. So whatever you say is right. The relationship between you big guys is too messy. The Holy Lady of Hawan admires Yu Linglong. Where can I go to reason with this? Wait. Ji Changsheng just realized something else. Bai Shiji? Sheng Taiping is the Bai Jijio? A member of the Bai family? What Ji Changsheng really wanted to ask was, is Yu Linglong's husband a member of the Bai family? Yu Linglong did not answer Ji Changsheng's question. She waved her hand again. The next moment, Sheng Taiping's head, which had been separated from the family, changed its appearance. He was well-mannered, vicissitudes of life, and elegant. He was the type of uncle with a story who could attract little girls with his appearance in his previous life. Ji Changsheng's heart began to twitch. It seems that it is correct, because this guy's appearance is actually 50% similar to Bai Guanlin. So that means that he not only killed Yu Linglong's husband, but also killed Yu Linglong's son? Various scenes from the past appeared in his mind. Other people in Xuandu Temple looked at him with shock and admiration. The elder who preached the scriptures praised him. Bai Guanlin and the old lady Bai were puzzled when they heard his wild words. The Holy Lady Hawan specifically ordered the elder who preached the scriptures to meet him. And Li Changqi sincerely believed that she and she were the same kindred spirits. And the others were not worth mentioning. I understand. I understand everything. Li Changqi killed her husband to prove her truth. Which means that Li Changqi had killed a son of Fairy Linglong. Ji Changsheng later wanted to kill one too. No wonder Li Changqi felt that she and she were destined to be together. No wonder everyone gave him a thumbs up. No wonder the master of the temple, the elder who preached the scriptures, the elder who enforced the law, the saint of Hawan, these big guys all treated him differently. Ji Changsheng thought about what he had done to the Bai family. He admired himself very much. It was so fierce that it was scary. And the more Ji Changsheng thought about it, the scarier he became. He didn't want to stay and chat with Fairy Linglong. Ji Changsheng moved thread again, signaling Saint Hawan to pull him away quickly. Saint Hawan seemed to move as well. Then, swish, a vast and ethereal sword energy descended from the sky and slashed into the void. The next moment, the void shook and the red line rolled. After a moment, everything disappeared. Thread. No more movement. Yu Linglong whispered. Thread is a rare space treasure and a life-saving artifact produced by the Hawan sect. It can be teleported across space. Provided that you don't meet me. Ji Changsheng. I used to think Fairy Linglong was my mother-in-law. So the stronger the mother-in-law is, the safer he feels. Now I know that Fairy Linglong has a grudge against him for killing his son and husband. The stronger Fairy Linglong is, the more he wants to die. Damn Bai Shiji. He used up all his arsenal. Now Ji Changsheng doesn't even have a trump card to fight. In other words, even if Ji Changsheng's arsenal is still there, he has no confidence that he can escape from Fairy Linglong. Killing a Yuaning will empty his arsenal. Ji Changsheng thinks it is unrealistic to want to kill Fairy Linglong. Urgent. What should I do after killing the husband and son of the strongest man in the world? Waiting online. It's urgent. Ji Changsheng's brain is working rapidly. Fairy. I have something to report. Bai Shiji has kept a concubine behind your back. Ji Changsheng tried to destroy the relationship between Fairy Linglong and Bai Shiji first. He looked at Fairy Linglong with a sincere look. He tried to let Fairy Linglong feel his loyalty and sincerity to her. Then, the two looked at each other for 3 seconds. Ji Changsheng was stunned. How come you are still a virgin? Linglong Fairy's face changed slightly. And she was a little confused again. Can this be seen? Although she is the strongest person in the world. But she really has never learned this lesson. You know too much. Ji Changsheng felt the murderous aura from Linglong Fairy for the first time. At this moment, Ji Changsheng felt that he had made a more serious mistake than killing Bai Shiji and Bai Guanlin. Before he could make amends, Yu Linglong enveloped him. Ji Changsheng lost consciousness instantly. Before he fainted, Ji Changsheng had only one thought. The relationship between you guys is really too messy. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. At this time, Ji Changsheng did not know how much impact his killing of Bai Shiji had caused in the outside world. Under the impetus of a certain saint named Li, who did not want to reveal her name, The news that Ji Changsheng, a new inner disciple of Xuandu Temple, killed by Shiji, the husband of Linglong Fairy, spread throughout the world in the shortest time. Then, the whole world was boiling. Ji Changsheng became famous overnight. From Xinghua to Wanhua. From the mortal world to the immortals and demons. From ordinary people to the true immortals on land. Everyone was talking about this. Have you heard about it? Bai Shiji is dead. Who is Bai Shiji? You don't even know Bai Shiji? Linglong Fairy's husband. Fuck. Who dares to kill Linglong Fairy's husband? A warrior named Ji Changsheng. This is too fierce. Why did he kill Linglong Fairy's husband? It is said that Bai Shiji took human lives lightly and committed atrocities in the mortal world. Ji Changsheng was not afraid of power and attacked and killed Bai Shiji directly. Didn't he know Bai Shiji's identity? He knew. But he still took action. A real man should be like this. It is said that this Ji Changsheng is a disciple of Danqing Pavilion. Yes. I heard about it too. It is said that he is the descendant of the Qinglian lineage of Danqing Pavilion. Many people in Shenghua have witnessed the righteousness he released. Danqing Pavilion. The core hinterland. A green lotus rose from the ground. The lotus leaves were endless and green. And the lotus flowers were red in the sun. The vast and boundless green lotus leaves seemed to be integrated with the eternal blue sky, forming a world of their own. This is one of the grand scenes of Danqing Pavilion, and the core of the Qinglian lineage. At the same time, it is also a pilgrimage site for all swordsmen in the world. Because at the top of the Qinglian, there lives a peerless sword fairy. On this day, the pavilion master of Danqing Pavilion brought 3 elders to visit. Qinglian Sword Immortal personally greeted them, and was very surprised. How come the 4 senior brothers have time to come to me today? The pavilion master walked around Qinglian Sword Immortal, and then laughed. Qinglian, you have prepared a big surprise for me. I didn't expect that you would train such an excellent successor for our Danqing Pavilion. Qinglian Sword Immortal was confused. Pavilion master, what are you talking about? Another elder also laughed and said, okay. Qinglian, don't hide it from us. You are a bit too romantic and dissolute when you flirt with others. But you have never deliberately deceived a woman's feelings. And you have taught Ji Changsheng so well. He is upright and loyal. We are all very pleased. Yes. He even dared to kill Fairy Linglong's husband. In the whole world, only our Danqing Pavilion disciples have such courage. Qinglian, don't worry. Ji Changsheng is not only your child, but also our Danqing Pavilion's child. Pavilion master, we will go to Xuandu Temple in person later. Bai Shiji deserved to die. Even though he was Fairy Linglong's husband. Our Danqing Pavilion will never let our disciples pay the price for justice. Yes. We will go together. We must protect Qinglian's child, and let the child know that we support him in Danqing Pavilion. Qinglian Sword Immortal was confused. He seemed to understand what the pavilion master said. But when did he have an illegitimate child named Ji Changsheng? But he didn't dare to refute easily. I know quite a few women. Could there really be an illegitimate child? How come I can't remember anything? If he is really my son, even if he offends Fairy Linglong, I will never treat him badly and must protect him. But why don't you have any impression of him? Did I leave a method of cultivating righteousness when I was away? Ingwa. Palace. Your Majesty. Great joy. Great joy. Ing 3 looked up and looked at the Prime Minister, who congratulated him. What is the joy? The Prime Minister's words made Ing 3 excited. Bai Shiji is dead? Ing 3 stood up excitedly. Really? Bai Shiji is dead? How did he die? Killed by someone. Which warrior was it? I must thank him well. No. I must reward this warrior well. Ing 3 said excitedly. The Bai family is the sworn enemy of Ingwa. Bai Shiji was the biggest stumbling block for Ingwa to get rid of the Bai family. It is no exaggeration to say that Ing 3 wanted to kill Bai Shiji in his dreams. But he didn't dare. He never expected that there would be such a brave warrior in the world. What made him even more excited was yet to come. The Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, the one who killed Bai Shiji was from our Ing country, named Ji Changsheng, a heroic young man. Ing 3 was more and more surprised. There is such a young hero in our Ing country. How come I don't know? The Prime Minister speculated. It may be someone cultivated by the fire seed. Your Majesty, you also know that after the failure of Emperor Gaozu, many people were discouraged. But there were also many people lurking in secret, cultivating a new generation of fire seeds for our Ing country. Ji Changsheng may be one of the new generation of fire seeds. Ing 3 was surprised and happy. He knew that Ingwa had a group of fire seeds, and those responsible for cultivating them were the group of arrogant soldiers and generals who followed Emperor Gaozu to conquer the world. And he had no right to ask. It was actually cultivated. This is really a great joy. Are you sure? Ing 3 asked cautiously. The Prime Minister said, Your Majesty, Ji Changsheng was traveling with Princess Hengye. It is said that Princess Hengye also had a hand in killing Bai Shiji. But before the action, Ji Changsheng asked Princess Hengye to leave first, and he took on the anger of Fairy Linglong. Ing 3 was instantly moved. Good boy. You are still so considerate of Hengye. How is he now? He has been taken back to Xuandu Temple by Fairy Linglong. Ing 3 immediately ordered, Prime Minister, mobilize all our energy to save Ji Changsheng. If necessary, I can go to Xuandu Temple in person to plead for Ji Changsheng. The Prime Minister nodded. It should be so. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will do my best to rescue Ji Changsheng. Assassin's League headquarters. Zhu Jianxian put down the information in his hand and looked at the 8 gold medal assassins below. Ji Changsheng killed Bai Shiji by assassination. He is a member of our Assassin's League? Who is he under? How could he recruit such a powerful general? The 8 gold medal assassins looked at each other. Although everyone was wearing a mask, everyone felt the other's doubts. Zhu Jianxian asked curiously, Isn't he one of your people? Alliance leader. He was a disciple of Xuandu Temple before, but he asked to withdraw from Xuandu Temple because he offended the Bai family. It seems that he just joined our Assassin's Alliance and hasn't had time to pay homage to the leader of the mountain. Zhu Jianxian laughed out loud. He has not paid homage to the leader of the mountain, but he has assassinated such a shocking figure. This boy has a promising future. Send a message to Xuandu Temple in my name, saying that his Xuandu Temple does not cherish talents. The door of the Assassin's Alliance will always be open to Ji Changsheng. Xuandu Temple. After Linglong Fairy collected information from all parties, she looked at the master of the temple who stood in front of him obediently. Her eyes were confused. Whose man is this Ji Changsheng? She was no longer sure. The master of the temple said firmly, Senior sister, he is your man. Linglong Fairy. Chapter 59, The World's Best Inheritance. Yu Linglong was almost amused by the master. He is my man? And then he killed my nominal son and husband? The master looked solemn and said sincerely, Sister, Ji Changsheng did this to help you to kill your relatives for the sake of justice. And he did everything to follow your instructions. Even if there are extreme means, it is to protect your image and reputation. Yu Linglong thought, Go on. The master breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Sister, this is the crime that the Bai family has committed without your knowledge over the years, which is to take human lives and harm the country and the people. The master handed over a large stack of case files. It directly filled half of the hall. The large number of files made Yu Linglong's expression uncertain. This is a petition from the people of Sheng. It has the bloody handprints of 100,000 people of Sheng. They all hope that senior sister can show leniency to Ji Changsheng. In the hearts of the people of Sheng, Ji Changsheng is a hero who killed the traitors for them. Senior sister, the people's will cannot be violated. Yu Linglong and the master looked at each other. Without saying a word, the master knelt down in front of Yu Linglong with a thump. Very conscious and well-behaved. Without Yu Linglong's interrogation, the master took the initiative to confess, Senior sister, I was wrong. I am guilty. Yu Linglong felt like she punched the air. This guy always admits his mistakes before she gets angry. And this guy really doesn't hide his thoughts in front of her. Yu Linglong asked helplessly, What did you do wrong? The master said frankly, I knew about these crimes of the Bai family a few years ago. I only brought them out now, just to deliberately beat the dog when it's down. Yu Linglong. This is where she got a little angry. These materials were obviously not prepared today. If the master really wanted to serve the public, he would not have waited until now to use these charges to deal with the Bai family. The master continued, Also, the petition of the people of Sheng country was also written by me. It has only been a day since Ji Changsheng killed Bai Shiji. If I hadn't planned it behind the scenes, there would be no petition of the people. I just used it to deliberately blackmail my senior sister Morley. Yu Linglong looked up at the sky. As long as this guy was honest enough, she would not be able to deal with the master of the temple with the reason of deceiving herself. After all, the master of the temple was also her direct confidant. Moreover, he was really loyal to her. He used all his little tricks on the surface. What's going on with Danqing Pavilion and Ingwa? Did you arrange it to put pressure on me? Yu Linglong asked. The master immediately shook his head. That was not my work. I know that senior sister will never bow down to external forces. At most, she will give in for her own people. So I only arranged the petition of the disciples of Xuandu Temple. As soon as the master finished speaking, the voice of the law enforcement elder came from outside. Master, hundreds of disciples gathered outside the main peak and knelt in the square to petition for Ji Changsheng. Please give senior sister Linglong a break. Yu Linglong looked at the master. The master nodded obediently. Senior sister, this is indeed my arrangement, so that senior sister can step down. And as long as you meet the requirements of the disciples below, you can establish an image of sacrificing relatives for the sake of justice. And the disciples will respect you even more. Yu Linglong has no temper, only helplessness. Let them disperse first. Sister, I can't do that. The master of the temple said honestly, I haven't yet reached the point where I can control Xuandu Temple as I please. I can stir up public opinion and stir up the righteousness of the disciples. But forcibly suppressing them will make them alienated and lose their sense of belonging to Xuandu Temple. This behavior is very unwise. Please understand. Sister, Yu Linglong was really amused by the master of the temple this time, knowing that you have just ascended the throne and lack prestige. You still dare to play such a big hand. You calculated that I would give in. Right? The master of the temple continued to nod obediently, and then seriously admitted her mistake. Sister, you are kind and kind. I really think so. Yu Linglong took a deep breath, then let them kneel first. Yu Linglong didn't plan to help the master of the temple clean up the mess now. She still had a lot of things to figure out. Are you colluding with Li Huanyan? The master of the temple shook his head and said, it can't be considered collusion. It can only be considered cooperation. We have a common goal, so we will naturally cooperate with each other in some actions. But I swear to God, senior sister, I really didn't expect Bai Shiji to die this time. Before you came out of retreat, I didn't even know that Sheng Taiping was a sole puppet controlled by Bai Shiji, let alone taking any action against him. I do plan to take action against the Bai family. But in my plan, I have to wait at least a year until you ascend to heaven. Yu Linglong did not doubt the master's words. Not many people knew the relationship between Sheng Taiping and Bai Shiji. It's not surprising that the master didn't know. But it's really strange that Saint Hawan knew about this. The master of the temple guessed. Senior sister, I suspect that among the people Bai Shiji had fooled around with outside, there were chess pieces arranged by Saint Hawan, so she could set up such a game. Yu Linglong nodded. She thought so too. So, senior sister, you don't have to be angry about the death of such a playboy. He deserved to die. With a fairy-like senior sister, he was still fooling around outside. If it were me, I would let him go to see the king of hell, the master of the temple said in a grim tone. Yu Linglong asked coldly, Master Mu is so murderous. So when you killed Bai Guanlin, were you also so indignant? The master of the temple. Senior sister, Bai Guanlin was really not killed by me, but by Ji Changsheng. Yu Linglong sneered, without your help. Could Ji Changsheng have successfully killed Bai Guanlin? Without your help, Bai Guanlin would not have the slightest power to fight back, and even had no time to call for help. You know, he died halfway up the mountain in Xuandu Temple. The distance between rescuing after an accident in Xuandu Temple and rescuing after an accident in Shengwu is different. Bai Shiji's death was really an accident. The Holy Lady Hawan didn't expect that Yu Linglong was also out of reach. But Bai Guanlin's death was not an accident. The master of the temple decisively threw the blame away. Senior sister, I admit that I chose to watch coldly when Ji Changsheng killed Bai Guanlin. But it was not me who covered up for Ji Changsheng. And it was not me who stopped others from rescuing him. It was Changxi. The master of the temple did not know whether Bai Guanlin was killed by Ji Changsheng or Li Changxi. That day, after Li Changxi used illusion to deceive the outside world's perception, the master of the temple discovered it in time. But he did not have a deep consciousness, and did not know what happened inside. He only knew that Bai Guanlin was dead. The murderer could not escape from Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi. To the outside world, Bai Guanlin was killed by Jiang Buqing. But in front of Fairy Linglong, the master still chose to tell the truth. It was Ji Changsheng who made the first move that day. And then Changxi covered up the traces of Ji Changsheng's move. I checked carefully afterwards. And Bai Guanlin died under Jiang Buqing's purple mysterious Yin Thunder. With Ji Changsheng's cultivation, it is difficult to get Jiang Buqing's purple mysterious Yin Thunder in his own hands. So if nothing unexpected happens, Bai Guanlin will eventually die in Changxi's hands. The master secretly observed Yu Linglong's expression. He found that, as he expected, Yu Linglong was not really angry. The guess that had been lingering in his mind was confirmed by 70% at this moment. But he still took the initiative to ask, "Senior sister, did you do it on purpose?" Yu Linglong looked at the master. The master of the temple said what he meant. If you really wanted to protect the Bai family would not have fallen to this point today. If you really cared about the Bai family, you would not have chosen me as the master of Xuandu Temple. Senior sister, I have been guessing that you seem to be deliberately letting us deal with the Bai family. What do you want to say? The master of the temple said his truest thoughts. Senior sister, have you practiced the Taishang Zhanqing Sutra? Taishang Zhanqing Sutra cuts off the cause and effect of love, is free of worries, and ascends to the upper realm. If Yu Linglong really practiced the Taishang Zhanqing Sutra, then the death of the Bai family would be what Yu Linglong wanted. Yu Linglong laughed. Have you been guessing for many years? The master of the temple shook his head. Not many years. It was only since you chose me as the master of Xuandu Temple that I began to gradually become certain of this idea. Senior sister, you know me. If I take power, the Bai family will die sooner or later without a burial place. Since you have already guessed it, why don't you ask me? The master of the temple told the truth. I dare not. Yu Linglong smiled. The Supreme Love Severing Sutra. It seems to cut off love, but it is actually cutting off cause and effect. The cause and effect of the Bai family to me is not as serious as yours. You are still alive. What does the Bai family mean? Besides, if I really practice the Supreme Love Severing Sutra, it is not enough to just cut off the Bai family. I have to cut off the entire Xuandu Temple to completely cut off cause and effect and ascend to the fairyland. Are you worried about this? The master of the temple nodded silently. This is the thing he is most worried about after he had this idea. Nothing else. If Yu Linglong has the intention to deal with Xuandu Temple, then Xuandu Temple will face the biggest crisis since its establishment. Yu Linglong directly hit the head of the temple master with the hilt of the sword, and said angrily, "What are you thinking about all day? Can't you ask me directly when you can't figure it out? Practicing the Taishang Zhanqing Sutra? You can think of it. Even if I have this idea, do I have the ability to destroy Xuandu Temple?" After a pause, Yu Linglong seemed to feel that this was not convincing enough, and added, "Even if I have the ability to destroy Xuandu Temple, would I dare? Have you forgotten the background of our Xuandu Temple in the fairy world? There are saints above my head, and I will not seek death even if I go crazy." The temple master muttered in a low voice, "I always feel that you dare to do anything when you go crazy, and you don't care about the consequences at all." Yu Linglong hit him with the hilt of the sword again. That was in this world. The Taoist tradition of our Xuandu Temple in the upper world is the direct descendant of the lineage of the Tai Ching saint. The ancestor we worship is the only disciple of the Tai Ching saint. Even if you lend me your courage, I would not dare to provoke the ancestor, let alone the saint behind the ancestor. The master was very embarrassed. It seemed that he had really guessed wrong. Sister, since you didn't practice the Supreme Slashing Love Sutra, why don't you care so much about the Bai family? The master has been testing Fairy Linglong's attitude towards the Bai family. In fact, ever since Li Chongxi killed her husband, the master began to suspect that the relationship between Sister Linglong and the Bai family was not as close as he imagined. After so many years, he has increasingly confirmed his speculation. But he doesn't dare to gamble. Ji Changsheng helped him verify his idea. Until now, Ji Changsheng has only been temporarily detained in the discipline hall. He has not been subjected to any private punishment. If the master still can't see Fairy Linglong's attitude of letting him go, he has lived for so many years in vain. Ji Changsheng framed Yu Linglong's son, assassinated him directly, and killed Yu Linglong's husband with his own hands. But now he is unscathed. This matter is not right no matter how you look at it. So the master guessed whether Fairy Linglong practiced the Supreme Slashing Love Sutra. But this possibility was denied by Fairy Linglong. The master of the temple was confused. Yu Linglong said to herself, "It seems that you can't see it. No one has seen it for so many years. How did Ji Changsheng see it? This is something she has not figured out until now. Is this a gifted talent? Or is it the gold content of the Daoyuo air? Sister, what did Ji Changsheng see?" Yu Linglong was embarrassed to say that Ji Changsheng saw that she was still a virgin. So she changed her statement. "He saw that I had never been pregnant." Puff! The master of the temple sprayed. "What? Then how did your child come from?" "Sister? Bai Shiji had it with a woman outside. I didn't ask who it was with. And I don't care. Yu Linglong glanced at the master of the temple, and shook her head when she said this. So Bai Shizhi's finding women outside has nothing to do with me. It is unreasonable to kill Bai Shizi for this reason. The master of the temple was dumbfounded. Sister, you and Bai Shizi are playing your own games? The master of the temple slapped herself after saying this. I was wrong. Sister, the Bai family married into our Xuandu temple just to seek shelter. In fact, you didn't fancy Bai Shizi at all. Right? Yu Linglong resisted the urge to hit the master of the temple and nodded. The master of the temple smirked. I knew it. How could you possibly like a loser like Bai Shizi? Yu Linglong, junior brother. There's something wrong with you. The master of the temple coughed lightly and explained, Senior sister, you know me well. I've always regarded you as my guide on the road. So I'm naturally happy to know that you're still that pure and flawless goddess. Since you didn't like that loser Bai Shizi, did you agree to marry into the Bai family just to protect the Bai family? Of course not. Why would I protect the Bai family for no reason? The master of the temple seemed to be thinking, is there someone behind the Bai family? Who can make you, senior sister, go against your will and accept marrying into the Bai family? The person must be extraordinary. Senior sister, you are the best in the world. Who can make you bow your head? Wait, I remember one thing. Senior sister, you became good friends with Emperor Huangquan, which happened after you married Bai Shizi. And the strongest person in the world before you, senior sister, was the founder of Huangquan sect, Corpse Demon, who has successfully ascended to the upper realm. Corpse Demon is also called Lady Whitebone, and it is said that she left blood to pass on during her lifetime. Senior sister, you have inherited Lady Whitebone, and protecting the Bai family is to repay the karma of Lady Whitebone. Yu Linglong's eyes flashed with admiration, and she nodded gently. Madame Whitebone has successfully established a foothold in Baihu Ridge in the prehistoric fairyland, and has been protected by the White Tiger God, one of the four spirits. Although I am not afraid, I still have to give her face. Chapter 60 Xuandu Shengwu 2 Fires. Heroes of the world, you and me. The master of the temple understood everything. Xuandu Temple can also be ranked in the prehistoric fairy world. After all, Xuandu Temple's ancestor, Xuandu Master, is the only disciple of the Tai Ching Saint. Such an origin is enough for Xuandu Temple to walk sideways everywhere. But walking sideways does not mean that you don't need to give face to other big guys. The four spirit beasts all bear the power of heaven and earth, and they also have infinite merits. Unless necessary, even saints will not offend the four spirit beasts for no reason. Since Madame Baigu has been protected by the White Tiger God, it is naturally equivalent to having a foothold in the prehistoric fairy world. In addition, Linglong Fairy had previously inherited Madame Baigu's skills, which is equivalent to cause and effect. In this case, if it were him, he would also protect the Bai family and befriend Madame Baigu. So that's it. Everything makes sense. The master of the temple sorted out all the clues. Sister, why didn't you tell me about these things before? Yu Linglong asked back. Have you asked me? The master, not once. I didn't dare to ask. I couldn't ask. He was a loyal follower of Fairy Linglong, who had been following Fairy Linglong step by step. After sister got married, he suddenly asked her why she wanted to marry another man. The master didn't have the courage. He was afraid that Fairy Linglong would think that he had other ideas about her. If you don't ask, why should I explain this to you? The master was speechless. No problem. In fact, there are other causes and effects behind Madame Baigu, and the things behind it are very complicated. Otherwise, how could I care about the Bai family? Yu Linglong sighed lightly. The Bai family is the bloodline left by Madame Baigu before her death. Ji Chanshan is really a weirdo, and he acted too quickly. The master of the temple pondered the whole thing and began to smile bitterly. So, because of Ji Chanshan, you offended Madame Baigu? Yes. If I really ascended, I would meet Madame Baigu in the prehistoric fairyland, and maybe we would have to fight. The master of the temple asked tentatively. I haven't launched a full-scale attack on the Bai family yet. Otherwise, I will give orders to help the Bai family back up. Yu Linglong shook her head and said, Bai Shizi and Bai Guanlin are the direct bloodline of Madame Baigu, the master of the temple. Then, there is no cure. Li Changshi killed 2. Ji Chanshan killed 1. Madame Baigu's direct bloodline has been completely extinct in theory. The feud of cutting off the descendants must be a fight to the death. The master of the temple recognized the reality. Then he began to mourn for Ji Chanshan. So Ji Chanshan first killed Yu Lamo's illegitimate son, then cut off Madame Baigu's family, and offended Huangquan's sect. He is really the nemesis of the demons. Senior sister, if you don't protect him, Ji Changsheng will definitely be hunted down by the demons. And Xuandu Temple can't protect him. The Tianma sect and Huangquan sect join forces. Unless Ji Changsheng never leaves Xuandu Temple. The temple master said that he really can't protect him. Yu Linglong complained. Why else do you think I brought him back to Xuandu Temple? Sister, you are really kind-hearted. The temple master immediately gave her a rainbow fart. I will go to see Ji Changsheng later and make sure he understands my gratitude for protecting him. It doesn't matter, Yu Linglong said calmly. I can only protect him for a while. Not for a lifetime. His behavior is too radical. I even suspect that he has really been infected with mental illness by Changxi. How he will go in the future is up to him. But if you really want to help him, wipe out the Bai family in the shortest time possible. Yu Linglong is certainly not a soft-hearted woman. Since he is still a disciple of Xuandu Temple, let the temple share some of the pressure on him. In this way, even if Madame Baigu issues orders to Huangquan sect through magical means, Huangquan sect will be a little wary of Xuandu Temple. The temple master also realized the danger Ji Changsheng was facing. Madame Baigu could dream for Fairy Linglong, so she could dream for Emperor Huangquan. The strength of Huangquan sect, combined with its strange and unpredictable skills, is even more difficult to deal with than the Tianma sect in a sense. Ji Changsheng hit another wall this time. There is still a chance. The temple master forced himself to think about the best. Maybe he is really the reincarnation of the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole. Yu Linglong, you are also infected by Changxi? Sister, why don't you go to Huangquan sect? The master of the temple suggested, as long as you talk to Emperor Huangquan about the reason. I believe that the words of Mrs. Baigu, who has successfully ascended, are actually not important. It is better for the county magistrate to manage it now. The former number 1 in the world is no longer there. The current number 1 in the world is in Xuandu Temple. The master of the temple believes that Emperor Huangquan knows which is more important. Yu Linglong looked at the master of the temple deeply and asked, Are you teaching me how to do things? The master of the temple coughed loudly. Sister, I am just thinking about the future of Xuandu Temple. Ji Changsheng is so brave. He will definitely be a god general of our Xuandu Temple in the future. Yu Linglong commented, He is too brave. I can go to Huangquan sect, but I will leave sooner or later. So the better I treat him now, the more unfavorable his situation will be after I leave. She will soon become the number 1 in the world. If she does something too radical now, after she leaves, the backlash will be to the people she is protecting now. The master of the temple realized that what the senior sister said was reasonable. His face became serious, and he began to seriously think about how to ensure Ji Changsheng's survival. Putting aside the fact that Ji Changsheng might have obtained the Daluo inheritance, just for the things Ji Changsheng did and the respect for him, the master of the temple did not want Ji Changsheng to live or die. This kind of god general can defeat thousands of troops. It seems that we still have to start with the heavenly demon sect. The master of the temple calculated in a low voice. If the senior sister ascends, Yu Lao Mo will be the number 1 in the world. The safest place will become the heavenly demon sect. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes flashed. An idea suddenly flashed in her mind. Do you know what inheritance I got from Mrs. Baigu? The master of the temple shook his head. The Yin Corpse painted skin sutra. Discipline hall. Ji Changsheng woke up slowly. What came into view was a familiar figure. Junior brother. You finally woke up. Seeing Li Changxi appear, Ji Changsheng's first reaction was to curse. The words came to his lips, but Ji Changsheng swallowed them back. Although Li Changxi had pitted him badly, but the Holy Lady of Hahuan was still her aunt. Fairy Linglong was still her mother-in-law. Li Changxi was still his dear senior sister. Don't be angry. Don't compete with a mental patient. Ji Changsheng organized his words, and then said in a deep voice, Senior sister, I killed Bai Shiji for you. Killed for you. Who is the Holy Lady of Hahuan? I don't know her at all. Li Changxi was very moved. Junior brother, before you went down the mountain, I told you that I would destroy the Bai family. And I also said that I would let you be the vanguard. But you were really too fast. You killed Bai Shiji in one day after going down the mountain. I couldn't keep up with your speed at all. And I couldn't cooperate with you. At this point, Li Changxi was convinced, both of us are Daluo. But you are much more capable than me. She felt that it took only one day to open and close her eyes. Ji Changsheng had killed Linglong Fairy's husband. Even a mental patient like Li Changxi was stunned when she first got the news. She felt ashamed. Junior brother, your feat has been praised by the world now. And everyone praises you, saying that you are the best warrior in the world in 100 years. Li Changshi praised Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng was speechless. After learning the truth, he also felt that he was so brave that he was not like a human being. Li Changshi continued, but people in the world still underestimate you. You are not only the best warrior in the world, but even in heaven, there are few who can compare with you. After I became a Daluo, I don't even care about saints. But I am convinced by your courage. What can Ji Chansheng say? He can only accept Li Changshi's praise calmly. And said calmly, he is just a scumbag in the illusion. It's no big deal to kill him. Well said. You are indeed a person who has experienced many ups and downs. Li Changshi clapped his hands and praised, don't worry. I will help you explain to Mom. There will be no problem. She will be angry for a moment at most. And she will not care too much for my sake. Ji Chansheng. Why are you so skilled in calling Mom? Do mental patients also bully the weak and fear the strong? I haven't seen you respect the master so much in front of the master. Ji Chansheng complained about Li Changshi in his heart. On the surface, he was still calm. Except for senior sister. The attitudes of other people in this world are nothing I care about. Whether Fairy Linglong is angry or not. It doesn't matter to me. As long as senior sister is happy. Bai Shiji's death is not unjust. Li Changshi smiled. Really? Ji Changsheng's heart skipped a beat. Beside Li Changshi, a new figure suddenly appeared. Yu Linglong. Ji Chansheng. You are very brave. Yu Linglong's expression seemed to be smiling. It doesn't matter whether I am angry or not. Ji Chansheng cursed in his heart. Cursed by Guanlin's mother. Do you still have martial ethics? Didn't I just kill your son and husband? Putting aside the facts, aren't you wrong? If you had protected them better, could I have succeeded so easily? Ji Chansheng was very angry. But he was a well-mannered man. So he didn't show it. And just said, of course it doesn't matter. Except for my senior sister. The rest are mediocre, and not worth mentioning. Fairy Linglong may be the king in this illusion. But in the eyes of us Daluo, she is just a poor fool who sinks into the illusion without knowing it. At the end, Ji Chansheng shook his head. Which was a pity. If you can see through the illusion, you will know that I killed your husband for your own good. Unfortunately, it is difficult for you to understand my good intentions. Yu Linglong's eyes were blank again. Although she was familiar with Li Changshi's crazy words. That was just Li Changshi. No man had ever dared to act stupid in front of her. Even the strong master of the temple dared not tell any lies when facing her. Yu Laomo had never done such a specious argument like Ji Chansheng. Yu Linglong opened her eyes. I am just speaking my mind. But you probably can't understand me. It's ironic that my sister and I have never lied to anyone, and have always been sincere to everyone in the world. But our sincerity has been met with ridicule and abuse from the world. And some even think that my sister and I have mental problems. Alas, those who know me think I am worried. And those who don't know me think I want nothing. Ji Chansheng risked his life. What if Fairy Linglong determined that he had mental problems, and didn't need him to kill someone to pay for his life? Of course, this was just Ji Changsheng's extravagant hope. But Li Changshi was moved. Xuandu Shengwei has 2 fires. And you and I are heroes in the world. Come on, junior brother. Let's talk. Li Changshi directly conjured up a pot of wine and 2 cups. And clinked glasses with Ji Chansheng. Yu Linglong's forehead was black. As a normal person, she couldn't understand the brain circuits of 2 mentally ill people. Ji Chansheng. You don't look like a disciple of the righteous path. Your style of doing things is more like that of a demon. And ordinary demon disciples don't have your murderous nature. You look like the son of Yu Laomo. Ji Chansheng laughed up to the sky. Who is Yu Laomo? Is he worthy of being my father? I'm wearing. There are no relatives in this world. When Ji Chansheng laughed, he didn't realize what happened. On the contrary, Li Changshi looked at Yu Linglong in surprise. My mother's attainments in illusion are actually higher than hers. Yu Linglong's beautiful eyes flickered with mist. And her voice became more and more illusory. Your appearance and personality are 3 points similar to Yu Laomo. I have reason to believe that you are Yu Laomo's illegitimate son. Said by the heavenly demon cult to undercover in Xuandu Temple. Do you believe that there is something? Ji Changsheng's words stopped abruptly. Because his mind was filled with memories from not long ago. I believe this picture is fake. What's the use of believing it? And the things he discovered before he fell into a coma finally revived in his mind. Fairy Linglong was still a virgin. Ji Chongqing's mood began to become subtle. Demon cult. Old demon, you sat on the blood-red throne and listened to his subordinate's report. Master, you once lost control of your skills and took the essence of 10 women on the territory of the Li family. I found out that Ji Chongsheng was from there. Moreover, he looks a bit like you.